Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Acer Predator pre-show here at day 2 of the Asia Minor. And it's time to get this show on the road. It's time to actually see some teams that may be going home, but which one we will find out soon. My name is James Banks and I am your host, and as always on this desk, I'm joined by Pimp and Blair as we start to get into this and divulge the madness which is the Asian region when it comes to Counter-Strike. But yesterday at least proved to us, right, that some of these teams, and I'm not just talking about the Australian teams, have a little bit more tactical depth to it, right, especially from the Koreans.
I think in general, I'm positive surprised of what we saw yesterday. I think we saw MVP play some decent Counter-Strike. I think we saw even Cybersyn, you know, trying to play their brand of Counter-Strike. Didn't really work out, but at least they came in here and tried with their own different styles, I guess. So in that regard, I have high hope for today and for the rest of the tournament that these teams will still play their own style of Counter-Strike. They will go in here, do their absolute best, and hopefully bring some entertaining Counter-Strike to the table. That added to the fact that we got to see Renegades live up to the favorite role, so to speak, winning both games yesterday, as MVP also did, you know, with playing some pretty solid Counter-Strike play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think entertaining would be the right word here. You can't deny it. It is interesting to watch some of the shenanigans.
Gotta focus on the few positives we get, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a caster and you're seeing some of the stuff some of these teams are doing, you're like, I have no idea what's going on, but this is fun to watch, right? But, okay, let's be serious here for a bit. Greyhound did show a lot of spirit. They almost took the Renegades on both the maps, by the way. It was overtime in 16-14, so I don't think they're going to be too disappointed here. They're going into today's games being favorites. They're obviously waiting for the winners of these games. Now, looking at Cybers and Vici, these have been the two slight disappointments. There are two Chinese teams, and when we talk about the Chinese scene, they are, you know, by de facto the strongest scene, so to speak, in Asia, because obviously we have Tai Lu from there, right? Yeah. But then we look at Cybers and we look at Vici. They both lost their opening games. They look a little lackluster, to be very honest. On the other hand, like you mentioned, Gosu and MVP impressed me quite a bit. They were playing some tactically pretty decent Counter-Strike, pretty good Counter-Strike, and for James as well. I mean, James, like, are you feeling this? It's like the old Korean Counter-Strike slowly making its way back. I feel excited about it.
So I was having a little discussion with the owner of MVP, the Kan Yang. I think a lot of people would remember who he is. Now, he was going down. The first message he sent to me after they won was, it's bringing back the years. He mentioned it was like 1.6 all over again. Whether we're at that stage just yet for some of these guys, we'll find out. But what we are going to do is take a quick look at the bracket and break it down exactly how it went yesterday, starting with Group A. And like we said already, Renegades, they had a pretty considerable run, right? They didn't fall like Mouse Sports did in Europe.
The group of death, as we also call it. We have Renegades going up against Aegis Club. They were winning pretty convincingly. Then we had Greyhound taking on Cybersyn in a game that wasn't pretty to watch by the Cybersyn guys, but obviously Greyhound ended up winning that one 16-10, which then moved them both into the upper bracket, where Renegades took down Greyhound in what you said, Blair, a very close matchup. That means that we in the lower bracket today have Aegis Club going up against Cybersyn in a best-of-3 scenario, which means that loser of this game will go out of the tournament and winner will progress to facing Greyhound about a spot for the qualifier to the playoffs of the Asian Minor. So in all, you know, a pretty decent group we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other hand, Group B, some would say would be a little weaker group here. We had Vici Gaming face off against Gosu. I think that was the first upset. Let's be honest, I didn't expect Gosu to do anything crazy. They've always been the second best team in Korea, always usually losing the online games, but on LAN they've performed. 16-2 Vici Gaming. I think they kind of like, you know, I wouldn't say like, kind of slacked off at the end there. It could have been a much more convincing win, but a win is a win. Beyond the Thai team, who are a big question mark, to be very honest, coming in with 2 new players to this tournament. Yeah. They got pretty much dismantled by MVP PK. Goes to face off MVP. The first game was a very close affair indeed, especially it was in Mirage, MVP winning 16-14. But when it came to Nuke is a map where MVP had the cojones to pick against Astralis, so they know what they're doing on this map. It was a complete dismantling of Gosu on Nuke, which I don't think anyone was too surprised about that. So MVP PK, the Korean legends, they go through to the playoffs, and that's why we have this matchup right now. It's Vici against Beyond for the lower bracket, the winner of which is going to face off against Gosu. Speaking of Vici and Beyond, I'm not really expecting Beyond to do anything crazy here. Vici, it was a best of one. They had a rough day yesterday. But if you look at the players in that lineup, these guys, I think almost every one of them have been in minors in the past multiple times, right? So I think they should have the depth, the skill, everything, like whatever keywords you want to throw around, they should have it over them. But then they're going to be facing against, against Gosu, who have been a surprise of the tournament so far. I didn't expect them to get out of place, but looking the way they played yesterday, whoever faces them, either Vici or Beyond, they're going to have a rough time.
Yeah, and I think that's it, right? A lot of people would have come in and said, Vici, look, you should be there, at least making either first or second within this. Now they're going to go up against a Gosu here. Looks a lot better than what we've seen in the past. So I'm excited to see actually what they can deliver when it gets into these best-of-3 scenarios. Any final thoughts just there, quick, Blair or Pimp?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in a best-of-3 scenario. Obviously, we get to see the map pool a little bit more in depth, so to speak. We get to see them being put under pressure now. Let's not forget that this whole format is designed as if you win through 2 matches, you go through the playoff, and if you lose 2, you're out. So we'll have to, get 2 of the first teams out of the tournament for the day. So in that regard, pressure's on for these teams, and I'm sure they would like to do well. This is an Asian minor that without Tai Lu, there's a great chance for them to qualify for the major itself. So it means a lot to them.
And this is where, a lot of people criticize the major in general, right? But this is where the system starts to work. Some teams are leveling up throughout their region, starting to make a name for themselves. But before we get into this, a team that we don't know too much about, and we will get to see in our first best-of-3 here on the A stream, is going to be Equus Club. Now, they are a team coming from Israel. They've got Imi, a British coach, in there. So we're going to look at them in a little bit more detail.
So we've been working really hard in practice. We've won most of our scrims, but at the boot camp we had a pretty bad boot camp result-wise, but I think it's better that happened now rather than at the minor. I think we've had really good practice and we can really surprise every team here. I don't think anyone will be expecting anything about us, including our map pool. No one's going to know what to do against us. The star player in the team is Amercias guy. He's the opener of the team and he's always putting up numbers. He's in the right position, and I think if anyone's going to take us through to the major, it will be him.
A little bit of insight into that team from Imi, who comes in as the coach ahead of this minor. He previously wasn't the coach. He's had about just over a month to work with these guys. And actually, it's probably the best British I've heard him speak, considering he's from Liverpool.
All right, but the thing with Emi, I don't think many people know about him as well. He was coaching NRG, for a while. This guy does have the tenure. He has an understanding of the game, and I think this is something which can really work for these guys. The thing with Equus Club, I think they are now it's going to get interesting. Like you mentioned, it's elimination games, right? And you're not talking about, there's no Greyhound here initially. It's not going to be Renegades or MVP, the more known teams, so to speak. And now many people are like, hey, Blay, you're the Asian expert. But I'll be honest, I don't know much about these guys, nor like teams like Beyond, who have it's almost pretty much a new roster coming in, right? So when it comes to, I really like what Emi said there, and I think I completely agree with him. They don't know their map pool. No one knows their map pool. No one knows what they can be good at. We've only seen them in Inferno, where they did show some sparks. Let's be honest, they faced against Renegades, the favorites in this tournament. So you really can't read too much into that. But if I was Vici, I'd be a little, Cyberzen, I'd be a little worried about that.
And that's one of the coolest thing about the minor and major in itself. We get to see these new teams flourish. We get to follow a storyline we haven't seen before, and we get to know new players and new teams, sort of like how they deal with pressure and how they deal in situations like this. Yeah. As you said, it's not a team that we get to see a lot, and most likely this will be the last time we see them in some time as well. So it's going to be interesting to, get to know a little bit about this guy and see if there is potential with 1 or 2 of these players.
Well, one thing they did do was beat one of the best teams from the Middle Eastern region in NASA Esports, who've had a dominant run for the longest time. But a lot of server issues can factor into that. But before we get into this pre-game, before we understand how it's going to go down, we're going to go to a short break. But when we come back, it's time to get the games underway. One team's going to be going home and one team's going to be marching forward. We'll be finding out real soon.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
The synergy of brute strength
born of elite core power to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It's time for the Vodafone pre-match, and it's time for our first best-of-3 elimination match here at the Asia Minors. Now, we're going to be kicking off things between Equus Club and CyberZen. We're going to be seeing Israel go up against China, and we're going to start with the CyberZen roster because yesterday, right, they were supposed to be some of the heavy hitters in it. We've seen a bit more individual raw skill come out of them, but it didn't really shine. Okay, they had some damn tough competition, right, so you can't really take that away from them, but what are we expecting now? We get into this best-of-3 scenario. Do you think they'll play a bit looser, a bit more confident, given the opposition they're up against?
Certainly don't hope they'll play any looser than they did yesterday, James.
That's when you fall apart,
That would be a disaster, to be completely honest. I was a little bit disappointed in these guys yesterday due to the fact, as you said, they were playing too loose. They were playing, you know, without any chemistry, without any team play, without any clear plan of how they wanted to approach the game, so to speak. So I figured, you know, a team like this that has, you know, the pedigree, that has some experience, that's been there before, would at least know how to approach the game in a, I wouldn't say correct manner, because there's definitely plenty of different ways to play Counter-Strike, but at least in a manner where you can see there's a red line in the way they play. It seemed way too chaotic. It seemed way too... How do you even describe it? It just seemed chaotic, you know. It doesn't seem to be good by any means. Individually speaking, aim-wise speaking, they had some moments, you know, where you could say, all right, these guys can play Counter-Strike. HC, for that matter, you know, did some cool stuff yesterday. Some great entry fracking. But overall, I was just disappointed in the way they came in here. I would expect them to be way more prepared. You said it yourself, Blair, it's one of the best teams from the Chinese region, right? Why are they not more prepared? Why are they not playing a better brand of Counter-Strike, so to speak?
Well, it's also the fact that if you look at most of the tournaments that happen in China, you see Vici, you see CyberZen, you see teams like New4, but they're only playing against each other. There's no other better competition to fare off against, right? On the other hand, we have Equus Club, we got Amercias. I think we had the interview with Emmy when he's like, he's a star player. I completely agree with him. He is a star opper. Amercias and Ponct, they played the Face-It Minor with the previous lineup where they actually took down 5 power, although with the caveat that 5 power had 3 stand-ins, which is ridiculous.
Hydra, something with the Asia Minor, isn't there? Always something.
It's always something. Not this time around, though, for a change. Hydra was supposed to play in that minor as well, but unfortunately, due to visa issues, he had to be replaced by Ponct. So these 3 guys teamed up with Zensor, who is the in-game leader, and alongside Asylum, who is kind of like the raw new star in this team, so to speak. But Zensor was actually the one player who, like, you know, played above and beyond yesterday in that matchup against Renegades, where, let's be honest, they kind of got stormed as 13-2. They managed to delay the inevitable for a while. But of course, they should have kind of forgotten that matchup right now, right? Coming into this game, you're talking about Chinese style of Counter-Strike is a loosey-goosey style of play where they have the firepower and everything. And we have this team which we've seen only one map of, to be very honest. That against Renegades, where they were not that impressive, let's be very honest about it. But going into this, it's literally one of the few games in this minor where we're like, I have no idea what's going to happen.
And that's where you hope the new coach, you know, the European coach can sort of come in and maybe form this team a little bit, you know, give them a few ideas of how you play some Counter-Strike-based team play, so to speak. You know, how do we deal with this chaotic play style that is going to come in from these Chinese guys? Can we do anything team play-wise, grenade-wise, that is going to make them, you know, feel uncomfortable in the way they play? That's what I would hope he's done. But as you said, you know, we haven't really seen enough to actually judge whether that's the case or not.
Well, I think the benefit here, right, as well, and we'll talk about Emmy a little bit further, because him as a coach, right, he had his stint in NRG, he had some... Thanks, Pim. Be nice to him. Be nice. He may have had a short stint in an RG bike, but that was on their rise. He started to kind of put the pieces together, add a little bit more to it, potentially. Now he's got this team ahead of him, which is a very different breed in terms of experience and what they've actually been able to do. But at least for their opponent here in CyberZen, he should be able to do a lot of research right going into it, because they have played at least a lot of games in their own domestic region.
The problem, just very quickly, the problem with CyberZen, trying to understand what CyberZen do, makes no sense to me, because they picked Overpass in a best-of-1 against Greyhound, which is their first pick. Like, Greyhound is so good on that map, and they go through the map. So, can you analyze a team who don't seem to know what they're doing?
No, you can't play. That's the like silver lining of all this. If you're playing a team who doesn't know what they're doing themselves, how are you supposed to know, James?
So what do they do then? What's the options, Pim? Where are we going with
this? Shoot heads.
What I do like with the fact that he's coming into this Israeli team is the fact that he's, you know, taking upon the task, as you said. You tried to describe it a little bit. You know, he's coming into a very unknown area, a very unknown team who doesn't really have anything to stand on, and he can try to form and build a legacy, so to speak. And that's what they need. You know, if we brand it out a little bit, you know, and take a bigger perspective perspective on the whole thing. We need some educational coming out to these areas of the countries that is not necessarily grown up with big Counter-Strike talent. It's the same thing with NA and Asia for that matter. We see more and more Europeans coming over there, and whatever you want to accept it or not, they teach the guys over there. They sort of like flourish ideas and bounce off ideas of each other in order of how to play Counter-Strike, and by the result of it, you get much more competitive teams in those regions. So if he can do that with this team and in general that area of the game, maybe we don't see them flourish at this minor, but the next one or the next one again. So in that regard, I think it's a very positive thing. If we do keep it low-key though and go into this matchup, it's going to be one of those scenarios where you cannot say that they're going to win this one. Cybersyn is the more proven team. It's the team that has played official games, and we did see yesterday that regardless of them playing like a bunch of potatoes sometimes, they can still win rounds.
Well, despite Pimp thinking they are maybe performing like potatoes, let's see what they've got and let's see what the Veto is going to hold here, right? Because at least for these two teams, like Blair said, Cybersyn, you can't guess what they're going to pick. And Equus, we don't even have that much of a map pool to look at here.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and predict this based on what I know about Cybersyn. I think Nuke's going to be taken out of the picture. For sure. I don't think that's a map they usually play on. Duster being removed by Equus, that's fair enough. I really don't know what they're going to be usually banning. Cash getting removed by Cybersyn kind of makes sense because Equus, the few games I've seen them play in the past, they have played Cash quite a lot, and they've been pretty good, and they haven't been beaten on Cash so far. So I think they're playing kind of a mind game here. Now, this pick from Equus is a ballsy pick. You don't usually play Mirage against Asian teams. Yeah. No matter, even if it's a pretty crappy Tier 2 Asian team, which is like Tier 10 EU, you still don't want to try Mirage. That's a very ballsy pick coming out from them. Cybersyn just might go with Inferno. That's a map they're very comfortable with, and they would have seen what Equus did against Renegades, and let's be honest, they didn't do much. They have gone with Inferno pick. And the final decider, I'm kind of going to go with Overpass here. I think we might actually see Overpass coming out at the end here.
I think it could be the case. I mean, you said it's a ballsy pick to go for Mirage. I think it's a great pick, to be honest. It's one of the few maps they do have a win record on. It's one of the few maps they are tested on, so to speak, in official matches. So coming in as the underdog, you want to play something you're familiar with. You want to play something where you have a foot to stand on, regardless of your opponent. They know that they're not the favorites in this one, so they got to believe that if they play their A game and they play their own map, so to speak, they're going to be better. So in that regard, it's a great pick. Nuke going out of the way, as you said, that makes sense. Not a map that neither of these teams want to play, and definitely not a map that you want to go in on a third map Teterity with, where you don't really know what to expect from either team. So that's out of the way. I would not be surprised if we see Dust 2, which is another open map, another map both teams can play, and another map,
We got it banned.
Sorry,
Pim.
Overpass that was. But Train is going to be, that's going to be interesting. I mean, Train is one of those maps where you can approach it two different ways. You can play a very fast style of T-side where you put on a lot of pressure. You play a brand of Counter-Strike that I think the Chinese would like, which is just brute forcing your way into the sides from the get-go. Or you can play the more slow, methodical style of Counter-Strike where I think none of these teams would be feeling comfortable. So I would see this, for the sake of the entertainment, only go two maps.
Yeah, I think, honestly speaking, I'll be honest, you have the Dark Horse thing going for Equus. You don't know much about them and all that. We have EME coaching. But, on the desk as an analyst, you have to just go with what you know about these teams and what you know about the maps, right? So looking at Mirage, I think Cybersyn's going to take it. I'll be very honest about it. I think it's a mistake that they picked this map initially, unless they have something crazy planned with Cybersyn, which could work out. Bear in mind, unlike any of the other Asian teams or Australian teams, Equus is the only team who regularly practice against EU teams, because they actually ping well from Israel over to the German servers and the French servers. So I don't know which teams they played against, but even if you're practicing against like Tier 2 or Tier 3 EU teams, that's great practice right there. So they might have something in store for us. They could surprise us. But just looking at those maps, I just feel like that allows people like Savage, like TB, Viva, he showed a lot of yesterday. We, of course, had an HC with some impact frags. And, of course, even though Viva had more frags than anyone in his team, it was once again Bottle who was the highest rated player yesterday in that loss. So that's going to allow... Mirage is a map which allows these players to kind of shine. They're going to be unpredictable. So if you're just used to playing against typical Tier 3, Tier 2 EU teams, you're not going to be prepared for this. And this is the same problem most Middle Eastern teams face in the Asian minor.
And I think it's a fair point to raise that we have to go off from what we know, and we basically do not know a lot about this Equus club. So in that regard, we just have to guess the best we can and try to analyze the stuff that we have on our hands. And as you said, I think the practice environment for them is definitely better than it is for Cybersyn. But when it comes down to the individual level, when it comes down to the experience, when it comes down to pretty much anything else that in regard to Counter-Strike has a factor of playing in, they are on top of it. So I'm allowing myself to be positive surprised by Ace's club, and I'm looking forward to see what they can bring to the table. But looking by the video, looking by the players, looking by pretty much everything, we got to say that this should be a convincing 2-0 for Cybersyn.
Now, Mirage, right, we speak about it so often as a map that's pretty much been figured out at this point. We see it so much, teams know how to play it, but we speak about the Chinese teams, this crazy aim-heavy style, not so much the tactically gifted in that sense. But it's very scary when you go up against these Chinese with open areas and they can just get in there straight away with crazy aim. Bottle, for example, loves to just run around, kind of take full control in a way.
That's what annoys me a little bit about the Chinese scene, because I do see so much potential. There's a lot of aim, you know. There's a lot of. It seems like when they're in clutches as well, there's a lot of individual understanding of how to play the game and how to sort of like move around the map and make sure that you get into favorable positions. But when you have to play off each other or with each other, it seems like they're not communicating. It seems like they don't want to sort of like bring that an aspect into the game. And it's such a small change. It's basically just a mentality thing where if you look at other teams and look how they approach the game and look how they play off each other, how they bait each other into certain like positive situations, so to speak. There's so much to be learned from this region. Somebody got to go over there. Somebody got to teach them. And, you know, you can take the potential from going up here to up here within, you know, a few months, I would say, if they just wanted to enough.
Yeah, I think. What's your number there, Pimp? Just to check, right? Is that like a?
I think he's available right now.
I'll come if you're going to pay me enough money. I'll come
at this point, it could be any given European player who has just a little bit experience.
No, that's so true though. Like if people talk about Tyloo like they're an insane team or whatnot, right? It's not about the fact that they have crazy aimers. Sure, Bented's a beast, the best player Asia has by far, and like there's no doubt about that. Xcrit's a pretty decent opera, but then you have. The reason they're the best team in Asia is not because they have like individually gifted players. Now they have Attacker and Fancy coming in, but before that they had Captain Mo, somebody, DD. It's not like they were like crazy aimers. I think some of the players on Vici, on Cyberzen are actually better players individually speaking. But it's kind of crazy Tyloo with the language barrier, 2 Indonesians and 3 Chinese guys. They still manage to work only because they have the small little fundamentals, like you said, playing off each other, playing in pairs, making it work like a team. That's a small little edge they needed to take it to the next step. And unfortunately, the rest of the Chinese teams, it's like they just don't care about it. It's like we will deathmatch our way to a win. Doesn't really work.
Very true in the deathmatch sentence there. Now, just really quick, guys, who is the pressure on here out of these 2 teams who like really needs to walk away with the win? Is it straight away Cyberzen?
Yep.
There's no doubt. Like Cyberzen has to win this one. They're the favorites coming into this one. As said before, they have the experience, they have the prodigy to be here. Whereas I feel Aquis Club, it's a free scenario for them, right? If they play well, if they show some potential here, then we'll all be surprised. We'll all be happy on their behalf. And I think, you know, this minor is for them, you know, obviously to win. That's what they want to. But if they can gain some experience, gain some know-how of how to perform in pressure environments, how to perform at a minor, that'll go good for them coming into the next minor and the next minor and the next minor. Whereas for Cyberzen, it's an established Chinese team. They need to win, simple as it is.
Yeah, for Aquis, it's also about legitimizing yourself. Like with the Middle East, when it comes to online qualifier, it's always messy. There will never be fair because of how the region is and how the routing is with the networks and on network and all that, right? So for them winning on LAN or even coming close to beating Cyberzen, it's going to be a big thing, legitimizes them as a team. And for Cyberzen, they've been winning so much in China online. Prove it now.
Okay, well, they've tried to prove it online. Let's see if they can prove it on LAN. It's going to be our first best of 3 coming up. We're going to Mirage, and we've got Tom Biz and Jason Kaplan ready to do all the damage, all the commentary, and see how this one goes.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, as you can see on the desk, it's pretty heavily favored over towards Cyberzen. But I think here on our desk, it's pretty much the same thing for us, too.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sort of talk about a bit of an unknown entity in Aquis. I think even coming into the tournament, most of us were saying, how do we pronounce that? I think that was the biggest thing. It's like, I don't know half of the players. I know Imi, obviously the coach, but other than that, yeah, they are sort of a new ground in the minors, and it's definitely interesting. Obviously, it's something great about the minor system is you do get to see all of these new and different teams and how they play up against some of the more established, well-known, and I think, at least in the Asian scene, Cyberzen definitely have some of the players that we know and recognize. As you can see from the odds as well, they are fairly favored.
Yeah, and the thing is, like looking back to yesterday, we did get to cast the Greyhound versus Cyberzen game. And Greyhound struggled in the beginning. It wasn't necessarily a clean victory for them off the get-go. They had to adapt. They had to learn the way Cyberzen was playing and kind of adapt to their strategies. Aquis Club, they're going to be the ones that have to do the same here in a very tough situation playing up against the Chinese team of Cyberzen. We're about to kick things off here, Tom. We're seeing Cyberzen on the CT side and Aquis Club on the T side. And let's see what the Israeli team here is going to bring out.
Cyberzen. You can see INTZ. He was pretty good at the openers on the T side in the game we saw yesterday, and he's going to get opened on too this time. Already losing his life, and the T's will kick things off with an opening double. Obviously, having one of the toughest games yesterday, or the toughest, you could argue, so a little bit of an easier opponent today, but we need to see something more from Aquis, and they're already doing much, much better, finding what is the pistol.
What?
How is he getting away with this? 3 kills already. Starting to call into question whether this pistol will go their way. He's got to get the ace to try and win it. The remaining 2 players obviously being a little bit more careful than their counterparts with the battles that they're going to be taking. And you can see Asylum spotting onto the bomb. He knows there's nobody on it, so just will waste down that timer a little bit more. There's no kit for V. Oh no, he actually has. He picked up the kit, so got a little bit of extra time, but won't matter anyway. Zenser will finish the round, and although he gets a little bit of extra cash and maybe something to bring it into this round, ultimately Aquis, they got the pistol, they got it done.
I feel like Viva, though, put his foot down. I mean, they challenged him twice when he wasn't looking in CT spawn, and yet he 180'd, headshotted, and moved on with his life. Like, that's a well-done play out of him, and that shows he's been able to keep his composure, and I think, more importantly, not really be too nervous coming into this this series, and a very important series, since the loser, unfortunately, will be going back home, and will have no chance to get into the major. And of course, if you win this, you're guaranteed a chance. Actually, you're not still guaranteed a chance, but you're more likely to get into the playoffs, obviously. But you still have to come up against a very tough team later on, which would be Greyhound, to see who gets through as the second team out of the group.
That nade was dirty. Almost 100 damage, probably more than 100 damage, in fact, in the initial stages of this round from the CT side. However, Ponkt is going to be finding the opener. Nice shot from Bottle. He was the sort of star of the show, and he's looking to do a little bit more here. Gets himself a double, makes things interesting now with the CT side, still able to do damage with these pistols. Peek coming in as well from Hydra, who's fairly low on HP. He's going to lose his life to Viva, and the bomb still sat in the middle of the site.
You can see Aiko's just trying to take their time here. They know they should have the advantage of the situation, but Asylum, 70 HP, is looking for an opportunity to pick up someone from Kitchen, and the other player, Zenser, is going to be seen over towards short, and he can see there's no one in that direction, so maybe there's a chance Asylum can pick up the bomb here somehow. Maybe they could make a run for it over towards there. Maybe Zenser can actually make a little bit of an opening here if you can just catch out someone. Look how passive CyberZen are being. I don't know if they actually know. Actually, sorry, they do. Viva does spot out the bomb, so there's no reason for them to rotate at all. And Zenser is going to open things up. Viva's going to go down. But you can see how cautious Aquis are being. They're not even sure where anyone is, and that's allowed HZ to actually get a free frag. Or sorry, a free shot off, which potentially could turn into a frag as they now push in.
Yeah, they hear the bomb go down and try and capitalize off it. It looks like it should be sorted out, but HZ with a nice shot, at least with the Deke. He's going to go round in the corner, needs to hit the shot instantly, and Zenser will do it instead. So very, very close for comfort when it comes to Aquis in this second round. But again, close, but not quite enough for CyberZen.
That's a little bit worrying for me in terms of like information gathering. I can understand when you're Aquis there, you're not sure of the direction they're coming from, but to not expect to have maybe a second player from Kitchen and turn your back like that, put yourself on low HP, that could have been a round that they lost, and that could have been a major round that really hindered them mentally coming into the rest of this map, especially in a best of 3. You don't want to start off weak. You don't want to start off questioning your confidence.
Wow, you want to speak of confidence? CyberZen are bought again. They're trying to really play this forced buy war, but I feel like that could actually come to bite them because they're still coming in with a weaker buy than their opponent, and if it comes in with a clean round now, they're still going to have Deco. Obviously, they have a much higher chance of sort of getting the buys as the loss bonus will build up behind them, but you don't really want to be giving Aquis a 3-4 round lead right at the beginning of the map, so I'm not a huge fan of this force because, as sort of said, I feel like it's one of those situations where if you do a lot of damage in one of the rounds, normally the team you're opposing is going to be a lot safer in the next. And you can sort of see it here, like Aquis, they've yet to lose a single player. It's now, well, they will lose one there. Not expecting them to be in the window. And actually, Savage just managed to get a rifle. Is this about to become a little bit interesting once again?
Look at the bomb. T-spawn. Actually, if he continues to push that direction, maybe he can actually pick that up or prevent him from getting it. Unluckily, though, Savage won't be able to hear it out in time.
Oh, he's not going to catch him. He'll be too far away, I think. Just around the corner. Literally a second or two difference there, though, and you are right. He would have dropped the bomb, and that could have been round over. Still, he's going to have a very quick flank on the remaining players. Still a chance to do some damage. Doesn't have a kit, so again, the clock will be against him. But, yeah, these rounds have been very, very worrying for Aquis. At the same time, I feel like what CyberZen are doing to their own economy could actually prove to be worse.
Don't tell me there's a world here where you can actually get this kill on site. If he gets this one into jungle, maybe gets one onto site, there's a chance, and you can see the HP for Aquis is just not really going to be there, but luckily, Savage will back away, save the AK into the next round. And the thing is, like, we looked at this round as it started, Aquis didn't lose a single player until Savage picked up that AK, or he was able to actually get the first frag, then pick it up the AK, and then almost picked up another one at the end of things there. Even into the next round, with the AK saved, I felt there was a chance that we could see CyberZen actually still pick up the round nonetheless. They're doing so much damage to Aquis that, yeah, the economy is stable, but they're keeping things very risky for them and keeping them on edge.
Yeah, even the remaining players had such low HP, but this sort of the thing I'm talking about. You sort of look at the money now for CyberZen, and there's going to be that inkling in their mind, like, do we go for something again? Now, I think the obvious answer is no. Like, take the save, don't go for anything too risky, give Savage a chance to do a lot of damage, and you will be coming in with a 4-buy in the next round anyway. But at the same time, the likelihood is you're going to be 4-0 down. Now, you've done a lot of damage along the way, but you still don't want to give the T side a 4-round advantage at the beginning of the game when they could have had a buy this round, realistically. So I understand their mentality. Okay, we want to break them as quickly as possible, but it is quite risky. Savage, however, is perfectly placed for this push. He did so much damage in the last round. This time he starts off with that AK-47 and will just be sat in the ninja spot. They're not going to check it. The spray's a bit wild, but he gets away with it and finds a second as well. Now the pistols can look to push in, and maybe they won't need that extra round because it's doing damage. But Asylum, he's turned it again. Back into the 1v1. Oh, no. He has the HP advantage and just misses the timing on that shot and will eventually win. It's one man surviving again. But it's still 4-0 lead.
It doesn't feel like a 4-0 lead to me, honestly. It is not as clean as that scoreboard says. This has been the most ridiculous rounds we've seen. We've seen CyberZen in situations that they never should have had a chance to win, have actually been almost able to pull it back, and you can see on the scoreboard in just a few seconds, Asylum, 6 kills, 1 death.
The one saving them.
He definitely is, and he's had a couple of good shots over the course of this match so far, especially in the pistol round. I believe he got a double kill over towards short in from house. And Ecos, even with the 4-0 lead, I guarantee are still really cautious about how they're playing this because they realize a lot of these rounds were too close for comfort. Does he? Oh, I didn't see him yet.
It's the same spot. I don't know how he hasn't seen him at this point. TB is eventually going to be traded out, but the problem is they don't actually have anyone else on that site, so it's just going to come down to the retake. So although these rounds have been very, very close, it is still going to be a decent scenario for Aquis to make this 5-0. A fair bit of utility to get back into the site. Incendiary on Savage, which could play a big part, but they're looking to take more control. Now, this is quite risky for the T side, trying to push more individually, not take the spots available to them, but Asylum on the flank again, an impact frag, making his presence known over towards that mid spot is going to make things very difficult for the CT side to get back in. And what it seems like, maybe the pistols are actually the more powerful of the weapon. And just look at this, he's not even in mid anymore. That's a fantastic thing about getting that one kill, is HZ's still wary. Okay, could there be someone in mid? Could there be someone behind? There isn't. Aquis 5-0 up.
I feel like there's a story here for CyberZen that we saw actually happen in Overpass and played against Greyhound. You remember in towards Monster when they were on the T side? We saw them consistently go for a push through smoke directly into a Molotov. Like they did that 2 rounds in a row, and we were kind of questioning why kind of do that. And yet here on Mirage, they used the same spot twice in a row. Didn't work out the second time, and it seems like they become almost predictable at some points of how they're being unpredictable. Does that make any sense? They're being predictable about how they're being unpredictable. And that's something that was really heavily favored towards them, was their unpredictability and how aggressive they are sometimes, or a lot of the time.
Oh, that was an absolute mess of a push. Like, that was just a mess. They got caught by the Molotov. TB, for some reason, is facing the wrong way. That was just weird, but somehow Savage has just managed to equalize things. They've got that double AWP. I wanted to see Savage on the AWP yesterday. He's still the man that when I see this team, I'm like, I want to see that guy on an AWP. Very exciting player with that weapon. Quite hit or miss, but I suppose that basically is what an AWPer does.
Yeah, you either hit or you miss.
Yep.
So, good job.
They're already pretty much out of utility. Still a minute 5 left on the clock for the T's to make their move. They've got 1 smoke and 1 flashbang. So CyberZen still not in a good state. Savage switching out, but he will find himself another kill to bring it back into a 3 versus 3. However, that doesn't last for long at all. And he's looking to go a little bit more aggressive. And look at the rotation off the B side. Viva's gone into a more passive position. And I think he's got this completely wrong as they're about to come bursting out of the apartments. They've been played completely. Not quite sure why he dropped the bomb out there. I guess for his teammate to go and do the work for him. Setting up Ponked. Probably one of my favorite names.
Oh, that was
sat up and the flashbang's perfect. This is another round on the board. And these are the sort of moments I'm talking about. Like, we haven't had a clean round, a round where I've gone, okay, Aquis, they dominated. Okay, they were like high HP, no one really dying. But at the same time, you've had all these 4 spies early on, and CyberZen haven't won any of them. So the fact is, Aquis are sat 6-0 now. CyberZen, they don't have any rounds on the board. It doesn't matter how close they were.
Yeah, it doesn't, and that's like the kind of unfortunate part of what the scoreline does say, is it is not really showing how close these rounds really are. And I also want to give a shout to Zenser. He's been playing fantastic. I really like to see him hit a lot of these crucial shots. I mean, obviously Punked gave him that great flashbang in to Kitchen, but he's hitting the headshots. He did it in a round prior when they're up against the pistol force up out of Cyberzen, able to hit a very impactful shot over towards short, and then of course able to clutch around in the end of things. But Cyberzen just can't seem to get a read. And at the same time, just their raw aim is carrying them through to, you know, getting 3-4 kills around sometimes. Or most of the time, we should say.
Yeah. I also think that initial push that they had was just so messy that it sort of like destroyed the rest of the round. Like you had TB just dying from facing the wrong way. It was just really weird.
Have they full eco to single round?
No, but this time you can sort of say it's fine. Cause
yeah,
they've
because
got the max
loss, right?
bonus, so. Obviously, in the early rounds, you kind of understand it as well, just because they wanted to try and break the economy. But Savage this time, he's trying to be the hero. Understandable why he's so aggressive in these sort of scenarios, because he did have the sort of solo weapon, although TB has managed to get enough money to actually pick up a FAMAS. The question is, can they actually retrieve that AWP? Yes, they can. Bottle will have that in hand. So still a chance for them to do a bit of damage in this scenario. Bomb sat towards the top of mid, so Aquis definitely not dedicated to either side of the map just yet, but they do have a lot of presence in A, and Ponkt has just managed to negate all of these CT players. He's going to walk in, and Bottle's ready. Manages to take the kill anyway. The only problem now is going to be INTZ, but he completely misses the shots of the CZ, and that will be, well, should be the round, but Bottle's actually managed to sort of pick up an AK.
Yeah, he dropped the
AWP over to Viva. They're now into a 2v2. This is actually looking like a decent opportunity for them again. A round that shouldn't be going anywhere near their way. Asylum, that flashbang's not going to do anything, but that one will. Much better from him. Still the trades come back, and it's into the 1v1.
30 seconds left to go. Amercias does have the bomb in hand. He has 1 kill so far towards his name, and you can see Viva being very, very careful going for the peak. Bomb going to go down. He actually might push this one, actually challenge out. He's going to do it, but Amercias takes his head clean off his shoulders. Saves the round for his team. And Aquis is now up to 7-0 here on Mirage.
Can you check how many times they've had 1 player alive? Or does it,
if you tell me how, sure.
Hover over it?
Okay.
Does that even work? No.
Doesn't work on INTZ.
I'm sure there was a way to do it. Clearly I'm just brain dead. Either way, I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Observers are going to do it for us. Thank you very much. 3 times there's only been 1 player surviving for the T's, and that one on the other side as well a couple of times. So, yeah, it has been sort of a very close-knit game, but the scoreline doesn't reflect it. And I think the risks Cyberzen have been taking are a little bit too much. We got a full buy. You happy, Jason? We have a full buy for the CT side.
Well, the question is it going to matter? I hope so. I want to see a close match here, but the way Aquis is playing, well, I think I can't even say that. Again, these rounds aren't clean at all. And yet, Cyberzen is unable to secure a single one. It's come down to 1v1 the last round, with Amercias taking off the head of Viva.
That was only his 2nd kill, by the way.
Yeah, that was only his 2nd frag, but he hasn't really needed to frag too much necessarily. I mean, you have Asylum on 9, you have Zenser on 9, Hydra on 8. Punked and Amercias are actually on 3 and 2, so they haven't really needed to step up like this necessarily, but Cyberzen are just being really awkward in the way they're pushing sometimes, but their shots they're hitting, like Bottle Jr.'s had some great kills so far. Savage as well is up to 8 frags. But let's see, can Cyberzen finally turn their luck around here? I like the position on a TB. These flashbangs out of Aquis seem to be reading into the way Cyberzen want to hold aggressively on this defense.
Got rid of Savage straight away, but look at the bomb. Straight out onto the site. Still going to be traded quickly. And again, INTZ is just forced to try and back away, but he's going to be dominated. Bottle well placed to at least finish off another. And again, we turn into a close 2v2 situation. Viva rotating in, clearing out the jungle. And they do at least have mid control. And the bomb's sort of planted for that very position. Viva on the flank. And finally, Cyberzen has taken them a long, long time. But they're on the board.
Tom, help me out here. There was 0 smokes thrown in that round, right? Out of Aquis?
Not that I can think of.
I could not think of a single smoke actually thrown in that round.
CT was definitely open.
So was Jungle, so was Stairs, so was Palace. And yet they still had the money to buy up the smokes. Did they not actually not buy them? I didn't even look at that when we went to the round.
Maybe they just knew they were going to go for a faster push onto the side, but
like after plan,
yeah, you'd still section off some of the. It's weird.
It's all. I mean, and this is like one of the few maps that you can go for full execute onto the A side. The other team will let you get the bomb down, and then it's about only the after plant situation. So that's really odd to me, but. Now their economy could be broken. If they lose this round now, they'll be forced onto the save, and CyberZen could easily get 3 on the board.
Already, Savage is going to kick things off. Dink straight through. HZ has gone right up the top of mid and has the chance to trade out his SMG for something a little bit better. Still, they got the AWP homed in. Viva's been caught out a few times with getting the wrong rotation, but yeah, we've got HZ actually looking in on the flank. Another comes in. It was actually TB who dinked his own teammate. I wondered where that shot came from. Zents are able to trade once again, but they've still got to be wary of this flank, and you can see the rest of the CT should be a little bit slower. The bomb's actually peeking in here. Risky from Asylum, but he does actually manage to connect the shot, and I think they are a little bit worried about the flank coming in, but clearly not aware of how close HZ actually is. And there's Savage as well to close out the round. So finally, we do see the break.
You know, I didn't actually hate that push in towards Kitchen to go for another kill, because they realized, like, the gig was up. The other team knew they were going B, and they weren't able to be as quick as they wanted to, so they can maybe assume a quick rotate would have come in.
I just don't like it with the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that, definitely. But I like the idea of it at least.
Yeah,
to equalize things a little bit, make things a little bit more in your favor. Fortunately, it didn't work out for them. And this goes into another thing I was looking at yesterday. In the CyberZen versus Greyhound game, there was 0 pauses in the entire match. Even with CyberZen down 7-0, why the hell are they not taking a pause to talk some things over? Yes, they're on the CT side, but if anything, just slow the momentum, freeze out Aquis like we see in traditional sports. For instance, in like American football, you know, you pause the kicker, you try to freeze him out to make him get nervous, and then just take a second to compose yourself. And yet, the pause we just saw come in was out of Aquis.
Yeah, I'd like, especially in the early rounds where they were like going for force buys and stuff, like maybe take a moment to consider the consequences or like what could come of it. But hey, it doesn't seem to be their style. Their style is random and aggressive.
I think there's also the other side to the coin is that if they do pause, they give Aquis a chance to think things over and talk things over to the way they're playing. But without being up 7-0, it's not like they needed to in Viva. It's a nice little spray down for a double.
This is looking much, much better from CyberZen. Of course, it's only pistols, but looking to try and get themselves a clean round, which has to be said was something that Aquis pretty much failed to do in all of the rounds that we actually saw them play. It was very, very close, even if it was just pistols. Bottle will go down, but that should be the rifle retrieved, so only an SMG loss for the CT side, which, if anything, may actually be a bit more of a benefit, because hopefully that means we'll see rifles across the board.
Well, we're going to go into the next round here, round number 10. We're going to see if, sorry, round number 11, and see if CyberZen can keep this momentum up, as they've been able to take now 3 straight here. We're going to have the BIPE come back in out of Aquis. Again, the utility is going to be a little bit lacking, as you can see. But they still have a heavy invested into Molotovs, actually, which I find interesting. Choosing the Molotov over the smoke to clear out some positions, but I feel like that's kind of been feeding into the way that they've been playing here so far.
Once again, the challenge for mid-control, it has to be said, other than the sort of really aggressive pushes we've seen from the CT side, there hasn't been a whole lot of a challenge for mid in general. It's just been more, okay, either we take it completely or just let them have it. It's not been a sort of middle ground of like, sort of like trying to take the battles versus the Ts. They're fairly happy to play from the sites. And like you could already see Savage has pretty much just abandoned any section of window. But this time, we are going to see the smoke out for Connector. I wonder if there's a little bit of a gap around the corner of that. They'll have to be a little bit careful. And Hydra sat on ramp, as it looks like they are just going to go for a split, but they don't have any sort of smoke for short. Now, they're very lucky that there's no one there. So it won't actually be a problem for them, as it is so passive at the moment. But Savage, once again, he's been very good at finding these early picks. Hydra, nice snap onto HZ, and TB going to be up close, takes the wide peek. I think he knew he was going to get pincered in, but now this is just risk and no reward for the CT side as they try and gamble back into the site, going through the quote-unquote murder hole and getting murdered. There's a reason for the name. Now the remaining players have just got to try and duck out of the round. Is Viva going to get caught? He's actually going to take the fight. They're the ones with the economy issues here. Savage is going to manage to pick off Anarchias at least one kill. And they're still trying to really do damage to that T economy, which is understandable, but at the same time, I'm more the sort of the safer person. Like, secure your own economy first. then try and do damage to your opponents.
I was actually surprised to see Bottle just push through the murder hole. I mean, it's either you're going to get murdered or going to come out with glory, and in his situation, it came out with him being murdered. There was like, the thing is, there was like no smoke off or anything like that. They saw that it was completely open. They came in from connector with 3 players or 2-3 players. Like, I'm actually surprised to see him just flat out push through it. Maybe he was trying to catch him off guard. He could have went around towards CT and stayed alive and then just given them that control. But either way, it doesn't work out for them, and Aquos is going to take another round.
I think especially if you know that they've gone through connector, you can like 99% assume there's going to be someone in jungle. Like, that was such a risky play, but I feel like that's just CyberZen. It's all or nothing. It's like, I'm going to kill everyone or I'm going to die. And there's no, like, a lot of the time there seems to be no thought process in a lot of the decisions they're making, and it's losing them rounds.
I would actually like to, like, in an interview, ask them about their playstyle and why they play the way that they do and why they feel it's the best way to play.
I feel like you're only going to get an answer that will really annoy Pimp.
Well, that's not hard to do. Let's be fair. But either way, into round number 12, Aquos have a massive lead here, currently at 8-3. And again, just walking up, not using smokes, not telegraphing anything in Hydra. They're actually going to catch out 2 players looking over towards A-Rep. They pick up their pace here. Amercias takes the first on HZ. TV's going to take down 110 and a second. Unable to get the transfer in time, but there's no way they're going to expect a third player or second player to be here. It's going to be Savage, and he will get the first frag. The bomb going to be rotating from T-spawn, and Savage is going to be rotating back as well.
I think he heard it.
Oh, and he's peacing out. He's put on his Nikes. He's running away from this one.
You mean his unsponsored ESL shoes?
Yes.
Of course.
From Snipes.
That's what we're actually all wearing.
You can send me free stuff. I'll give you my address later. I'm going to say that on stream.
The 1v2 for Asylum. They have been pretty good in these clutch situations, it has to be said. There's been a lot of close rounds in this match, and Aquos have come out with pretty much all of them. The fact is, can he do it again? And the CTs, obviously, they can't really gamble on their defense. They have absolutely no idea where he's going. He could have run all the way around to B, so Viva's just going to be waiting on that side of the map, and Savage is left here alone. They are the 2 top fraggers at the moment for the CyberZen side. The problem is, if he goes for any sort of default plant, he's dead. Like, the Palace is pretty much the worst position for that, and this is the perfect place for Savage. Very well played. Bomb will go down, so it's a little bit of extra money that probably CyberZen didn't want to hand over to their opponents, but they do break back in an important round. This is the one where their economy would have been absolutely wrecked, and we would have pretty much seen 10+ round guaranteed for Aquos. Now they still have a chance to turn this back even to an 8-7, which, considering how things started, that would really not be a bad turnaround at all.
100%. The thing is, they still have a while to go before they can get to that. Aquos is going to be taking another timeout here, so that's half of theirs now gone.
Do CyberZen have a coach? Because I haven't seen, the first time we looked at them, I didn't see anybody behind them. Obviously,
well, luckily I can go to liquipedia.net and tell you if they do have a coach currently listed. Addingwell is currently listed as their coach.
Maybe it's just set down. But
whether or not he's here is another question, and I don't believe he's here with them.
It doesn't look like it. So I guess that could be another reason, like, why they're not taking a huge amount of tactical pauses, is because ultimately they're just going to be listening to Savage or whoever anyway. So he can maybe just do it at the beginning of the round. Obviously, I still like it for the idea of momentum. There's plenty of reasons to take a pause, but obviously for Aquos' sake, they've got Emi standing behind him. They brought him in for a reason, so they're going to give him the time to talk, and, well, so far, so good. Still 8-4 up. Obviously, this round was sort of a, do we force, do we not? Do we want to try and break back in economy? They're taking the safer route, and I've said it before, I'm much more interested in seeing teams like focus on their full buys, not go for these risky force buys that, well, for CyberZen at least haven't been working too well, at least in terms of winning the rounds, but it is going to be a fast speed play. Nice shot from Viva. Needs to kick things off, but still 4 players to find.
There's no way they expect Bottle here. And actually, they fake out the plant and they actually catch them off guard. The problem is, it doesn't matter because he's got a weapon and Aquos don't. And that will be a clean sweep here for CyberZen. One of the cleanest rounds they've had over the course of this first half. As we go into round 14, there's a legitimate chance we could see that 8-7 scoreline like you're saying.
It's sort of painful though. Because you watch the way they're playing and you're like, if they actually come out this for 7 rounds, it's like, how have they managed to do it?
If they like... If in like the second round, if like maybe they got 1 extra frag or able to win 1v1, we could have been seeing, you know, potentially them on 10. You know, like a 10-5 scoreline, even potentially more.
Or even if they just ecoed a little bit earlier.
Just let it go. Just let it go, man. No, I'm just kidding. I agree though. Like if they had the weapons, especially with the way Bottle and Savage have been playing so far, and Viva stepped up. Of course, just like talk about Savage, his head completely taken off. And I'm not going to win the lottery tonight, so we'll see how that works out for me. But in the meantime, that nade is going to do 0 damage, but it doesn't matter.
This was a kill.
Oh, did get a kill, sorry.
It's going to do 0 damage, but he killed someone. 3 kills for Bottle. Nice work in middle. And
it's Cast a Curse. I called it before it did any damage. And then, of course, it had to do like 3,000, which is not even possible.
It is if you believe. Well, Bottle still, he wants more. He's looking to try and take the fight into middle. He is the man that was highlighted on the desk and can be the star of this show and seems to have come alive in this round at least. He's going to do everything. Bottle with the ace. And yeah, Cyberzen, they're looking good for that 7.
Especially now with Aquos having pretty much no money and just forcing up into these pistols. You're shaking your head. You're a little bit confused. You're a little bit frustrated. I can hear Pimp.
How does he push mid and get 5 kills like that?
Like that?
It's impressive, but you do sort of have to sit there and go, wow. Like, okay. How does he not get killed? But anyway, moving on, just for my sanity's sake.
Caster with me, you're not allowed to have sanity. You do have an auto sniper picked up here for Savage, by the way.
Savage by name, savage by nature. A weapon that many frown upon, and we'll see if he's going to be punished for using it. It's only pistols as well. A bit of brutality thrown in from Savage, but he does get the early double. TB. He's looking to try and push back in his own. Actually going to be caught out. The auto sniper may come to punish this CT side, as now it's in the hands of Hydra. And he's going to look to try and shoot off the many heads of Cyberzen.
Let's see, though, over towards A-Ramp. He has head armor as well, so he's not going to be aim punched at all. 2 from CT, 1 from stairs. He's actually watching this angle. He actually turns away at the last second. But Punk's going to be there. He gets the first. Viva and Bottle Jr. going to be the last alive. Viva gets 1. Hydra's able to chime in with his auto sniper. And just as you said, it was a Savage buyout, but unfortunately comes back to haunt them. And that's going to be finally them able to take a round to take it 9-6 at the end of the first half. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading to a short break. But when we come back, the continuation here of our first match of the day will be here. Well, if you guys went AFK after the first couple of rounds here on Mirage, you might be a little bit surprised to see the score line now here between these two teams, as Aquos had a 7-0 start and then went on to only be up 9-6 at the end of the first half. So credit to Cyberzen for what they've been able to accomplish so far in the series. As Bled tweeted out, this is some of the August Mirage we've seen so far in this tournament.
Well, it's going to be a quick push in onto this A site. Nice little crossfire for the CTs. I think there may have even been a team dink in there somewhere, but nonetheless, it seems to be working out. Although, again, it always seems to go back into a 2 versus 2. There's never just a clean round for Aquis when they do take themselves the lead.
What happened? We were in like the first 20 seconds of the round, and all of a sudden 6 people are dead. It's insane how like fast and loose they're playing. This is a best of 3. This is your tournament life at stake.
Well, are they going to expect Zenza? They are, but he's just going to fade away, take down TB, and leave it onto Savage. Now, he has been one of the best players in the server so far, and we're going to see if he can clutch this one out. At least gets a bomb plant, that's guaranteed. There's nothing anybody can do to stop that. And the rotation about to try and come in from Zenza. He does also have the P250, which, although gives him the lack of armor, gives him a little bit of range, which the Glock doesn't really have. Also has a flashbang, which, well, we'll see if he can utilize that. Either way, smoke going to go down. Doesn't actually really benefit. It's not onto the bomb at all, so still the bomb will be ticking. Savage has been spotted, so they know exactly where he is. He's going to go for the peek out, but doesn't manage to find anything. It's just going to be the flash as he attempts to peek onto the bomb. Still, there's nobody on it. Nice shot from Savage as he just looks to burn down the clock, and he has won this round purely based off of time. There's nothing Zenza can do in this situation, and somehow, what was that? 2v5? They managed to turn it back.
What's going on here?
I don't know, but I think he actually did dink his teammate in the middle of that.
I really want to have this map finish just quickly and get to analysis desk to hear what they have to say, because I feel like it's just going to be Pimp and Blood just face palming.
Not even that. When Blair comes out of that room, he's going to have the same hairstyle as me.
Because he pulled it all out from frustration.
Ripped it all out. I'll have a nice new belt.
What? A belt of hair?
Hey,
I'm not into it.
Until you try it.
Anyways, 7-9 as CyberZen do take that round. Well played by Savage there to draw that round as long as he possibly could. Speaking of the man, he's trying to make a play over towards Catwalk, or sorry, towards Short. Towards Connector, if I can get my words out here. That's just how confused I am with what's been going on in this map.
I'm enjoying myself.
I always enjoy myself when I'm here with you, Tom.
It feels weird when you say something nice.
Because it makes me look extra taller and it makes me look like I have more hair than I actually do.
There you go.
Come on, you knew it wasn't going to be that nice. In the meantime, though, CyberZen going to push into the A site, uncontested. And there should be the bomb down. And
did you not see him planting the bomb? Pretty sure he was looking directly at him. The guy connected could have had a freebie. Instead, they're going to get a couple of free kills. Oh, no. How much damage can they realistically do here? There's still like a Mach 10, a couple of DEs. There's another one. Can Punk do anything more? I think all of us are being punked at the moment because this game is absolutely ridiculous. And now Zenza, can he do any more damage with the DE? Yes, he can. He's going to finish off one more and get all of the remaining kills. Sure. Does he actually have time to defuse this? No, he doesn't. Okay. I was just sort of sat there for a moment like there's... No. Just no.
Actually, if you look right over there, you can see some hidden cameras and Ashton Kutcher's over there to come out. Dear Lord, this is just really weird, insane play out of both teams. Just strategies out the window. Let's just fight. Just duke it out.
Bear in mind, this was a 5v5 after plant.
Since when did Counter-Strike become an arena FPS? That's what I want to know.
Stop. Just stop. I'm in enough pain as it is. But yeah, they now do so much damage in the previous round that they come in with a pretty solid buy on the CT side. And the Ts, it's messy. They've got a couple of SMGs, a reasonable amount of utility, which is where they do sort of outdo the CT side a little bit. Looking like they want to go for a faster play over towards the A side. But thankfully, once the smoke went down, they decided not to push through it.
You say that.
Yeah.
But watch what's going to happen right now. Okay, no, not that crazy. Oh my god, please don't. All right. But they do have a player lurking over towards middle, which I like to see. It's Savage, again, the big playmakers you pointed out, and the Desk pointed out over the course of the pre-match. But with that though, it's going to be hard for him to really do much at range, especially against the buy-up that Aquis do have. They're being cautious, actually. CyberZen, they're actually watching the flank. That's what Savage is kind of doing, so they don't get flanked in from T-spawn. Flashes have to come in. Silent. They get dinked up quite heavily here. Hydras going to be tucked away towards site, but he gets taken down here by the AK out of HC and Bottle Jr. Okay, Pons Anarch is able to fight back, and Punked again able to get another frag on the board. Very crucial frags this man is picking up. And Bottle, he's out of here. He's immediately running away. Maybe trying to get over towards that B side or potentially fake out back towards A. And if you're Aquis here, I feel like you almost want to stick together as 3, especially with how this match has been going.
Well, yeah, you sent their economy down to nothing in the last round after killing everyone. So even if they get a bomb plant, it doesn't actually make a difference to the buy. The CyberZen can't buy into the next round anyway. So if they just stick together, they've got one man sort of a little bit over to the other side of the map. So if there are footsteps or if he hears the bomb going down, they can all rotate. And yeah, just focus on your own economy. And I think that's something that Aquis have done quite well. They've been trying to build up cash. And on the other side of things, CyberZen just don't really care. They just buy whatever they fancy. So yeah. It is just going to be the save from Bottle. He'll have an AK into the next round. Everybody else should. Well, I say should have nothing, but I almost feel like they will force just because they have so little cash. They can't really buy into the next anyway.
I was going to say, you maybe forgot we're casting the CyberZen here.
I don't know. It's like, what, so... Yeah, CT side first rounds, they're only going to get 1,400, so I actually don't have a problem with them forcing into this one because their money is so wrecked by the last round that some of them actually had the minimum amount of cash you can possibly get without just dying after time on the T side.
And thing is, like, I want to kind of like look into this in an analytical point of view of like, you know, if you get an AWP, can they dismantle some defenses? But it's just been so brawly that, you know, even Goku would have a tough time fighting back from this one. Either way, 8 to 10.
But that's what it was. They were just powering up for all of those rounds.
For like 5 episodes in a row.
The first 7 rounds of the game were just CyberZen powering up.
Channeling their...
They were all screaming in their seats. Either way.
I think I heard Blood give us a sympathy laugh over there in the green room. Thanks for that, man. Appreciate it. 1:10 left to go. And they've been able to sneak their way up connector. There's no one actually watching the A site, funny enough. They could have maybe have gotten the bomb down. Hydra's going to be very far pushed up towards Palace, so if he can hear the bomb being planted or hear them pushing in towards the site, he can maybe flank around, prevent the bomb from going down, prevent a lot of money. But we're going to see a plant over towards short. Again, Savage can be waiting in that position with the CZ. He needs to get that big kill, though, onto Amercias, who's currently sitting behind a smoke to pick up a weapon and maybe help out from here. But Amercias gets the shot. The smoke has dissipated, and Savage, you can tell he wants his AWP because they could win the round off the back of that, especially with Amercias being the only player there.
Yeah, this would be crucial. If he can get this kill, he has the perfect angle onto the bomb. So that's going to be probably the most impactful kill, other than maybe Bottle just trying to do it alone. But there's been a few kills. He does get the AWP. The problem is the smoke has already gone down, so he has to quickly move in through the connector and actually try and get towards the bomb. Nade going to be done down. It's just going to be something through the smoke, if anything. And, well, Savage isn't even going to bother. Keep the AWP, give them to fight something in the next round. Okay, the CT's not going to be too unhappy with that. I do wonder why he didn't just take a pot shot.
Exactly, right? Because they knew where the bomb was planted.
Have you not seen Dupree? He can do it. Why can't Savage?
Because Dupree is, was it number 2? No, he's like top 10 in the world.
Yeah, he did pretty well.
He did right. But no, I 100% agree. Like, why would you just not go for the shot? It's not like he ran away to T-spawn to hide, right? So why not go for it?
no-scope it. Like,
we caught now. And as we learned from Stunna. Just going to stop there. Not give anyone else anything to write about here today on a slow news day here in the world of esports. Amercias, though, going to be pushed up over towards B halls. Bomb is currently leaning in this direction of the map, and they're actually getting aggressive here. I'm surprised to see him push this far up, but he got up early enough that there was no one crossed over to the side to get surprised on, and Zenser's going to be the one to take the head off of Bottle Jr.
Still takes a dink in return, and we still have Savage with that AWP saved from the previous round. He's actually going to be the one boosting up INTZ to try and make a bit of a play, as he would just sit around in this mid spot. Again, it seems like quite a passive hold coming out from either CT side, just trying to hold back in towards the sites and somewhat gamble, like we saw the aggression in the previous round into the Palace. However, Savage, he's just trying to get an elevated angle, but he's got to be a little bit careful of these remaining players around that short spot. Ponk slightly misses the timing. He won't get the second either, so Savage will be able to escape, and HZ, more importantly, has managed to be a little bit sneaky around the back of this market.
Don't tell me Aquis are going to throw this round somehow. Oh no, oh, Punk's just... Punk, get your weapon out, shoot your gun! HZ gets the frag. Now, Amercias is going to have a lot of pressure towards him. He's going to have to get these shots. He doesn't have an escape route here, but he creates one, taking out HZ and Savage! Amercias is being the man they need here. He can't take down TB, but he's bought time. He's bought a chance here for the CTs to come in. The bomb has been dropped, and just like that, with the Hail Mary of a play, at Amercias, they saved the round. Oh dear Lord, this. My heart's gonna explode, not just from the coffee I'm drinking, but from how these rounds are going.
Just everything about this round was a mess. Like, how does he hit both of these shots? Just one jumping and falling, hitting the air, and just, I don't even know. I felt like the way I commentated that was more like a sort of skateboarding movie. Like, hits the grind towards the end. It just doesn't make any sense. But, you know.
I'm digging this. I'm digging the Asia Minor. I'm not gonna lie. This is like some exciting Counter-Strike. We don't have to wait, you know, a minute and 30 seconds for any real action to come in.
Sometimes you don't even have to wait 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, here we go now. Round 21. Honestly, could not tell you how this series is gonna go anymore. There's no way we can predict any sort of scoreline here at this rate.
I felt like even flipping a coin wouldn't do it justice. Like,
the coin would land on its like straight up standing.
I feel like it's one of those questions you'd have to ask like that super robot from like
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah, and it would still just be like 42. Like, that's the answer to your question.
I know you would stump it, be like, I don't know. I have no idea.
No idea.
Well, let's see if CyberZen have an idea, though, of how they want to go about this. They have a massive spread across the map here. You can see a person post up in Connector, one in T-spawn bringing the bomb back, even one push towards B-halls. I feel like CyberZen are just expecting or hoping for some aggression of Aquis, and then to turn that in their favor, it's just, honestly, you can see Aquis are being more passive this round and not giving them an opportunity to get an early frag. But the Connector's kind of left open here. Punked going to be hurt and actually going to back away. So there's actually a chance we could see CyberZen just sneak through in towards window. Look at that. They're actually got two players already pushed up in towards jungle. Simon's going to be there to spot him out at least to cover that angle. But that could have easily gone a different direction.
Nice couple of shots from him has probably saved the round, but the Molotov will clear one, and the trades just come back in seconds.
What's that about saving the round, Tom?
Bottle and Savage doing work again, and somehow it always hits a 2v2, no matter the situation, no matter what's going on. But luckily, in these situations, the CTs have done good work, but this man is trying to stump them once again. Savage turns it into the 1v1 versus Hydra, knows the position and finds the kill as well. How many clutches has he now pulled off of them? I feel like he's won half of the rounds for his team in these like end of round situations.
Tom, there's three things certain in life now. Death, taxes, and a 2v2 with CyberZen and Aquis. That's pretty much what's come down to. Oh, I think it was like, they got 2 kills on the get-go, right? They were trying to push in towards jungle, and yet somehow they still get a triple entering the site. Like, the raw aim out of these players is carrying them into this match. They're carrying them up to 9 rounds. Just imagine if they had like some legitimate strategy, you know, behind that, how good of a team they could be.
If you're IMI in this situation, like, what are you even saying? Like, right, guys, when you get into a 5 versus 2, if 3 of you could just not die, that would be absolutely fantastic. Like, I don't know what you say in these situations, because every time they're in like a massive advantage, and then somehow CyberZen just get 3 kills back, and you just sat there looking at them like, what do I say? Like, I would not like to be in his shoes.
There's nothing I can tell you strategically wise. Not lose
your
those
positions
rounds.
were fantastic, but you still died, so I don't really know what to do. I'm hoping he's a little bit better at his job than I am at his job, and that's probably why he has his job. Either way, Bottle is going to be finding the opener this time. It's not an advantage for Aquis, which is something we normally see. Quick push going to be coming into the site again, with Asylum in the backline. Savage with another onto Punked.
Did he just run up middle into Connector and do that?
Let's just assume so.
Oh my.
He's actually going to escape as well. This is looking much better from CyberZen. Just cleaning up this site. It's left all onto Asylum in the backlines, and can't turn into a 2v2 this time. The money is now gone as well for Aquis. It's looking like sort of the previous half where they start quite well and then fade away, but this time it's happened quite a bit earlier. And that's a little bit worrying for Aquis. I believe as well this is their map choice as well.
Yep, this is their map choice. Wait, just to remind you guys at home who might just be joining us here, we started off 7-0 to Aquis.
Although we have to admit that I think that 3 or 4 of those rounds came down to 1v1s.
Yeah.
So like, it's not as close as you might think. Then we had CyberZen win a few rounds, and some of them even win them with 0 players alive, which against an eco. That was in our second half. It's definitely been an interesting match, and if you have missed what's happened so far, you're probably still sane. That's the good point, but you have missed some crazy moments. Obviously, this time, I want to say this should be quite a clean round for CyberZen, but I don't feel safe even saying that.
Even if all of one team was dead, we would still probably not be confident to say it's going to be a clean
They've all
round.
died to the bomb.
Still not sure if it's going to be clean, though. Well, we do have one player only. It's going to be Zen to defend. He only has a USP. It's a full save here out of Aquis. Full eco into this round. And yet, CyberZen are being cautious. I think they're trying to suss out some information. Savage gets the first. Again, not going to be a clean round, as we can see. Hydra should be able to secure that Mach 10. Being very careful about how he does retreat away from this as TB's trying to find him out. And again, turns the wrong direction. What is going on here, Tom? His hands are in his face. Mine are going to be there momentarily, but finally INTZ and Viva do finally put this back into normality. Asylum. Watch him. He's going to get like a 2K here. I'm just calling it right now. If that happens, I think I'm just going to shave my head.
You can't. Same.
Oh, don't.
Gone. Yes, he's going to get the AK.
Oh, no! What is going on?
Jason's hair. Everybody, please clip that and tweet at ESL, at J Kaplan, all across the internet.
Just make sure you're following at J Kaplan.
If he gets 2 kills, he's going to shave his head. So there you go. 2 kills. The one time you don't cast a curse him.
I technically did cast a curse myself.
Yeah.
That one. Like,
he almost gets the 3rd one as well. That's the most worrying thing. That was unreal. One player survives to
how is that not a clean round? They're all USPs. How do they get 4 frag? I just don't want to do this anymore. How does this happen? Yeah. Worst part is I have a really badly shaped head, and the hair is the only thing I have going for myself.
Oh dear Lord.
Well, my sanity's gone. My hair will be gone soon, probably.
I think we should get that done at the major. Just like bring you in, get your head shaved.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a fun day for me.
It is for everyone else. Either way, back to the game. TB, he's managed to get himself the opening kill. Punked there with the trade, but he's sitting the 4v4. Zensa sprays wildly, but a lot of damage already done to the CyberZen side. Looking to try and find those openers once again. By the looks of it, though, they're actually going to go rotating back, but they've been caught in middle. Looking a lot better from the CT side. Cleaner kills coming in. The question is, are we going to have our sort of crazy trades going back once again? That seems to be the case, and the T's are all over the place at the moment. One in towards the ladder and one top mid. One walking around the back of the spawn. All in individual positions and a lot of fights that need to be taken. Even watching short for his own teammate there is Bottle. But now they look to round into the side. Bottle surely can't do anything here. INTZ will be able to trade, but Asylum is there once again. And it's left all onto Viva. 1 versus 3, looking to try and get that bomb down, but just can't do it. And it will be a 13th on the board for Aquis. Obviously, again, we talk about so much damage being done in that USP round that their money's messy again.
All right, can we do a double or nothing on this? Is that doable?
No.
I mean, what? Okay, if I step it up to like waxing my chest instead of shaving my head.
Is that really stepping it up?
That's very painful.
It's very painful, but as a man with a full head of hair, I feel like it's not as painful as shaving your head.
It's because you don't have hair on your head.
I know, that like for me, it's not really that much of a deal. I don't think it's bad having a shaved head. Why? What's wrong with it?
Everything, because it's cold. It's winter.
They have these things they invented called hats. They're quite good.
I told you, I have an oddly shaped head. Why are you going to rub this in on me, man? Come on. 13-11 here for Aquis. CyberZen, they don't have the prettiest of eyes, as TB does eat. Oh, no. He eats a nade. I still can't tell you how this is going to go. I can't even say with confidence that Aquis is going to win this. I can't say with confidence that CyberZen is going to win this map.
I think the only thing that we can be fairly confident in is it should go to all of the rounds, because it has been so backwards and forwards over the last few streaks of 3 for either side. And, well, Aquis managing to still be in the lead, at least for now. And Zensa, he's got all the way through Abs. All the way into the back of Abs. Savage, there's no way he can expect.
Hello?
Oh, he doesn't see him. That's the X-ray giving you a little bit of extra there. And actually, the T's in the meantime managed to get a couple of kills. Still, Amercias has caught one, but look at the flank. Zensa's right behind. He catches the bomb. bomb on the floor in towards the spawn, but then he doesn't know the Savage also behind him. He gets that kill as well. Zenza with a double that could have just ended the round. The rest of the team is still trying to fight for the site. The fact is the bomb is not coming.
Just stay alive.
Has to be careful. It won't matter. Amercias is going to get the kills in the end, and Zenza with that double towards the spawn. That was, again, just, it made no sense. Like, I feel like somebody had to know that there was the player there. Like, I'm not sure why Savage wasn't...
He ran to T-spawn, right? Am I not... Did I hear things? Did I see things?
Look, Jason.
Oh, man.
Things don't make sense.
What a world we live in.
Well, CyberZen, they're back on pistols. Their favored weapon.
I was going to say, yeah, they're back on pistols, but that's not saying they're at a disadvantage in this round.
No. Also, if they do manage to scrape this round, when they do manage to scrape this round,
you'll wax your chest.
Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm already bold. I don't need to do anything more to myself.
You'll
my genes have done that for me.
You'll cosplay as Mr. Clean.
No, I already do. Amercias, though, starts things off. It's going to be the fast push in. Molotov will force one out. TB able to trade one, but the positions are good from the remaining players. I'm more interested in Savage. Can he somehow find this kill onto Zenza? That would be pretty much the B side completely open. There's nobody else here, and oh, the drop down, he may just be able to get past without making any noise, at least any that Zenza can hear. It's just going to be that kill onto short. The rotation already slightly coming back for the remaining players, but this is going to be it. If Savage can just finish off this player, but he doesn't manage to connect the shots, and now the rotation has come in for the remainder. Ponk will put him down, and that leaves just TB remaining. There should be a 15th round on the board as INTZ finally get themselves to the map point. And now, well, all we're going to get is pistols again.
And again, I can't say that INTZ has this round in the bag with how this match has gone, how this map has gone. This is only map 1, keep in mind. We still have Inferno to come up next. And if we can get to a third map, it'll be Train of all maps. I would love to see Train somehow with these two teams and how they've been playing. It's really anyone's guess on how this series is going to play out over the course of these next few hours. Here we go. Can INTZ close this out, put themselves up 1-0? This is their map choice. CyberZen, even with just the pistols, I still have confidence that there's a good chance they still can come back for this, especially with Silent pushing up like this. He doesn't spot out the player above him, and luckily for him, he does escape with 0 points of damage taken. But he only spotted one, so he doesn't know there's actually going to be 3 other players there. This is why you see him shoulder peeking, trying to gather more info. And in the meantime, Savage again on his own, going to be flanking in from underpass. Oh, again, he gets behind players, but Asylum is just mowing them down here towards A ramp. Savage able to take down Punked. Not able to recover the weapon, though. What's up?
It's just going to happen. I just feel it coming. There's going to be aggression out from Zenza once again. They're actually going to look to try and fight in mid-control. Luckily, there isn't really anybody there. It's only Amercias with the AWP.
Why would you go middle with just pistols as well? What do you know you're up against an op?
Surprise.
Hey, I'm just as surprised as probably INTZ might be here in this round.
He may actually be able to completely avoid it.
There's no way he's going to die here.
Amercias goes for the peek. He spots all the information. That's the big thing. It's just the direction they're actually going to go. They double back. I like it. They're going to go back towards the A site because they were spotted going towards B. This is actually really smart from CyberZen to try and section off the rest of the site. The only player they have to worry about is Hydra sat in the corner. And there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, so they have so many angles left to clear. The rotation will now come back in from the CT that was in the corner. But Savage, he's actually going to check the angle. And now they look to finish off the orbit, but they can't quite do it. He's going to get another kill. This is a mistake again from CyberZen. 9 seconds left on the clock as they will retrieve the bomb, jumping up. Now Zenza may just be able to spray him through, but he's actually just going to instead opt to get that a little bit closer. TB looking for the peek out. I don't know actually if he spotted anything there. Zenza just waiting up above on the stairs. Both players now knowing where the other individual currently sits is going to just come down to the 1v1 duel. TB with no utility, but he's going to win it anyway. Headshot onto the final player, and with pistols, CyberZen make it work.
This is madness, honestly, Tom. And the sure as hell is not Sparta. What is happening in this series? 7-0 scoreline for INTZ Club. And then CyberZen, on the shoddiest of buys, are able to win rounds. INTZ taking their last time out here to discuss what the hell is going on. The money is not even really there here for CyberZen. You don't forget the AK, stick to pistols. How many pistol rounds have they won versus how many gun rounds have they won? I feel like it's really damn close.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know the song Crazy? I think
by who?
Pretty much the beginning of that song just sort of like, I remember when I lost my mind. I think
Britney
it was
Spears?
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I think that pretty much just sums up my life at the moment, because this has been just a ludicrous game, but it's been exciting, that's for sure. Enjoyable to watch, even I'm so excited.
Yeah, even though like we're having some fun with this and, you know, being confused, but it's still a really fun game to cast and a really fun game to watch, because no one can predict what the hell is going to happen in this match. We're going to have a two-man stack of Aquis over towards short. Actually, they're going in towards underpass. They're actually flanking behind them.
Yeah, they're already on the
Don't tell me they win like this.
They've only got a few pistols in this round. The dink hits straight onto TB. He's going to expect the second player. Information at least gathered, but it won't matter. Punk's going to remove his head anyway. Viva now looking to throw the same Molotov that his teammate just failed to throw. Still got a couple of players in towards the market as well. Comes the peek back in. Viva just looking to restore a little bit of normality to this one. However, Amercias doesn't like that idea, and he's managed to retrieve an AK-47. You can tell in their minds that they still believe that they can win this round, just based off what has been done over the last few. Pong even going to be waiting. They're just trying to hold for the exits. He doesn't manage to kill, and now it's just all onto the AK of Amercias, and eventually he does make the decision just to fade away and hold it into the next round. 15-13, CyberZen just 2 away from continuing this Mirage map.
Okay, Tom, I'm 90% sure that production is just messing with us. I feel like Ashton Kutcher is going to come out from some sort of doorway on us. Like, how is this happening? I think there's...
Welcome back to CSJ.
Yeah, right? Like, could we potentially see an overtime happen now at this rate? Can Aquis come together and close out? If they lose this round, they're not going to be that far along on the loss bonus.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a difficult one for them. Yeah. Difficult purchase into the next round if things go wrong. However, the buy they have now is a pretty damn good one. They've got a saved AK, they've got themselves the AWP, lots of utility as well. Only one kit, but we'll see if that actually plays a part in the later round. And actually, it's just going to be a fast play towards the B side. Viva's just running and gunning. He's gone in alone. The team aren't with him, but he's still doing the damage anyway. He finds 2 kills. He's killed by TB, but it doesn't even matter. The site's gone, and you almost have to wonder at this point if Aquis need to make the decision to save, because getting back into this B site is not easy. Now, obviously, mistakes get made by CyberZen basically every couple of rounds, but I don't think they're going to overface this one. I don't think they're going to take any risks in this scenario, and the CTs have made the decision to save. Bottle will go down. In terms of the T economy, it's not the best, but winning the round will give them enough money that they can afford to buy. If they manage to just take weapons out of the hands of their opponents, it's much more worthwhile for them.
Are they going to expect Savage around this quickly? The thing is, that op out of Amercias has proven him well, but there's a chance. If Savage goes a little bit quicker and looks towards CT, can catch just in the nick of time to get around the corner. But they're not going to go for the chase, not going to actually spot them out in time. 14-15, and you can see, or we can see at least at the moment, that 2 players of Aquis cannot afford to buy. 2,400 for Zenser, 2,600 for Punked. I don't even know what's going on, but I don't want this to ever end. This is such an exciting match to watch. And CyberZen still have yet to take a single timeout this entire map.
I think the analysts might agree with you, but not so much on the basis they want this to keep going, but just because they then have to break this down.
Yeah, that'd be fun, guys. I can just pimp. I think Pimp's is gonna be hairless
Just go pick up the laptop and just throw it somewhere. But obviously, it's so robust that it's not going to break.
And high quality, that of course it wouldn't break. It would actually break the floor and go into the floor under us. Maybe hit a player in the head as in the arena.
But then they'll have a laptop, so it'll be all good. Either way.
So you're saying I can hit you in the head with a laptop as long as you get to keep it?
If it's one of those laptops.
All right, well, we'll keep that in mind. Amercias, what a shot. Blinded up here. We see the push coming in. CyberZen gets a leg onto Viva as well. He's actually by himself. We've seen Match out of him before. Not going to see it this time, though, as Bottle Jr. does close Bottle on this one and gets a second as well. 3-on-3. Remember, 2-on-2 is almost destined to happen here between these two. And there it is.
Yeah, back into that 2v2 situation.
Wait, is he running away? Sensor expecting maybe the bomb was actually a fake over towards A?
Oh, either that or he's going to try and make it back onto Sure.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go all the way around, all the way on the flank. Viva, he's got 4 HP. Again, another seemingly impossible scenario. The time's starting to tick as well, so that flank could make all the difference. He's going to try and fake out the plan, and Hydra almost takes the peak, but knows that the risk just isn't worth it, especially the position of his teammates. Should be able to fairly easily close out the round for his team.
Behind you.
Viva, actually not in a bad spot to try and cover this off, but he doesn't even have any idea about the flank. It would just be if there's any sort of drop down. It won't matter. Quiz, it takes them a long time to close out this map, and, well, it was a damn messy one, but the fact is they have managed to take their map choice. The second map, it's going to be Inferno, and it's going to be just as entertaining.
Oh, I sure as hell hope so. There's no way we can have a map like that happen with a stomp on the second map. We're going to head to a short break because I think the analysts requested it since they need more time to figure out what to say in the next segment to break down that first map. So after the break, they'll be doing that, and then we'll begin underway with Inferno in just a few moments.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Counter-terrorists win. Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
welcome back everybody as we watched a game unfold which can only have multiple questions around it. Jason now needs to shave his head and the whole world has gone crazy because that was not Counter-Strike that we are used to. And Blair, you look like you are struggling, my friend. Yeah, he's gone. Blair's gone. We've only hit map 1 out of 3, potentially 2. Where do we think this one's going to go? I don't even think Mirage literally turned into a Mirage of the real sense of it.
It was a mess.
Want to forget about it, right?
Yeah, it was a mess for both teams in that regard. I think I was surprised by Akus Club in the beginning of the game. I actually thought to myself, all right, this team is playing well. They're playing some of the fundamental Counter-Strike that we like to see. There was some Agos that was actually pretty well executed. They had some smokes going down after the plan to make sure the retake would get tougher. You know, some pretty well thought stuff where I thought to myself, all right, this team is here to play. This team has prepared well. And kudos for that. They ended up winning the game as well, you know. So I think they were by far the better team. Obviously, when it comes down to the individual play on the server, there was not too much to be said about that for neither of these teams. A lot of mistakes individually being made by both teams, both players in general. I think to summarize this game, it's one of those you want to forget quickly for both teams. That said, though, if you're from Akus Club, you know, you get the win, and if you can bring in the mentality you had the first 8 round in this game, you know, being well structured and having some of those strats and smokes set down, so to speak, I wouldn't be too worried if I were them. I think they were the better team, and I think if they can step it up just a little bit on their individual decision making, this CyberSen team looked like a complete mess. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Akus Club take this 2-0.
Now, I really want to ask you guys, right? How, in any word, do you go from looking like you were saying there, right? Akus Club, they had looked like, oh, we got some tactics, we look like we know what we're doing, and then it just falls apart in such a dramatic way.
I think it's also because CyberSen, even though they had literally negative teamwork, like it's like you talk about zero teamwork, this is negative. Like they were literally hurting themselves. There were points where I'm like, what the hell are you doing? The post rounds are non-existent, whatnot. But on the other hand, we had certain players like Savage, we had Viva, we had Bottle. They had a lot of big rounds, a lot of big fragging moments, and it all came down to just brute forcing their way and trying to make something click, right? To make something happen, and they found little flaws in Aquis' setup. Now, again, like Aquis, like Pim said, kudos to these guys. They played some decent Counter-Strike, especially on the T side. CD side, there were flaws here and there, and that was what was getting exploited by CyberSen. But to be very honest, that's the thing. CyberSen could have taken this very convincingly if they just played it smarter, like some smart economic decision making early on, with, you know, playing some of those 1v1s and 2v2s a little bit more smartly, not going for certain force buys, not some of those post buys are horrendous. That one round, 1v3, he knifes the guy, almost sprays both of them down. That should never happen. One round against USBs and a Deagle. The second round they lost on the second half. He's planting the bomb for connector. There's no one marking connector. There's no smoke at connector, and they lose the round to USBs and like 2 Deagles or something. You do not win games like this. I have lost it.
To be fair for Akus Club, you were asking the question, you know, why do they all of a sudden look so bad, you know, and they look so good within the first round? I think it's one of those scenarios where you're playing a team like CyberSen, who's literally dragging them down to that level. You can't play your own sort of Counter-Strike when you're playing a team that there's no sense to it. Like the last round they lost here, there was a B retake scenario where they, for some reason, decided to all three guys peek into window instead of just waiting for the retake scenario and play off each other. That was basic Counter-Strike that you even on a face at level 10 or ESEA for that matter you would understand it better than you're doing right here, and that's simply not okay.
Savagery from both of you, but rightly so. These teams need to perform a little bit better as we go into map 2. It's going to be Inferno, and to be back with Jason and Tom. And don't worry, Tom, I'm going to go get the clippers while you guys do this game, and we'll take down Jason after this.
Oh, I'm so glad the camera's not on us right now, because this is a look of regret in my eyes and a look of happiness, I think, in Tom's.
Yeah, in a sense. Like, I've got mixed emotions, because obviously we're going into map number 2, but yeah, the idea of you shaving your head is quite entertaining.
The thing is, if anyone knows anything about my history when it comes to esports, they know I've already done this before once. Yeah, even Banks is like, wait, what? Let's not talk about it, though, but you could probably easily Google search that one and find the video of it as Blade immediately gets his phone out. Thanks, guys. Anyways, Inferno kicking off. Let's focus on the match, not focus on how I would look in about 5 years of time when I already lose my hair. As we do have Aquis on the CT side and CyberSen on the T side. And Hawk is just being dinked up through a wall over from Bridge here.
Yeah, not something you normally see done with a Glock, but hey, a little bit of extra damage can go a long way. It looks like they're going to go for the explosion out towards the apartments, taking some early control. They have left Savage in behind, maybe just going to throw out some utility, try and like bait in some of the players over towards that spot, but already they get the opener on towards this A site, leaving just one man, Ponk, to try and defend it all alone. The man was initially dinked up. Still, they've got Savage trying to hold rotations, but the man on the site doing fantastic work. 2 kills coming in for him. INTZ still manages to trade eventually, and Savage still around this area. They're not going to expect him, so at least, again, we land in this 2 versus 2. Bottle on the site, however, has been unable to get the bomb down. Anarchy, as we may describe this round, but Bottle hopefully just able to connect the shots onto the remaining players. Still, the bomb's going to get dropped. It turns into the 1v1. Savage trying around the corner. He's left on just 4 HP, and the headshot hit. Was that his last bullet?
Last bullet comes in, hits the shot, saves the round for Aquis. Oh, and that picture of him right there is going to be me probably in a few days at this rate, but well done right there. That was just hectic as hell. Savage even going for the long lurk there. That was like very GTR-esque from like 2014, 2013, when lurks, you know, worked extremely well back in the game. But the meta's changed, but clearly not in the Asia region, as it's been able to work out not only on Inferno here, but it's worked out on Mirage for him multiple times. Even though they took the pistol round, I'm not saying Cyberzen does not have a chance in this. They have the CZs. That's what saved them on Mirage when they were on map point for Aquis. But Inferno is definitely a different beast. And this is the map that Aquis did get stomped on up against Renegades in their initial match of the day from yesterday.
Well, the scary thing is, I would say that for the CZ, Inferno, if anything, is better. There's a lot of close range angles. There's a lot of ways that you can get onto the site very, very quickly without really having to deal with too much. You think about the B site, you're around the corner, you're on the site. You think about the A site, you jump out apps again, you're on the site. So I think that they could definitely take this round. Like, this is one of the rounds where you look at some of the like Asian teams, and this is one alongside Mirage that they've really been able to actually beat some of the better EU teams on. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking that they can manage to take this round away, especially with only 2 players actually being on the site already. They overwhelm the first. It's left onto Sensor to at least get a couple of kills, and he does do just that. But in comes Bottle from behind. That will be the bomb, or should be the bomb, going onto the site. It's taken them a little while, and that will actually buy time for the rotation of these CT players. Savage in the corner ready and waiting, but not ready enough, as Anik is again managing a crucial couple of kills, leaving TB left in a 1 versus 3. Now the bomb plant at least will give them a benefit, and he's found a FAMAS into his hands, which does net him the first kill. Around the corner we see the second player, but already they're faking out that defuse, but there's no kit. So he just has to try and burn down the clock as much as possible, but wary that they are sticking it. Goes for the wide peak, and it will be another round on the board for Aquis.
What are the chances Cyberzen's going to force up into this round with getting that bomb down?
High.
At least you're honest. I respect that about you, Tom. Well,
they got 2 players with over 4,000, so if anything, I can't actually blame them that much for the amount of damage they managed to do in the last round. At the same time, they could just go for CZs again and then buy properly in the next. So I don't actually have that much of a problem with either way in this situation. Before, I had much more of a problem with it because it was really high risk. But hey, you got 2 AKs, you got a couple of SMGs, you got a Khalil. You look at the other side, okay, it is mostly rifles, but you win this round, you reset them.
Yep, and I mean, they did a lot of damage yet again. Aquis is not really able to win any of these rounds. Brutal, Savage, wrecked, as Red Eye would say there for Zenser. Hey, Savage got the kill, you know. Got the assist at least. Hydra's going to push up now to pick up the reins where his teammate Zenser did fall. Even has a rotate come in. That's going to be a sign there to back him up. He does expect the up-close and personal fight out of Viva. But again, kills being traded. And Asylum, like, I don't understand here in this situation why you'd want to push up. Why would you not sit back? Because you're allowing them an angle. And that's 3 players now dead towards B. You're basically saying, hey, B could be wide open. If it's not, that means we rotate a player over and left it to a one-on-one over towards A. And the bomb is not even towards the B position. Yeah, and yet it's pulled 2 players away towards the B site. And Savage, again, even going for the spray through the smoke, almost takes Anarchist, pushes in. Okay, I thought he was going to push through that. Oh, my God. Who knows at this rate what's going to happen? Oh, my gosh.
He's done so much damage, though. The remaining 2 players so low on HP. INTZ with already a very aggressive position, and a Galil to lose, it's not the worst case, especially again when we talk about just the amount of money. However, Anarchy easily manages to finish off that kill. They're still going to go hunting though. Now bear in mind, Cyberzen's money is not in a good state. The CTs, it's saving in the next round. I would almost argue that forcing might not be the worst case scenario here, so I don't think that Cyberzen really want to be pushing too much for this to try and finish off these remaining players. Need to keep their own economy strong, and yeah, they do eventually break back and get themselves on the board much earlier earlier than before. Like we talk about the previous map, 7-0 with these sort of close back and forward rounds before they managed to finally break it and actually get a nice little streak going. Instead, this time, it's only 2-1.
So Inferno is CyberZen's best map. They've played it 12 times and have won 10 out of the last 3 months. That's damn good. The only difference is they're playing against like mostly Chinese teams. If you look at their actual past, history, IEM, they played against MVP, PK on it. They actually beat them as well, since MVP already qualified through into the playoffs yesterday, winning 2-0. They played Gosu, beat them as well. So it's definitely their best map, hands down. But I still don't want to say this is a map that they're easily going to win, with just how Mirage did go. That was Akus's choice, so I can kind of understand that they did struggle a little bit more. But I think there's definitely a third map in the cards here. I think Train is definitely a possibility, Tom.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and that's where things get really interesting, because then you look at map statistics. It's been played 3 times by CyberZen. They've won once, and according to this, AKIS have never played it, but I don't believe that. I think that's obviously just, like, this is a team where there will be some holes in the HLTV statistics, because they will have played a lot more locally.
But the thing is, it's not like they played against, like,
good opposition.
Exactly, when it comes to that map, so it's going to be anyone's game if we get into that. Punked, in the meantime, is trying to shut down the push in towards A. Able to get the spray down onto Bottle, but Viva and HZ able to take down a lot of damage here with the MAC-10s. Dear Lord, that's a lot of money built up. Again, a lot of damage done to the side of CyberZen, but Amercias is going to be the last one alive, and I would want to say save this AWP. Don't give a chance for CyberZen to pick it up to get it into Savage's hands.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with this AWP, and a lot of the time we do see him over faces, but HZ, more like HS, headshot machine, just destroys his opponent and doesn't even want the AWP. Again, don't really blame them in this scenario. The money is not going to be there for AKIS in this round, so it's a real chance for them to make up some more cash, which is already starting to build. And yeah, this is already looking like a much better start for CyberZen.
It's funny because, on the desk, and this is something we've been saying over the course of 2 days, that you don't want to play Asian teams on Mirage. And yet CyberZen did struggle a bit in that map.
The thing is, I feel like the struggle was based off their own decisions, like their individual plays and the way that they seem to feel around the map, like with the confidence and their aggression. I don't think it's a bad map for them at all. I think it was just like some of the decisions they made, like, yeah, let's plant for a position that we don't have covered, or let's just like go super aggro.
That's refreshing.
Almost all of them. Still, a nice little, well, kill boost, I suppose.
It was refreshing to see, the 5 USPs not turn it into a 1v1.
Or just kill everyone. I don't even know 1v1, just win.
Well, things are heating up here in the studio as CyberZen do take the lead. Now keep your jacket on, please, for the sake of all of us. More importantly, me here in the studio. Yeah, you should probably think about showering more than once every week. I'm kidding, Tom always smells great. That just made it more awkward. Anyways, it's a lot of damage done with the nades coming in.
Yeah, I will say so far on Banana, it seems like the T's have definitely done much better with their utility usage. Like we saw the sort of early kill they managed to get last time.
Yeah, Zenser just got burned alive.
I think he was also naded as well. That's why he burned so quickly. And again, they managed to do a lot of damage onto Anarchists as well. So I think the CTs need to do a little bit better with their own utility usage when it comes to Banana. Because, like I said, you normally expect like the players over towards B to have a minimum of 200 utility damage by the end of this half, because they should just be lobbing nades down there pretty much the whole time. Now Bottle has managed to sneak into quite a horrible angle for this CT side, as he's very close to being able to sneak around the corner. Now it's clear that Asylum is aware. Savage, he's another one who just seems to be a timing king, as Punked has been completely caught out. The push down mid actually just ruins AKIS. I don't think they have any idea. They're like, look, there's absolutely no one here. Well, they're all on Arch, unfortunately. They've completely bypassed your defense, and you can see the T's now still clearing all the site. Like, oh, is there anyone pit? There anyone site? No. Oh, I guess we've killed everyone then. And Hydra has just been left completely bamboozled.
And dead, apparently.
Yeah.
Auto opening up a can of whoop ass on him.
But yeah, it's going to be another round on the board, and the T's are starting to actually build up quite a bank, which is something they did not manage to do at all in the previous map. They had no cash pretty much all the way through. Anarchiz, he seems to be the king of just bringing AWPs into the next round, or just like keeping it. Oh, then of course when he tries to win a 1v3.
I'm confused because we have more of a normal match happening here on Inferno compared to Mirage. It is in the early days here of Inferno, obviously, only 6 rounds in. But CyberZen, I mean, the thing is, like, they were able to penetrate the A site with really no contention, right? There was really no one in middle. There was no one over towards Arch to actually, you know, go for a couple of shots. They're able to create a lot of space using some smokes, and Asylum had to sit very far back on site. And then you have Savage, who's just constantly lurking away. Like, this isn't the first time he's been able to get frags like this. Even in the pistol round, he was able to do the same. And Aquis are just really struggling dealing with the lurk and then also adapting their own style. I don't know how CyberZen prepared for this match in particular, but they clearly had to watch the match versus Renegades that Aquis played yesterday, because they are like completely taking advantage of the way Aquis are holding a lot of these positions.
Well, I think for starters, we're seeing, like, as you said, positions abandoned, but it doesn't seem like everybody is aware that these positions are abandoned. Because
on the side of Aquis?
Yeah, because it's like, for example, if you have the Arch wraparound and you don't have anybody there, normally you have players in pit to directly counter if they do push through. Instead, they have one man on the site, the other guy just pushed down mid. Obviously, a little bit unlucky that all the players bypassed him, but it's still one of those positions where you go, okay, you should be aware that you've given that up for a long amount of time. And then, yeah, the remaining players are like, oh, okay, it's got to be B then. But it's like, no, you abandon a portion of the map. You need to be aware that that position has been gone for you, so that you then do something about it. Like, okay, yeah, we put players in pit. And then you do have that player on the site who can have that nice little crossfire. Instead, he was alone on A.
Oh, speaking of alone, Asylum won't be alone here in towards apartments. So they come down, Anarchist hitting the shot. Oh, you can see him already being spammed away. He's actually being forced to give up this angle to force him to miss the shot. Asylum gets ran over. And Zensor as well is just going to be completely demolished in towards Borla. Anarchist needs to get this shot, but he unscopes at the wrong time, and Viva gets the frag. And just like that, CyberZen have the site. Oh, Punk, please no. Okay, he gets one at least. But one is not going to be enough to get them into this round, and CyberZen should be going up 5-2. Should be. Oh, biting my tongue on this one.
I'm fairly confident.
Oh yeah, you want to make a bet on it? You want to make a wager? The hair I shave off my head gets glued onto your head.
Like he wins the round.
Well, it's too late now. We were discussing it. You know?
I would have taken that.
God, you would have looked fantastic in my hair.
I don't think I would have done. I think it would have looked like the terrifying beast.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe your hair is horrifying.
Okay, all right.
But
yeah, this was... That angle, that pre-fire shot onto Anarchist trying to, you know, scope down apartments was fantastic. He actually moved away from it. He, like, lost his scope shot on it, which allowed his teammate to be run over. Then again, his teammate would have been run over nonetheless, even if he hit the first shot, because there was multiple players there. But still, it just really shows the understanding that CyberZen have of this map, and more importantly, maybe the way Aquis are playing it.
Oh, I like it. They know that he's trapped in the corner because of the smoke. Double nades out from the CT side. That's much better. Using their utility wisely to catch out these early aggressive players. Now, in a lot of these rounds, you could talk about the idea that they haven't had all the utility they desire, but now they're going to sort of go for that early aggression over towards B, and now it's completely switch up. Send players back. They have more Arch control player in pit as well. I think a less aggressive style into the apartments is also going to be a positive for them, and Anarch is even managing to connect his opening shots as well, so much better start to this round from the CT side.
3 players stacked towards A as well. Can't count CyberZen out. They still have a decent amount of utility to clear up some angles. And Punk's going to have to get that position up soon, I would imagine, if they have another smoke to replace it. But they actually will throw that one in. Maintain balcony control, but we can see the 3 players, at least 2 of them now out of CyberZen, trying to creep their way up here. Their arms T-Rex, and can they hit the shots, though? Will they expect Punk to be here? The flashbang was fantastic. The thing was, there's no capitalization off of it. There's no one able to actually get up any frags off of it. Now it forces Punk to actually go down from that one. HG gets a kills on a Zen, so now it's all on the side. They haven't actually spotted him, but HG turns around at the perfect time. And if you just imagine if that flashbang came in and someone peeked with all 3 players blind, they would have had a couple of frags, and things might have been different. This was a 3-on-5, Tom, and CyberZen still might win this.
I think they will. It's his left on Danicus again. I think he's forced more into a save, but that opening pick gives him a little bit of life, a little bit of confidence pushing back. But look at the position of HZ. He's already coming around the back. Ooh, nice shot through the smoke, though. TB gone, but he has to get towards the diffuser. He's managed to find himself a kit and just looking to try and stick it, but that's not going to be happening. HZ, well placed, the scope trying to fake him out, but it will be 6-2. And HZ, what a round from him. We spoke about him yesterday with his opening kills into the site. That was one of the only saving graces we saw versus Greyhound. And while in this situation, he was the complete savior here. 5v3, and he just destroys them.
Yeah, look at that, the double check too, just to make sure, just to clear all those angles, which CyberZen are doing so well. that shot right there was, that was beautiful.
16-5.
That's not a bad start here for him. And the funny thing is that how many rounds in a row was that op saved out of Amercias? I feel like it was like 3, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even 4 in there.
I know he rebought it at least once.
Okay. He saved it for quite a few rounds, but unfortunately, not going to have it here in round number 9. 3v4. There's definitely still a chance that Aquis could come back in this one. Like, again, this is such a hard match to predict that we don't know what's going to happen. As now Molotov's going to burn up a Sam, force him back in towards window. Not where he wants to be. But it allows actually Bottle maybe an opportunity to push him towards apartments to catch him out. Oh my.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm surprised he let him walk past. His teammates know, so I suppose that's absolutely fine. It's almost like he was just trying to feed a couple of kills to somebody else. Just like, I got enough, you know? I'm doing fine as it is. Somebody else can take those ones. But hey, it's working out anyway. Nice shot from Hydra. Will at least manage to net one. He's going to go pushing for a little bit more. But this is seeming like a much calmer CyberZen. Like, we're not seeing like crazy aggressive plays. They're waiting patiently up against the pistols. They're trying to utilize the extra utility they have and just trying to clear the angles. You could say that maybe Mirage is just a bit more of a manic map for them and they feel far more comfortable on it.
It's definitely more of a puggy map too, in general, if we compare like this to Inferno, where you need the mid-round calls, you need to bait out a lot of utility. And it's harder for Savage to actually lurk in this map, I feel, as well. Thinking about the way he controlled Underpass on the previous map. But still, CyberZen are building up a lead. 7-2 now for them. We're going to see another timeout come in for Aquis. CyberZen still, I think over the course of this entire tournament, have yet to take the timeout.
Just don't need it, you know? Just so tactically sound. They don't need to change anything.
I think that's definitely the word analyst used earlier.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure that exact phrase came out of Pimp's mouth.
Yeah. As they're watching this match very intently. But I think I agree. We're seeing a calmer CyberZen. We're seeing more confident CyberZen.
Yeah.
And yes, Aquis do have this map lead, but I just don't know how Train's going to go. Again, it's kind of like a really oddball map between these two, since it's one of the least played. Well, technically not played for Aquis, but obviously it has been. Just hasn't been recorded on HLTV due to, you know, smaller tournaments and the such. And Aquis does get a nice little opener. That was in towards middle, actually taking Savage down in T-mid. And Savage has been a pain in the backside here for Aquis, but it's all been about HZ.
Well, yeah, this is an almost definite, like, apps burst. Just, obviously, the position helps, but Viva buying up the Mac 10 when he has $10,000, he's just going to be the one that just tries to jump past. The interesting thing about that, though, is he has the bomb. So the second he goes in, the bomb is in the site. So they have to hit the shots, and instead, Asylum's the one to do the work. No choice from TV but to try and just run through and do some damage. There was no way he'd win that round any other way. So it is just going to be third on the board for Aquis.
All right, so now finally able to get that first one after losing 7 straight. It's up to them to continue this pace if they can. Thing is, their money situation, if they lose this round, we could be seeing 10 rounds T-side for CyberZen easily, if not more,
in
the first half.
I do think as well that there's a possibility the CT side is where we see CyberZen get a little bit more crazy. Because right now, them like sort of taking a lot of map control, being more aggressive on Banana, that's fairly common. That's what the map actually sort of suggests now. A lot of damage done again from utility, but already the first 2 kills going the way. A faster play from 2 of the CyberZen players doesn't work out. Bottle's just going to opt to try and push through the smoke. He wants to try and capitalize on these remaining players falling back, but he's missed the boat. Aquis are already sat back and ready to defend.
At the end of that last round, HZ had 169 ADR.
Not bad.
Not bad? That's insane.
You haven't seen me play, Jason.
I don't think I need to see you play to know how that's going to turn out.
I'll take like 1.7 ADR. I think that's not bad.
1.7. I thought you were saying rating. I'm like, that's impressive. But damage, all right.
Oh, that's a missed smoke. There is no smoke for CT, and CyberZen just going to run in anyway. They've got another smoke. They have another smoke. I'm just going to wide peek it anyway.
Hey, Tom. They have another smoke.
It's all right. Savage will just run off and clutches in a 1v4.
No, that's not happening. I'm not taking a bet this time, but there's no way that should happen.
Only 22 HP.
22 seconds left.
Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
Aren't you like 37?
24. Come on.
I am the old
You're the one who's 37. Either way. Savage, 10 seconds left. No chance.
Should almost just
He doesn't even have a chance
right?
to get the bomb down. I'm not really sure of the decision there, but...
Well, at least he died before time finished, you know.
It doesn't really affect them, though. They've got he's got $9,300. He can buy whatever he wants.
Can you buy my hair back?
You haven't lost it yet. You might be able to buy a razor to shave it off with, though.
Yeah, I'm not going that short. I'm not going the Tom Special. But more importantly, Aquis to take two rounds in a row. And that's what they needed, considering they could have been reset there. Now they're starting to eat away at the economy of CyberZen because they had quite a few players left alive for Aquis. So maybe they can build up some sort of bankroll now. Again, the utility usage, it's really denying a lot of angles for Aquis to take early control of Banana.
Yeah, Anikas has wanted to take that aggressive peak quite a lot of the time. And he's been punished pretty much every time with at least a bit of damage, just because they are throwing those Molotovs so consistently along with the HEs. So does have to be a little bit careful in this situation. They gamble early on, sending the 3 players over towards B, especially after the last round when we saw the Ts just try and run and gun and take them down. Instead, we now have the 3 back over towards that A site. A little bit of a boost was thrown in on towards Arch, but nothing really gathered up from that. And with a minute left, they still look like they want to challenge this B site a little bit. It's definitely not set in stone where the opponent's going to go. Are they going to go for the boost? Doesn't look like it. I kind of wanted to see them just try and boost over and take this man down. They've got the AWP in the hands of Savage. They've got to be a bit careful trying to peek over this angle because Anik is, well, he's been pretty quick with the flicks. Not going to be with that one, though. Can't hit the shot. We'll just fall back, but still the Molotov. He's got another smoke, actually. So you could just smoke this off, and there's no way they're coming into the site. And there you go. It's going to have to be a push back towards the A site.
Oh, what?
Fong just peeks out. He just hands away that opener, and he's left one defender. It's left on to Zenza to try and do it all. He's going to be met with Savage, and they've actually just handed away into the site for CyberZen.
I'm not sure how one player was able to force the rotate just like that as well. I mean, I guess with the time so low, Aquis wanted to invest into that. They still have also a player lurking over towards B in the meantime. That's going to be Viva. And Amercias is still watching the back, so he's not going to be able to reinforce this any sort of time. Viva does get the right moment on him. And again, CyberZen able to take the round 8-4.
It's just bad luck.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I feel like CyberZen, one thing we can talk about positively about them is their timings. Like, Savage has multiple times now able to catch out players, just turning at the last second. We saw Viva be able to do it just there.
And now you see the timeout, penultimate one taken for the CT side. And the thing is, like, when you see this many pauses taken on the CT side, you have to worry a little bit because going into the next half, they literally have one left. In this situation, it's understandable because you kind of question whether you buy or not. You can get your AWP with the AWP, but the rest of the players, okay, one of them can buy. You've got limited cash on a few of the others, and one of the big things we've spoken about is utility usage. They've got no HEs, they've got 2 incendiaries. I'm pretty sure at least one of them doesn't play over onto the B side unless they're going to try switching things up. So, yeah, they are, because Anikas is now not helping out on that side of the map, but even still, like you look at the utility they've already had to expend just to stop any early aggression, and Anik, speaking of early aggression, he's going for some of his own. I think he knows he needs to be the one to make some sort of play in this.
I mean, we did talk yesterday about being able to play very fluid with an op, especially on a map like Inferno, and they have rotated him in different positions. He's gone towards middle, he's gone towards Banana, apartments this time. So I do like seeing that. Problem is, he hasn't really been able to get any good opening duels going his way. You know, looking at his opening duels in general when it comes to his stats, he's 1-0. So yeah, great, 1-0. You're undefeated. But you know, it's just still 1. And maybe seeing a couple more opening duels or giving him more opportunities for some opening duels would net them an early man advantage and alleviate a lot of pressure around the map.
That's actually what I do when I start a CS game. I get 1-0 up and then I leave and I'm undefeated.
It's true. I mean, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. That's why I refuse to play anything like professionally. I'm already undefeated in my esports career. I don't need to get that first L under my belt. Nice little position out of Hydra here, but they're going to crash into this. Look at where they set up.
Yeah, they've got a sort of double stack, like one above, one below. So decent positions. The fact is, though, there's 5 men coming their way. Lots of utility. Not actually going to be using much to get into the site, and that's not a bad trade at all from the CTs. A 3 for 2, now giving the rotation available. They've still got a couple of smokes, a kit, and 3 flashbangs to try and get back into the site. The difficult thing, though, is going to be clearing out TB. He gets 1. Okay, there's still an opportunity, but realistically, if there's a double here, it could be a big, big problem. And actually, Savage is going to help him out with the second Anarchiz. He's pretty good at saving this up.
Why? Okay, Tom, help me. Why do they push in towards Graveyard like that, or construction, whatever you want to call it these days, when he wasn't in even a spot to help out? He wasn't in a position to even watch down Banana just yet, and they pushed him without it. They pushed him with 2 players.
It does seem to be in a lot of retake scenarios that he is nowhere near the site. Like, talk about the round. Maybe he heard Viva running around, but it looked like he was already saving a couple of rounds ago with that AWP when the rest of his team were still trying to retake. And I don't know, like, maybe he's trying to get his HLTV stats up a little bit, but other than that, there's been a lot of scenarios where he needs to be closer to the action. And even just a lot of the kills they've been getting, like you speak about opening jewels, you speak about those peaks. I don't think they've been particularly impactful considering he's sat at the top of the server for his team at the moment.
Oh, saving the op. I almost want to see if they lose this op. The thing is, the first half's almost done, so you probably can't even have this happen. Is just run with the M4 instead. Because the op has just really not netted too many kills, and Savage gets 2. HZ going to get 1 as well, and this should be easily a B take. A little bit of dinkage up in middle. And Savage are now going to be up 10-4 on T-side Inferno. Can they pull off the 11th and take us to that 3rd map potentially? Or at least get themselves 1 step closer. Cyberzone, I mean, you said this towards the beginning of the map. They look a lot calmer in-game, and they sure as hell look calm out-of-game. And why wouldn't you be when you're up 11 or 10-4 at the moment?
Yeah, no, feeling
confident, feeling good.
Feeling confident.
And even Bottles picked up an op for, like, I feel like one of the first times of the T half. I don't think they've run an op a single time, if I can recall.
I think Savage has had it a few times. As
yeah, so he did go for the 1v1 up against Amercias over towards B. Amercias did win that duel, but it hasn't been that many times.
A lot of the time they've thrown in SMGs for faster plays. This time, though, Amercias has himself AUG, and they will kick things off. This is a weird strategy. Like, it is an off angle, I suppose. Off angle being in the middle. But yeah, it's not going to be expected. Savage probably peeked round that corner just thinking, what on earth are these guys doing? But a bit rich coming from him, either way. It's going to be the build-up in towards this B site still. They want to try and challenge versus these 2 remaining players. Bottle was spotted, so that's where the smoke should be going down. There shouldn't be any reason for them to try and fight through this. But they can't fight over it.
But they can't fight under it.
No.
So they're going to go for a boost up and towards the back of the site. 3 players. I would actually have kind of almost like to see someone on Aquis over towards Archway for like a quick rotate, because they're running out of utility towards the B site, right? Luckily for them, Hydra does get a massive kill, and a good flashbang does halt the progress out of Cyberzen. The bomb has been dropped as well. Malta comes in towards the backside. Viva's going to open things up. Will they expect Spencer to be there? Well, I'd sure as hell hope so, because the player was boosted up, and Viva gets a second. And now Cyberzen should be able to get the bomb down. It's going to be a 2-on-3, but they have no health remaining. Anarchist comes in, disables the bomb for being planted, but HZ is still alive, and they sure as hell have a chance with him left on the server. They knew someone's banana, but didn't check it. Either way, 10-5 scoreline here for Cyberzen at the end of the first half of Inferno. Gonna head to a break. When we come back, we'll see if we're going to that 3rd map. Well, on T5 Inferno, CyberZen were able to take 10 rounds up against Aqua's Club. And now as Aqua switch on to the T side, they have to hope they can make some magic happen here. Or we're looking at potentially seeing Train played here between these two maps, which is a map that hasn't really been played much in general when it comes to them. So that, I couldn't tell you what the hell's going to happen on Train if we get there. And it looks like with the way CyberZen are playing, we're going to.
Yeah, there'd need to be a severe turnaround, but, well, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Crazy stuff from CyberZen. Straight down middle they go to take the battle versus Aquis. Already they find themselves with 3 kills, but the trades still come back to bring it closer. Any strategy that Aquis once had has gone out the window. INTZ is all the way back towards their spawn. It's like they've switched sides of the maps, and he's very well placed, but looks like the bomb might just sneak past him.
Remember the rule of thumb? It's a 2-on-2 for these two teams.
Bingo. Oh, he's actually going to turn back as well. The pushing just isn't working out. INTZ has to do it all. He's going to try and find the man, and he does. He gets one down, but the bomb's already gone rotating over towards the B site, and he's heading in the wrong direction. Once the plant is heard, though, I imagine he'll go running back towards B, and that's exactly what he'll do. So turning into the 1 versus 1. Doesn't have a kit either. A little bit of utility, but while a decoy is not going to do much, the flashbang might. He's got to find this kill quickly and just look at the position of Pong. This is interesting. Probably knowing his opponent doesn't have a kit, but the position he's currently taking is one perfect for that bomb plant. There shouldn't be any way that INTZ gets away with this unless he actually just manages to bait out some sort of peek. And although he's been spotted, the bomb is ticking far too long at this point. There's absolutely no way that Pong can lose this.
If you said that a couple seconds earlier on, I would have been like, you sure?
I was making sure.
Yeah, well, there we go. Pistol round. That's what we needed to see out of Aquis for them to have a chance here of T7 Inferno. Just, yeah, I mean, the fact that Punked was able to slip by the CT player out of CyberZen who kind of went up into apartments allowed him to get that frag, and more importantly, allowed him to get the bomb in towards the B side. If that went a little bit differently and he was spotted out, that should have been CyberZen's round to take. And now going into second round, or second half. Obviously have the buy-up coming in. Viva gonna spot out a player, not gonna hit the shot though. Savage, I fear for what he can do. Maybe he's playing anti-flash, maybe a flashbang could come through to open up in towards middle if they're that aggressive. You can see Aquis trying to be very cautious about this. They realize what's on the line here.
Yeah, this is pretty much their chance to get right back into the map, a force buy, and then should be a save in the next round for CyberZen. Of course, unless they get 4 kills, and then they'll probably go for it. Viva just going to look to play towards Dark. Now, there's only 1 Molotov and 1 smoke for the T-side. That's the 1 risk that they currently have. He's just going to be able to rattle off some shots, but eventually he's going to be closed out by Hydra. Good work from him. Both entries onto the site. Rotation already in from Bottle, though. He's trying to be a little bit sneaky. Somehow he's hit the dig through the smoke. He's going to carry on going and actually retrieve himself a weapon. Looking for a little bit more. Gets a second as well. And Punked has been tagged low. 2 of them just below 30 HP. And INTZ has found another. It's left all onto 1. Somehow Anarchist is all on his own, and they managed to win this round. How is that turned back? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, we're casting CyberZen, and we're casting the Asia Minor. Of course it can happen.
That was a 5v3.
And you know what's funny?
After plant, they have better weapons.
In Mirage, CyberZen won a 3v5 as well.
INTZ has 26 kills. This is where I don't understand how they lose from this point. Like, Bottle just goes for like a ludicrous play, does a load of damage, but even still, they had multiple players around the site, and all of them just get picked apart. Like, just incredible. Naker's pretty much putting themselves down at this point, and well, you'd know all about that.
Let's focus our hate in a different direction. Say, okay, Tom, let's turn a new cheek. I had enough of that yesterday with everyone just battering me to shreds. That's Nate coming in, actually. That's a little bit of damage to TV. Anarchist gets a kill on the Savage, and Viva gets a double. Just turn things around. Maybe even a third coming through as the smoke's going to cover, but the nade is going to be able to go straight through that. And that will be now 3 for Viva. And Aegis forced up into that round. Bomb's still stuck in T-mid, and Sam's trying to do something as he's looking over towards Cubby. A couple of shots right off, and he does back away. I just don't know what's going on.
Said, looking to close down one more. The thing is, I have, at least in this map, a lot more faith in CyberZone once they have the actual weapons and utility. And I think that Aquis may have just blown their shot by having that, because I'm still just bemused that they managed to lose that 5v3 after plant. Just wasn't well played. And okay, sure, Bottle managed to get away with way too much just by one individual play, but even still, there were 3 remaining players left on the site with weapons. Either way, we've got to move on from that, and we are looking at what is a pure eco here from Aquis. Absolutely nothing invested, and Bottle wants to make some money. Unfortunately, I was going to say Viva's going to be the one to get all the kills, but not to be the case. TB to clean it up. 4 of the easiest frags he'll probably ever have, and that will be CyberZone hitting their 13th, and, well, the train does seem to be pulling into the station.
Aquis going to be buying up here into this round. Some AKs, no AWP. Annika is going to be forced to sit on the AK in this half, I think, for the majority of it, unless they can string together quite a few rounds. Look at the utility out of CyberZone. So many incendiary grenades, so many nades as well. So many damage dealing utility, which is nice to see out of them to invest in every round. And when you're winning rounds like they are, no reason not to. It's an Inferno here in Banana.
Oh, that late nade, and now there's just a chance for the spray through. Lots of damage done, and TB with the double dunk. Just going to leave it down to only 2 players remaining. It was that late nade. I love that. They just held it a little bit longer just because it seemed like their opponents were waiting outside of the Banana. The bomb's already down as well. Anarchist needs this kill, and it's just not going to go his way. Asylum. Oh, he's locked out of this one. This seems utterly hopeless. He does still manage to get a kill. Like said, maybe wanting to pad those stats a little bit too much. Won't matter in the end. 14 and 6. Money again not there for Aquis. They'll use their final tactical pause, but the fact is there needs to be some absolute words of wisdom, some changing factors coming out from Mimi in this scenario, because even if they had the best buy possible, they're so far down, and they don't. They don't have that. They've got 3,000 apiece to actually buy into this next round, so no matter what happens here, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into this.
And again, I'm not trying to call any players out, but just looking at the last map to this one, we had Asylum, who was a major fragger, a major player within the team. He went +2, going 22 and 20, had a 1.25 rating in that map, and 91 ADR. Was that finished 16-14?
Was that then with every player except one over 20 kills?
Yep, it was just Punked at 15.
Yeah. So it's like they pretty much had the whole team stepping up, and here the case is definitely not the same.
And it's just Asylum's only on 8 frags. Like, he's been having definitely a rougher match here when it comes to this. He doesn't seem to be allowed to play as freely as he wants to. And again, look at all this funneling to do with the incinerator grenades. A lot of utility. Look at that damage. Red bars everywhere. And that is going to be an easy spray down. It just seemed to be running into the brick wall, and that brick wall, it's holding a couple of AKs and a couple of M4s in your direction.
I understand the idea there. They had 4 HEs of their own. They were just trying to counter the amount of utility damage. But the thing is, it's a lot easier to just bank a nade off the corner and just, like, run away. In this case, obviously, Savage just decides, I want my turn at padding my stats. But what's that, 3-4 times now? We've seen just everybody in Aquis die within 20 seconds just because they've run towards B. Hopefully this time they're going to go A. But by the looks of it, they still want to challenge Banana.
As many nades being thrown in this time, though. And a CyberZone, a lot of... Oh my gosh. It's like Dante's Inferno here. Just constant fire left and right. Look at the Savage.
Oh my god.
Flashbang comes through. Bottle does clean up 2 over towards apartments.
But they've actually managed to get B. Still, though, it's a very, very difficult scenario. You can see because he knows he needs to find a kill here. Left on 8 HP, but he does it anyway. HZ is gone and leaves it down to our trusty 2v2.
Wait, what?
Ooh, they're trying to bamboozle, but this has failed. There's already a man here. Bottle. Oh.
Don't miss your shot.
See, if he didn't shoot there, that would actually be a better scenario, because they wouldn't actually know what site they were going to. So needed to make sure that was a connection. The position of Anarchist is a good one. He's going for the head triangle again, but loses the battle this time. And now Zenson needs to rectify his mistake. He needs to try and win this battle. Looking over the top of the smoke. I don't know if Viva spotted anything out. I don't think he has. They're just going to look to try and play off each other, which makes things very difficult for the man from Acres. Lots of utility as well for this CT side, but he manages the first and the second as well. The clutch will keep them alive in this map as Inferno will continue a little longer.
not like CyberZen's going to be hurting for money anytime soon, though, having 3 players above 10K as that round did finish off. What a shot right there out of Etikaz. That round, if you lost that because you shot when you didn't need to, when they thought it was going B, you would have had an easy plant, they would have continued to push towards B, and you would have had a round guaranteed. Luckily, Zenser was able to clutch out in that 1v2.
Savage is getting confident. That's not what you want to see if you're an Aquis player. He's looking to try and push down into middle, but he'll be caught out. Punished. Finally. It's taken a long time. Still further pushing, actually, coming down from the CT side. They're going right to the bottom of Banana. TB, he's done well in the corners so far. He's got Viva to support him with the AWP, but it leaves the A site hold a little bit weak.
Well, the one towards Arch, Bottle, a lot of pressure's going to come onto his shoulders. More importantly, HZ, he's been fantastic this map, 27 and 13. He's going to be in lone, tucked away in pit, but even with these smokes being expended, it's not like they've been able to gain too much real estate here, as NineZ is able to rotate out of pit, get himself tucked away in towards site. Looks like the bomb will be picked up and moved over towards A, so it's going to be an A hit.
That was dead for sure. Good Molotov. Good utility usage, and this leaves it all onto HZ. The rotation coming in from behind them from TV could make things interesting, but his teammates not quite able to hold the site down long enough for that to play a factor. Now, the CT's money is not in the best of states here, so you almost have to wonder if it's worth TB just saving this weapon. He's going to go for the face into the apartments. I'm not a fan. Just a waste of a gun.
Okay, Tom, let me run something by you. We had a 15-point scoreline for Aquis on Mirage, and CyberZen were able to pull it back.
Almost.
Almost. Do you think Aquis is going to go on a major streak here? Do you think that, or are you hoping that?
No, I just, like, a lot of the rounds have been sort of messier, and I think that a lot of this has come down to sort of overconfidence in the last few rounds from CyberZen, like some of the plays they've been making. Like, obviously that round was literally Savage running down mid. So, like, you can't really go, yeah, that was just an excellent execute coming out from Aquis. They managed to kill that guy who was running at them, and then it's just like, I haven't seen anything to make me believe that they're going to be turning the back. Obviously, they did well with their utility once they had the man advantage, but I feel like it's a very different beast finding the opener on Inferno and just being handed it. So obviously the next few rounds, they should be given a little bit of space, but actually there's still going to be a purchase here for CyberZen. So still enough money. Obviously TB, if he saved his gun, this would have been flawless, but he decided he wanted to try and take some weapons away. Instead though, they're probably going to take the fight on Banana as they have been before and fall back into what was working, what was successful.
Well, let's see. Have been forced to go with the save after this for CyberZen. Well, I want to say that, but then again, CZs, you know what they can do, right? So they're going to get aggressive towards B. Punked is just going to be destroyed through that smoke. Meantime, the bomb's kind of left to his own devices here. Towards the bottom of T mid. So he's rotating over towards second. Savage picking up an op for one of the first times on the CT side.
Good nade usage though. Lots of damage done. HZ in the pit this time. He's going to allow them to take the site. He's the only one here. Needs at least a kill and doesn't get anything done. However, the rotation's quick. They need to be aware of this. Bomb's going to get dropped onto the floor, and this gives some space for Bottle to do some damage. However, it's still left all onto Viva. He's waiting around the edge of the smoke that did have a gap in it, but it's actually been sectioned off. However, he's managed to make the space. It won't matter. Aquis, they stay alive a little bit longer. 9th round onto the board. This time, there's no purchase coming in for the CTs.
I mean, they're looking good when they can force CyberZen to play the way Aquis wants them to. Like, the Molotovs are throwing, the flashes, the smokes. Like, they're doing everything basically perfectly to get into the site. It's just when CyberZen throws something a little bit crazy at them on the CT side where they started to struggle here, playing out of the norm or playing out of what they're comfortably doing.
The other thing as well is I feel like the last few rounds that have gone the way of Aquis, I'm still, like, there's moments in them that I feel are mistakes from CyberZen. Like, for example, they had a man advantage. Savage then takes a peek where he's not sure where he should be looking. He switches to the wrong one and gets killed. Then they push onto the site, and he's the only other defender. There's only one other defender other than him. So it's like they're taking risks in positions where they shouldn't be. Like, if you have 2 players defending A, you shouldn't be taking risks because you don't have enough to actually hold off the site if one of you dies.
Right.
So obviously you've got to give props to Aquis for capitalizing on them.
Oh my god.
But if CyberZen don't make those mistakes, do they lose the round? I don't know. it's obviously up in the air.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that's not up in the air, though, is that Cyberzen still have 6 rounds to play with. Minute left to go, and Aquis is going to be the one to be forced to pull the trigger. The problem for them is that Cyberzen have a 4-man stack towards B waiting. And the Aquis are going to be heading in this direction. It's going to be tough here, Tom. The Dink does come in, but he does get a smoke out. Nate going to come in as well. That's going to be the first CZ frag coming in from the top from Viva.
Oh no, not like this. There's only 1 man standing. Asylum, I think you're out of luck, my friend. You got a man pushing behind him as well. And he has absolutely no idea, but I like the fact they just wait. It won't matter. Cyberzen, the stack works out. The gamble play is enough for them to take the victory, and they will turn this into a 3-map series. Train is going to be coming after the break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you, so give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
A much more decisive decision being made here by CyberZen as they take Inferno and force us to a third map. And guys, this time at least, it wasn't too much madness, right? We saw a bit better form in Counter-Strike. Pimp's already shaking his head a little bit there because maybe you don't agree with that.
I'm not sure if I don't agree. I definitely agree that it was better than it was in the first map. I think Inferno is a map that doesn't allow to sort of to make the same mistakes that we saw with Mirage.
Yeah.
You know, when you have a bomb site, it's hard to mess it up, so to speak. It's hard to make sure that you use control, right? They did try a lot of times. There was like many scenarios. That's what I don't get. You know, we have a series in our hands where CyberZen is looking in control. They're winning 16-9. You know, you'd say they could even win bigger if they wanted to. Yet they still made, I could count like 7 or 8 mistakes where I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is going on? What goes through your mind right now to make you do that decision? If they would just skim out some of those mistakes, this would be a team that easily would win against Acres Club, a team that I could see even give a fight to Greyhound and even out those mistakes. But so far, I just haven't seen it. Whereas for Acres Club, I think they played okay. You know, I expected them to lose Inferno, I would say, given the fact it was CyberZen's best map. And again, you know, CyberZen did step it up from what we saw in Mirage. But I mean, I'm not entitled to say this, but I think I'm disappointed in both teams right now. I don't think it's a high enough level right now.
Now, Anarchiz, he's the guy who stepped up for the Equus Club side. He was looking a little bit strong as well, still across both maps, but just him alone is not enough when you're going up against a team like CyberZen, who literally just brought the pain from start to finish, right, Blair?
Yeah, I know. If it's just talking about pure firepower, I think Anarchiz is they did say he's a star player. He's also regarded as the finest player in the team. And he did show he does have what it takes to be that, you know, that top fragging beast, so to speak, right? And I think he had like 50 frags amongst like the two maps combined, which is great for him. But the thing with CyberZen is, despite all the problems they have when it comes to sheer firepower, they do have the people. 8Z, or 8Z, how you want to pronounce it, whichever part of the world you're from, he had an incredible T-side. I think like close to 20 kills in like less than 10 rounds or something ridiculous. He was just opening up sites, getting multi-kills here and there. We had Savage having a pretty an alright time as well. Viva was getting a lot of kills as well. Like everyone was putting in the numbers when it came to just getting the frags. But like you mentioned, Pim, they seem more in control. They seem much more composed, calmer, the way they're approaching this map, at least for CyberZen side. And I'm talking about the T side where, you know, they had a plan, they stuck to it, they had it executed in mind, they just went for it and always worked out. The problem with Acres Club was on the CT side. How many times did they just... Imagine this, there's 1 minute and 30 on the clock. And and on a buy round, and they've completely given up Arch, they've given up brackets, they've given up quads, they've given up apps, banana, everything. You're playing 3-2, and there's still 1 minute on the clock, and the guys in the B bomb side are getting swarmed from all sides, from CD spawn and from banana. That should never be happening. Yeah. And that's the thing, Aquas did not know how to play the CD side on that map. And on the T side, it got destroyed before it even gets started, because I'll give kudos to CyberZen here. It was a little ultra aggressive, but that aggression shut it down. They did not get banana control whatsoever. I think we saw 4 spray downs or 5 spray downs. We just got bodied on that banana take, so to speak, right? So nothing much to write home about for Aquas Club, but then going to train, I have no idea what we're going to see now.
Well, that's the thing, right? We're going on to train, and this is actually a map where Acres Club, we can't see anything of past results. Obviously, they would have practiced it, surely, but it's not exactly the best map for CyberZen either. So is this a real 50-50? Just throw it up in the air and we'll end up with a similar story as Mirage?
I'm not sure if it's a 50-50, because I do want to say, instead of all being negative about what we're watching right now, the individual level showcased by some of these players that you were alluding to, you know, 8C for that matter, you know, that's strong performance, and that goes for the Acres Club as well. They have players who can play the game at a fairly high level, so that we can expect to see. It's just the team play composition right now that we are a little bit discouraged by, I guess. So train is a map, you know, that you can play in 2 different ways. You can play your brute force sort of play style where you force your way into the bomb site, you rush the outer bomb site, you rush the inner bomb site, or you can play it more laid back where you sort of like wait out the time and do some set executes. I expect it to be a mess. I expect it to be entertaining, and I expect CyberZen to win, because I do believe they have the better individuals when it comes down to the scenario where everything is just, you know, messing up.
But are you agreeing with that? Do you think it's going to be CyberZen?
Yeah, I think CyberZen's going to take this one as well, because the thing is, the first map was, you know, was a close affair. Second map was much more confident showing. So just based off that, I think CyberZen should have this in the bag.
All right, well, let's see how it's going to go. Thank you very much for your time, guys. We're moving to train. It's the third and final map. One of these teams is going to be going home, but which one is it going to be? It's time to go over to the commentators. It's Jason and Tom.
And we've already had an insane series kicking off here just in our first match of the day. We still have another one to come up. Greyhound Gaming are waiting for their opponents. It's either going to be a rematch with them up against CyberZen, or Acus will have a chance to show what they got up against the Aussies. Tom, Train is definitely a strategically heavy map. Mirage was more puggy, Inferno was more strategically heavy. We saw CyberZen come out the better of the two. Do you agree with the Des? Do you think we're going to see CyberZen pull off the 2-1 here?
Yeah, I think we should do. I just still see those sort of like, aggressive possibilities. Like that's the thing with this map, is the fact that realistically, okay, yeah, you have the set strategies, the set smokes, but I don't know if either of these teams are going to do that too much. I think a lot of the time they're just going to go barreling into one of the sites and just try and take those pure aim battles. And realistically, then I have no idea who's going to come out on top, because it just depends who's playing what. It depends if the AWP's kicking off. Either way, our pistol underway, and yeah, the whole strategy element seems to be B.
And look at the defensive hold out of Cyberzen. 2 towards Pop, ready to reinforce and flank from behind. The smoke's gone in. They're going to push straight through it. No one's actually going over towards upper either. Ball Jr. trying to make his way towards the back. Viva's being overrun to the side, but he gets one. Gets a lot of damage done onto Hydra. And Bottle Jr. What? The bomb was down. They backed away. That's all on Punked in a 1-on-3. And there's just thing is, luckily for him, there's no way they're expecting to come in from behind. The problem is he misses first shots and Savage takes him down. And I don't understand actually there why they backed off. Were they hoping that with them backing away into safety, Punked would be able to get quite a few kills and then be able to rush back in? Look at confusion on your face is probably telling me you're not even sure either.
I have absolutely no idea. Maybe they wanted to go back and try and take the high ground or something of the sort, but yeah, no, honestly, that was incredibly confusing. And yeah, they've ended up being caught in the end, but well, we'll get to see whether or not they can actually pull anything off in this sort of round. It's going to be fast play, actually. They managed to get themselves in towards this B site and get the bomb down. They've already been far more successful than they were in the last. We'll see if they can do anything more with it. It's only going to be the Glocks. Lots of utility available.
Oh, that nade.
He's actually managed to just go above it. Or maybe not. Maybe not. He's going to be caught out by the flames in the end. And while Hydra up above, just trying to do some damage. It is going to be the spray down and eventually the clear out of this remaining player. There's no way that he can win this already. It is going to be just Savage sticking the bomb. Doesn't actually have a kit. In fact, nobody has a kit, but ultimately it is going to be them with the second round on the board. And Akers with plenty of money, however, to buy into this next.
They got the money. Are they going to have the shot? Cyberzem off to a pretty damn good start here. A couple of SMGs, actually, well, 3 SMGs picked up for them, but they'll be up against a majority of head armor on the side of Aquis. And Amercias, who was the top fragger for them on Inferno, will be picking up the AWP yet again. Curious to see what he can do here with it, though. I'm curious to see what position he would be going into. It looks like he'll be watching for some sort of push from Ivy.
Already. Opening kill goes the way of the CT side. The aggression on Ivy does manage to pick off one, but it's a very quick trade back in return. INTZ a little bit wary of the push. Does just about manage to escape. Going to try and utilize his inventory to hold them back. And in the meantime, Savage has managed to catch up another one, playing with the AWP. We saw it onto Viva a little bit more when we were playing Mirage, but it seems like he's definitely picking up the mantle once again. Look at INTZ. Oh, he's got the bomb. This is a big, big problem. He's managed to bypass a lot of plays. Got to be careful from Ivy, though, that he doesn't get spotted out, but he's going to hit any rotations back towards the bomb, or at least he should. I think he may have even spotted out one just around the corner, although I think he may have even confused himself.
Well, now they know that the bomb has been picked up because we saw them push out to try to check for it. Savage notices it's no longer down where it was prior. And he's going to get the kill onto Hydra. Savage going to push in towards him, but he spots out Amercias, and Amercias has no clue, and he's going to fall for that. That's the bomb now down, and Punked again, the last man alive, flanking in from behind. He's got 4 players to find. He's given up his position. He's not able to hit the spray, and Savage is going to shut him down. Cyberzem off to a strong 3-0 lead.
More importantly, Savage as well. Like, bear in mind, he's had a pretty good series so far. The first map was pretty damn fantastic and was one of the reasons they came so close to actually taking it. And well, in this round again, he's the man to do all the damage with this AWP, defending the bomb and just doing damage all the way through. Either way, it is going to be 3-0. Just some pistols invested in from the side of Aquis. By the looks of things, they're going to leave the bomb down again as they attempt to try and take some control of Ivy. secondary AWP already going to be thrown in onto Viva, which a little bit more risky in this sort of round, but he's got Bottle to try and help defend him, and just together we see the dismantlement of this team. Nice shot from Asylum, though. He's even going to pick up a third. Lots of kills coming in with the Deke, and Sense as well placed to finish off one more. Just a final shot needed, but can't quite connect. Still a hell of a lot of damage done, and one of the AWPs will be hitting the deck. It is going to be an easy rebuy, however, for CyberZen, but at least Aquis have made it easier if they manage to win themselves a round.
Well, they definitely need to start trying here. I mean, like you said, that was an insane amount of damage done by Asylum. No pun intended there, but it's unfortunate to get down to just that one-on-one situation, which we had happen so many times on Mirage, so many rounds that should never have been. And yeah, Aquis is, again, unfortunately falling on the short end of the stick here, at least when it comes to Train. Keep in mind, they still had a 7-0 lead on Mirage. I'm going to see if they can come back from being down 4. And a heavy presence towards Pop Dog here. And that's nades. And you got nowhere to run HC. That's almost 50 points of damage done to him.
Leaving TB still alone as that B anchor. Try and hold it alone, but the aggression once again. Asylum not ready for somebody to come pushing in, and again, A main control is lost for a second, and even just that little moment will give the sort of worry takers, but now TB is going to be pressured. He's looking to try and round the corner. Headshotted by Ponct will take control, and more interestingly, the aggression that's come out for his teammate Hydra is going to be the problem, but Bottle will deal with him, remove any sort of presence, and now it's looking like the almost old-style Train with very, very passive positions, and this is not the way you want to be playing this map. This is not the way you want to hold on to the sites. The one saving grace could be Zenza, but already they lose one of the men on the sites. HZ is going to turn his attention, and now it's left on to Ponct as well, and he doesn't stand a chance. I think he knows it. Just going to try and hold on to the AK. Another round on the board for CyberZen. I think the big problem was just Hydra unable to do anything from his aggressive position.
That, and the fact that Ponct kind of walked away from lower at the same time. Player from CyberZen pushed up in towards, I think it was Savage right here. That kid right there on Amercias just opened up it entirely. If Ponct was watching that position, he might have been able to keep his teammate alive, which means the AWP would have still been fighting. And there could have been a good chance that that could have been Aquis' first round on the board. Unfortunately, they will lose another. That's 5-0 for CyberZen, and they are taking a timeout here just to discuss some things. One thing I'm loving that we're seeing, though, Tom, is that CyberZen, with this delayed pushing towards middle, has caught Aquis off guard so many times.
Yeah, no, that is a little bit worrying for their opponents, though. The fact that like you sort of see initial pop dog control, then they just go for a late flash into A main, and even though there's multiple players around that angle, like you have to note there were 2 players outside towards the spawn. Neither of them helped their teammate, who was just in there. Just he was dead. And by that point, CyberZen, they've taken the man advantage. And although they are a very aggressive team, a team that likes to take control of portions of the map, we just see them fall out. They're like, okay, we've got our man advantage, now we fall back to the site. And that's actually a bit more refreshing from them, like utilizing that advantage, not overdoing it, not staying put and waiting for the fights. But we now see a proper execution coming in from this T side. Lots of smokes, Molotov's Bottle being burnt down to just 20 HP, still manages to find himself a kill. Looking for a second as well, thankfully. Anarchist will hit the shot, and they have managed to trade it into a 3v3.
3v3 is not going to close out the round. HC is going to get the frag onto Anarchist, and if it sticks true to what we know, it's going to turn into a 2-on-2. Every time. And Hydra and Ponct, though, it'll turn into a 2-on-1. Now, TB can be last alive to keep the streak alive here for CyberZen. So they're taking 5 rounds straight to the bomb, immediately get a piece out here of the outside bomb site, head directly over towards Inner, and Hydra will be able to get his second frag in that round. To more importantly, get Aquis the round on the board. Problem is, Viva had 10K. He's going to be able to drop for his teammates. If they can win this round as well, then they got a chance to start streaking together some rounds, right? That's where they can start getting some momentum going here of T-side Train.
Yeah, I do think that really they were a little bit lucky with that round again, because, okay, they hit all their shots, that's fantastic, but note the fact that they didn't actually gain any ground while their smokes and molotovs were thrown out.
Yeah.
So if the CTs just stayed put and played in a bit more of a crossfire, we could have seen the round go the way of CyberZen. Either way, it's all said and done. They managed to take it, and we look towards the CT side to see if they can turn it back again. Of course, a 5-1 initial streak for them. Much better buy-in for the T side, and some holes in the buy for CyberZen, especially considering they won 5 rounds in a row. MP9 definitely not the ideal weapon for these sort of battles. Either way, Molotov going to go down. They're going to push into it, and they will overwhelm one, but it's only a trade. Nade onto the site could do a hell of a lot of damage. In fact, Asylum just survives with 2 HP, and Savage is doing work. Not only almost finishes off one, he does take the frag onto the second. Now the rotation's been available, and it's the same scenario as before. They've got no forward ground. They're just holding from the sides, and it couldn't be easier for CyberZen. And while they're hoping, I feel like that's a real last-ditch effort from Zensa. Well, you never know. Maybe they don't have a smoke or a kit, or just hands.
That would be very difficult to defuse.
To be fair, they probably had enough time to do it with their teeth.
Okay, I've just got nothing to say to that.
Basically, there was a lot of time. All right.
I mean, they have feet.
I don't know, is it easier? Like, at least you can sort of... I don't know. Just pushing in the buttons.
With your teeth?
Yeah. You know,
why don't you use your nose,
your big
then?
toe might click 2 buttons.
I mean, for me, my nose is like a pointer. I can easily accomplish that. You want me to point something across the room? Bam. Let me look at it.
We're not all
you.
that lucky, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I want to have an amazing schnoz like I have.
Oh, we got a Nova on the T side.
Miss by?
No, tactical. Tactical Nova, you know.
Okay. I mean, on Inferno, I can understand. On Nuke, I can understand. On Train, I will have a little bit of a harder time understanding on T side.
He's going to take Pop Dog solo. Just go down.
Okay.
Bang.
All right.
Pop goes the head.
Well, either way, we're actually having a technical pause this time. This is not a tactical. But Aquis are using the technical to go into a tactical pause.
I think it was the other way around. It was a tactical, and then it became a technical. So someone was talking about the strategies, and then something broke. But yeah.
Was it the Nova?
Oh yeah, maybe that was it. He just like accidentally... Do you know what? They have actually... It looks like they've reset the round. So maybe someone like reset something on the keyboard. And in fact, no, Hydra's now just on the other team, and we've got 2 Zensas. So clearly someone from CyberZen has dropped from the server. I wonder if they do, or when they do reset the round, if he'll actually buy that Nova again. And then we'll know for sure if it's actually a tactical decision. But yeah, obviously just waiting to get our final man back into the server. And then we can get ourselves underway, because I believe... No, it's not. Who is missing? TB.
Hmm?
TB is not in the server.
But he's right here next to me. Hey.
Aha! Yeah. I need to stand up after that one. But yeah, at least
I
in
need
the...
another coffee after that one.
At least in the early rounds, we have been able to see CyberZen pick up a lot of decent rounds. The problem I have is every time the Aquis go into a sort of B-site hold, I feel like they need a second player to push up, because it's always one player pushing, they get taken down, and then it's like the way that Train used to be played, where the B site was pretty much the most retakeable site in the game, because you'd sit back, the only strategy anybody had was, don't worry guys, I've got a Molotov to bank off the door. Oh look, it landed on the bomb. That was it. That was the only strategy. No one had anything else. And then people are like, what if we go up to the connector, like throw a Molotov in there and then just take control of the rest of the site? I was like, that's not a bad idea. But Aquis are still like, they're trying, but it's always one man goes aggressive, the rest of the team sit back, they get the bomb down, and then CyberZen go, all right, we'll now retake you, because all the angles you hold are fairly easy to predict.
Okay, let's be fair though, at least we did see one round besides, yeah, that was actually with Hydra who pushed up inner. And they had a flank coming around the backside as well from Connector 2. The problem was the player there just turned around and popped him.
I feel like normally you need a couple of players pushing.
Right.
Because it's basically, at that point, you're hoping, you're basically, well, you're betting on him winning either a 1v1 or a 1v2 duel. And I just feel like that's way too much of a risk, especially once you already have the site. Like, this is all a moment where you are planting the bomb. Like, unless you're expecting someone to come on really fast in the like flank, I don't think you really need to gamble a second player there. So I don't know. I'd like to see a little bit more aggression from them when it comes to taking the B site, because in terms of actually getting the bomb down, it has been more successful. Now, does Hydra rebuy the Nova, or is he a cheater? Because technically he bought it. So if he doesn't, he's changing history. Oh, come on.
Maybe he bought it because he saw the player dropped.
Nah.
I don't know. Admining's not my job. Anyways, here we go.
So it was a miss buy. question answer for you, Jason. There you go.
I
Not what you wanted. You said, was it a misbuy?
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Question answered. It was.
I'm smart. Feel smart. HZ and Savage, though, able to open things up as Aquos try to pick up the pace. But at the moment, they're just picking up their pace towards their deaths here, as it's not going to be a 4-on-2.
If only they'd had an over.
Yeah. Right?
Instead, fairly simplistic cleanup. It's only going to be Asylum left. Got his trusty Deegan, a little bit of Kevlar. Actually, there's nobody on the B side, but the rotation already comes in. TB going to go back to his trusty spot and just spotting to see if anybody is going to go for some sort of rotation in that direction. But the chance is Asylum isn't going to be able to get anywhere towards this site. He'd need some lovely one-taps or a mistake, and neither of those are going to happen. 7-1. A little bit of a turnaround from what we saw on Mirage with such an early lead coming in for Aquos now. They are the ones down and out.
Well, they're down, but they're not out just yet. I'm starting to feel probably the same way you are, and probably the same way they are, as Cyberzen continue to chug along here and build up more and more momentum. But I feel like there still can be a chance. They just got to keep their composure, figure out a way to punish Cyberzen somehow. It's just that it's so hard to do so when this aggression comes in at different times. You can't rely on them to do certain things, so you can set up strategies around it. And Viva's going to be very far pushed up. The smoke's going to go down. He's going to be rushed, though, and he hits the no-scope onto Asylum, sending him back to his room and back to the drawing board here. Even Bottles another kill. Where's the refrag coming in? Finally, they drop down and they do pull it off, but they still took a lot of damage nonetheless. That was about 60 between the two.
And the fact is the CT side have actually tried to bolster their defense on the other side of the map. Re-aggression coming in from INTZ as well, as he'll now wait in pop. And this is the same sort of strategy we saw before, okay? They now start taking portions of the map. They're right in towards A main. They've got players defending B. Okay, if the T's go Ivy, then there's a big problem for the CT side. But again, they're going to be challenging these same sort of positions, and they've got to be careful rounding this corner. But Viva, he will miss the shot. Information has been gathered, and he's managed to fade away, even with the smoke being put down as well. So the T's are going to have to relocate, find another spot to try and attack. And everything just seems like they're forcing them into a B push, which is exactly what they want.
I wanted to single for the jump shot. But a great shot either way on the Punked. Now this inner push is going to be so damn difficult, especially with one man flanking from behind. They might even need it though. HZ going to come around the corner. He will die, but 20 seconds left. I don't think there's a real chance Amercias can get this bomb down, and as you see there, he's going to be completely shut down. The double up setup for Cyberzen working wonders. And as you pointed out, this control they take, once they find out where a couple players are, they just start to inch across the map, take that real estate out of the hands of Aquos, and then it puts them in situations like this, where there's 20 seconds left because they're forced to retake spots that they should have had prior in the round. Not only are they taking a lot of time to do it, they're expending a lot of their utility to do so.
Yeah, I think as well, like if you look at towards the end of that round, Aquos did exactly what Cyberzen wanted them to do, like almost to a T. Like, they had two players ready on B waiting for any sort of push. They took A main, they get spotted A main, they smoke it off. So even if you are the T side there, okay, you think maybe about going Ivy, but you know that they have A main, so that removes so many bomb plant spots that you could possibly have. It's such a risk, and you don't have that much time left on the clock. So you then go to B, where they have two players. You're just not going to win that. They're ready and set. Like, that's a site that most teams will just leave one man there to defend it, because it's not that difficult to do and it's very easy to retake. So yeah, Cyberzen pretty much just wrote the script for what Aquos were going to do there, and it was almost too easy.
And just to give you guys a quick update, since we do have two streams going on today, we have Gosu up against Vici, as Vici was able to beat Beyond 2-0. It's actually 9-8 in favor of Vici currently on Mirage. It's going to be Mirage, Train, and Inferno if they do go to a third map. In the meantime, we're on our third map of our first game, as we still have another best of 3 to come up today to determine who's the second team through our group. And Amercias is just not going to have a chance here in that round. Should be a 9-1 scoreline here.
And TB, a little bit questionable, and Asylum's actually going to get a bomb plant from this. I like it. He avoids the Molotov. Oh, yeah, just about. That's enough. That's money put into the bank accounts of Aquos as well, so not the worst case scenario. And it will be 9-1 though in favor of Cyberzen. A very strong CT side by the looks of it. they're just burning down the clock a little bit to allow some time for weapons and different pistols and utility to be found, but ultimately not a whole lot to be picked up.
If it's possible, when we get back into the next round, can we see the streaks? I don't know if it works with the reset of the round that we had happen with the drop. I'm just curious to see what the streak is for CyberZen, because I can't remember what round Aquis did win. Okay, so they won round 6, so they're on max loss bonus. So the bomb plant definitely, it helps to get extra utility.
Yeah.
Maybe an op if they can afford for it. But it doesn't seem like anything's really working for them at the moment. I mean, Hydra, he's got 1,600 extra money and only bought a smoke.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. Maybe just knew he was going to be going for such an aggressive play that he wanted to try and save the money and gives more of a chance for them to rebuy an AWP going into future rounds, but I would rather see you focus on this round than anything.
So you got to take it one round at a time, right? To get back into the game. You can't think about the long run. It's always that next round.
That's basically expecting to lose if you do it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might lose, so I should have some extra money, but either way, it's looking like they're going to try to explode out upper, and there isn't actually much presence here at all. TB completely caught out as Savage was repositioning. The timing works wonderfully, but Savage is still, he's just hitting everything at the moment. 16 and 2. No one could put this man down. He's going to be doing even more damage. He's got to be careful, though, because Hydra's up close. Is he just going to walk past him? Still, Amercias will be able to put him down, and a second as well. This is better from the T side. Still, Viva left fighting. And even just a costly round here could be problematic. Bomb has been dropped. They're trying to retrieve it up above. He almost connects the shot. Looking to try and cross over, but has to be careful. The AWP is still looming on Amercias. The fact is that they're both trapped in, and the peak, a risky one. The AWP, not really the best weapon for trying to sort of clear out these angles. I don't know why they're taking the fights. He goes for the push. The pistol will be enough if he can just connect the bullet. So Viva clutches it out in the end. CyberZen, they get their 10th, and it's off the back of this man. 4 kills. He's got $13,000. He's just absolutely balling.
And they did what you said, right? They finally pushed some players up. It actually looked good for them to take that round, but sometimes you just have these rounds that are so difficult to really accomplish much with. I'm surprised to see that shot right there. We didn't see the refrag happen.
Well, I'm more just worried, yeah, either peek together or don't peek at all.
Yep.
Like, he's got an AWP that, unless he somehow like spots your leg or something, he's not going to be able to clear you, and then the trade's really, really easy. Or like maybe have the AWP peek, I don't know.
It's not Angelina Jolie. You can't curve the bullet to get both of you, okay?
Oh, yeah.
But, I don't know, it's small things like that, you know, that separate, you know, a good team from a great team, is knowing how to pick up that frag and not losing those situations. But it wouldn't have changed the tide of the game, but it would have definitely got him extra around the board and alleviated some pressure, and these spray downs are looking good. Bottle gets 2. HC is going to be there as well. It's all on Asylum again, up against 3. No utility to use, not a lot of HP. Might catch HC off guard, and he will. So it's becoming more and more possible. If he gets this frag somehow onto TB, or maybe on a Savage as he's pushing up towards the bomb, he actually could win this round. The thing is, you see Savage wasn't even looking towards him. He had an opportunity there, but obviously couldn't see what we see. And he's not going to fix Savage right behind him, but he turns! He gets the frag, and now a 1-on-1 almost hits the shot against TV. And CyberZen will just barely come out with that victory in that round. 11-1. But now things are starting to get close here. That's back-to-back rounds where Aquis was almost able to secure it.
Yeah. Still, money, little bit of an issue. It's only really the loss bonus. They didn't get a bomb plant here, so Galil making its presence known in utility at pretty much a bare minimum. Auto sniper back in for Savage. I like it.
It worked against them though on Mirage in that round.
I know a lot of people hate it, but I like it. I think it's a fun weapon, and it's just brutal. And I'm a big fan of something like this.
So you might be able to say brutal, Savage.
Nope.
And
they haven't been wrecked yet.
As he gets a double.
Nice shot from Hydra, but yeah, eventually put down. Auto sniper going to be kept into the next, and still the bombardment continues. CyberZen looking strong on this CT side of Train, and well, no matter what Aquis seem to do, no matter how close the rounds seem to get, they've still only managed one.
And we have to think about the long term now, right? If CyberZen wins, or even if Aquis comes back and pulls off the victory, you got another best of 3 to play. against Greyhound Gaming. And that's going to be even a tougher match for both these two teams.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if Aquis somehow managed to pull this back, they will have only played a ridiculously long series, but they would have almost lost to a team that Greyhound didn't really struggle against. If CyberZen win here, okay, they come off the back of a strong win, but they've still got to play 2 best-of-3s, whereas Greyhound got a bit of a line. Either way, Fever kicks things off again, but the overface will be caught. The confidence obviously there.
Little things like that, like the run boost, to just get someone across to make the Opera miss a shot potentially and then get the frag, but no, they just face him with an AK. That's little things like that are just what we see in the difference between this Asia minor and things like the EU minor or even the CIS minor. And then also the lack of AUGs or SGs in this as well is a major difference between these regions.
We're so close to getting 2 kills there, instead gets none. That's got to be painful. Almost as painful as the scoreline. 13-1.
Jeez, almost as painful as working with you. All right, we're going to go that route.
Zenza, he has 1 kill.
I mean, when you're down 13-1, you can kind of understand it. Come on, give him an out.
I think he'd expect a little bit better than 1.
Jeez. Got nothing else to say to that. Bottle out. Okay.
Oh, again, he's so good at getting these double spray downs, but the trades are coming in. INTZ looking for more. He wants one of his own, but there we go. He doubles down. See? Called him out. He rises to the occasion. He's going to pick up his 2nd kill of the game. They know where he is, or at least they should. Fairly open position being held, but INTZ's going to manage to cross over to the train where he is covered off. And TB, I don't know if he spotted the 2nd man. Over towards Olov. It's going to be the peak count. Nice work from TB. He can go for the 2nd, and that will be the half. Almost flawless for the side of CyberZen. Aquis, they have a mountain to climb after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asian Minor for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2019 Major. This is just our first best of 3 today, but is finally coming to conclusion as we're into the final half of our final map. Winner of this goes on to play against Greyhound Gaming. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by Tombiz, as we see a massive scoreline here in favor of CyberZen.
Yeah, the comeback begin. Aquis looking to turn this around. They need to start off with a pistol.
But watch it happen now.
Asylum does manage to get himself one, at least a trade as the rotation already comes in from the CT side as they want to try and fight this one back. However, not so good so far. Hydra needs to connect the shots and isn't quite able to. They will go back a different angle, and that's enough. Drops the bomb as well. Viva's still there with the P250. He's given the mini raid boss, and he's hoping to do the damage. Managing to find one, but it's a trade back, and Savage on the flank. He's connecting, but not quite enough. 14-2. It has begun, Jason.
I almost want to say we're going to go like the full distance now because of that. But one round is not going to be enough to change the tide of how this game has gone.
If it does, I expect like Imi to be breakdancing by the end of it.
I expect you know, Bangston to shake hands after what he said to, you know, off the get-go about him from Liverpool. I mean, it's not like Manchester's any better. Anyways, round 17, CyberZen not gonna go. We're not really gonna force into this round. Just gonna have a Deagle, P250. They won with less, so that nade's not gonna be where it wanted to go.
Close.
But no
fine
cigar.
margin. Oh, yep. It'll be the possibility to buy into the next round for CyberZen that gets them the save here. Most teams do this. Pretty much all teams do this. If you don't manage to get a bomb down, there's not really a reason to force, so they will just be saving. Then again, they aren't most teams. But I feel like after Mirage, we did see a bit of a calmness in a sense. And in this map, while most of their aggression, if not all their aggression, has actually been very successful. So it's kind of hard to fault them if Aquis are unable to do anything. In this round, at least, it's looking like the Famai alongside the UMP are able to do the damage. And, well, realistically, the T's are just hoping for a bomb plant, but it's not coming. They'd have to kill off Asylum, who sat in the corner, and there's a second player there. They'd pretty much need some sort of miracle or a big mistake from this CT side. And I feel like they're very well positioned for this sort of take and already looking to just clean things up nice and comfortably. Oh, there's no way.
Well, there's a will, there's a way, Tom. Clearly, CyberZen have massive amounts of will to go with their massive lead that they have. So we can be able to buy up even further into this round. It's do or die time for Aquis. If they lose this map, then they are out of the entire tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. That is it. There's no more second chances after losing, obviously, in their opening game against the favorites, to put it lightly, Renegades. Well, there's a reason we have the sort of seeding that we do. They were easily a team that would get one of the easier opponents, and Aquis, obviously, it's been a sort of harsh situation for them, but that's how this tournament goes, and now they need to try and turn this one back. It's going to be a fast push in. Already Asylum there with the opener, looking for a little bit more, repositions, but has the help, and this is much better from the CT side. They've locked out the T's. Savage on the other side of the map is just looking to lurk, but there's nothing to lurk behind anymore. The bomb already down on the site. His teammate very low on HP, and you would hope that there's going to be somebody watching this flank, and you can already see the rotation coming out from Anarchist to make sure that nobody's coming in from behind. Pretty much the expected thing at this point. Now, there are a couple of low players, which could maybe make things a little bit more interesting, but chances are CyberZen aren't going to be able to do anything in this round.
I mean, okay, so they're just going to save then, I guess. All right. So Aquis is going to get another round up. And Savage is going to see a player, or is he running 4x3 yet? There he goes.
A little bit of a dicey battle, but he still manages to take the kill. Now, the CT side, I don't feel like they really want to throw any weapons away just for an AK or two. So just going to be defending that bomb, making sure there isn't any way that CyberZen can win this round. And, well, I feel like that's fairly impressive for Ponk to have 99 ADR and to be losing 14-3.
Yeah, and the thing was, there's a couple of rounds where, I think it was on Inferno, he was actually doing really not great, to be kind of nice about it. I'm actually going to check that really quickly, we have some time. Yeah, he was 13-19. Only person under him was Asylum at 8-22. So he had a rough time on Inferno. On Mirage, he was bottom fragging at 15-25. So he's starting to step up here. The question comes, is it a little bit too late, though, for the team to hold this one together? Realizing if they lose, one round,
It's sort of like waking up 1 minute before a job interview and thinking you can make it.
Yeah, it's true. It's not the most ideal situation, but hey, we saw some crazier things happen already in this series if you think back to Mirage. I don't want to say it's possible just yet, but it's not out of the books.
Yeah, Cyberzone are actually going to force this one up behind the AKs. They don't have a particularly good economy in this situation, and okay, the loss bonus is going to start building up behind them, so it's not the end of the world. They'll be getting the maximum going into the next round anyway, so yeah, they can just hope for a bomb plant and that'll be enough, but they can also look to try and keep this low, but already utility damage will take TB down to just 33, and this could be interesting because the Molotov actually hasn't spread into the corner, so if there's some aggression here, there could be a bit of a problem for the CT side. However, by the looks of things, just going to play things a little bit safe. Smoke going to go down, not really willing to take any sort of face. They will just hold Cyberzone out in this situation. That is something I've noticed in the past, that T-sides on train from some of the Asian teams have not been fantastic, so it'll be interesting to see if this continues. HZ, that is a risky sort of play to make, just basically hoping he can explode back up the ladder if anybody's to push in, because you're not going to hit that shot while sitting on it. But 40 seconds left, there's the double drop, and now they look to find their openings.
Amercias hits the initial shot, hits a second as well. And him, Ponkt, and Zenz are able to hold this one down. The bomb's down on top of the train, and there we go. Aquis take the round. Cyberzone, that lead they do have is slowly starting to close here. Only a 9-round difference here between the two teams. If Aquis pull this off, if they come back from this, it'll be one of the greatest comebacks in CS history that I've ever seen. Or at least been able to have the honor to cast. But still, again, don't want to get our hopes up just yet. It's a long road ahead of them. The road is slowly getting shorter as each round does go in their favor. That would be. Well, yeah, if it was blood, it would be really short road.
Well, just some pistols once again for the T's. They'll be having a big buy coming up in the next round.
Sorry, I could hear from the green room. And what he said I can't repeat on air. Either way, we're going to see a big push in towards Ivy. Anarchist is going to be overrun here, I would assume. He hits the first, though. He's able to back away, most importantly, he's able to get in a good position. The problem is they're CZs, and Cyberzone, well, they have a C and a Z in their name. And it's not going to work out in this round. Okay, never mind. He might asylum now, the last man alive in a one-on-one. Do not tell me it comes down to the CZ victory yet again. Nade comes in, and Asylum is going to win the duel with 58 HP left. That was way too close for comfort, Tom.
Yeah, they must be so clenched right now they won't be able to sit down for a week because...
Make diamond out of coal.
Yeah, that is
cheeks.
Just scary, scary situations for the CT side. Now the buy comes in. So they could be reset going into what is likely the last round if they're unable to.
Double op setup though. Sensor and Anarchist. Gets a nice tag onto Viva, who's actually been playing extremely well. We haven't, I don't think, said his name enough, even though he has been hitting amazing shots at the AWP and has been a solid player for him. It's been someone they definitely can rely on with him and Savage, at least on that CT side. But just as we saw the leg come in onto Viva, Pong's going to take one to the knee as well. And Savage is sneaking up, and he's going to gain a lot of ground here. No one's even looking towards him. The player in towards Hell, that's going to be Anarchist, doesn't even know he's been able to push up, and Pong's going to be overrun.
Oh, and he even misses the shot. That gives Savage a little bit more space, but he's got to be careful as there are still players pushing around behind him in CT. They've got some aggression out on towards the B side as well. There's a bit of a disjointed round coming in from the T side. The Bomb's still looking to try and rotate back, and it could be interesting as Viva's going to be trapped in. He only has 2 HP, but he's going to go down because of it. The Bomb dropped in a horrible position, and now the T's are on a bit of a retrieval mission, but they're still managing to find the frags. They've turned it back into a 2v3. The problem is this Bomb.
Oh, no.
Look at Savage. So well timed, so well placed every single time this team needs him to be. And look at Zenza. He's trying to come up the ladder with an AWP in his hand. He needs to perform a miracle. Runs into the flames. He's just going to burn down. He's only got 4 HP left. Made a bit of a mistake, a panic situation. And the Bomb's gone.
What? No! Oh, that could have been a 400 IQ play pushing through the smoke. He had the op. All he needed was those 2 shots. But he expected the second player to drop in towards ladder. And now 15-6. Oh, Oh man, 9 match points here for CyberZen.
Look at the buy.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
2 scouts, an M4, a Deagle, and I trust the MP5. I know Banks will be happy with that.
I was literally just going to say that.
Out the CT side.
Banks like, they got this then. They got MP5, easy round, boys. Easy for Aquis Club. Well, that's how it goes, right?
Hey, he's going to be taking the challenge in towards Pop. They have done some damage onto Bottle already. Now the scouts, I'm a big fan of double scout setups. Obviously not in a round where you have a buy, but already that's a problem. HSS managing to find the kill. I don't know if he knows there's another player there. He spotted Anakas and he's been overwhelmed as well. This is looking like the beginning of the end. As Savage looks to round the corner, Asylum at least trying to make the hero play. Maybe just made a little bit of space for his team. Maybe he needs to hit for the craziest 1-digs you've ever seen. He gets the first. Second coming around the corner as well. Punked, at least making things interesting. He's got control of the bomb as well. He's looking for more, gets the shot again. It's left all onto Bottle. Can he finish this? No, he can't. He at least makes it exciting towards the end, but it will be the end. CyberZen, they're going to take this one 16-6, fairly dominant once more. A fantastic CT half, 14-1. And then, well, even though there was an attempted comeback 5 rounds in a row from Aquis, it just wasn't enough. Some sort of messier rounds in the end.
I'm glad he actually didn't hit that last shot because I don't think my voice could go any higher than it already had in that one. I mean, nonetheless, a 3-map series that was extremely long, but extremely exciting. I actually really enjoyed casting. I thought it was a really fun match. There's a lot of key moments from every single player, from every single team, and it was all in all pretty enjoyable. But in the meantime, that's enough from us here on the desk. We're going to head back to the other desk to break down that last map.
Jason has to be nice, right? So he's got to say some sort of positive things about that. What the hell was going on, especially on them last few rounds? Again, questionable decisions. CyberZen do manage to make it work. Looks a lot better, not just now on Inferno, but obviously going on to Train as well. A lot more solidified. Did they just need to wake up a little bit, Blair?
Look, firstly, it was great watching these two guys go through the 5 stages of grief. Like, it was denial, shock, anger, and at one point, WTF. Right, but at the end, all right, getting a little serious here. I think CyberZen finally woke up. They finally played the way we kind of expect them to play. Not the cleanest, not the most technical, not the most tactical, or sometimes not the most, sane Counter-Strike, so to speak. But that aggression they were throwing in the CT side completely shut down Aquis. At the same time, on the other hand, for Aquis, it's more like, okay, there are two things they're doing. Firstly, they're waiting till like 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're getting funneled into a trap every single time. They're getting slaughtered by Savage and co. On the other hand, if they go for an execute, they don't wait to draw out the utility. They know CyberZen is sitting on like $10,000 each, but they just go out for an execute with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and they get shut down again. So that 14-1 scoreline was not surprising at all, looking the way they're playing. Little disappointed they kind of fell flat after showing so much of fight, so much of spirit in Mirage. But in the end, I think we kind of expected what we were expecting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think CyberZen just needed to wake up. I don't think they were the better team. I think team play-wise, if you had to rate them against each other, I would even dare to say that Aquis had better team play and had better ideas on how they wanted to approach the game. But when it comes to the execution, when it comes to the individual level of the teams, there was a big disparity, without a doubt. And that's why CyberZen ended up winning this match so convincingly, I would say. They did lose Mirage, right? That was unnecessary, so to speak. There was a lot of mistakes made. No, it was unnecessary for their behalf, on their behalf in that regard. You know, it's a match they should have won because they are a better team, you know, when it comes down to the individual players, when it comes down to how you actually approach the game. It's a different talk. I think Aquis Club had a decent showing in that regard. I want to try to find the positive things for them as well. The Mirage game was a good showing for them, especially some of the after-plan situations they had. They used the utility correct. They played off each other. They played with each other, and that's something they can build upon. That's something they can take the experience from this event and build upon for the future. So in that regard, a few positive notes has to be noted down about this Aquis Club as well. That said, though, we got the right team to move on in the tournament. That's CyberZen, and they will now go up against Greyhound, where they have to be ready from the get-go, because Greyhound is a complete different beast.
And this is the thing here, right? We're going to talk about this game in a little bit more detail after this segment as well. But the whole thing now for CyberZen is at least you had some warm-up now. Now you have to come straight out the gates and doing well against a team like Greyhound, because that kind of performance we see early on there, it was not really acceptable from CyberZen.
Absolutely not. Like small little mistakes where even Aquis punished them, Greyhound are not just going to punish them. They're going to rip those hole wide open. They're going to go in deep, if you know what I'm trying to say here. And that's something which you don't want to happen, because Greyhound are not going to, they are going to punish you hard. They're not going to allow you the freedom to like roam roam around and do whatever you do, like these guys did against Aquis. So they need to pull up the pants. They need to like refocus, and they just have like 10 minutes remaining to do that.
Well, we've got a few more minutes remaining, but first of all, we are going to go over to Stunner, who's got Viva from CyberZen over there for an interview.
Viva from CyberZen, and we do have an invisible translator somewhere around here. I don't know where he is exactly. No, I'm kidding. It's the camouflage. Anyway, look, man, I've got some questions for you, mainly just two, right? So this one goes the full distance. What did CyberZen learn from this long, drawn-out matchup?
以色列队伍对我们给我们的冲击很大吧，因为他们的 rush 战术对我们让我们无法针对。从他们身上也算是学到了我们防 rush 的某些地方的不足吧。
So the Israel team is really strong, and their rush is really powerful. So we learned something from the anti-rush from their team.
Okay, short and sweet. Now, we've got to keep the show rolling here. You guys have a whole nother match on your hands. You're going to be playing Greyhound. So because you don't have a lot of time to prepare, what exactly is the game plan going up now against Greyhound with such short turnaround time?
就是说，你们现在马上就要去打灰狗了，然后你们的准备时间也不多，那你们现在有没有什么计划或者准备？
昨天因为我们对灰狗的认识不足，所以昨天我们并没有准备得当。但是我们昨天晚上准备了，研究了他们很多的 demo， 准备了很多，所以我觉得我们今天应该能复仇。
So yesterday, because we didn't learn much from their Greyhound demo, but yesterday we prepared a lot. So today I think we can revenge successfully.
Everybody likes a good, successful revenge, especially that of CyberZen. We're going to go ahead and head it back to the desk and get into this best of three in a timely manner. And I'm going to wish you guys good luck. You too, man.
You too, man, as well. Thank you very much, Stunner. CyberZen, right? They've now got a really tough job against them. This is going to be rough for them. They need to bring their A game.
You know what I like? I like the fact that he said they prepared for Greyhound once again. So they must have assumed they would win this game. You know, they must have felt pretty confident. Sometimes you can say that's maybe not the best idea not to focus on the match you have upcoming, but it tells a little bit about the experience and sort of like definition they have on themselves, at least, that they believe they're good enough to just, you know, float through this matchup and focus on Greyhound, which is going to be the big task. So in that regard, you know, it gives me a little bit more hope that they're a little bit well prepared coming into this one, and we are hopefully going to see a little bit less mistakes being made.
You're an optimistic man. For me, here's the thing, right? They said they're prepared. Hopefully, it's a better veto process compared to yesterday. But yeah, hope to see something better from yesterday.
Well, let's see if we do see something better from yesterday. It's going to be Greyhound going up against CyberZen next. Stick with us, and we'll be back real soon.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, it's time for the Vodafone pre-match here at the Asia Minor. We've got Greyhound going up against CyberZen coming up next, and we're going to rush straight into the Veto with Pimp and Blair so we can get this show on the road, because the CyberZen original game dragged out longer than we expected. It wasn't a 2-0, we got a 2-1, and finally, we're into this one.
We're not going to see Nuke, we're not going to see Train. Blair, what do you got for me?
Wow, you're so good. All right, you're going to see Overpass getting picked by Greyhound and Inferno getting picked by CyberZen, and Decider's going to be Dust 2.
Cool.
I could be completely wrong about this, but... Oh, it's actually...
I'll take it.
You're close.
Oh,
rip the Dust 2.
It's going to be Mirage, and I think that's going to be a little rough. It's going to be really rough here because Mirage is a map that Greyhound are dominant on. We saw what CyberZen did on that, so it's going to go to map number 3. CyberZen are going to get dismantled.
We're starting out on Overpass, right? That's going to be an interesting one.
So is it going to be 2-1, Blair? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's going to be 2-0. Here's the thing. As Sponge just tweeted out, this game is a game where for Greyhound, they need to like stomp this very clearly.
It will define the level of Greyhound, so to speak, and how good they can progress into this tournament.
All right, well, let's see if they are going to progress any further. Let's see what's going to happen. It's do or die. Once again, it's elimination time, and it's Jason and Tom.
Damn, that segment was as short as Blett is in real life. Insane stuff coming in from the desk. Poor CyberZen, though, have had zero time to really refocus to come into their next match against Greyhound Gaming. This is still an elimination match. You lose this one, you're out. You won this one, you're into the playoffs. And as I said on the desk, Sponge in particular is looking for his brethren to really step up and show what they have if they want to be able to compete against MVP, who's already qualified into the playoffs.
Yeah, the thing is, though, at the same time, like, I get that obviously you want to, like, strut your stuff, you want to destroy your opposition, but they don't want to show, like, too much, because you know that your opposition going forward are going to be looking into things.
See, I disagree
expected
with that.
to qualify. I know that this is obviously the moment where you do want to be like obviously getting through fairly comfortably, but I think they should be able to beat CyberZen without actually too much like in-depth.
I think so as well, but I also think you're in a game that has so much weight on it that you should not hold anything back, because if you qualify into the playoffs, right, you have 2 chances to get at minimum of a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, but at the same time, that 3rd place is not like the prettiest place to be in, I would say.
So
face off.
It's Asia versus Europe, right? And then it's CIS versus America.
Yeah, I think
that's how the seeding works for Last Chance Qualifier. Okay, so well, we are having some technical issues, so thank you, Desk, for bailing on us so early. I guess Banks didn't get his allotted 3 hours of sleep in between matches. He'll be snoozing on there.
He needs his warm milk as well. He
does. To keep himself looking so young. If you guys didn't see his tweet earlier on about him and Sponge back in 2015, someone from Reddit actually just took the picture and posted it. How dare you? Give him some credit. Put it up his Twitter link.
Well, surely the credit is his face.
He needs the followers, let's be honest.
Surely the credit is his face. Like, it is him.
I couldn't tell it was him.
Really?
The thing is, I wish production could get the picture and just show it really quickly, because it's like his hair looks completely different. He looks completely different.
Sponge
looks exactly the same. This guy just does not age somehow. But yes, so we are having some issues. But Overpass can be our first map here, and we did see CyberZen and Greyhound Gaming play on this map as our first match yesterday. And CyberZen did catch Greyhound off guard, let's be honest. There were some moments where Greyhound were like, all right, well, we're not actually sure they're going to be pushing some positions on us. But over time, they finally did learn the way that they wanted to play. Sure. And we did see that Fatal pushed through Smoke into Molotov twice in a row and to his death for the side of CyberZen. But either way, looks like we're all fixed and ready to go here as we kick off our last match of the day of the Asian Minor. We still have the Americas Minor to come up after this, where Furia, if you guys didn't see that, beat Envy to qualify through into the playoffs. Even Neymar was watching from home. Hopefully he's watching us right now. I doubt it. But if he is...
He loves a bit of CyberZen, you know.
Yeah, but if he is, you're my favorite football player ever.
Really?
Follow me back on Twitter.
He's not my favorite.
Okay, well,
I don't like him. Anyways.
That's a good way to get a lot of hate going towards you.
Yeah. I've heard he's good at swimming too. His diving particularly is fantastic. Either way, we're going to be into our pistol round, and well, it's already a trade, a bit of a brawl to start things off, as we do have...
Just wait to see a red dot appear on you right now at any time.
We do have the push coming in on towards the site. It's going to be... Nick Stacy looking to try and lead the way, but actually it's Viva to find the kill again. Back into a 3 versus 3, the trades galore, and looking at the CTs trying to come in from behind, as they do have a lot of long control. But it's the T's trying to shut down Savage at the moment. Trying to catch him off guard, but actually he's still surviving for quite a bit of time. His remainder of his teammates have managed to get towards that site. The problem is they don't have a kit, so they need the kills, and that's just not happening. Bottle all alone, and oh god, that's messy. Not going to be able to find anything.
No, we're talking about Neymar.
I knew that joke. It was so bad, but I knew it was coming. Time pretty much gone for him. We'll take a couple of extra kills, a little bit of extra money for him going into the next round, and likely to see a force come in from CyberZen. I think Stacy will go down with the bomb, and yeah, Bottle may be the only one standing, but it's Greyhound to take the pistol round.
Okay, so Greyhound, I think they've learned a little bit more as well going into this match, looking at the VODs of their game from yesterday on Overpass, because they really struggled at the B side. There's a lot of information gathering that CyberZen like to do with jumping a peek in towards water over towards short. And I think Greyhound are going to be giving more focus towards this A site and hopefully for their sake limiting what Viva can do on the AWP. I'm curious to see how Savage will potentially lurk on the T side when we do swap at the end of the half, because he was so impactful with it on Mirage and was probably one of the few reasons why they almost actually took that map.
Yeah, and I think lurking on this map is even more effective a lot of the time, like having so many different angles to hold and so many different positions that it's important to cover. You don't want to allow like aggression through that A site, or if they take short control or anywhere near Monster, like that's just not available. Or shouldn't be to the CT side. At least in this round, they've gone for a little bit of an initial stack over towards the B side, but the Ts, and this is something we did give huge props for when it came to the previous showing on this map. They're very good at methodically clearing all these angles, and they do it fairly quickly as well. So it's not like they're executing with, say, 10, 15 seconds left on the clock. We see Greyhound comfortably just go through, go, okay, there's nobody here, there's nobody here. And I think that's the best way to play against CyberZen, because the thing that they always seem to have against opposition is the surprise factor. We saw it in the last map on Train, where they always seem to have someone in A main or Pop Dog, where no matter where it was, there was always somebody there. This time, the only player there, Viva, he's back towards the site, looking to try and find a little bit of damage at least onto his opponents, but the site is completely out of his control as the full rotation comes in from the CT side.
He hasn't been able to get a single point of damage done just yet. Not able to hit that follow-up shot as Malta. Just going to walk all over him in towards Bank. Going to continue to push, or at least hold this angle in the meantime. As you can see, CyberZen trying to figure out what the direction they want to go. Savage, by the way, is over towards T spawn, so maybe he's looking for some exit frags. He's going to be a little bit too late to get around, even throwing the scout out of the map. I like that, preventing them from saving anything into the next, because they did fully invest into this round. And Savage just having a little bit of a play day here. I really wish we saw a player just like go down the slide, just because he knew no one was around.
Oh, it's at least one kill for HZ. I don't know if the gun actually dropped down for him to retrieve. We'll see if he's able to actually get that one back. Doesn't look like it, so we'll just be stuck with the pistol for the next round. The same as Savage, so a little bit extra for them to have into the next round, but not anything to really write home about. Greyhound have done very well of keeping these rounds nice and clean and already making a little bit of extra cash to put into their bank accounts. And they're going to have another chance here, as the CT side only have the weapons they say, plus an extra pistol or two.
Nade out of Viva and TB. I wonder if they're going to nade simultaneously at the same spot to, yeah, it looks like they might be able to look for some early damage, potentially turn it into some early kills. But look how passive Greyhound are being. This is a complete change from what we saw, I feel like, on day one of the Asia Minor, which was coincidentally just yesterday. I feel like they've kind of grown into the way CyberZen are playing. And if that's true, that means I feel like CyberZen has almost no chance in this best of three.
Well, yeah, this was something that we saw a good early start, as you said, from CyberZen. I think it was like 4-5-1 when it came to the CT side, because they were able to catch off Greyhound with a lot of aggression. And then we saw, as you said, Greyhound sort of fall into this style, where they're much more patient, waiting for anybody to do something quote-unquote stupid, and then just like basically make sure that they're not losing any players or multiple players to silly things that CyberZen are doing. And because of that, it's very difficult for CyberZen to play the Counter-Strike they like to play. Now, I will say, very early on, haven't seen a buy yet, haven't seen the AWP, haven't seen any rifles at all. So realistically, it's very hard to read of what we've seen so far. But I do like the way they're playing their sort of anti-eco rounds. And again, they've managed to sort of push over towards this A site, cleared things out nicely. There's only going to be one man there. It does manage to do a decent amount of damage, but the fact is, bomb's going to be planted and not a single real chance for anything to go through for the CT side.
Ooh, that nade does a lot of damage to Dick Stacey. I'm just getting blown up.
I like how he just looks at his own failed smoke, just like, God's sake. You've disappointed me for the last time.
So what, is he gonna off himself or something?
No, the smoke. Yeah. Obviously it's gone now.
Right. Well, Sterling gonna be making sure no one actually stops the bomb. And Savage, who, okay. second-guessed his shot and allowed Dexter to secure the frag. And most importantly, keep the ump, which he's going to upgrade into their extra round anyways, so gets a little extra money in his pocket. And Cyberzen just going to save what they can. Kind of important for HZ, I feel like, because he can afford to drop an op if he does want to. And then have an AK with full armor. So I think it was actually really important out of him, at least, to save this Kevlar.
Yeah, no, all in all, this is the sort of buy that you expect to see going into that 4th round if there is a force buy in the second. So this is what Cyberzen was saving for. Of course, the T's no reason not to keep everything they had in the previous round. Just go for a bonus, go for something really risky with the SMGs. If it fails, you can still buy into the next round comfortably. So this is pretty much the best case scenario. This is almost the old style scenario you expected to see. Nade has done a nasty amount of damage onto Dexter already though, so he's a little bit caught out, hung out to dry.
3 SMGs for Greyhound still. It did not invest into that round.
Yeah, the bonus round.
Interesting. Thing is, they're up against 4 players with head armor. They can close the distance and get, obviously, these close quarter combat fights. It would favor them pretty heavily. But I do appreciate the slowness that Greyhound's playing. It seems like a complete 180 from the match we just had.
Yeah.
Veva's not going to hit that shot. To be fair, that's an extremely hard shot to hit. The thing is, he's going to go back for the peek, and Bottle's watching a different direction. The player who's pushing up the side could have caught him out, and I believe that's actually someone behind him. It's going to be Malta. But he hasn't gone for the push, and now he's finally able to do so, but he's taken out by Bottle. His window that he had to play with has just been shut. And the last 2 players at a Greyhound are pushing over towards the A site from long.
Yeah, the smoke was very important, though. So they do manage to get past onto the site. The problem is, once the bomb goes down, there's going to be so many flanking angles available to this CT side. Already looking to try and spray down one. The T's do manage to turn it back a little bit, but going for that weapon risky. Luckily, Sterling had his back, and Dexter's found another. It's looking like now Cyberzen can't hold on to their rounds, as we do have Nick Stacy managing to spray away. It's all left onto Viva. That went from a 5v3 into a 3 versus none. What a hold from Greyhound. Fantastic teamwork to get those final frags, and yeah, Cyberzen are going to be absolutely kicking themselves. They don't manage to finish off a single player.
Not a single one. That's a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. Especially with them winning this round with 3 SMGs picked up. Like, it's like almost a slap to the face, and Dick's definitely going to be happy about that, because it does morally punish Cyberzen and really hinder them in the series. And now they're back to Deagles, CZs. I mean, I say back to CZs, but they did some serious work with it, as we saw in the last match. And Sterling's going to open things up, taking down TB.
Yeah, good start, and this time the T's can look to go a little bit quicker. They found that opener. Molotov's just going to rain down onto the site, clearing all of the closer angles. And ready, INTZ, we'll be able to find out one. Spray down, we'll clear the site, and Viva's on a hot flank, but unfortunately his teammates haven't actually held the site long enough for this to be worthwhile. Well set up by the T's again, a strong anti-eco round. Looking dominant so far. Of course, we do get the full buy into the next as well from Cyberzen.
I'm curious, by the way, if when we get to the next round, could we actually see how many players Greyhound's lost? I mean, I guess I can just count the kills for Cyberzen. That'd probably be the easiest way. It was actually 7. Good job, Jason. Way to go. On the other side, for Greyhound, fairly even between all the players in terms of frags. So everyone really doing their own part.
Yeah, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3.
Yeah,
that's impressive. But yeah, they're not losing many players. In fact, the majority of those are in the pistol. So since then, it's been very, very clean. Deep smoke going to be thrown over.
Not where it was supposed to land.
That was meant to bounce back into Monster.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Didn't the train used to be RNG based? And sometimes it could block your smoke, and then they fixed it to a certain schedule.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
I think I remember seeing something about that a couple years ago.
Get rid of it. Hate the train.
Whoa.
Ooh, nice.
Don't hate that, though.
Able to get the opener. We are going to just watch to see if this double AWP setup will be the change that was needed for Cyberzen. Obviously, plenty invested into these 2 players. And to be fair, they did very well. Interesting that both of them are on A. So if there's a faster play over towards this A site, they'll be in trouble. Oh, risky peek to take. Sterling doesn't actually manage to hit the shot. I was expecting him to find that kill. Instead now both players pushing onto short. This is quite risky. As said, both with AWPs. A miss from either of them could cause the death of the other, but by the looks of things, Viva just not missing at the moment. He gets his second and a headshot again. Not that it matters, he just wants to kill them at least with 400 damage.
Got pad those stats, bro. Malta, though, in a really scary spot as you see him checking every angle possible. And look at this, Savage coming in from behind. Are they going to expect this? Are they going to hear it? No, he's going to have some free shots here. And he gets the first. That's going to be collateral onto Dick Stacy. He's going to fall. And there we go. CyberZen with the really interesting play towards A with the double up. They pull it out.
Yeah, hugely successful. Every kill coming in onto an AWP. So great turnaround. I wonder if this will be where we see a bit of a change of pace, though, from Greyhound. After being absolutely ruined by AWPs, it might be an option. So close to a double there. I felt like he almost deserved it. Gets the other kill anyway, but it's not quite the same. All right, let's see. Is the smoke going to hit this time? It should bounce back into Monster. I think that's the idea. No. I don't know. I guess he just doesn't know the smoke. It's like that guy who just lies. Either way, it's going to be the quick push in. HZ already starting things off well, and he will get the double down. It is a faster play pulled in from Greyhound, but it has not been successful so far. However, they have been able to bring these rounds back in the past. They're looking to try and do it again. They're a little bit bogged down, though. They need to get past some of these smokes, use them to their advantage, and that's exactly what Dexter does, but Bottle very quick to trade. They've got 3 AWPs now. The third one pulled in. TB adds another to the death toll and leaves Sterling. Looking like he's about to join that body pile. Looks to turn around. The Savage is ready and waiting. Are they going to keep 3? No. Okay. Attempt 3 at the smoke. Let's see if he'll make it this time.
I just wonder if they've known that he's been missing it, because they're not really checking down Monster, right? They're not looking. They're sitting towards Toxic, so they don't really have an idea that it's not landing.
But the thing is, the CTs do because they re-smoked it.
Okay, well, you would think... Oh, he's going for it
Okay,
again.
no, it's TB. This is a different person. There we go. I think that's a much... Yeah, there we go. That's how it's supposed to be, for anybody wondering. So Savage is just... At least he's admitted. He's like, yeah, okay, guys, I know I said I know the smoke. I don't. Does anybody else know it? TB's like, you know what? I got you, bro.
That's like me when it comes to Mirage. Everyone's like, hey, who can smoke stairs? I'll be like, I'll take CT. And they're like, okay, who can take stairs or jungle? I can do CT. And I still miss CT.
And then someone goes, I've got CT, and you're like,
I'll re-smoke CT
this way.
when it's done.
Oh, I didn't buy a smoke.
Why do you have 1,600 money left? Sorry, Cat's on fire. I was also on fire. Viva here hits another shot. He's definitely stepped up in the double op setups here. Again, Savage likes to play a little bit more of a lurk role. We know he can op. We know he's great at it. But Viva, over the course of the last series as well, has been doing amazing work with it. After losing 5 straight, CyberZen getting 2 on the board. Let's see if they can transition it into a third and put Greyhound on the back foot. Or back paw, I should say.
Okay. 3 players over towards Monster for the CT side. 30 seconds left on the clock, but it's going to be the pincer play, or looks like it, towards the A side. Looking to wrap around the banana. Smokes will go over, leaving Viva without much vision with that AWP. He's going to be looking to try and just aim down range, but that late Molotov is going to be the bane of the life of the T side. They managed to negate it, get past it, as the bomb looks to go down. Bottle well placed over towards Long, but still, they managed to get the kills. They actually take down Bottle as well, and somehow this has swung into the favor of the T side. It's looking like they were dead to rights after the initial kill goes the other way. Now we look towards TB. Can he do anything here? The spray not connecting. His teammate's dead, and now he just tries to escape. But Greyhound will hunt him down, and that's going to be CyberZen left with a deficit of 4.
Probably rename themselves to Bloodhound Gaming at this rate. I'm surprised, though, they're not getting punished more from what they did in the first map of not checking that side or not checking towards Long. If we cast our minds back, if you guys missed out on it, multiple times you would see them push Long and not check that left corner, or multiple times they would enter the A side and not check towards Long, and it's not the first time Bottle's been able to take advantage of that. But luckily for Greyhound, it only ended in 1 death. Still, Greyhound, more importantly, taking the round they needed, 6-2, as they do call the timeout. CyberZen sticking true to not using a single one over the course of every match they played.
Yeah, if they get eliminated without using a single pause, that would be pretty damn interesting.
It'd be a pausing. No, never mind. Okay, I'm just done. I'm not doing any more today. Look, this is my last game today, so I don't have to fail anymore. Anyways, Greyhound looking better. I think this is what Sponge was also alluding to, is that they need to have a swift 2-0 to prove to everyone they can compete against like MVP, against Gosu if they do pick up their victory, or even Vici, however that match is going on the B stream. And I think this also shows their preparation from day 1 to day 2, right? How much have they been able to change around their style or read into the way CyberZen are playing? I believe they don't even have their coach here with them, the one that we see listed on Wikipedia. So this is all being done within the team.
Bottle in the connector, looking to take the battle once again. He likes his aggressive peaks. It looks like that was an anti-flash attempted, and Bottle just necks both. Down and out within the first few seconds, and he's going to continue his push forward.
He's going to see the bomb if he goes up that ladder too.
In the meantime, Malta just goes running into B, it looked like. Not sure what the play was there, but he's lost his life, and as you said, Bottle, he's now found the bomb, so they've got a little bit wary. He even spots the feet. And that leaves Dick Stacey left all alone. 1 versus 5, not the situation he was hoping to be in, and the aggression of Bottle in this round has been hugely successful. 45 seconds left on the clock for him to try and make some sort of ludicrous play, and, well, he needs a miracle.
He's going to go thick and fast here if he wants to be able to get this bomb down towards the A side. He's got 38 seconds remaining and a lot of CTs to fight before he can do so. Ooh. Good nade coming through, good smoke as well, but the thing is, HC's going to watch him crossing. And we'll get the spray down, and CyberZen takes one back after losing the last round.
And this actually done a lot of damage over onto the money of Greyhound. They're not in the best of positions to actually go for a rebuy. I just don't think they expected anybody to just dry peek that. But yeah, that push into Monster was an interesting one for me. Maybe not expecting somebody to be that close, but I suppose they did need some sort of individual hero. Either way, just a half buy. Sort of pulled in. Dexter's the one who actually doesn't have much cash to play with, and even into the next round will be struggling a little bit to get himself a buy. Viva, well placed, and again, he's finding a lot of opening picks for his team. As they look to try and rush him down, he knows it, spamming away with the pistol, but he'll be able to get back to the site, but now he needs the cavalry to arrive to help him out a little bit. The flash is good, but he's better. It's the no-scope as well. Is he shutting down this team all alone? I take it back. He needs no help. He wants the ace. He's going to miss the shot, and HZ will be there to close it down. But Viva, he really is on fire so far.
Damn well done by him too. And I think it's such a crucial point for them, for him to, well, him and everyone to kind of peak in the tournament when their tournament life is on the line. And I liked his positioning too, because it wasn't like he was out in the open. It wasn't like he would take one shot that he could be overrun. He always had an escape route to get away from Greyhound, to always force these one-on-one fights. Really like the way he was playing that one, and Savage is gonna have the op as well. Bottle, he just kind of, Bottle, you do your thing. We're gonna support you in any way we can. He got aggressive towards connector, got aggressive towards long, this time aggressive towards middle. He's looking for the 1v1 battle up against Sterling. He might be able to pull it off here, and Dick Stacey as well might have a hard job. Lucky for him, he does get the peak in time, but Viva's gonna be there. Oh, Viva just unscopes at the wrong moment. It's gonna be down to a 3-on-3, and look at the man pushing long. It's gonna be Savage. Are they gonna expect, is he gonna be ready for this? Oh, there's our answer.
And even tries to smoke it off. The thing is, his retreat may be caught. I think he knows it as well, going to try and use the rock to his advantage, even throwing out a flash, but Malta decapitates him and evens up the scoreline once again. It's the connector push coming in from the CT side as they try to catch any sort of rotation coming in from Greyhound back towards the A site. However, they may be pushing B, but just look how aggressive TB's going. He may be able to catch them on the cross. He does just that, and leaves it all onto Urkus to try and save them here. Handed a duel, but TB will win that one too. 5-6, CyberZen looking to come alive in this one. And what was such a great early start for Greyhound is now starting to slip.
I just love this random kind of aggression. I feel like CyberZen realized the plan that they wanted to go into this with, like they did against Greyhound the first time they met yesterday, wasn't going to work. So now they're going for like different aggression. They're being super carefree in the way they're playing middle, allowing Bottle to push up like that without being punished with no real backup there. Luckily, Viva was able to get the right spot and get a return frag with the AWP. And now Greyhound, this might actually ping them to come up with the idea of pushing aggressively. The problem is, It's a lot of Molotovs, it's a lot of nades, a lot of utility being spent very early on here for CyberZen to deny any sort of aggression.
That's the thing, though. I don't feel like they can fight fire with fire. Because I think this is exactly what CyberZen wants. Like, you saw when it came to Inferno, when, yeah, in the previous match where they tried to sort of just aggressively push Banana, they just got slaughtered again and again and again because CyberZen were ready for it. So it's almost like them tempting you. It's like just slowly just poking you again and again, going, are you going to rush us this time? Are you going to rush us this time? And when you finally do, you'll get slaughtered. That's the thing. It's one of those styles which I feel just it can break a team and infuriate a team, and well, that's why we've seen upsets in the past of like teams that should clearly be better than CyberZen, that should clearly be better than Tyloo, whoever it may be, and they've lost it.
Like you were saying before, that lead that Greyhound did have, a 5-0 scoreline at the end of the first 5 rounds, has just disappeared. We're all tied up now at 6 apiece, and CyberZen able to take 3 straight now. The economy is starting to build up here, more importantly for CyberZen. You see 2 players on 9K, Bottle almost on 7. And the utility usage is, the thing is, it's looking good in the beginning of the round because they're really controlling how much they can do in terms of being aggressive. But I feel like if Greyhound go back to delaying the rounds out to the last 30, 20 odd seconds is where they could start to really shine. And a big investment for CyberZen over towards the long position. So that means there's only 2 players towards B. As we can see, there's no one even coming in this spot.
Yeah, they've gambled, and they've gambled incorrectly. This is the furthest they can be away from any sort of rotation. How does HZ get anything done here? He won't get any more. Manages to find 1 kill, but that's a save. I know that they've got plenty of money in the bank, but there's just no reason to go for a battle like this. Hold for exits, fine. Try and do some damage, fine. But you put yourself on the other side of the map, and as said, I understand the sort of case of CyberZen. I think that they've been taking a lot of risks in this game so far. The risk they took this time was, okay, that we haven't had a lot of aggressive pushes onto B. Let's try and hold long really aggressively. The problem is, with 3 players there, you're on the other side of the map to where the push came in. There's no way you win that round.
Did you notice how Greyhound played that round out, by the way? I feel like they did like contact B, which is like one of the most basic strategies ever. But hey, if it's basic and it works, then why not do it, right?
It's Hugo Byron's favorite strategy. You ever play Counter-Strike with him? Basically every round. Well, mainly on Mirage.
That explains why he's silver. But no, I mean, sometimes the best solution is the most simple solution. Just play contact. You know they like to peek you. They know they like to check where you are. They like to gather information. Why not play that strategy of yourself? You know, don't give away your execute. Don't give away where you are and just burst when you are noticed. And it worked in that round, and we're going to see if they maybe go that same route here as we get into round 14.
Yeah, still a decent scoreline for Greyhound over on the T side. Nothing to really worry about just yet. I expect, of course, to see a lot more from Sterling, for example, over on the CT side when he's given the chance with the AWP. They've gone for the same strategy again. Obviously, okay, they didn't come long last round. Maybe they'll go long this round. 3 players there currently. And a little bit more aggression over on the B side as well. Short control being taken away by CyberZen as they look to push forward. Now, this could potentially negate any sort of push that came in the last round. At the same time, if they go through Monster, it's going to have to be a full retake.
What's kind of different, too, is that Bottle's not playing as aggressive as he was before. Vic Stacy's going to be in a really tough spot here, but gets the first. And again, TV going to cling 2 more victims. As Malta just going to win out on that trade on against Savage. He expected the second player and was expecting him, but wasn't able to hit the shot. Now it's all on Aircast and Dexter. They have the bomb in their hands, and Aircast is actually running as quick as he possibly can towards B. Gets the frag. The thing is he that confident that is going to be safe to push it towards B? I'm not sure why HD needed to get aggressive there, considering they have the man advantage, but either way, they got to play this one out.
Been some insane moves in this game from CyberZen, but they're into the 2v2 anyway. And they're going to be chucked out, and takes a little piece of Urkus with it. Rotation has come in. TB's been excellent. Not only in this round, but in the game so far. Dexter going to go for the fight through. The Molotov manages 1, and TB gets both. He's going to pick himself up that AWP and a 4K to go with it. But more importantly, they get themselves the round. And yeah, one that I have to say, I'm not, like the initial setup, great. Like the 3 men on long, fantastic. Then you have Savage. Okay, you've got a man advantage. He's just like, yep, you know what? I'm going to continue pushing. Crazy. Like, that's the kill right there. HZ trades, fine. And HZ does exactly the same thing through Monster, just like a random assumption that there's something clear, or maybe that they're going the other side of the map. I don't know, but it's just mental. And here we go again. Savage, auto sniper. Where's he going? Where's he going? B, maybe? I'd quite like to see it on B, just him sat there rattling off shots down Monster. That is where he's going, and that's where the T's seem to be pushing, at least initially as well.
Oh, that nade.
He got trapped a little bit by his teammate. Otherwise, I think he would have got away with that.
The thing is that you're not just going to shoot shots blindly through the smoke here without a sniper. Like, the surprise factor of it is worth quite a bit. But with the way he's playing, that flashbang could come in. He could be completely, taken out of the fight. He's actually going to have the opportunity to go for it. And this is why the AWP's picked up over the auto sniper. It's a one shot, one kill, generally, unless you hit the feet. Gotta hit the head with the auto sniper for that to work. I wonder if that was a little bit of like a BM play. The thing is, that's not the first time he's picked it up, right? So
yeah, no, he's picked up a few times now. Boost over the top. TB is just on fire at the moment. Another wonderful shot onto Dexter. He's 12 and 5 at the moment. One of the many reasons that CyberZen are really in this map. He's had some true hero plays, and they actually still have 3 men over onto this site, and there isn't really much of a lurk. You see the rotation of Malta start to rotate back in towards that short position. Maybe a bit wary of some sort of flank, but the dedication still seems to be there. Have they run through Monster again? How does HZ win that duel? He's going to get the third as well. It's just madness. There's no leash on this man. He has no control. Just straight through Monster. A triple K. What do you even do if you're Greyhound? Why would anyone in their right mind do that? And in the end, TB's there to save him. 8-7. CyberZen, just craziness once more. And do you know what? I'm going to need the halftime break. Just calm down a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Asian Miners for the Intel Extreme Masters 2019 CSGO Major. Tom has collected himself after that first half of crazy affairs here between Greyhound and CyberZen. But it's not over just yet. That's only the first half of our first map here, Tom. It's a best of 3. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think Greyhound got a little bit caught out by some of the plays that CyberZen making on their CT side. T side shouldn't be possible, really. You've got to expect the unexpected when you're on the CT side. You can play much more passive and force the Ts to almost do your bidding on occasions, but at least for now, they've gone very aggressive over towards that A side of the map. Normally, you see a sort of B stack, that's the common factor, but they've gone for a retake and set up with the boost. They do have a kit and a smoke ready for this occasion, and well, Savage lining up some nades.
I'm a little bit Monka-esque here as he has a smoke out. Is it going to land? Is the question.
I believe in Savage. But more importantly, the boost. Mortar going to be well placed. Heaven Smoke, I believe, has landed as well, so that's probably a good sign. And TB's actually going to get the opener again. He continues his run of form from that first map. A fantastic display individually. He's 14 and 5 currently on the scoreboard. And now Greyhound, they've got a retake with a man disadvantage.
Well, luckily for them, they do have a kit, so they can drag this one out. Wait for those smokes to dissipate. They need to hit these shots, though, and Bottle Jr. already opens up initially here, looking for that second, and it's not even going to have the opportunity to because the entire lineup of Greyhound Gaming has been taken out and put to pasture as CyberZen do take the pistol round and go up 9-7 here. I think it's a worrying sign for Sponge and for a lot of the Aussie fans out there.
Just Sponge.
I mean, because this is not the Greyhound Gaming that he wanted to, and I think, you know, a large portion of people out there wanted to see in this match. They wanted to see the quick 2-0 if they were going to be able to compete against the likes of MVP, because the winner of this match does play MVP since they came out first in their group. Renegades, I believe, are waiting for their opponent. I'll check in on that really quickly while we have a second, or when we have a second, I should say.
Seeing a strong individual standard from CyberZen, a lot of big plays coming across the board, and this is what this team can put up. Like, there's no doubting the individual skill. A lot of the time, it's just the decision-making of CyberZen that puts them in the grave, but they've been able to catch out Greyhound quite a bit. Now we look into what is the force buy coming out. Greyhound obviously wanting to buy back into round number 4 with everything they desire, unless they can somehow manage to steal this away. Now, bear in mind, Savage only has a pistol. P250 in hand, pretty much the same as some of his opposition. In fact, you could say they even have better buy than him. And this nade could do a reasonable amount of damage over the top, only really catches TB for a small amount. But yeah, this isn't the safest buy by any stretch of the imagination for CyberZen, so it could be going back the way of Greyhound if they're not careful.
Sterling will get one. But again, one's not going to be enough. Dick Stacy, though, laying down the law, almost catching actually onto another player who was over towards Long Viva. In the meantime, trying to push up towards Bang. Dick has to go hard here to keep his team alive in this round. Viva's not really being pushed off the side. He does take Dick out of the fight. And Viva's gonna get a second as well into Malta. What a shot out of him. Not enough HP left remaining for the side of CyberZen. There's a legitimate chance Aircast can win this. Thing is, he doesn't have a kit. He's gonna have to pick up the pace. He wants an AK so bad, but he just can't grab it. His arms aren't long enough. But he gets the shot in the bottle. TB, can he save his team yet again here? And no, he can't. Aircast gets the triple kill. And we'll have the AK. And we'll have the defuse for dessert. And Greyhound will take a much needed round here, taking themselves up to 8.
Yeah, great clutch coming in from Amercias. 3 kills. As we've sort of mentioned throughout this, it seems that Greyhound plays some of their best games when he's really just performing well. And you look over at the T side, money, and it is not in a good state. They may even just have to go with a few pistols into this one.
Well, I mean, CyberZen, why not just go for the CZs? It's already worked for them so many times. What were we hearing? Like, I think it was like 9 anti-eco rounds that they lost.
That's what, I think that was throughout 8+ throughout the tournament.
Yeah,
what Imi said. But I think that was more just frustration of how things have actually gone. Obviously, they definitely had some opportunities after the first map win to take that one home, but just didn't really step up in the second. But either way, new series, new game, and, well, a force buy in from CyberZen. So they've got the AKs. Could have saved and got a 4-buy with the remainder of the players able to get weapons, but that's not really their style. They are the force buy team, the team that likes to keep the pressure on, never taking the foot off the gas, and really wanting to take the fight to Greyhound at all times. At the same time, to say Greyhound do seem fairly collected in a lot of these rounds. The last one obviously a bit more manic, with the pistols able to win it for them. TB looking to boost over the smoke. Sterling has actually gone just under the radar. We'll be up close. They've got to be a little bit wary for this one.
Good flashbang. Not good follow-up though, unfortunately. Able to get that first frag. Does donate over a weapon to Greyhound if they can just pick it up. They haven't gone for it just yet, I believe. Savage is in a position to actually grab it. And Bravado again left his own devices, looking to lurk. Pick's gonna be there. But Bravado's not able to hit the shot, so smartly enough gonna back away. They're actually gone for a quick rotate back towards the B. It's gonna be all on Malta. He's gonna have a tough time holding on to this, especially with two players going towards Monster. If he's in a two-pronged fight, I don't know how he's gonna win it, but luckily for him, as Smoke did come in towards short to protect him.
I think the rotation came in, but he's now still left alone. His teammate's gone down, but he's managed to do the damage. Great save there from Malta to just burn that clock down low enough, and the Force Spy fails for CyberZen once more. It hasn't really been overly successful just in today in general with their Force Spy strategies, but they do a lot of damage. They'll be able to buy into the next round, obviously, but this one is just going to have to be an eco.
And great job by Dick Stacey as well to be there in time to back him up. Because that still could have been a plant going down for CyberZen if he wasn't there. But back on the CZ, or at least one CZ at P250. The thing is, I'm still hesitant to say like this is a round that they should lose with what we've seen them do, but I think Greyhound are a little bit of a different team than Aquis Club was in the prior match.
Yeah, the interesting thing though is Bottle was actually bought quite a lot. So going into the next round, they're only going to have like what, $1,900 or something, maybe a little bit more. After the next round, let's see, I only did 24. But it is still, it leaves him with just about an AK-47 and not much else, not much utility. Obviously, that's more dependent on whether or not he's able to get a kill or two. But they're going to try and push on to Sterling. That's not the best start, but he will be able to get a double here. Dexter alongside him, but another player dropped, and TB, the star of the show, manages to retrieve an AK, but it doesn't last long. Dick Stacey puts him down, and it will be 10-9 in favor of Greyhound as they reclaim their lead once again. However, we now do get the buy-in. As I said, there'll be some limitations, some lacking in utility. They've gone heavy on the Molotovs, unless, of course, Bottle doesn't go for an AK, but yeah, that's not going to happen, is it?
Not this time, at least. So the lack of utility. Wonder if they're going to pick up the pace and go for a quick hit. We can see so many incendiary grenades on the side of Greyhound to halt any sort of early round aggression. We haven't really seen much control out of connector to Greyhound. I feel like that's something CyberZen can really use to their advantage. And that's something CyberZen used quite heavily in the first time they met on this map yesterday. But now a lot of information gathering as well out of Greyhound. It's not like they're jump peeking to see towards short. Not boosting either, not looking in a couple different directions, but they have a good amount of control towards long. And you can see Dexter just trying to play a really sneaky snake roll here behind the rock.
Molotov will go over to clear out tree, but nobody there. T's again, they've fallen into this default, just playing patiently, maybe expecting aggression, but the CTs haven't really done anything of the sort. They're not playing against themselves, so there isn't going to be that same sort of aggression. Although I say that, Dexter's managed to get around the back. He snuck through long. This is so much information for the team. There's no way Viva expects this. But how many players can he realistically get? And that's the thing. The more time he takes, the more chance there is of him being spotted. He wants to try and get more than one here. The problem is it's more just the information game. He's got that first. Now just looks to hide in, but he's got to be careful because I don't know if he actually spotted HZ. It won't matter. Malta's there to find out a second. The push through the Molotov is enough to push Bottle to the dirt and leaves just 1-2 men around this area. Dexter's still lurking. It's a problem as HZ. He's just been sat in this angle for the last few minutes, waiting patiently for someone to come his way. The time now ticking. He doesn't want to die after that clock. Maybe able to take someone with him at least, but now he just has to hold on to this AK, and I think he may die. Was that after the time, though?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Why not
just
wait
on the timer.
1 second? They all knew where he was. Either way, I guess you're trying to secure the round and make sure they can maintain this lead. 9-11. Favorite Greyhound. I was actually curious, by the way, about that push out of Bottle. I think he, well, obviously knew one player was behind him. So maybe he was trying to, or maybe he was expecting, oh, wow, CyberZen going for a pause. So maybe, I'm sorry, he was expecting a player to push in from behind him, Dexter there. So we try to get a different angle to actually push off of that. Either way, interesting choice. And you know something's going on if CyberZen finally take a timeout here.
yeah, maybe the first time they're actually feeling the pressure in this tournament. Taking the time to talk things over. Obviously, investment into this round is still going to be a minimal. They will have maximum loss bonus coming in the next round anyway, so plenty of cash available. Fact is, though, this round not going to be a huge investment. Just some pistols, not that much utility. And on the other side, things are actually starting to look pretty good. Sterling's got his AWP, plenty of cash. Urkus around the 5,000 mark. The rest of the team a little bit lower down. But this is the round they're hoping to keep a bit cleaner. CyberZen, as a minimum, want to do some damage.
I think if CyberZen want to have more of a chance, I'm not saying they don't right now. I'm only down 2 rounds. But for me, it's something that's standing out here, Tom, is the fact that Savage, he only has 7 frags. And in general, in the maps that they are winning is because Savage is able to do a really good lurk, which is something we wanted to see if he'd be able to here on Overpass. So a little bit of a quiet game for him. On the other hand, Greyhound are just generally all doing decently. There's not really a big spread here between their top fragger and their bottom fragger, which is 14-9. Meantime, though, CyberZen are looking to set up for a hit towards B, and we have 3 players here ready to go.
Yeah, because he hasn't been spotted. I don't know how. It may not matter. The rest of his team are killing everybody before he even gets a chance. It's amazing how he just manages to sit that close to say, he's like, okay, I'll let everybody go past, and then his teammate kills everyone before he gets to do anything. It's all left on to Viva. I don't think he's going to get a single kill. Fantastic round from Greyhound. Completely destroying CyberZen, and a flawless round to bolster their economy even further. Now they hit the sort of 8,000-7,000 marker. And yeah, CyberZen, they have their buy back, but there's not going to be an AWP behind it. It's just going to be stuck with the rifles. Plenty of utility this time, though, as they do have the full finances behind them. But the question is, can they start to bring this back? Because they were sort of in the lead in a decent spot. And since then, it's been all Greyhound.
Dexter instead, buying up an M4, actually going to be going with the SMG, even though he has 5K behind him. So maybe he was trying to get really aggressive in towards middle, as we see. He does have the backup of Sterling here. Because they've taken the last 4 or 5 rounds, actually, so they could assume CyberZen are going to buy up, right? It's not like you're going to be up against a full save, where the SMGs can bank you a lot of extra bucks. But the economy is stable, and I think that's good here for Greyhound.
Not the tease once again. Looking to go back towards the B side. This time not such a heavy stack on it. It's actually going to be Mortar. He takes a leaf out of his opponent's book. A triple spray down. HZ almost meets his maker as well. And HZ's thinking, didn't I do that? That's exactly what I did. How did I not see that coming?
I just feel like he looked over at him. I mean, obviously they can't see each other, and just did like a simple nod, like, yep,
what you got? But that's got to hurt. That's Greyhound now starting to say, look, we're going to bring the fight to you as well. You've got to be more careful with the positions you're taking. Urkus up above on the rails, quite hard to spot. And HZ's just cowering.
So why was Savage there if HZ was already back in spawn? Is that miscommunication?
Honestly, Jason, I couldn't tell you. It may just be because he's on low HP, and I thought Savage might be able to sort of do something a little bit more in this round. The thing is, going into the next one, again, it's going to be sort of an interesting scenario. Okay, I don't know how he even survived that long. The classic hide behind the ladder play. Everybody knows it's really difficult to see through ladders.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that his enemies were T-Rexes, but actually they're Greyhounds, so it doesn't work out for him. They can see him even if he's not moving.
I would like to see a T-Rex holding an AK-47, to be honest.
We can only hold it with one hand. I have a shirt that's it's a T-Rex. It says, if you're happy and you know it, clap your... Oh, never mind. Because T-Rexes can't clap their hands.
It's just rude.
13-9 now, as it seems like Greyhound are starting to finally come together as a team here on CT side. 6 rounds straight, and are 3 away from taking us over to our second map of Inferno. That nade just smacked TB in the face. And Sterling opens things up over towards long of the sneaky play again towards the rock, and HZ again. This guy hits some insane shots.
Yeah, and TB's actually managed to just kill someone through the wall as well. Urkus goes down. was actually looking to turn the tide, but Dexter sneaks through the smoke, manages one, but the trade's there. A quick trade from CyberZen to keep their man advantage going. Still, TB very low on HP, has to be careful from the aggression coming out from Malta. Did fantastically well in the previous round. Now he's going to sneak through a different angle, but he can't see TB from the spot he's in, and the rest of the T's looking to try and make their way through middle. The question is, if they go down the connector, they might actually be able to just catch Malta off. If they go towards A, they've actually just got a free opening, and Malta's given away his position, so that leaves the rest of the T's to know there's only going to be one man on the A side as a maximum. But Dick Stacy, which direction does he go in? If he wraps back around onto Banana, he has a freebie kill onto the remaining couple of players. He may even be able to just catch them off completely as he spots, there's the spot, he hits the shot. Can he get anything more? Because there's still one more player to deal with, and he does as well. A massive couple of kills, and now the roundabout from TB. He's only got 25 seconds left, and both players from Greyhound are here. The big balls plays are out from Dick Stacy, and he's just won them their 14th round.
TB. Just going to save the gun to the next round, and Greyhound are now going to be on 2 rounds away from securing Mirage. We do have Inferno to come up next, and if we do need it... Sorry, 2 rounds away from closing out Overpass. I was getting ahead of myself there. Inferno is the second map, Mirage is the third. You guys are wondering as well over on the B stream. It's currently 11-5 in favor of Gosu over on Train. But the first map did go the way of Vici, which was Mirage. So if Gosu can close it out.
Well.
What's up?
This is Vici's pick as well.
So if we get to a third map, it would be Inferno over there. So it looks like both streams going to be potentially getting onto Inferno at roughly the same time.
Either way, the streak in our match has continued. Utility, as you can see on your screen from our lovely overlay, is poor for CyberZen. They really don't have much. It's Savage with pretty much all of it other than a single flashbang. Bottle doesn't even have head armor, so there's definitely some missing pieces in what is such a crunch round for CyberZen. Otherwise, it will be map point in favor of Greyhound. TB just looking to try and lurk his way out, sneak his way out onto this B site. Doesn't have any support. The rest of his team currently around that connector spot. Dexter again goes aggressive and again gets caught out, but Malta's there to trade onto the man trying to push alone in B. Sterling as well will pick off another as they go heading into this site. And Dick Stacy, he just needs to hold on, but he'll get traded out.
Amercias, the guy we haven't really talked about too much so far in this series. He did really well yesterday. Of course, we gotta talk about that, then he immediately dies. Good old Jason Kaplan here to just ruin people's chances, apparently. Nice shot of Sterling, so that gives their chances a little bit of an extra bump here as Bottle has to go up against a 1v2. I think as we've seen him pull off some amazing plays on the bomb, it's technically planted for him, so he has the opportunity to play from stairs, but he wants to play towards truck, and you can see Malta not even looking this direction. Comes down to Sterling to hit the shot, and Sterling can't. Bottle does. Bottle keeps their hopes alive, putting them up to 10.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Like, where the bomb was planted, you just think, hey, Bottle will just chill, bomb's down for him, and it's just like, no, I'm taking the fights, I'm going aggro, I'm killing everybody.
Expect the unexpected, right?
Yeah, fantastic work from him, and that's going to put the 10th on the board. Still, no troubles at all from Greyhound. Their bank accounts have been saving for a while for a rainy day, and well, although it's sunny skies on the Overpass map, they have spent up that extra cash, put it back into the round. Still some limitations, utility not at its best for CyberZen, and even a UMP and Galil in play. Definitely not ideal. This has to be the beginning of the comeback, otherwise it is the beginning of the end.
Heavy presence out of CyberZen towards this B side as well, but we have the 3-man stack at a Greyhound to expect it, or at least to receive it. INTZ kind of switching roles with Savage, where he's being allowed to lurk a little bit here, at least on the T side. And speaking of the man of Savage, he's actually going to be the one to push up first with AWP, playing more of a contact style here. He's going to be spotted out, but he does get the frag at least. He's going to be traded out momentarily. Aircast trying to stay alive here towards Pillar. And with the flashes coming in, it's actually bought some time for him to escape. In the meantime, HZ is trying to catch on people rotating back towards B. If he gets this frag, we might see the call come in to actually head back towards the A side. And while he does get the call, the call's already been made. The bomb's already taken back towards middle. And with 30 seconds left to go, it looks like CyberZen are just going to bank everything here on this A site.
Yeah, it's a very long rotation, though. They've got 25 seconds left to get onto the site. Okay, they've got the man of HZ in the site already, but that's the catch onto one of the rotating players. This should give all the information over to Greyhound, and they could even catch the bomb. Like, Urkus is running. I don't think he's quite going to make it, but there's still the rotation available. He's so close, and he's actually going to come in on the flank. There's nothing that HZ can do to actually defend him, as the second he goes back towards that long spot, it's already over. The rotation from the remaining players from behind, though, just look at Bottle. He's going to catch off Sterling. This is the flank of the flanker, and, well, he's going to get killed as well. It's HZ all on alone, but he's managed the headshot. He almost gets the second and will finish it off. CyberZen still going. The clutches bring them home, and they are on to their 11th.
2 rounds in a row. The last player did not need to peek. They had the bomb planted for them, but again, he gets aggressive when Dick Stacy doesn't expect it, gets caught off guard, and CyberZen get themselves a streak of 2 rounds after 7 straight for Greyhound. Is there a possibility here for an overtime to kick off? It's definitely getting closer round by round. And Greyhound are forced to go for, well, like a half force. They still have money in the pockets as they've bought up the pistols. But this is starting to get scary here. Greyhound are struggling to close out this match.
Yeah, the loss bonus into the next round will definitely give them enough for a purchase, so they can try and steal this round away with what they've got. And actually Sterling's doing a good job of just creating damage for those pistols. The problem is there's no defense left of this A site. It's only the man coming in on the flank. Dick Stacy's rotated in with the Deeg. Urkus flank fails, and it's all down to 1. And TB puts him down. Malta nowhere near the action. Not really worth saving a 5-7 into the next. So he may just try and get himself an exit frag heading up those stairs, but chances are up the top there'll be the full CyberZen roster.
I mean, hey, if he can get a kill, get an AK and save it. Or again, I'll just curse him and he'll get nothing.
Or if he gets shot in the face.
Or if he gets shot in the face, then we'll be going to the next round nonetheless. All right, so CyberZen. Honestly, credit to them. You know, since that pause they took, they starting to really figure things out. Maybe that little pause they took really gave them the opportunity to focus up on what they can do differently. But they still have quite a few more rounds to go. 2 to tie things up. 4 to win. And Greyhound will have that full buy back in, but you can see like their economy is hurting. Luckily for them, they do have a 3-round loss bonus. It's gonna be up to a big chunk of change if they lose out on this one. But obviously they don't want to lose now, right? Because then CyberZen are gonna get so much momentum on their side. I would almost want to see, Tom, the aggressive play again that we saw a couple rounds prior, just pushing out Monster, just something like that to catch CyberZen off guard.
To an extent, we've seen a push into the connector, at least from Dexter. He's been the one a lot of the times trying to make the plays for the team, but last few rounds has been caught out. Urkas as well is going to be caught a little bit here, and Dexter actually does go down once more. Maybe he's not the man who should be making the pushes. Even still, though, just an early trade in HZ. He's not done. He wants to carry on this fight, and considering how low his opponent is, that Molotov may just be enough. He no! But he's right in the corner. Oh, if it spreads even a millimeter, he's dead, but he's actually managed to survive in the corner, and this could be a problem. They should have seen the smoke, but he gets 2 instead. Malta, with a little bit of luck, it goes a long way. He's still stuck in the site, however, and the trade should be coming in. Viva manages to put him down. Dick Stacy in the corner will manage one more, and a 15th round comes from literally millimeters. But sometimes millimeters can be enough, isn't that right, Jason?
I'm just flabbergasted at how they did not notice the smoke that he threw and did not see a kill pop up on the top right-hand side of their screen. Oh, either way, Greyhound taking a quick little timeout here. Every millimeter counts, all right? remember that picture we had? Tinder profile, you're 5'11", I'm 6 foot.
Oh, I was really wondering what the hell that meant for a second.
Just crazy things, honestly, like that. that was just a major oversight. That should not have happened.
No.
You should never have had those 2 free kills, and it shouldn't have been a round that Greyhound was going to pick up, but luckily Greyhound were able to capitalize off the mistake of Cyberzen.
Yeah, and I felt like we've said that a lot throughout today. Teams able to capitalize off Cyberzen's mistakes, and now they're left with a damaged economy once again. Savage left with just a pistol. They do have a reasonable amount of utility going into this round, and by the looks of things, they may just try and brute force into this B site, but there's a boost in play this time. It's just going to be ducked down and ready for anybody to push through. You can see he's just on the edge. Fever. Jeez. Oh, surprise. He's going to be out of this round, and now the rest of the T is still looking to try and push around this monster spot. There's already 3 players here, but they're going to go through the smoke. A risky play from Bottle, and actually Dick Stacy looks to put them down. It's only 2 players remaining from this T side to try and fight back this map number 1. Savage and TB. TB has been one of the heavy hitters, but fallen off a bit over on this T side, and well, Savage has not had the performance we were hoping for right down the bottom of the server.
Only one to not break 10 kills, not to call him out or anything. You said that, yeah, but that's how impactful he was in the last series. And if you have one of your better players kind of not performing like he's used to, then, well, I wonder what would have happened if he was. I wonder what the scoreline could potentially be. And we might see that when it comes into Inferno. Speaking of the man, he's going to be pushing in towards Monster. 30 seconds left to go. And potentially the last round for Cyberzen on this map. Flashbang comes in. Savage not able to hit the shot. Dick Stacy's going to fall. Now TB, it all falls on his shoulders. Up against 3, and this is going to be so hard to go for. He gets the first.
But the nades will finish him off. It is going to be Greyhound managing to take themselves that victory in the first map. It was a lot closer than we would have expected, with a lot of rounds going the way of Cyberzen. However, it isn't quite enough. Either way, map number 2 will be coming up after the break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Welcome back, guys. We've just seen map 1 get underway on Overpass, and Greyhound certainly looked like they were going to be taking that with a big convincing lead, but closer to the end, we saw CyberZen slip into it, and at least this is one thing, right? CyberZen have kept that momentum going a little bit. They've showed that they can play up to the standard we kind of expect them to, but there are still moments, Blair, where you were losing your mind while we were watching the game.
Yeah. It was frustrating, to say the least, right? But all right, let's wrap up that map with the fact that Greyhound seemed to slip a little bit at the end over there. They made a little too many mistakes. I expected them to close that map out a bit more convincingly. But I like one thing they did on the CT side. They gave CyberZen a taste of their own medicine pimp, where basically, if you look at the first half, where CyberZen, I think, took the lead 8-7. Greyhound had a pretty good start, to be very honest, but CyberZen winning rounds, but just pushing in consistently all over the map. 8Z pushing in Monster, getting a triple kill, for example. That should never be happening, but they did that. And Greyhound gave them a taste of their own medicine. There's so many rounds with Dick Stacy, for example, that one round pushing all the way from long, caught the 2 guys before they got the bomb down. We also saw Malta pushing in Monster. So I like the fact that Greyhound kind of took the fight to CyberZen. Although, to be honest, there are a few certain rounds here and there where I felt Greyhound could have tightened things up a little bit to have made this win a little bit more convincing.
I definitely agree. I think Greyhound did a good job, sort of like deflecting from the CyberZen, so to speak. You know, not necessarily being too affected by the fact they're playing so aggressively and they're playing this unorthodox Counter-Strike style, where it's a little bit more loose, a little bit more free of the limits, so
Asian, so to speak. Yeah.
Yes, Asian, so to speak. I mean, they deflected well from that, and when they went to the CT side, as you said, they gave them a little bit of their own medicine, so to speak. They were pushing in, but it was organized pushes.
Yes.
Great flashes, you know, great teamwork. I think they played a great game here. In general, I was a little bit surprised by CyberZen, to be honest. I think they played way better now against Greyhound than they did in the first match. Stats reflect that as well. We have a situation where Greyhound is winning pretty convincingly, but there's only one player with a plus KD. The rest is in minus. So it tells a story that the game and the rounds were essential, very, very close. But in the end, Greyhound were better. Sorry, to deflect from the unorthodox Counter-Strike and just close it down and play the team version of the Counter-Strike that we like to see. I think it was a good performance by both teams, and with the rightful winner, hand Greyhound.
Now, one thing that certainly makes me a little bit more nervous is, right, I've watched a lot of Greyhound online. They were certainly looking like a dominant team from this region, but they're not playing up to that standard right now. And I think that's what scares me going into Inferno, which CyberZen have just showed us in the previous best of 3, they can be very dominant on.
Yeah, I'm not going to... if I'm Greyhound right now, I'm going to be a little worried about it, because the wins they're getting here, even on the maps where they're supposed to win convincingly, is great. Even if they take this win against CyberZen, and I mean, and if Inferno... Let's assume they take this series 2-0, right? And Inferno's not going to be pretty, I guarantee that, because Vici can be quite dominant on that map. They can kind of run away with things. They're going to be facing off against MVP PK. That is not going to be a joke. They are a pretty damn tough opponent, especially from the Asian scene, right? So Greyhound, they're my pick to go through from the minors alongside Renegades. Let's be honest about this. I think many people are expecting it as well. And right now they're not playing at that level. And going to Inferno, this could be rough here, because Vici Gaming are very, very comfortable on this map. They can, and they have so many unpredictable plays they keep going for. Of course, they're hyper aggressive as well, as you saw in the previous game earlier today. That can be punished. There are flaws in their play style, but the Greyhound need to be very wary of this.
I would disagree a little. I don't think necessarily Greyhound is playing bad right now. I think they're just, facing an opponent, as said, that plays a very different style of Counter-Strike than they did yesterday against Renegades. It's tough for a team like Greyhound, who's trying the absolute best to break through within the Australian scene, to break through within the international scene. All of their play and all the way they practice is sort of like preparing themselves for going against the European teams in the big tournaments. So when you're all of a sudden facing a Chinese team or an Asian team that is playing a little bit unorthodox in that regard, it's tough to do that adjustment, so to speak. Agreed. So I think they're doing well right now, considering the circumstances they're being put in. So if they can win this 1-2-0 and they can play, just a decent brand of Counter-Strike, it will be easier for them to face the likes of Renegades or MVP for that matter, who I think is playing a way more structured brand of Counter-Strike.
Which is actually a very good point. I do agree with you. Like for a team like Renegades, if you're an EU team, for example, and you're facing off against Asian teams, teams about CyberZen, like Vici Gaming, some of the Thai teams, for example, they can throw you the curveball, so to speak. You're not expecting anything coming out from them.
They can make a non-close game seem close, by the rounds.
Exactly. And if you look at MVP PK, like you mentioned, we were talking about MVP and even Gosu Gaming. They play solid Counter-Strike. They play decently solid, some tactics, good flashbacks and whatnot, but that is kind of predictable, right? That is something which you are used to playing against. So I do agree with that. I think I have a very good point there that Greyhound would probably be more comfortable against Renegades. We saw it was a very close series yesterday against the favorites, right? And against MVP might work out. They just need to survive the next map. And, well, if it comes down to the next 2 maps, right? So they just need to get past this level, and I think they can still get out of the minors.
So are we still going for a Greyhound-sided thing over here, guys, or is it going to be a chance that CyberZen can creep back in this now?
There's definitely a chance, and I think we saw CyberZen play Inferno already today, and there was quite a convincing win. That said, though, so did Greyhound, so they can probably pick up on some of the stuff they saw. The banana aggression was something we talked about, you know, they did that very well. Question is, can you do that against a team like Greyhound that has a lot more skill and a lot more, you know, depth, so to speak, to deal with stuff like that? I think it'll be tough for CyberZen, but I think it's going to be a close game, and as you said, you know, as long as they can survive this matchup and make sure they win and progress into the more stable Counter-Strike that they like to play against the likes of Renegades, against MVP, or maybe even Gusu for that matter, I think they'll thrive better. So yeah, Greyhound are still the favorites, but CyberZen can definitely do damage.
Well, let's have the madness continue here. We'll be going on to Inferno. Can Greyhound close us out 2-0? Will CyberZen bounce back? It's over to the Mad Lads of Jason and Tom.
Well, this is going to be an exciting match nonetheless. Either we'll have the conclusion of our initial rounds here of Group A and move pretty much further into the playoffs to kick off tomorrow. Already hit a third map over on Mirage. I actually don't know what to say about this because we did see CyberZen do well against Aquis, like they were saying on the desk. But this is a completely different opponent for CyberZen. This is not the same kind of caliber of team. I don't think the aggressive plays that Savage was doing against Aquis is going to work against Greyhound here on Inferno.
Yeah, I think you look at a lot of the CT rounds that came out from CyberZen, and it was like people just running at them and them spraying them all down. Like, I don't think there's going to be any chance that Greyhound will make the same sort of mistakes. At the same time, they did get caught up by some of the aggressive plays in the previous map, so I'm definitely interested to see how this one will go down. Either way, we are in top. It's around 4-man stack initially over towards B from the Greyhound side, but after no initial engagement, nobody there, one of the players in the form of Dexter is going to be rotating back. They've gone quite heavy in terms of utility, looking like maybe they wanted to try and retake. But this is the same pistol, I believe, that we actually saw out of CyberZen in the previous map, so maybe Greyhound not watching that one.
Maybe they were preparing and warming up. I mean, that was the final map of the series nonetheless. And one thing that CyberZen did really well against Aquis was like their explosive play, right? Having Viva sit up front with the MAC-10, then rush out first from apartments. They're actually going to push out a boiler, Malta. Scream would even be happy about that one. But either way, it's just going to be one frag, and the rotation is going to come in. The bomb's going to come down, and Sterling will have a kit, so the retake going to be in progress now here at Greyhound.
Yeah, in terms of pistol round utility, this is pretty damn good, but already INTZ picks off 1, 2, 3. He's going ham in the corner, and that leaves it all onto Dexter. All that utility has hit the deck, and so is the kit, and he's left with just a crumb of HP. Savage to put him down, but what a great couple of kills coming out from HZ. 3 players push in, 3 players fall.
I feel like we've said his name. Actually, I feel like we said almost every single player on CyberZen's name so many times, showing that every single player can have these big explosive moments or these big maps. I'm just curious if they can keep that pace up. I mean, TB, like, he did amazing on Overpass. It just wasn't enough to keep them alive. And Savage, who was probably the one we said the least now, since he was so quiet on Overpass just before. He's going to be the one pushing up Banana, and well, he's not going to be quiet so far. He gets himself a nice double.
Yeah. Not much utility actually used there by CT side. Like, if you notice, there's actually an incendiary onto the floor, which has just been picked up by Savage, or at least he was trying to pick it up. So a bit weird to sort of have that utility and not throw it, especially if you're just going to go for a fast rush. You want to try and catch some of those players in, but isn't going to be case here. It's going to be a much more patient style now from CyberZen. We saw this a lot when it came to this map. They were fairly happy to sort of sit on the initial kills, not overface, not over-aggress, and just basically wait to see if anybody else will do the same thing. The interesting thing, though, there are 3 players here. Now, this is where you should see the call from CyberZen. Look, we got the A site. Don't really need to go push in that direction. We'll witness it now as all the players run away. Unfortunately, Greyhound had it if they just executed a little bit sooner, but good probing, good positioning from the remaining CyberZen team. Find that there is nobody on A.
We do have a flank coming around from CT, so these 3 players who are trying to save the armor and the pistols into the next round are going to have a damn difficult time to do so. You can see Savage as well, not feeling confident with the 16 HP, tries to hide his weapon. I like that play. Very smart out of him. Just gonna wait for some reinforcements to come in to finish off these kills really quickly as well. On the other stream, it was 14-5 in favor of Gosu on Train. Vici have been able to pull it back to take it into overtime.
Ridiculous.
And they're winning 1-0 in the series.
Oh, we might have Another team making it through to the playoff stage soon. In terms of this round, for some reason it seems like CyberZen just want to obliterate the remaining weapons, the remaining players of Greyhound, to get themselves all of that extra cash. Either way, we are going to see just a full eco here coming out from Greyhound. So they'll have a decent amount of money going into the next round, some extra cash pulled in. And they even have a chance to get an AWP onto Sterling as well in the next round.
Love that slow-mo at the end too.
I always like how the sound goes whenever it's slow-mo. It's like,
yeah, it's great. Look at this push coming in. Big stat, trying to challenge out towards middle. No nades though. Give me a naked rush. Unfortunately, doesn't really. What's that? Go ahead, Tom. What were you gonna say?
So that's currently how our observer sits as well.
You know, you gotta be comfortable when you're pulling like 12-hour days. You know, credit to our observers for all the hard work that they do. I do miss Rush drawing on the minimap for us, though.
Yeah, I don't know why that was removed. That seems like just the most unnecessary thing.
Yeah, he's definitely observing. You can tell now. A big shout out to Rush. I honestly, I can't remember who the second observer was. I will definitely find that out and let you guys know. But big shout out to both of them for all the work they've been putting in over the course of these minors.
Was it Sliggy?
I think so, actually. I think it is Sliggy. So big shout out to him then for being here and helping us out. I've actually worked with him in another title before. Not as good of an esport as this one, though, unfortunately.
No. Either way, again, we're going to see this stack up towards the B site, waiting patiently. Now, this seems like a direct counter to a lot of the stuff that CyberZen were actually doing in the past. And Apps Control was a battle that came in quite often in the previous map, but by the looks of things, it's more of a passive hold currently from Greyhound. Sterling just going to be waiting with the AWP. Left on the clock. Molotov actually just going to completely force him off the angle. Good utility usage. A little bit comes back in return. Bottle a little bit wary of the man, damaging him through the smoke. Still, though, they're yet to dedicate themselves to either side. The initial stack over on B has been dismantled as one player will rotate back into support after the presence was shown. And by the looks of things, CyberZen are going to go back in towards Apps. Now, Viva with the MAC-10 makes me expect him at least to be trying to burst out of Apps once more.
Yeah, we've seen this play before multiple times out of them. The thing is, Malta's in a different position to not allow it to be as successful. We usually see the person, Aquis was actually on balcony. See also split off coming over towards Long at the same time. Malta takes on TB, gonna get the spray down onto HZ as well. The Molotov's not burning him away, but Bottle will be the one to finish him off, and so will Dexter as he gets dropped by Savage on the flank. It's gonna be a 3-on-3 after plant situation in the nick of time here for CyberZen.
No kit, no real utility either to get back into this site. There is one on the floor, however, so if they do get back into the site, they should be able to pick that up along the way. The problem is they need to get themselves a pick, and relatively soon. Already pushing forward. Savage waiting, finds the first kill. He's definitely been much better already in this map than he was in the past. And yeah, this is going to be the 4th round on the board. And I think that was just a bit of a misread from Greyhound. Like, you noticed that there was only 2 players at all anywhere near that A site towards the end. As they sort of saw that Molotov bounce over, nothing came of it. So in your mind, you go, okay, it's probably a fake. Go back to B. They had a 3-man defense of the B site, and, well, it just became a little bit easier. Even with Molotov finding a double in the pit, it just didn't matter in the end. Because by that point, he was the only defender. So good work from CyberZen, at least with baiting out the rotations, and they do get their 4th on the board. A strong start for them once again.
And the thing is, I mean, B site, if we compare the 2 sites, B is way harder to retake than A. So it's not like it's going to ever be necessarily a huge downside to have an extra player towards B, as long as you can get those kills. But Savage on the lurk, he was so important in their match versus Aquis on this map because of what he was able to do. I quoted him as, you know, being very reminiscent of GTR stuff, Get Right, back in like 2012, 2013, a little bit of 2014 days. And that style has changed here over in, I guess, the Western world, but it seems to be working out for CyberZen, and you can't knock it, because when you see results like that, there's no reason to not do it.
again, trying to probe over towards Banana. Haven't had a huge amount of success so far. Much more sort of passive hold. Sterling probably a bit disappointed. Oh, they're going to run the bomb back. He had the chance to drop it, but it doesn't manage to connect the shot. Obviously, he's got one of the only saved weapons in. Dexter, oh, a bit of a spam, and INTZ will finish him off. Still, though, it's more presence of the rifle on this side of the map that could make things a little bit more interesting. They're actually going to just completely gamble onto A. And again, it's looking like they might have the wrong read here as all the remaining players currently looking to push in onto the other side of the map. INTZ still lurking around. And in all honesty, if they can just get this kill and not lose more than 2 players, they can save 3 rifles into the next round. That is not a bad round at all for Greyhound. Obviously, that's a lot easier said than done, but there you go. That's the 1 kill they needed. Now they should just look to save. Like, retaking this B site, unless they get a very quick kill indeed, it's going to be very difficult.
There's no utility anymore. There's no smokes to cover off CT spawn. The AWP out of Sterling actually could connect onto a shot if they give him an angle for it, but I think CyberZen are keeping their composure and not allowing him to have a single shot, like you said. Maybe if they get an early frag, there's a chance. Well, CyberZen says, no, we're not going to give you any sort of chance. And Greyhound will be able to save 3 into the next round, potentially. As Malta's on the flank, maybe he can get his own if he's looking over towards Banana. Viva's going to be there waiting for him, and there's no backup for Viva, so if Malta can somehow get this, this would actually be like a strong buy into the next round still. Obviously, the loss bonus is helping quite a bit on that, too. And I think Malta's not really going to accomplish much here.
Yeah, they're just going to make sure they have all the extra money going into the next round. He keeps his Kevlar, so he can just buy it back up with a rifle and full nades. Plenty of money available, as you said, to Greyhound. This is where they take their first tactical pause. I think a great spot to take one. Stop the momentum for starters, get yourself a full buy, maybe talk a little bit about some of the plays you've seen being made, but other than that, this is just where we see the proper purchase in for this CT side. So I don't think they've got too much to worry about just yet. The problem is if this goes much further, if we start seeing 7, 8 rounds, or even just a break here, then you do start to worry a little bit for Greyhound, especially on their opponent's choice. Although this is one that we still expect them to win, being one of the sort of favored teams to actually go through the whole minor. It's one of those moments where you go, okay, but you can't let a team like CyberZen get rolling. You can't let a team like that get confident. And the fact is, at the moment, Savage is playing very well. Money on their side is excellent. 2 players with over $12,000 on the T side. That's like 2-3 buys minimum. But this is where, as I said, full buy, full utility. Bit of a mistake with some double nades thrown out, but ultimately, the T's are still not going to be challenging this portion of the map just yet.
I wonder if that was a nade thrown in second. Somewhat of an execute happening over towards A. The bomb's actually nowhere near this, though, down over towards T stairs. I think they're going for a wraparound towards B. Thing is, yeah, Viva pushing up in that direction. And Viva's not going to win the trade. They have the clearance. The bomb is still down in T stairs. Thing is, the CTs don't even know about this. Greyhound has no clue about it. And it's forcing them to push out to get aggressive, to get some information. Who's going to be the man to go back for? It's got to be Savage, right?
Oh, this could be a problem. It depends if he's heard. He's actually walking. Which, I guess he doesn't know if they found it. So it's almost a Blue's Clues once again, where everybody's just trying to work out what's going on. Savage has found himself a bomb. Is he going to check the close corner for her? Because he's probably a little bit more worried about Banana, but there we go. There's the easy frag. And that's an open sight of B. Fantastic work from Savage on the read. The question is, does he have the smoke for the cross? Yes, he does. That's a little bit of luck that goes a long way. Everything he needs to get into this site. He also has TB looking to come in on the flank. The question is, will his opponent get there just as fast? Dick Stacy round the back lines is looking to get in onto the site. You can see he's sort of waiting for his teammate, which I like the idea. But the fact is, it could just come down to timing, and who hits the shot? It's Savage once again. He's 8-0 at the moment. Jason, like, come on.
Insane stuff, and I think he's making up for his little bit of a blunder on Overpass. Sterling switching over to the AK. He's got low HP on TB. He has a kit, and he has a chance to stop the rot. We'll expect the TB to the right. He does, but he's just not able to hit the shot in time, and CyberZen 6-0 now. They are on a roll. Quick update again here on the other game. 18-17 in favor of Vici. They are 1 round away from getting through to play against Renegades tomorrow in the playoffs. And from what I'm seeing happen on HLTV and from the screams I heard just before, I believe Vici have been able to pick up the victory and get themselves through out of Group B.
I have to say, when Savage is like playing well, I think he's an absolute joy to watch. The fact that he was even just shift walking down through second mid was so smart. Because if there's anybody around, like so many players, you just see them running down willy-nilly, give away their position. He was smart all the way through that clutch situation.
And then to walk upstairs and to look towards your right instead of towards Banana, where you would maybe expect a person to be.
For sure.
Really intense stuff out of him. I don't know if that was just a hard read or what. Either way, now round 7. Again, 3-man presence out of Greyhound here towards B, and Dick Stacy gets tagged about half health. Nope, that's definitely below half health with a nade coming through. They're really being cautious to peek for an angle down the entirety of Banana to look for an early frag.
Lots of utility being burnt out by both sides. Sterling waiting patiently, but the thing is, he's in almost a one-and-done spot. Somehow no one trades. I thought they'd peek together. They just left it all onto Bottle, and now the rotation comes in. Dick Stacy's well placed. The utility actually sort of catching off the T's instead, and the rotation's already back in from Urkus. There may be a bit of trouble here for the T's. Dick Stacy gets another. Sterling's able to reposition, and they are just pushing in and dying one by one. However, they do get a couple, or at least one trade. I really feel like it was important, though, that Bottle didn't go alone.
Sterling pick up 3 kills, by the way. As you're mentioning before, the angle he was peeking towards Banana, you would assume it's a one and done.
Yeah, someone should have caught him.
Someone should have, but then again, credit to Dick Stacy to hit that flashbang at the right time once that shot was rattled off to allow him to escape so he couldn't be chased. And of course, that shot right there, that's beautiful, beautiful stuff out of Sterling.
Well, Greyhound are on the board. They took the pause. Still, Malta's actually going to go for an SMG. I think that's more of a choice than anything else, so I'd be interested to see where he's playing. Looks like he's going to try and go a little bit more aggressive into the apartments and play around the balcony. Now the MP9 can play as a bit of a shredder, just dismantle players even with armor up close, so as long as he doesn't get into any sort of retake situation, he's probably going to be okay. But there was still plenty of cash, say for example on Sterling, to drop him a rifle if he so chose. Again, we're seeing this push over onto the A side, and they've got quite far considering the position of the bomb. That's the interesting thing here. Now it's going to be a wide peek in. Savage not able to connect, but neither will Sterling. And the nade going to go down the bottom. Viva was low, but doesn't quite reach his spot. Mortar even tagged within inches of his life as well, but the utility usage doing even more damage over onto the other side as INTZ left below half. Even still, though, it seems like a game of almost cat and mouse as both teams are sort of whittling away at each other's health, but no killing blows come in with only 35 seconds left on the clock. And I love that. They throw the smoke as almost a distraction, but Bottle peaks just before it blooms. Catches the head of one. TB's found another, but nice shots from Dexter. And Mortar actually gets 3. I said it wouldn't be much of a detriment, but that's a little bit too much.
Well, he's down as, what, 17 HP as well?
Yeah.
Playing from balcony. Does the D, gets the job done. And puts them, more importantly, up to 2 rounds. And this is where things are getting a little bit rough here for CyberZen. Their money, it's, well, this is like their last basically full buy, potentially. I mean, they're going to have Savage with a decent amount of money into the next round if they lose. But this is where Greyhound can start picking up some momentum. And we already talked about before, Tom, about how if CyberZen get momentum, things are going to be a little bit rough for Greyhound. And looking like we might head to that 3rd and final map of the series. That's the start we need to see at a Greyhound for them to get something going. And CyberZen need to come up with a new solution. And they're going back to some old strategies here, trying to burst out of apartments, try to be explosive yet again. Malta's going to be waiting. He has a Incendiary Grenade and the smoke. Smoke goes in a little bit late, but they're going to rush straight out anyways and right into a trap as Dexter burns Viva alive.
The rest of the team a little bit too late to the party, and now they've been caught in what is a horrible situation, but Savage still going strong, manages the opener. Another one for TB as they turn back the tide to allow them onto the site. The Molotov actually not going to work out. Urkus, both players, they're not looking at him at all. He's managed to cross quite far, but at the same time, both within the site, and now TB looking to rattle shots in from the pit. Has at least caught one man low. Well, they expect the man actually boosted up. No, they won't. INTZ turns it into the favor. Just remember, this was a 5v3 in favor of Greyhound is quickly swung back, but Dick Stacy's not done yet. He catches off one, a second as well. He's left all on INTZ, even dicks him up, and then has Sterling to finish the frag. It swings and roundabouts in this round as Greyhound turn it from what looked like a hard situation.
Well, when things get hard, Dick steps up, able to take that round and help. I mean, that smoke alone in towards pit really allowed his teammate towards short to push in. They got a nice little crossfire into the site. So now 3 straight in CyberZen. I mean, it's still going to be a full buy-up, so I was a little bit wrong in my assumption there, but this is going to be
Well, that was the
last.
bomb plan. Yeah. That was pretty much the bomb plan helped them get this purchase in because there were a few players a little bit lower on money. Also, they bought a Mac 10 into the last round, which again helped them save a little bit. Savage started this game very strong indeed, 8-0. Started to slow down a little bit, but can't really fault the man. But has taken some damage from the grenades. Same can be said the other direction. That is pretty much the battle on Banana and how it normally ensues. But CTs, more importantly, have decided to gamble their third man onto this site. There's been a lot of A hits over the last few rounds, so they're now going to try and take a little bit of aggression themselves. Dick Stacy pushing up and rotation starting to go back over onto that A site. But Molotovs may just drag it into this portion of the map. It takes the aggression and Viva puts him back in his place. In the meantime, though, they still look like they're going to wrap around, and they could even get into Archers. Dexter's waiting to defend it. Does he expect the second? I think he does, but INTZ's already past the point.
Sterling has to be careful here. He needs to hit that shot and back away. Dexter times it perfectly, gets the shots. Just like that, even with Dick Stacy going down, they still have a 4-on-2 fight. CyberZen going to push in towards B. Spray down comes in, Bottle Jr. I don't know how many times CyberZen has done this, has been able to open up sites in situations they shouldn't have been able to, but it looks like this time it'll be a little bit too rough. Bottle Jr., so many angles to fight from, so many angles to be shot, and Greyhound will take another round here. That's 4 straight for them. And CyberZen, well, are they going to force up CZs? Who knows? And they're actually going to take a pause, okay.
Yeah, this is the sort of situation where the loss bonus is high enough for, like, Bottle could realistically go for an AK and the rest of them could just put some pistols in, or TB for that matter. I don't really want to see a full investment from them when they can get a buy in the next round, but at the same time, if they even just force a bomb plant here, that will give them a buy into the next round no matter what. So, timeout taken. Pause called in for CyberZen, 1 apiece. And I like the fact that they are taking a bit more time in this matchup to talk things through. I do wonder if that's maybe based off a bit more confidence in the previous matchup of just saying, okay, realistically, we just have to play better ourselves. And then this one is more, okay, we need to start actually working things out because we have now lost 4 rounds in a row. They are going to take the risk. They are going to take the investment. As said, max loss bonus into the next round anyway, so a bomb plant here would be enough. And they've had a few along the way. By the looks of it, though, some aggression from Dexter. Actually going to be working out too well. Just going to opt to smoke off into the apartments and take some space there instead. The deep smoke out from the CT side has allowed Urkus to get nice and aggressive. And that's the thing that I feel like Greyhound have been doing much, much better than the last map, is the fact that they've just taken control of Banana away from CyberZen and forced them into this A site, and forced them into the arms of this man. Sterling. Urkus now pushed from behind. He hasn't really been missing, and this time he doesn't even get the opportunity as Morton peeks back in through the smoke. Bomb plant now looking unlikely, although I say that. What has happened here? There's no one on B.
Urkus got the bomb down, did he not?
Yeah, but I think he must have abandoned it. Luckily, they have had time to actually rotate a player back around. The chances of the bomb plant now seem a little bit slim, but there was still a possibility there that it could have snuck its way through.
Yeah.
Either way, Bottle now up against not only the smoke, but there's still some utility over on the other side. Incendiary for Dick Stacy to burn the clock down even lower. And a crossfire that should make this impossible.
You know, you mentioned a point that I wanted to touch on a little bit while we have some time here about the aggression out of Greyhound. They're doing a much better job.
Yeah.
And I think even looking back at Overpass, the random aggression through Monster, that caught Cyberzen off guard was nice. We're seeing some random aggression out of like Dick Stacy mid-round, pushing up Banana, teammate flashed in and he peeks and goes for the frag. He lost out in that trade there, but I like seeing the ingenuity and the change in style a little bit more out of the team to realize this random aggression can easily catch Cyberzen off guard because you're playing a style of more passive play and something that kind of plays into their hand a little bit more. And to change things up like that has been able to catch Cyberzen off guard. Speaking of being caught off guard here, TB is just going to lose his head. And Greyhound have been able to take 5 rounds straight. So that pause they had into round 7, as soon as that's worked out for them, they've been able to keep their, get their composure back, I should say. They've been able to focus up and figure out what they want to do a little bit differently up against Cyberzen. And they're starting to get a better read. And this is kind of how things went on Overpass yesterday, right? They struggled in the beginning. They took a timeout. They talked some things over, and that's when they really hit their stride.
Once again, they're going to look to try and break this B hold, which has not been good for them so far. Sterling's not here this time, who I have to say individually has been fantastic with that AWP. One of the difference makers for Greyhound so far. But this man as well has been pretty good, at least at supporting him. And now he has the chance to pad his stats a little bit as well. Only Savage left in the corner. A strong start from this man, but has slowed down a bit now. Greyhound, after what was a weak start, 6 rounds to the good with Cyberzen, we now see ourselves at 6-all.
The thing is, Cyberzen's going to continue to buy up. I'm trying to think, when we saw Cyberzen versus Aquis Club on this map in our prior best of 3, did we see much T-side opping out of Cyberzen? I want to say no. I want to say we did see 1 round where Savage went up against them and was actually losing out on that trade.
Yeah, I think that was the thing. It was like basically they didn't really need to counter the ult too much, and when they did, it didn't work with an AWP, so they just didn't run it.
Right.
Nice utility usage though early on. Sterling in the corner. Savage waiting patiently. It's going to be Viva to manage to win this battle, something we haven't seen too often. Urkus wants some of his own, and well, it'll get the same fate. Anything that Sterling can't do, it seems that Urkus can't do better. Dick Stacy's now in a bit of a panic, but he's going to spray through the smoke and actually throws down a Molotov to just buy a little bit of extra time. There's going to be no pounce onto this site, and the fact is, the bomb's still down the bottom. They look like they almost want to play into A, and if he wins this battle versus Viva, they're right back on level pegging.
Oh, you can see all the smokes, everything being thrown in. Thing is, I think he expected to be a little bit further. What? Dick Stacy slapping it down on the table as he takes the first, looking for maybe a third now in this one, as Malta going to push in delayed over towards A. He knows the site's now up, but the bomb going to be rotating back over. And Greyhound, unfortunately, not going to have a clue about this.
I hope Viva takes me as well. That shot was absolutely disgusting. One tap wonder. Dick Stacy. There you go. They get much better challenge on the Banana, and I think that this shot. Oh, it's just disgusting.
I just want to see that shot like 7 times in a row, just read it over and over again.
Each time slower and slower.
Yeah. And then faster and faster to get us ready and pumped for the next round. So it looks like Sterling again. You know, he's doing fairly well. 11 kills for him. He's had 3 2+ kill rounds. Actually, everyone on the side of Greyhound has had at least 1 2+ kill rounds. So no one's really slacking. I think that's kind of the story of Greyhound. Even in Overpass, there was no one really standing out to a major extent. It was just everyone playing well. And Savage has been quiet. Since you mentioned him being 8, was it 8-0 or 7-0?
It was 8-0.
8-0. He's only gotten 2 frags since.
Yeah, it seems that a lot of that is the difference, but since we've had the full buys coming in for Greyhound, they have been much better. Sterling Orper has been set up ready and waiting, and going to try and find those opening kills, but this time it's his teammate to go down. He will be there to trade and has some utility to hold back any pushing Ts, but they're actually pushing over on the other side of the map. Dexter is going to try and pop flash himself out, but pre-fire from INTZ will be enough to keep the man advantage even. The CT side still, however, have 2 players. They're relying on Sterling on the other side of the map to hold down B, and to be honest, that's fair enough. He's done a very good job of it so far. The thing I'm more worried about is the bomb alone in apartments, and it's actually going to go down and get stuck in apartments. That is a horrible place to try and retrieve this bomb from, especially when Malta are able to take that elevated angle. They don't even know about Dick Stacey in the site to shut them down, and he will do just that. 7 and 7. The turnaround continues for Greyhound, and yeah, that solo push throughout, it was so risky. I think he needed to wait for his teammates to go and make a play and then sort of peek out from there.
Right. I was actually getting worried when Aircast was peeking over towards Library. If he lost that duel, then someone could have, if they weren't apartments, could have picked up the bomb and went in a different direction. It reminded me, sorry, that wasn't Aircast, that was Malta. But it reminded me of the round where Aircast did that. He actually got the bomb down in middle and then just left it. And we could have seen if, you know, Savage picked up the pace, he could have went for the plant over towards that B site. Again, a lot of early investment out of Greyhound for some banana control. They've done some decent damage with it. Another nade comes through, and Bottle catches it in his hand. Look at that. I mean, just look at the difference just from utility alone.
They actually go fairly aggressive, maybe a little bit too much from Malta. Takes the fight in apps, almost wins the battle, but instead hands away the man advantage, but not for long, and surely, yeah, I was about to say he's not going to miss that shot. Does miss the second one, though. A chance for him to be over one, but lucky he's got Dexter to assassinate the remaining two players. And, well, TB left all alone. CZ in hand, looking like an 8-7 for Greyhound after what was a 0-6 scoreline for them initially. They pull off a nice little turnaround. The fact is, can they continue to take the lead after the break?
It's do or die time here in Katowice, Poland for CyberZem. They're down 1-0 in the series up against Greyhound Gaming, who have been able to snatch a lead, albeit just one round after being down 6 straight. And with Greyhound Gaming taking a victory here, they will set themselves into the playoffs to play against MVP in their initial match. But it's not over just yet, and CyberZem have been able to show us some crazy things. As INTZ already able to take the first here from Pit. Gonna get Molotov off. He actually just jumped straight through it and gets a second. Unexpected. 3 versus 3 and Dexter. He set up a kill room in Boiler.
Ooh, maybe not. Oh, he gets the second player instead. TB manages to survive. It's gonna be him and Viva trying to hold this one off. Dexter's just trying to play a little bit of hide and seek, but most games of that don't end with death, unlike his. Left all onto TV, trying to clutch this one out, and well, Urkust is there to finish both. Greyhound, they get themselves the pistol, and that strong start over on the T side, but I'm expecting to see a force buy-in from Cyberzen in this round.
I think that version of hide and seek is called the Hunger Games.
Yeah. Depends who
I don't want to know what type of games you played when you were a kid.
Well, all you need to know is I survived.
Well, that doesn't mean the strongest did.
I'm just very good at hiding.
9-7. And Greyhound get an important pistol round. Again, it's been a rocky series for them. And the thing is, the road obviously will not get easier as the days go on if they are able to pick up a victory here. MVP had a relatively easy 2-0 yesterday, defeating their fellow Korean team Gosu, who unfortunately has been knocked out on the other side of the group, because groups have two sides apparently. But again, Greyhound going back to what they did in Overpass, slowing things down, especially when they do pick up the pistol. No need to walk into a trap out of Cyberzen, trying to bait out any utility they do have remaining. And speaking of utility, they have 4 smokes left. And I wonder if they're going to continue to smoke off towards this B site. There's only 50 seconds remaining. Oh, the flashbang actually has been able to pull Savage away. I think that was actually heard. And Dexter by himself has been able to fake a sort of push over towards the A side. Now the light has turned green. And Greyhound are on the push.
Yeah, and again, is Urkust with a double to open up this round. Savage will be able to trade one back, but the rotation's still being held for the remainder of the players. Savage will have to do this all on his own. HZ seems a little bit far behind on this push-up banana. Obviously taking things nice and slow. Doesn't want to give away his position. But the clock is ticking. They don't have a kit. They need to find one of these kills very quickly, and actually Savage will do just that. Now they're going to look to actually push back into this site. They know where one of the players is. Urkust well placed, but after missing the initial shots, there's at least a chance here for the kill to come in. But Urkust, 4 kills for him. Lots of money made for his team. And a 10th round now on the board, and well, this is a situation where Cyberzen have just got to take the hit.
I was really waiting for them to just buy up on the other screen, just to kind of throw another commentator's curse into the works. But I think
just in pistol bullets, just right, screw you, Tom, on the wall.
I'll do that one day, send it to you over Twitter. Greyhound taking a timeout here. And I respect it. You have 2 left. Well, you had 3 left at the time. 6 rounds away with a 3-round lead. And the thing is, I don't think I'm going too crazy here by saying that most people expected Greyhound to make it out of the group. Renegade was basically a shoo-in.
No, I think Greyhound were almost like the second favorite to qualify for the whole minor. But getting out of the group is at the minimum. Like, Cyberzen, okay, they've had some alright results in the past, but they're not even, well, I'm not expecting much from them. Either way, this is a very aggressive play with the pistol, just looking to try and shut some of these players down. You can never count them out, of course. And actually, they're doing a lot of damage here. Sterling just below, he's going to get dinged up as well, but they will clean things up eventually. 3 players still survive.
Look at that damage done, though. Malta was down to 7. Urkast was down to like 10, if not 15. That was still an insanely close round, even though Cyberzen spent 0 money into the round. Oof, that's a little bit rough.
The thing is that we're in that same situation again, where Greyhound, they have a bonus round of swords. They're going to have a couple of AKs, lots of SMGs still in play. Money's not going to be in the best case in the next, but luckily Urkust has a bank of 8,500, the amount of money he's been able to earn just solely based off SMGs. An aggressive push from Dick Stacey just meets his doom within seconds. That's actually one of the AKs on the deck. But of course, nobody really able to pick this one up at the moment. Still 3 men over towards the banana spot, but again, Cyberzen doing great work and through the wall. I think, no, actually, never mind. It was TB who actually took damage from the grenades. Either way, the T's not looking to fight this anymore. They're going to push back into the hands of Bottle. Now bear in mind, there's still only 2 players towards this side of the map, so they need to do some damage. And okay, damage was done, but a kill not had. INTZ now with everything left to do, otherwise this could swing into a 3v3. He drops the bomb, however, sprays wildly and can't connect onto the remaining couple. Even still, the man advantage sits. And Malta is the one with the bomb, and he's taking too long. There was a gap in that smoke, and Savage is able to exploit it. Dexter now left with everything left to do. He's got to be wary. The apartments are no longer his friend. They've been taken over. Surely there should be a push coming through that smoke any second now, but actually they don't do it. Savage wraps around instead, and we'll close the round for CyberZen, but even still, it's a little bit too close for comfort.
And CyberZen, it's not like they have the cleanest of buys into this next round too. They have 3 players with sub 3,700. Unless they have to drop over some weapons and hope the utility can still be there, but for Greyhound, they're still pretty decent. They're still pretty strong here, though. This is going to be pretty much a do-or-die round for them as well, where we could see CyberZen getting close to tying things up.
Once again, though, they still have some troublesome bits to their economy. They've got much heavier on the utility. Bottle and Savage both with weaponry missing. Now it's going to be the early trades that actually work out in favor of this CT side. And in the meantime, the Ts are just looking to try and execute onto the other side of the map again. They know that there's limitations to this A defense. One of them being this SMG, the other being there's only one player there, but, well, maybe not such a limitation. Bottle gets one on almost another kill. However, his teammate in INTZ has slightly misread this. He's gone through his own smoke, and he may be caught out onto the site. However, they're pre-firing wrong angles, expecting him to be in the corner. And now the Ts, they've run out of money.
I assume Greyhound, if anything, will buy a pistol or 2 in this. Credit to CyberZen, though, to make this work, to kind of keep themselves in this match. You know, a lot of it's been on some individual plays, like out of HZ there, as you saw and you pointed out, playing an off angle that they didn't expect. Now into round 21, Greyhound are looking to maybe bombard this A side. Savage again, we saw him do this in the first match. Pushing up middle, getting information. He's gonna see the banana's clear. He's gonna know that's coming towards apartments. But the thing is, the players are already here. They're pushing through. I think that was Dick Stacy by himself to push alone, and that one click out of Bottle showing that confidence. And hey, Dexter will get 1, but that's pretty much all he can ask for here.
Yeah, not even gonna be a strong weapon at least. Some beavers there to put him down. Nice clean round coming out from CyberZen. 4 players surviving, only an SMG lost. Ts will come back with a buy of their own, but no chance for a counter-AWP just yet. But these are the sort of plays I like to see. I think for CyberZen especially, building up confidence in these sort of rounds is important. You can start seeing some of your better players like hitting their sort of skill ceiling. As I said, Savage slowed down a little bit, like he was 8-0. Since that point, which was only a few rounds in, he's managed 7 kills. So managing more in the first like 4 or 5. Obviously other players have been there to pick up the slack. Nade already though. Do a little bit of initial damage, not anything to really write home about, but enough that it could make a difference if an M4 hits him in the head. It's going to be a much faster play, though. I like this. They're not challenging Banana anymore. They've realized where this CT side have been playing, but look at the flank. The CTs are coming all the way up behind them already. Bottle has to try and hold this down. He does! Sprays down 2 and gives some time over, and the bomb's been dropped in the meantime. Dexter's going to retrieve it quickly, but TB checks the wrong angle. A risky play through the smoke that doesn't pay off. Viva's going to do a similar thing, but he's sneaking. It won't matter. Malta's more than aware of the potential push, and Greyhound with a fast play will win the round.
12-10. Things are getting very sweaty here in the studios for CyberZen, and to be fair, Greyhound. There's the thing about CyberZen that gets me. That there's so many like individual big plays that you really wonder if there was like more of like a strategic mindset to the team, how much better they could be.
Or even just synergy.
Yeah. Like refrags, peeking together, like we saw in Train, that cost them around. But Either way, I'm curious to see how this team does grow over time. More importantly, if Greyhound can continue some sort of pace, some sort of momentum here after winning 3 straight on the T side. They have lost 3 straight. They're finally able to take that last round, and look at this. They're able to take full control, but not able to stop the spray down out of Savage. Again, these smokes are just punishing Greyhound over and over again with these little angles they have through them.
Yeah, even still, Dexter, I'm not quite sure. He's partially blind at least. Doesn't manage to get the kill, and now they're going to double back towards this banana spot. Now Viva's taken a very aggressive and very pre-fireable angle. I almost wonder if somebody's going to try and bait this out for Sterling to take the peak. Instead, the flashbang comes over and he doesn't even challenge. I respect that quite a bit, actually. Just take the fallback. Doesn't have any utility to slow them down, so needs to make sure that he stays alive for sure. TB's already in on the rotation. The problem is, there's not a whole lot of utility for this side either, and the one man throwing the smoke has actually gone down, met by Viva as well in that back corner, and that's a horrible place to try and clear. It's left on to Sterling to do it, and he knows that there's another man close, can't quite connect onto the head of his opponent.
Once that repeat, you can just tell. Oh. And he's dead. Oh my god! Commentator's curse. Sterling gets the one. He only has 10 seconds left, though. And I don't think he's going to have the time to get the bomb down. But at least for him, he'll be able to save the op into the next round, which is more than I thought he would have been able to say.
Yeah, that's it. That was just a situation where I feel like if you're Savage, you're like, okay, I can hear him coming, but I won't peek. I'll just wait patiently. And then he just gets banged like that, and you think, oh, if only I peeked.
If only. Hindsight is 2020.
Either way.
12-11. Tom, I didn't really think the game would get this close after the initial start we had out of Cyberzone. I thought, all right, we're going the full 3 here, back to back. I thought we're guaranteed to go over to Mirage. There's still a chance we could get there. Greyhound have been able to channel the energy of the universe, I guess. And we still maintain a 1-round lead.
Well, at least in this one. They've got the AWP, they've got some pistols. They don't even have that much money left in the bank. This is pretty much a full investment coming out from them here. A little bit saved to maybe bolster their buy in the future, but already multiple forward to the hands of Viva with that AWP again. Starting to put up numbers for his team. And in the meantime, you can start to see Cyberzone gaining map control, gaining in confidence, but they're going to try and overwhelm them here. Trades galore, but it's the CT side to come out on top. Even still, though, Urkus actually has the chance to get on towards the side and get a bomb plant. That's going to be the big case here. It's whether or not he can get past this cross, and if he can, it should be guaranteed.
We've seen him win things like, okay, he's going for the repeat. That's, oh, all right, gets the first. Gonna be chilling at fountain, looking for the second, not able to take down HC. And Cyberzone will tie things up now at 12 apiece. That was the ballsiest move I've ever seen out of him, to choose to take that fight in towards CT spawn.
I don't think he had a choice, though. In a 1 versus 3, if you just sit back and wait when you've got low health, you're dead. You are dead, and they had utility to spare. So, yeah, I like the ballsy play and the shot, at least. But unfortunately, other than that, we're not going to see much else. Bomb plant will help them at least a little bit. They can invest some more into pistols in this round. A similar sort of purchase, obviously, without the AWP they had available to them. And at the same time, they still managed to keep the economy of their opponents fairly honest, around the sort of 2,000 mark, or even a few players only on $300. In fact, the majority below 1,000, in fact, for Cyberzone. So, not really in a position where they're safe from any sort of reset. Once again, they're going to try and bombard onto B, and, well, it's down to Viva to try and defend this. He misses the no-scope. That should be him overwhelmed, but they're almost dancing rather than fighting, and Viva says, yep, you can put your knife out. I have a pistol to spare. And this will save them. That fight could have gone so much worse for Cyberzone, but I think the running out of bullets was what saved Viva.
Viva's been so damn good over today in general, but the point I was trying to make is in terms of his flicks. He's been so consistent with them. Yeah, he might have missed that second shot there on the second player, but like his wide flicks of someone going for wide peaks, around these corners has just been fantastic. He's been hitting them time and time again.
I love Molto. Who's just, I'll dodge your up shot. I'll dodge it, and then he's just like, and I have a pistol.
Oh, I think he took the wrong pill for that one. It's not Neo. Right now, Greyhound might be looking at a third map here. We can't even forget that CyberZen did play 3 maps out.
Yeah.
Already today.
They're looking for their 6th map of the day, and TB's kicked it off well. Sterling out of this round within the first few seconds, and at least a trade, but well, back and forward we go. No dominant force yet. The fact is, though, there can't really be much more of a peak coming up from the T's. Lots of Molotovs down at the moment. Even still, Arcus can try and make a play, and he does actually get the opener. Now, they've got to be a little bit careful because there's a man up above. INTZ just trying to survive in the pit. Doesn't have a whole lot of support, but they are rotating in the bomb. Still waits down the bottom of Banana, though, so they may even just try and wrap this one around. TB with the shoulder peek, and Arcus gets caught trying to escape. You can't run from TB. Either way, Viva, his flicks not working out since Jason said it. Katowice is going to be coming into the site, so he's going to stick to the CZ. Try and find his kills that way. And that's exactly what he'll do. Got to watch out from above. Actually, Malta now with a chance. Now, the time is ticking away. 25 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go for the aggressive face, but instead HZ is going to be there to close it. 14-12, CyberZen continue their streak, and now money once again becomes an issue for this terrorist side.
Not only money, but rounds. CyberZen are 2 away from taking us to our 3rd map of Mirage. Dexter with 22 frags, by the way. Or on the other side, HZ has about 20, if I'm not mistaken. This is getting pretty intense. And we do have the pistol bop, yet again had a Greyhound. They're not really going for a rush in the same direction, though. As you can see, 3 players in towards mid. That nade could do some decent work. As Dexter gets taken down 31. They have to hope they're almost gifted a kill here. They have a couple of flashes and a smoke, so they have some sort of utility to break in towards the A site, but they have a player in pit here for CyberZen, or at least near it, and HZ, who could obviously drop down to it if he needs. Dexter is setting up with, I believe, flashbang, but it's not going to find out HZ, who just gets the easy kill.
Still, his teammate's gone down, and actually is more onto Bottle coming in on the flank. Bit of a miss spray. Doesn't quite transition onto the second either. So it will come down to these pistols to give the opportunity to Greyhound to take this map. Obviously still a few needed, but yeah, the CT side is just going to duck out of this one. The money not supporting any sort of rebuys. So Greyhound with very little, almost what was just a save situation, will be able to brute force their way into the A site and win themselves a 13th round, pick up some weaponry as well.
Just look how close the ADR is from every player, like comparatively, between both sides. Like, that's insane. Everyone putting in their work. I mean, Dick Stacy might be only on 14 frags, but he still has a good amount of ADR behind it.
Yeah.
And Greyhound, they deny the map point. And like you said, the money's really not there for CyberZen, so they save an op, they save an M4, they can drop over 2. If they lose this round, we're looking at potentially like a 15-14 scoreline. Potentially. We're not there just yet. And Greyhound's gonna take a timeout to talk some things over. I think that's important. I mean, you still have another one left after this anyways, so you might as well use it to talk some things over, figure out what you want to do in this round. Obviously, you want to, if you're Greyhound, to avoid going over to Mirage if you possibly can. Music's perfect for, I think, how tense this moment is for both these teams.
Well, full buy-in for both sides. Definitely the sort of, it's what you want to see on the scoreboard when we get to those sort of crunch time rounds. You don't want to see eco rounds or rounds of pistols. I will say it's worth noting, 3 players on the T side don't have head armor. Now they can rebuy it, they have the money to rebuy it, but they've decided against it. So those M4s are going to be acting just as AK-47s over on the CT side.
That has to be an oversight, right?
Oh yeah, because those are the 3 players that saved. So I think they just didn't really think about it. So either that or they really do want to make sure they have enough money if things go pear-shaped. But again, not really something I'd want to see. Going with your best buy.
Yeah, considering they still have another map to play if they need to. I hope that doesn't come back to bite them here. Hopefully we don't just see headshots lighting up on the kill feed. 4 players over towards the A side as well. It's going to be all on Viva with the AWP to hold on. You can see trying to play anti-flash a bit here. This is rough moments. This is a risky move out of CyberZen.
Yeah, they've gone for the 4-1 stack. Meaning that it is really all just the pressure on him. There goes the flash. Now he takes the peek, but doesn't manage to connect it. And the second he misses that shot, you can already see the rotation beginning from TB. He's not wanting to leave his team out to dry Viva. The re-peek risky, but he gets away with it. More flashbangs, nades coming over. Will push him right back into the site. The problem is so much time has gone by. 35 seconds left on the clock, and they're only just gaining banana control. The T's almost have to try and push into this one dry. And okay, yeah, initially they know there's only one player there, but the fact is they now have absolutely no clue. There could be 4, there could be 1. The fact is they're a little bit lucky on the fact that it's 2, but they're still going to be coming into this site. This time Viva won't miss. He's given the other opportunity. TB going to be sat in the corner, and I think they're almost trying to sell this as if there's only one man left in the site. There goes TB, looking for a little bit more, but can't quite connect it. And with a matter of seconds left, they're going to get the bomb down.
There was also a trade over towards the A site in the meantime, so it allowed them to slow down the actual transition out of the CT side out of CyberZen. Savage going to be joined by Bottle to go for the retake in a 2-on-2.
No utility for either side. It's just going to come down to the individual fights next door. Waiting with the open. Savage wide peeks him, removes him from the server. It's going to be left all onto Dick Stacy to try and hold on, and Savage gets the second as well. They've got the kit for the defusal. It won't matter anyway. It's CyberZen hitting their 15th round after being down.
So, okay, who was the last player alive real quick? Because did he have head armor?
Dick Stacy.
He didn't have head armor.
No.
He had full HP. He got headshot.
Yes.
That is not... that's not something you want to see happen. I wonder if they even noticed.
Probably not.
And if they did, it was going to be too late, obviously, since they weren't able to buy back or go back and buy it. So now CyberZen have the chance to take us on to map 3. Greyhound just fighting for overtime here. What a play out of CyberZen on that retake. Sterling is a little bit hot right now as he takes some damage from the Molotov. Look at the utility on the side of CyberZen. There is just like none. It's a Bottle with pretty much all of it in his pockets on that utility belt.
Oh, once again, Mac 10. Now, whenever we saw this coming onto CyberZen, this meant that they were going to go for the apps burst and have that player sort of jump past and almost be like a giant decoy. Just distraction plays. By the looks of things, they're going to try and make their move into the A side. They've got Dick Stacy waiting on the other side of the map, as there have been some very aggressive pushes down the bottom of Banana. HZ just going to be joining up with his teammates. It's only onto Viva. Left alone, 1 flashbang on his belt. But again, that clock burning right down.
Thing is, on Overpass, Greyhound did do a couple strategies where they did contact B on Overpass. I would have loved to have seen it here, actually, with the way they saw Viva do it before. Now they know he's there. Dick Stacy did get tagged up. Viva needs to call for reinforcements, and no one's even rotating in. 30 seconds left to go, and as we can see, it looks like Greyhound's going to commit this. Viva has to go massive here to somehow hold on to this one, or we're going to be seeing the final round of the half. He missed the shot. Bomb's going to go down, and if you're CyberZen, you save, don't you? You have to save. You have no money into the next round.
Yeah, that just seemed like an all or nothing from CyberZen. We watched the way they played the previous round, and it was like, okay, the second he misses a shot, someone's already rotating in, and that was TB, I believe, to actually help him. In this scenario, it was almost like maybe Viva made the call, like, okay, I didn't see anybody like get aggressive onto me, or I didn't see too much, don't rotate just yet. But whatever happened in that situation, no one came to help him. The second he was dead, as you said, no choice but to save. The fact is, though, even just for like a drop onto him, it's not going to be the AWP.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be what, a FAMAS, because they still need the utility to buy back on the back of that. If even that, maybe just a pistol, the utility is going to be, I think, way more useful for them.
Well, he does have a pretty mean CZ, so maybe he's going to be holding on with that one, but yeah.
A requirement to get into the CZ team.
Yeah.
CyberZen.
For sure. But yeah, this is not the situation they want to be. TB can drop him a rifle if they want to.
Yeah, if he doesn't want much utility.
That's actually what they're going to do. So yeah, he'll take the hit. The rest of the team do still have a full belt, so it's not the worst case scenario here, but it really is going to come right down to the wire. We saw in the previous map, just able to sort of sneak things through in the last. Will CyberZen now be able to do the same and take this close series to a third? Or are Greyhound going to be given the opportunity?
Sterling
once again. Down to just 38 HP, and look at Bottle. All the way down the bottom. This sort of play could decide the game. He's going to catch her, because without an aid in hand, yet he goes for more, gets the second as well. He knows there's another player around the corner, and Bottle's doing it all. He's looking to try and take this map to a third. Bottle with a 4K, and these are the huge plays we talk about when we think of CyberZen. Another fantastic showing. Malta is left to, well, he's got to do one better. He needs an ace just to continue in this map.
He's got time, he's got the bomb, but he's gonna have a rough chance here as well, being smoked off. Luckily for him, they have no idea where he is, but they have a man pushing apartments, so they know he's not there. Malta doesn't have the safety to even go really in this direction, as he's gonna find out momentarily, as HZ might be the one to take us into map 3, but Bottle's already been able to do a heavy amount of lifting to get us there. And there we go, HZ from behind, and CyberZen 16-14 on the back of Bottle and the 4K will take us over to a third map. And that, unfortunately, we'll have to wait till after the break, and of course, after the analysis, break down that last match.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
A rough start for Greyhounds on the second map, and it got close to the point where we thought CyberZen could be going home. Instead, things turned around and we'll be going to a third map. And to break this one down, as always, is Pimp and Blair joining me. And you gotta say, right, CyberZen, right out the gates, they came out looking strong. Then we see Greyhound battle back, and you think, hey, look, it's on. Greyhound have come back to life. And it gets to what, it was like 11-6, 11-7, and I thought, hey, Greyhound have got this in the bag. And it slowly slips away.
I think CyberZen is super happy and super thrilled that they got that good start to the game they did. Because as you said, Greyhound did fight back straight away, you know. Back to 11-6 lead, you thought to yourself, all right, Greyhound have this one in the bank. They're playing some solid Counter-Strike. They seem to have everything under control until CyberZen happened once again. That CT side on Inferno, that was super aggressive. And we talked about it in the pregame as well. The banana control and the aggression on banana. We saw it with Reva with the AVP in countless of time. He was like being super, super aggressive at some points, too aggressive. And then you saw the last round as well, a great example. Bottle just walking down banana.
And it gets 4 kill.
Not contested, no flashes, no smokes, nothing whatsoever. Walks down, gets a 4 kill and wins the game. I mean, CyberZen, it's a classic matchup for them, you know. A little bit hectic, a little bit unorthodox Counter-Strike play, but in the end, they make it work.
Yeah, I mean, considering it was a 6-0 lead, which CyberZen had initially on their T side, I'm like, they might be just running away with this, but Greyhound, they dug in deep, they managed to counter them. After the CyberZen just won, I think, 1 round, and then the Greyhound actually had the lead going into the second half, right? Then they had a massive streak going for them. Then they started playing a little scared. I think when they got a 14 round mark, that's when they started slowing things down a little bit, allowing CyberZen to go for this crazy plays. Like, Bottle being allowed to walk all the way down banana and get those 4 kills. Sure, it was a very ballsy play, but at the same time, why was no one marking that, right? They gave them so much space to work with, so many blind spots, and if you're doing that against the Chinese team, they are going to abuse it, they're going to spank you, and that's why we have map.
I think it's a great example, though, because as I said, we saw Viva being so aggressive with the AVP on banana. He was putting in fear to these Greyhound guys. They were not really allowed up to banana without using a ton of Molotov, a ton of flashes. So in the end, they thought to themselves, all right, we're just going to wait. We're not going to contest it. We're going to save our grenades. And that's when Bottle walked down. So in that regard, I think you can give some kudos and some credit to CyberZen for actually reading into the game and figuring out a way to punish Greyhound for the way they played. So it's not all, you know...
doom and gloom.
Yeah, so to speak. we use the word unorthodox. We use the word chaos Counter-Strike a lot. But I think they also have an idea behind it, so to speak. And I think the last round was a great example of how to actually capitalize on some of that aggressiveness they're doing.
I think we call that a method to the madness for sure there, Pimp. And one thing I want to look at now going into Mirage is, okay, you're CyberZen, you've just battled back. You seem to be back on point in terms of actual fragging ability. Again, when it comes to you spoke about it last time, right? The kill to death ratio, all in favor of CyberZen, who are just out fragging like madmen. Can Greyhound do anything to stop this?
I think they can. I still think they're a better team, right? They have everything right. One thing I want to point out, which surprised me a lot on CyberZen's T side initially, was when they had those 6 rounds in a row, there was some pretty cool plays they had over there. They had a Savage doing a very good job with the lurk. They were hitting the shots. The Molotovs were in point. Pop Flashes were talking about playing off each other. That suddenly came out of nowhere. I'm like, it's not like they don't know how to play Counter-Strike this way. They do know how to do it. And even the rounds that Greyhound were winning on the CT side, it wasn't like, CyberZen completely crapping the bed, so to speak. It's just that Greyhound stepped up their game. So, now we come to a map like Mirage, which is, again, a different beast altogether. And if we can see a little bit of aggression, but like I said, it's not about you just pushing one player, just pushing him with the op towards B apartments or just pushing him towards Palace alone. Controlled aggression. Controlled aggression is the key of the game here for CyberZen. On the other hand, for Greyhound, they need to stop playing too scared. Sometimes in those 2v2 scenarios, in those 3v3 scenarios, you got to take the fight. You got to go for those deals and then play the round.
We have already seen CyberZen play Mirage today. They lost to AQ's Club. That was a horrible showing by them. They were constantly over-peaking, constantly making weird decisions. They need to stop that. They need to have learned from that game. The one thing they got going for them right now is not even on themselves. That's Dexter not showing up right now. He's the best player on the server. The rating for him the past 3 months has been 1.27. In this game, he's the worst rated player on the server. So he needs to step it up. And that's, the one thing CyberZen sort of got going for them. And the one, sort of key that if he comes to life, then I think Greyhound will have no problem whatsoever winning this one.
Well, let's see if they do have a problem or not. Let's see if it's going to be CyberZen things or it's going to be some the boy moments to be thrown in there. It's back over with Jason and Tom for the last map in this best of 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, Mirage coming up next as our third and final map here between these two titans of teams who have been battling it out. One a little bit longer than the other. CyberZen going 3 maps in their first match of the day. But the winner of this moves on. The loser, unfortunately, has to go home. Tom, moving into Mirage, what are your thoughts on how this match is going?
The thing that sort of worries me quite a lot is the fact that CyberZen did not play this map well earlier in the day. Like, it was really, really scrappy, and they ended up losing to someone who's far worse than the side of Greyhound. So I'm not sure what to expect anymore. Like, obviously, they're built in throughout the day. They played a lot better than they did earlier, but if it's anything like the map they played earlier, I think they're absolutely screwed, because Greyhound should have this Mirage dead to rights. Either way, look at the stack. 4 players here on the A site, and the T's have walked right into it. It's going to be a almost flawless round. Only Dexter left, and he's not in a position to defend or fight for this bomb. 1 minute 20, though. That's the only good thing.
Only.
He doesn't even have armor. And now they know where he is.
So it's just getting worse for him, as we realize, as a noise is being made.
I'm sure that's the face he's probably pulling right now. Just like, oh, God.
It still will never be
Bondic.
Yeah.
I knew exactly who you were thinking of. You kept mentioning his face in that picture.
Great. He needs
really?
to yeah. It's up to me again. The CyberZen start off strong here, getting the first round, getting the pistol round done and dusted with and under their belts. And M4 picked up for Bottle. And, you know, I kind of agree, like, with what you were just saying with your sentiments, that if CyberZen play pretty similar to how they did in their first match against Aquis Club, Greyhound should win this. But honestly,
they haven't been playing like that for a while.
Yeah.
It's been the same sort of style, but they've been much better at doing it. I think that's the best way to put it. Like, they haven't been losing so many ridiculously stupid rounds, and they've been winning a lot that they never should have had. So that's what made that last map so exciting and so close. Now Savage with a chance to make some dollar, but he's going to be overwhelmed by the players in mid. They don't really want to lose too many players here. Sterling's actually managed to get a double. Both players want that gun so badly, they're even just going to sort of kiss in the air, and Bottles got the chance to retrieve that weapon. TB with a SMG as well. They had to do the same. I imagine they'll juggle that rifle down. You know, at least that's going to be kept, but even still.
You know what kind of sucks is that if they just decided who was going to go up a little bit quicker, I think they would have been able to rescue that gun and get away.
Yeah, probably. I'll be honest, I didn't see whether or not Bottle was already there, but I would imagine probably not.
It would have changed the round.
No. But even still, it's like, I felt like Sterling earned it, if I'm being honest. He's got both the kills, like, give him the rifle, but he is also the AWPer, so arguments either way. But we do have our buy coming in. Of course, these extra kills have made things a bit more interesting when it comes to the CyberZen economy in this round. And, well, by the looks of things, this time INTZ is going to be the one pushing into middle. They're going for the same strategy. The flashbang catches him completely blind. I think Dex is a little bit confused as to where he actually went. And he even has some support now. There's going to be 2 players up here. Molotov trying to actually force back a different angle.
100%. Bottle had to have spotted him there when he went for the shoulder peek.
Yeah, I think he knows, but it doesn't matter. Dexter will decapitate him anyway, and the rest of the team in the meantime are pushing in onto this B site. Viva trying to do the work with the MP9, the one detriment they really had in this round, and Dick Stacy not only kills him, but HZ goes with him. Not quite sure what Mortal was looking at. He saw a ghost.
Scooby's not here, I'm sorry.
That's a shame. He was here before.
He was. So Greyhound, surprisingly enough, able to get the bomb down, and most likely the round. I'm surprised, considering the aggression we saw to CyberZen. That flashbang that came out to blind up HZ, if that was not there at that time, he would have most certainly have gotten the first kill, and most likely would have been able to turn this into like a different situation for him. So credit to Greyhound to be able to escape, and again, Dexter hitting that great shot. As they pushed up on him. So CyberZen going to save these 2 weapons into the next round. Greyhound going to keep all 5 alive, most importantly. Now they have a chance to build up some economy here for their side. And they're going to need it. I think after that last map, I mean, even they have to get a little bit exhausted after that Inferno game. And
they're only on to their 3rd map of the day.
Yeah.
This is CyberZen's 6th. Yeah, they've been in for the long haul. Some of it I feel like is through their own creation. Like, if they just managed to win the first series 2-0, it wouldn't quite have been as long haul. But, hey, it's all extra practice. They definitely seem to be fragging well in the last map. Whether fatigue will start to play, who knows? But then again, I've always heard that a lot of the Asian players practice a bajillion hours a day, so probably not. Either way, nice start. Bottle as well through the smoke. Is able to catch off one. They've got a couple of players with pistols. They didn't even fully invest into this round. Now, that's a surprise for me. Just that alone, that they didn't fully invest. They had a couple of players on 4K. They decided just to go with the couple of rifles and the couple of pistols. And you know what? So far, so good. And Savage is not done. He's still continuing his push. They've got ramp being taken as well. This will give a lot of information over to the positions that the T's are not. However, the question is, do they know where they are?
I think we just heard that one player in the middle. Oh, that's a brave thing to do, especially since, I mean, even I heard the player running in the middle, so.
I think the problem I have is if you peek the left side, don't then
yeah, because you're exposed to the right.
They've already been like, he's there, and then you go, hello, like, surprise, and it doesn't work too well.
Well, Greyhound now tying things up with 3 left. Also going to try to fake a sort of push in towards the B site, which actually forced Savage to pick up the pace to rotate in from behind the bomb. In the meantime, they're going to be heading over towards the A site where HC is going to be in. The call has been made for Savage to come back to help out. HC's not able to get the shot. Doesn't have head armor. He's going to get actually decimated there. Now it's all on Savage. And, well, not him anymore, as he does get the escape away from this. And Greyhound going to tie things up now at 2 apiece.
Yeah, this is also a pretty interesting position, actually, for CyberZen. I was going to sort of be like, will they buy or will they not? But they will, because I can see it. So, yeah, it's questionable, because it was the same in the last round where they had sort of 3 or 4 players around the right amount of money to fully purchase, and then 1 or 2 where it's questionable. And they're still in a similar situation where utility's minimal. They got Viva with an AWP and no armor. They have Savage just on an MP9. By the looks of things, the T's might be about to pick up the pace on them a little bit, and that could be a problem. Now, Bottle looking like he may take the face in towards the apartments. The smoke's gone down to give him a little bit of extra space, and Sterling trying to play around the edge of it. The problem is there's actually 2 players around this very angle, a third also around short, and by the looks of things, Greyhound are not willing to try and take that fight just yet.
No, it doesn't seem so. Viva's still going to have a smoke as well, so if they did want to try to push this location, it'd be definitely difficult to do so. But there's no Molotov either to really slow down the pace of Greyhound, who could just push through the smoke once that first shot comes down. In the meantime, CyberZen's A-hold has kind of been a little bit different, actually. I do like this early information. Allows them to give the calls for the rotates to come back, but we can also see the alert coming in out of multiple players out of Greyhound. So a delayed execute towards A, it looks like it will be happening. Which means I don't think CyberZen can really play for the retake because they have 2 players pushed up so far. Luckily for them, TB's backed away, but that's still going to be Savage up close and personal with the SMG like you pointed out before.
And the problem is that smoke's gone down quite late. They're going to have to go through it. He is waiting, drops the bomb as well, but the trade is effective. Still, there's multiple players here. TB, he's actually been let off a little bit there as the Molotov doesn't actually do anything. Now he's able to take the fight through the smoke, gets himself a double, and leaves it all onto Sterling. And the problem is he's only got 15 seconds. He has to go for the plant. That will be heard. You can see Viva looking to try and play this on the cross. Now, this is risky from Bottle. He has no support, but it doesn't matter. He wins the battle once again, and CyberZen will get their 3rd round on the board. Just looking to try and pick up any utility that he can as going into the rebuy in the next. That's what will be minimal for the CT side. Most needed to be rebought. For the T's, however, they get the bomb down. So they're actually going to have plenty of cash.
The one saving grace, even though they lose the round and more importantly lose the lead. Yeah, that position right there, just to push through the smokes. I mean, they had not much time left, so they had to hit the go button, right? But to expect a player to be that close to you.
Well, that's the excellent thing. I think another thing you always have to give Savage props for is his utility usage, or when he is the player that is focusing on utility. Like, he bought an MP9 in that round. He used it so well. That late smoke on 30 seconds forced the T's to run through it. They had no choice. Unless they wanted to execute with about 10 seconds left, it's just not worth it. So they had to go through it. He nets the first kill, drops the bomb, and that's another 5-6 seconds off the clock.
Oh. Nick Stacy being super aggressive. Speaking of that, okay. Well, that was short-lived.
Or who's the smoke going to favor? Dexter. And he gets the second as well. Savage looking to try and trade that frag. Luckily, INTZ is doing excellent work from that ladder room spot. Now Malta's just waiting around the corner. He's waiting for some sort of flash. It is going to come, and unfortunately, he was looking right at it this time. Sterling's there with the AWP. Mex onto the first, but the trade from Viva through the steps, leave it all onto Dexter once more. He's got to try and clutch this one out. They have absolutely no idea where he is, and probably wouldn't expect him to be this close. INTZ a little bit wary of the flank, but after spotting that out, they will look to push in together. No AWP in hand anymore, but he's looking to try and round the corner, spots out INTZ, the defusal coming in, and Viva doesn't even know where his opponent currently sits. The clock burning further and further, and he wins the duel as well. Dexter now wins the clutch. The third round on the board for Greyhound, and the luxury that they had, CyberZen don't.
Gets a 4K as well, most importantly. And you heard on the desk, Pimp talking about he's the lowest rating in the series so far, and he's the highest rated player in the last 3 months. He needs to step up, and I think in that round, he was able to do just that. But one round won't win you games. Let's see if he can keep that pace as the series does go. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, that was actually, I see he had a couple of frags before that round did start. It's almost to the point where he actually got all 4. So he had one kill before the round started. All right, there we go. Math's hard, especially after casting 5 maps. But Sterling over to the MP5. No Banks is getting all giddy in the green room.
Yeah, giddy's always the word I would use to describe Banks. He's just a bundle of joy.
That's Zen, let's see. Pistols, and you can never count them out when they have pistols. The amount of times they've been able to show what they can do, and the amount of people they've been able to prove wrong in rounds that they should almost never win. Well, doesn't think it's gonna happen this time, though.
The one thing they can't beat, Jason's jinx.
They're gonna say something else.
Well, yeah, still doing a little bit of damage, and there's a few low players as well. Savage pushing into the connector. He's got to be careful because there is a man still sat behind him. He has managed to retrieve an MP5. Probably won't save him in this scenario. He is a kit onto Viva, but he's already opted just to try and save the scout, and they will be bringing that at least into the next round. Savage probably going to be executed the second he backs out of the connector, although actually Malta has stopped watching. This battle probably will result in absolutely nothing.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's just a losing fight no matter what. You know, if you're Malta, you lose the AK and you have to buy it up. If you get the kill, great, you get an extra, you know, bit of money for yourself. But you didn't really need the money anyways, so smart play him just to make sure to secure it. Dick Stacy as well, getting a nice double kill there. And 4-3. Look at Malta, actually. One of the first times we're seeing, I think they actually heard them running over towards Palace as well. They heard 2 players, they actually heard 1 back away. It's a lot of free information, and how Savage, just like we saw the last round of the last map out of Bottle, is pushing it by himself with nothing. This time, Sterling's going to watch because the info they got before. Dick Stacy's been able to make his presence known inside the B side, playing ring around the Rosie here with HZ, and eventually he'll fall from behind to Bottle. But the A side's been taken, the bomb's going to be planted, and it's not like Dick Stacy really gave up much in terms of weaponry.
Yeah, he was just sent in as the sort of probing player. Obviously, if he found out that there was absolutely nobody there, then hey, they get to rotate and they don't have to worry of pushing into a stack. Instead, multiple players on the site, so they know they're safe to push into A. Pretty safe gamble from Greyhound. And
I feel like this chase might be unnecessary, though. Again, it's just a 5-7. There's no armor. They should be able to buy a decent amount into the next round anyways. You know, it's funny, by the way, for people who didn't know, there's actually, so the Asia Miners finished over for them second stream. So they've actually transitioned over to the Americas minor.
Yeah.
Where it was Team 1 playing against, I believe, E United, and last time I saw it was like 11-0.
So they will, yeah, they'll finish their next one. It has been a long one. All the maps played. And in this series as well, all of the rounds as well. Full 30 either side, but we're now in our decider. Only one team can make it through to that playoff stage. Silent Molotov being used by the terrorist side. We're going to have to push Coming in onto middle. Not much utility at all for CyberZen, and they don't really have any stopping power in this scenario. Nice work from HZ again. He's been effective over into that ladder room, but the entry's still coming in. HZ going strong as he gets himself a double. Malta and Sterling now left to try and push onto the site, and being on the bench is not the best case. However, that Molotov will force TB off of the angle and should allow him to cross over to the site to get the bomb down.
Flank coming in from behind. Will they expect Savage yet again to pounce against the last two remaining players? Malta's going to spot him out. He had a nade in hand. A cheeky play either way. Spot him. He drops in. Malta gets the frag. Now HZ going to be by himself up against two. This is going to be a almost unwinnable situation, but hell, how these series have gone so far today, who knows what's going to happen. Finally, Malta put some sort of normalcy back into Counter-Strike. And Greyhound are up 6-3 now. This is a good lead. This is a good momentum for them. Their bank is built up. They got a lot of money to spend in the next coming rounds. And CyberZen are being the ones to force to change up their style to deal with how Greyhound has been able to take such a strong lead now.
I'm a little bit disappointed we're not seeing CyberZen go for like more aggressive plays. Like that was what was working for them initially, like pushing into middle, taking the fight versus the players at top mid, not allowing any of that control for Greyhound, because last few rounds it's been more mid control for them.
We did see Savage push Palace, you remember, a couple rounds before.
Yeah, no,
they got shut down. So I wonder if they're in their own heads of like, okay, they're aware of our aggression.
No, I understand. Like that aggression, I feel like is much more risky though. I feel like if you push middle as a team like the way they were before, where they have one man holding, you have the man pushing up to the top of mid, and it's more important in terms of actual map control because, okay, taking Palace away is great. If you could sit up there if they push A, fantastic, but just in terms of where the T's are actually going, I feel like it's been the big problem for CyberZen over the last few rounds. Alongside utility, of course. They really haven't had much of that at all.
Well, speaking about pushing middle, going to be pushing underpass. Was that hurt? I believe not. The Malta's going to watch it either way. That'll be Savage falling. We expect a second, though. That's going to be HZ still going to be there. The push is coming in towards B. HZ's not able to get the better. Sterling and Aircast just opens up on that B side. So this should be another round on the board here for Greyhound, going up to 7. And I think this is more of the Greyhound we were expecting in the series, at least at this moment. But I'm still not convinced that they're going to be able to compete against MVP tomorrow, because that would be their opponent if they do win this match.
The thing is, I'm not sure I agree. Just based off, it's difficult to play against a team like CyberZen because they don't play the Counter-Strike you're used to, right? The Counter-Strike you have played against. Whereas if it's into the more sort of standardized CS, I think Greyhound should have the advantage because CyberZen have just been making ridiculous plays. The rounds they've won, as said, it was very aggressive, pushes up mid, catching players off guard, and some hero individual plays, which I think the likes of MVP, okay, maybe they'll have the odd hero play or the odd aggressive play, but I think it's things that can be scripted a lot more. The other thing as well is, if you know, on Mirage, so far, Greyhound's team side has actually been fairly good at coping with, as you said, the aggression that they've thrown in on other portions of the map, because it's much more expected on this map. Like, a man running down all the way through Banana and headshotting you while you're still set towards your spawn is not something you're going to expect. A man pushing top mid, a man pushing Palace, a man pushing Abs, all of that is expected because not only has this map been in the pool a ridiculously long time, but also it's just fairly standard.
That actually makes me wonder, will Mirage ever be reworked?
Who knows?
Carbo was the last one, right? And that's still not back. Oh, that was so close to being a double kill. They sure as hell can use it at this rate. Again, utility's not really there for CyberZen. Dexter being given free reign over Palace. No one even in towards jungle at this point in time. A big 4-man stack out of Greyhound, able to get that full control and maintain. I feel like they're trying to bait CyberZen into peeking something as well. Flash in. Allows Aircast to get control of house here. Almost want to see a cheeky window, you know, boost like we saw the Hunter boost back for Valiance in the EU minors.
Arcus decides against going for the peak, but this is what I'm talking about. At the moment, there is no mid control whatsoever for the seed side. After the initial pick went in, or peak, they have not challenged it at all. And they are just trying to hold from fairly aggressive positions, just outside it, but just look at the entries from Dick Stacey. However, HZ still putting up numbers, still putting down players from Greyhound, and he's continuing. A third to his name, looking to save them here. Another big individual play, but Dexter turns things back. He's given them a chance, so he can plant for the connector. His teammate is ready and waiting, which he should be able to do. There isn't anybody around that angle. It's only going to be if they can actually cross, and that's what Urkus is actually watching for. And as the peak comes out, Savage is able to get the quick flick, but now he's got to deal with Urkus. He hits it as well. See you later, alligator. It's going to be another round for CyberZen.
I want to see that shot from his point of view. I'm hoping we're going to get it in the quick replay here after this round finishes. But yes, what a shot out of him. But also credit to Dick Stacy. That's the second time we've seen him open up the A side pretty much by himself, but he didn't expect HZ to be there and didn't expect HZ to pick up a triple. Look at that. Walks in, gets the gap there as well with a quick flick. And then HZ as well, just being able to stay alive for such a long time. There goes Savage with the first. That's... Okay, that actually wasn't as impressive as I thought it would be from the other point of view.
I think it's just
still a good shot, though.
It's still such a pixel angle to hit.
Yeah.
Only the face showing. He makes it look easy. I think that's a good point. Either way, 7-4. CyberZen again off individual prowess are able to bring things back. Get their fourth on the board. We're going to see some aggression out in towards apartments again. They've got the sort of bait and switch with Bottle ready and waiting. However, we're still going to see the T's just waiting outside of A. A little bit of presence in mid, but again, as said, there's not really been much of a challenge. It's going to be Savage going for a bit of a later peek, but he's got to be fairly careful, as there is already a man behind the boxes. Without spotting anything, it gives him a little bit of a false positive here that maybe that position is actually clear. Let's take Greyhound. I think they're being a little bit more patient in this scenario, waiting to see if there's going to be any more aggression, any more map control taken, but CyberZen, they really have just changed. They've changed their style completely into just to sit back and relax and wait for their opponents.
There is a good opportunity here to reset them, if possible, considering CyberZen just won the last round. There's not a lot of money to spend. Savage gonna miss his shot, but Aircast he won't. TB does take down one before he does fall. And HZ, again, kind of like double stacked in this position, able to get one for himself. Looking for a second as the Palace player comes out. Aircast gets himself a second on this. Now it's gonna come down to a 2-on-3. Bomb should be planted here. You can see Sterling, he's just hoping that no one swings around CT wide on him. And he will be able to escape this for now. It's gonna come down to Aircast to watch his side from stairs. He's gonna have to hit this shot against Viva.
Actually, the flash blinds both players. Sterling having to switch into that back corner, but there's no Molotov, and both players with AWPs. Not the best for this retake, and Sterling hits the shot onto Savage as well, leaving it all onto, well, him alone. Another one for him with the AWP, and doesn't quite manage to clutch it out. The bomb's fairly close, but the kit will be enough. It's going to be a fifth on the board for CyberZen as now they start to turn it back again.
How many times have we seen CyberZen just be able to claw tooth and nail to get back into these rounds, into these maps? We've seen them down multiple times over the course of today, and yet they've been able to just fight their way back, stop the momentum somehow of their opposing teams. I mean, honestly, if we look at it, both of these two deserve to move through at this rate. Both of them have played stupendously. And also realizing the fact that CyberZen, this is their 6th map. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of focus, and it's really hard to maintain that kind of level over the course of a day. I mean, yeah, you scrim 6-8 hours a day, but tournament play versus scrims is completely different when it comes to how much mental focus it takes, especially with what's on the line.
They look fairly chill. Yeah, of course the pressure is on. This is one of those situations where you do sort of talk about like not only the pride of it, but for Asian teams in particular, this is the chance to firstly get their sticker in the game, which the Chinese ones are always incredibly expensive because they are so damn popular. They know that their nation's watching at home with the 40 bajillion viewers. But either way, Savage is going to be there once more. Picks the initial man of Dick Stacy. INTZ around the smoke as well. And now they are starting to almost get in the zone a little bit with some more aggression. Taking some presence onto shore. They handed it over to Greyhound for a little bit, but now looking to take the challenge once again. Bottle well placed, but peeks out and is caught. The thing is, though, there's still 2 players here, and this man has been phenomenal at finding kills. He'll be finished off as well with Viva in the corner, able to pick off 1, looks for the repeat onto the 2nd. The problem is, they've held Sterling in mid. Now, at the same time, you could say, okay, he's looking for rotations, but now Dexter just has to look to try and escape.
Still a lot of time on the board, though, left to work with here for Greyhound, as the bomb has been able to escape. I do like this play out of Savage, because worst case, they rotate towards A. I guess that's best case for you, technically. And you have an angle that they're not going to expect. Worst case is they go B, but you already have 2 players there to protect it, and especially with them pushing out towards short yet again, TB can catch the bomb on Dexter rotating through connector, and he's most certainly going to have an opportunity for it. But Dexter gets the shot! Savage now, can he stop the bomb from being planted? Are they going to expect a man to be in Palace? Is he even going to have an angle at this rate?
This is smart. The all-ball plays, but he hits the shot anyway! Sterling not quite aware, and Savage, he now knows where the last man is. He's got the rotation from his teammate coming through the connector. Dexter needs this kill, and he's not going to be able to get it. Another close round, but another where Savage just picking off a shot that you wouldn't really expect. I think it was more the fact that Sterling was just so surprised at the sort of wide peek out that he wasn't ready. I think 9 times out of 10 he gets that shot, and a bit of a mistake from the AWPer on the T side gives the 6th round over to Cyberzen. Still ludicrous amounts of money for Greyhound, but over the last few rounds it hasn't made a difference.
I loved the awareness out of Dexter there too, because he was clicking away to try to kill Savage because he knew he was low on ammo. He knew he was low in his clip, so he had to commit to getting the tap on him. And he eventually did run out of ammo, and it did, of course, run out of HP at the end of things. But now Cyberzen 1 round away from tying things up when Greyhound had such a great lead. And here's that middle push you were looking for.
Yeah, but the problem is, I was going to say, the problem is because of the smoke, Bottle will have to do it all alone. He does manage to still find the opener, but most of the time in these scenarios where the kill goes the way, or the trade comes in, the T's come out with the advantage. So it's going to be on Cyberzen to try and turn things back once again. Still Savage is standing, and he's been really beginning to put up more and more numbers for his side. TB a little bit lackluster, especially after some strong performances previously in the day. But now again, we see the T's building up towards an A push. They've got the man holding in onto the underpass as well to try and stop any rotations. Although I would say Cyberzen have been very safe with their rotations. I don't specifically remember too many players going through mid. Savage, though, this time going to be caught off. And, well, mentioned TB not performing. Can he step up in this scenario? Molotov's going to go underneath, but he still sits above. He's worried about somebody pushing in through Palace, but there's absolutely nobody there. They're all sat on ramp, ready and waiting to try and catch him off. He's going to go for the peek out. First, second the other way, but Urka saves his teammate HZ on spot to at least trade one back. The man will come pushing in through middle. Viva with the AWP, and he is caught with his pants down. There's now left onto HZ to do it all. And with 30 seconds, Greyhound aren't really that pressed for time.
They're not, but are they going to expect him to have rotated in from CT? Malta on the other side of this. If HG gets this frag, it would be massive, but he's not able to here. And Malta will help close that round out and take Greyhound to a guaranteed first half lead. But will it be 9-6? Will it be 8-7? I still think 8 rounds is pretty damn good on the T side, but at that same kind of rate, it could have been much bigger. Greyhound had a massive streak of rounds in this half. Looks like Greyhound gonna go for a timeout for themselves. And talk things over in this last round, make sure they close it out strong. Transition into that CT side with a bigger lead than they... Well, bigger lead than they could have had. With how that map was going. It took me a while to figure out where I was going with that one. It's kind of like the Michael Scott moment. Sometimes I start talking and I don't know where I'm going.
I'm hoping Cyberzen have a bit more of a plan for the way they're going to be going out into this next round, because they don't have a particularly good buy. Pistols, 1 SMG, and a minute amount of utility. Whereas the T's are pretty much set in this scenario. Got the AWP, got great utility. And, well, they do have a plan. It's going to be an aggressive push in towards the underpass. Malta will be ready and waiting. 2 players going to be coming his way, and he gets absolutely nothing. TB will be the one to find the opener. Savage also pushing through, but he's caught out. They have managed to retrieve themselves an AK onto Viva.
They're trapped down there though, right?
Yeah.
Greyhound, no, there's 2 players in Underpass. Thing is, they're not watching the exit from the other direction, which is actually what CyberZen could potentially go for. I mean, your TB of 12 HP, you might as well. And if they actually pushed that direction earlier, they would have potentially have seen the bomb back towards T-spawn. But Bottle takes down Dexter with the Deeg. It's down to a 3-on-4 in favor of CyberZen, even though they didn't have the most pristine buy or any even close to it.
And they've retrieved the weaponry as well. And I feel like, at least in the case of Bottle, he's been performing fantastically. So him having an AK in hand is always going to be beneficial. We're going to see whether or not he will be able to do any more damage in this scenario, but it's going to be, again, a later push coming in from the T side. Looking like they're going to try and cut their way through short onto B. But there's only 25 seconds up and coming on the clock, and it's not like last time where they were already in on the site. This time they're just gambling that one of them is further clear. They've gambled correctly, but HZ, once more, he gets himself the 1 Deeg, looking for a little bit as the trades do come in, but the time ticking away, and he's done so much damage. It's all left onto Sterling. He's only got 10 seconds left. He knows he has to try and take the fight. And while it's as close can be once again, an 8-7 half, our decider. And we'll be, well, maybe finishing this off after our break.
And we're back here, and I can almost guarantee, you know, I'm not even going to jinx it potentially here of what could happen, but this has to be our final half of regulation time. There, I'm not wrong. The Greyhound Gaming are up 8-7. Loser of this map has to go home. Well, technically, they both have to go home, but the winner gets to go through into the playoffs. Have a chance to qualify into the major, which is just in a few weeks' time, actually, down the street from us here in Katowice, Poland, the Spodek Arena, waiting for another big event. Now CyberZen on the T side, looks like they're going to go straight for a B hit, and the gamble of Greyhound to put a 3-man stack over here is looking like it might pay off.
Because Ready waiting just decapitates one, but then meets the same fate, and so does his teammate Sterling, still on the site trying to hold on, but runs out of ammo. And we'll leave it on to Malta and Dexter to try and turn this back, but Dexter has managed to find an angle through the edge of the smoke. Nice shot from Malta as well to turn it into the 1-versus-1, but it's left between him and HZ, and Dexter will close it. A 9th round in for Greyhound. The question is, will CyberZen force? I imagine the answer in this case will be no.
Remember, it's CyberZen.
Yeah, but they can buy AKs next round. Okay. And in this round, they can just buy like CZs, and it's the T side. I don't really see a reason to, unless they really are just crazy.
Well, looks like they're not too crazy here. A couple of flashes, so probably just going to go for a... I wanted to say a contact push into A. And there's only one player there, actually. It's going to come down to, I believe, Malta to somehow hold on to this.
And it's a great chance for them to get a bomb down. And yeah, overwhelmed him completely. The bomb plant should be guaranteed. They're even going to get towards that CT spot, which is actually a little bit harder to clear than if it was just the sort of default play. So yeah, this really isn't bad at all. Any more kills come out of this, and well, you have to worry a bit for Greyhound. As said, there's AKs coming back, maybe even an AWP over how things have gone in this round. So firstly, they actually have to win it. Bottles managed to get a second kill. This cannot happen. They are not allowed to get a Glock round. Dick Stacy coming in, trying to restore normality. Thank you. Someone on the server is just going to clean things up for us. 4 kills from him, but that, even just a moment where they were in a 5v3 and the bomb was ticking away, it took someone to do that.
It's Dexter's face. He's like, really?
Really?
You're just going to run in with Glocks and almost win the round? Come on. And hell, they almost did. Like I said, they got the bomb down. Are we going to see an AWP picked up out of them? No, but they're going to have a lot of utility behind their next play here. Oh, it's so disgusting right there. Just to see the ding, ding, ding.
Oh, it took a dick to stop them rocking out with their Glocks out.
Oh, 10-7. Greyhound. They did look good in the beginning on T side. Hopefully for their sake they can maintain this. The problem is, again, the weaponry is a little bit lacking compared to their opponents because of the bomb being planted and because of those frags coming in. AKs are clearly going to win out against the MP5 and the FAMAS.
Especially the MP5. Like, anyone who really likes that gun has to be a bit weird.
Probably from Manchester.
The way they are going to start their push on towards...
Oh, that's going to be nice.
B side, maybe.
I should just not talk, you know what?
A total of 0 damage. With a minute left on the clock, they do still look to sneak their way in. They've taken control of the ladder room. It is pretty much just going to be these 3 players to do all the work, because the rotation will take themselves a while. Well, thankfully the save came in. Now the push is going to come in from the T side. Dick Stacy still waiting around the corner, looking to try and do some damage, and does manage to snap. Tries to do the same he did in the previous round, but we'll get one less. Now the rotation is available. Bomb actually in a horrible position. They have to jump back up. Aviva's managed to snap back in. Savage with the same. And Malta now left all alone, slowly making his way through the market. The problem is, for the T side, he's taken so much time. They might actually expect him to be somewhere else, but, well, not anymore. 20 seconds left on the clock, and we know that Viva has to try and jump up here, taking the direct fight, and Malta will win it. 11th round on the board, way too close for comfort. But now the question is, do CyberZen buy again? Most of the players can get AK. Savage will be a little bit worse off. They did a lot of damage in that round. We're actually going to see them take a tactical pause. Maybe just going to talk over that idea.
I can't imagine how much pressure Malta feels in that situation as well. Like, Stacy was able to get 2 big frags. There's a lot of... I actually like the play out of Viva, by the way, to push in towards Kitchen, to ignore the guy bench. Because obviously the guy bench is trying to stall for as long as possible to hope for the rotations to come in to help him out. So you just push straight into that fight. You get the frag, and then he's all by himself, tucked away in. So I think I like that actual little play out of him. It just didn't work out as well. And you're wondering about the AKs, and it looks like they have decided it is a go. You haven't been able to buy up into that. Utility going to be a little bit light, but not too bad. Just wonder what they're going to actually look to do here in this round, because the B side, they've gone quite a few rounds now and it's been shut down. The A side again being left a little bit light with Malta to hold on. Again, they have 2 players towards connector. I feel like we're seeing Greyhound put more emphasis on middle, and at the same rate, I feel like CyberZen aren't really able to take as much real estate around there like we saw Greyhound do on their T side.
At the same time, I feel like both teams have been fairly passive with their mid control. I Dexter is going to be the only real aggressor. Means he doesn't have a whole lot of support. Is he going to make the same? No, he actually tries to fall back and does manage to take one with him, which is more than was expected after that duel came in. At the same time, his teammates somewhat hung out to dry as they tried to push in towards this A site. Sterling going to be rotating in. They're actually going to boost over the top to try and deny any sort of plant if it was on the default spot. However, anywhere else, they can't really get the angle. They do spot the man throwing the Molotov out. Will they spot Bottle though? He actually has a chance to get two. The first goes his way, the second, and the third from Bottle again. This man just steps up when needed. That 8th round almost looking secured, but Urkus has something to say about that.
Good, it's not just me that's limited to the commentator's curse. He gets a 4K in that round.
Just don't doubt Bottle. 21 and 13, top fragger in the server at the moment. He's had so many impact frags as well. And that was just massive. Like, the first couple you can put down to, okay, they didn't see him, but then the third man running around the corner was just decimated as well. The same for the fourth. 11 to 8, money just not there for the CT side. That was the sort of power of that buy, is that it was a risk, but the reward was resetting their opponents. Aggressive underpass play. INTZ, gonna come out with a load of kills, or none.
Covering all your bases there.
Actually, it's Beavis around the corner.
You were technically right. There are a lot of kills or none, and he gets 0 on that one, but it doesn't matter because the team is going to be there to close out the rest of that. I like the play, though. I do respect how they went for a weird, aggressive kind of push there with 5 men. Just didn't work out the way they wanted to, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of, like, when you don't have much invested, just going for something really risky. The only problem is they don't actually have anything really to invest into this round either. They're going to be in the same spot. Just a few pistols. I quite like to see maybe a stack just thrown in, and by the looks of it, that's somewhat what they've gone for. They've left one man over onto the B site, and they've gone very aggressively into Palace, taking a lot of control. The problem is the T's are on the complete opposite side of the map. Now, Urkus can at least grab the info. His aggression will have been heard. Does hit the dink at least. Now the question is, will the T see that as a sign of, okay, there's nobody else here, or see it as a sign as maybe this is some sort of bait, because it just seemed like a very aggressive play. They're just going to go running into the site. I don't think Cyberzen thinking as much as I am about it, like breaking down the round. They're just like, let's just go in and kill them.
Well, the thing is, we do have Dexter rotating in from behind them. I just wonder if he's going to look for exit frags. Yeah, just going to be tucked away here. Maybe pick up an AK and save, you know, some extra money into the next round. But obviously they're going to have more than enough to buy into will be our 22nd. To get dinked up on top of things. And, you know, you got to respect Cyberzen. Like, every time I've seen them play today and think, yeah, well, they're down 7-0. Like, that's, all right, we're going to have a quick match. We're going to get back to the hotel, have a few drinks, you know, relax. No, credit to them to be able to pull it back together when things are tough. It's not easy to do. And I feel like, if anything, they're a very strong team when it comes to their mentality of not getting frustrated, keeping their emotions out of it, playing calculated, well, as calculated as they have been, not getting down on themselves. And that's something you definitely have to respect out of these guys.
I think that's something else I want to give over to Savage as well, because he is a man with a hell of a lot of experience. He's been around for a long, long time, and I think that he probably does just bring a calmness to this team, because he's always been quite a calm character as it is anyway. So, yeah. Tactic pause this time going to be taken by Greyhound. We're getting the full works when it comes to the talk-throughs, the coach being given a little bit of extra time, and this is where we finally see them with a big purchase. However, because of the way that the last few rounds have gone, Cyberzen have been able to build up their own economy. TB's a little bit lower than everyone else, but the rest of the team are on around 5 grand or above, so they're in a good state to rebuy if necessary. The CTs do have the loss bonus starting to build up behind them, but at the same time, you sort of look at this and go, they're going to be the ones struggling, and they're going to be the ones with Cyberzen just pushing this game to the limit. They're the ones under pressure. We've already said that since the beginning. Although Cyberzen, of course, they've got the fans at home, they've got the people wanting them to get through. The pressure's on Greyhound. They're the ones expected, at least in this minor, to do much better. And say next time it's Tyloo and Renegades, they're going to have a much tougher time to actually get towards that major qualifier. This is their chance. This is their chance to really build themselves up as a team.
Well, into round 22, this is the first time I believe we're seeing Sterling with an op. on the CT side. 18 and 14, and I mean, he's had some great shots over the course of the whole minor, let's be honest. But this would be a perfect time to have himself really shine here. Things are getting a little bit too close for them. I like this like delayed execute. They go for the set plays, the set smokes, but they're not making any noise behind it. Maybe trying to bait them into not rotate over, but here we go. The execution has come in. Malta gonna be tucked away. Does get the dink on a bottle. Sterling gonna be forced out with that fire.
And the problem is that the smokes are gonna begin to fade for the T-Sun. They haven't got the bottom down. The connector smoke just not there at all, and that will allow Dick Stacey to get one on the cross. He's still sat there. Now, there is a rotation coming around from Savage, so if they have the time to wait, maybe he can get this kill, and he does. Impact once again. The remaining players just left over to CT, and they're just going to go running, but they don't have the time, I don't think. Yeah, they've got to double back. Like, they were running away with the bomb, thinking they could make it over to the other side. It's not going to be happening. Now they have to deal with Sterling, and there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb has to be going down. If he somehow manages to deny it, this could be the end, but Savage is there once more. The two most crucial kills in that round picked up by the leader. And, well, realistically, that's the reason they are sat 11-11 at the moment.
To correct myself, Sterling did have it in the round prior when we saw Bottle get that 4K. So he was boosting up his teammate. Yeah, that was the first time he's been able to actually use the off. And he was only able to net himself one kill, so...
Yeah, he wasn't just a footstool.
Yeah, that's kind of what Blood is for me, is my arm stool. Just to, you know, whenever they get tired, it's relaxed on his head because it's a good height. But another underpass push coming through. TV's gonna be waiting, but it doesn't matter. He does get finished off here in Bottles. He's low on HP too, 4 health. Malta gonna back away on 5. Not able to recover that weapon. He's gonna run straight into Savage, who's most certainly gonna finish off this frag. Not before getting dinked up down to 1 health. So 2 players with combined HP of 5. There is another world here. There is a reality where Greyhound can take this round back. But just on the pistols. As you can see, CyberZen have not committed to any one of these sites. Definitely using their time to their advantage.
Yeah, I think hoping that maybe the CTs will take the initiative, be a bit more aggressive themselves, and here's what's happening. They've got to be careful. Savage on just 1 HP. He's able to pull back. The problem is that AK still sits on the floor, and Dexter actually rotating in towards the spawn. The man with the bomb only has 4 HP. So they could actually drop it. Bottle's so wary. But if he gets past this threshold, the site is completely clear. Sterling, ow. Oh my goodness! They needed to hit him for 1. Finally, Savage will go down. They will manage to retrieve both AKs, which is something at least. The smoke going to go into the connector, though. Sterling, he's not really got anything to lose, so might as well push through it. Now they need to be defending this bomb plant. A Bottle only on 4, but well, it doesn't seem to matter. And now Dexter is the one trying to spray through. He's found 2. He's managed to get the players who weren't even low through the smoke. Now he's left all onto Bottle, and this is the round that Greyhound managed to win. There was not much invested in this round at all, and that could be one of the rounds that really play a pinnacle part in Greyhound winning this series.
Those dinks coming through in the beginning of the round really paying off for him.
Do we have the clip of what Dexter did? Like, was there a gap in the smoke? Was he in front of the smoke, or did he just kill them straight through it?
He's just tired of this. He's tired of losing these rounds. He wants to win this game himself, it seems. Yeah, that scared me.
Yeah, he got both of the players who were on full HP.
Oh, like right there too at the end.
Thank you to the observers for getting that as well. Good. But yeah, that is just ridiculous.
We have Russian Faith here, so credits to them for sticking with us. They've been here just as long as we have working on this. Sterling again with another opportunity, this time in the middle. But they haven't really been able to, well, I'd say this, CyberZen's been doing a good job of like avoiding Sterling, or at least keeping him out of the fight, whether that was intentional or not. He's only had really 1 shot to hit anything, and he's only been able to net himself 1 kill. Look at this though. Talked about aggression at a Greyhound. I like seeing it on Overpass. Is he going to be able to hit the shot here? Catch them with the flash out. Spots them both. Backs away smartly. And he still has Sterling there. Trying to bait them in as well if he can hit this shot.
Yeah, I think the T's know it. I think they know that there's a chance that there's just somebody waiting to try and find those kills, but they are going to go back for a little bit more. And well, Sterling hasn't had much of an opportunity, but here it is. Manages to get a first, misses the shot, but TB's just going to execute his teammate. The trade really not that bad. Now there's going to be a peek around the short area, but INTZ actually just waiting in the window. The rotation has come in to at least gather an extra player over onto this A site. The late smoke going to make things a little bit more difficult. Now, bear in mind, Bottle has the bomb on ramp. He's got no support. If he dies here, it's going to be very difficult, and his teammate goes down. I think Malta knows that there's got to be another player around this spot. TB's fallen. Malta just hoping that the smoke fades a little bit more in his favor, but it doesn't. It's going to be Bottle to find the opener, but he's left alone. 20 seconds. This shouldn't be possible. He's going to force him off the angle, throw the smoke to try and gain a little bit of control, but Sterling's just waiting around the corner. This should be a free kill, and Greyhound get their 13th. And now the money starts to play a little bit of a part into this one.
Talked about Sterling before. Not having many options to hit shots with the AWP. He does get 3 in that round. Yes, he misses the shot here onto TB, which does cause Dexter to fall, but he made up for it later on.
Yeah.
Shot right there, and of course the finisher to prevent the bomb from being put down. So 13-11. Cyberzen still able to buy up into this, and Savage actually going to pick up the AWP to probably go for a challenge out towards middle. Sterling's going to be there. And Sterling does have a little bit of a pixel to work with here. But Cyberzen's being very cautious, trying to be very careful in case Dexter wants to go for the mid push another time. And like I love that. Sterling like leaves right as they're about to come. Again, both teams, you can just feel the tension here between them.
Yeah, this is a massive round, especially for Cyberzen. But both teams' economy not in the greatest of states. Mid control has been gathered, but again, it seems more so that the CTs have abandoned it rather than anything else. But the worrying prospect is how far Savage has managed to get in towards short. And you can see they've got connector control, but they're a little bit more hesitant as to whether they should fight it. But Urkus gets the timing absolutely perfect. Bottle waiting, given an opportunity, but well, a very slim one at that. And again, the clock ticking down. They're going to make their play on towards this ace, like the slight rotation away from this corner, leaving Sterling on his own, and the ramp play could be crucial. Malta has to be careful from behind, but he gets 2 kills instead. It doesn't matter that he's been traded out because Sterling's ready and waiting, and Bottle now has to be the hero once again, but hits 2 headshots. He'll be put down, thankfully. But this man at any moment just seems like he can pop off. He's on 28 kills.
I don't care if he's 1v5, I'm never counting him out. Dear Lord, with what he can do, it is ridiculous. Cyberzen using their last time out here as Greyhound is on 14. The money, it's not really there. The question comes down to, do they want to go for the overtime or do they still want to try to play for the win? Thing is, every time they've been in this situation, I feel like today, they bought up CZs and they've won the round. I can't, don't quote me on that, but that's how it's felt.
I feel like that's just felt that way no matter where. They can just buy whatever they want. They almost managed to win a round early with Glocks.
That is true. They got the bomb down.
They got the bomb down, 2 kills, and they're in a 5v3, and it took Dick Stacy getting 4, I think.
We had to transform into Big Dick Stacy to get those rounds, because that was way too close. If they lost, I think morally they would have been devastated.
Oh, there's a couple of CZs, but by the looks of things, they're playing it safe. So Cyberzen just going to be playing for the OT. Obviously, trying to win this one. They've still invested into Kevlar, and loss bonus isn't massive at this point. The question is, how much damage can they do? They've got to be careful. Dexter going to be going for that early peak, but is only met with damage, and Malta just going to throw down the incendiary to block off their path. Bottle left with the Deegan mid, but doesn't really want to face off against the man in the middle just yet. They've left Sterling stationed up towards the back of that A site. He's been doing very well from that position, so I don't really blame them. He's been one of the main reasons that Cyberzen have been completely locked out. However, here comes that split once again. The incendiary faded. Savage actually going to take down Urkus. That's over on the B side. He's just solo pushing in that direction. Trades coming back in, still allowing for a 3 versus 3 as they do boost into the window. Dexter's got to be a little bit careful because I don't think he knows that TB has just managed to lurk back past that smoke. The real problem, though, is just this position in jungle. Still, though, Dexter's aware. That's a fantastic kill to gain. The problem is, can they actually trade him out? Yes, they can. The 2v2 ensues, and as you said before, there's no round that seems impossible for CyberZen.
Thing is, look where the bomb is. 30 seconds left to go. It's in T-spawn. They had a great position on the A site, but without the bomb to plant, they have to go back and get it. Will they rotate back towards B? Okay, so they will stick to this A site. They'll stick to where they've already gotten some frags, and they do have an M4 on TB. Viva. If he hits this shot, I think only dogs can hear how high-pitched I'm going to go. Especially if Sterling's going to peek him from CT. He's going to be towards short, and he's connected onto Stacy down to 11 HP. Sterling's going to shut him down. The bomb's down. No time left to plant. They're going to run away, and Greyhound Gaming are on match point.
A little bit anticlimactic in the end after the shots they managed to hit, but the bomb was dropped. Greyhound, they take their 15th, and now we have the last-ditch effort for CyberZen. Otherwise, they are out of the tournament.
Thing is, all they had were pistols and Kevlar, and they still put it that close,
yeah.
Tom. Like, that's in an ideal world. That should not happen. We didn't get to see that shot, but I'll take a couple more of those if you want to see it again.
Yeah, they didn't know where the remaining player was, so they had to go for it. A risky plant, and well, that was enough for Sterling to put this to bed. Either way, they've got OT guaranteed. We haven't seen a map between these two, other than yesterday, where it didn't go to the full 30 rounds. 16-14, 14-16. Now we sit 15 and 11. The question is, can CyberZen pull this one back to overtime? You almost feel like at this point that the series deserves it. With the T set up outside of this A site. Viva, a little bit diminished in terms of weaponry, but still has a full belt of utility to throw in towards that site. They've switched things up with Sterling now taking control into the middle, and now the smoke's raining.
Well, Dexter was called out before, but underperforming in the series. Let's see if he can change that here, and I'm just really cursing the hell out of him here. Smokes have gone down. The bomb's going to make its way in momentarily. Malta picks up a massive kill, but again, Savage on the lurk. He did this earlier on against Aegis Club. So doing it yet again here. He actually runs back to T-spawn like he did before. The bomb's being planted, and Malta can't get the spray on towards him. It's going to be a 3-on-4 in favor of CyberZen after plant situation. I do like where Bottle is, though, tucked away in Palace. And this is going to be tough.
Yeah, they've actually got a second player lurking in through short, but he's so scared the remaining player is going to be there. And yeah, I can't really blame them in this scenario. 3v4, you don't know where the remaining players are. Savage was obviously lurking around the backlines. He went all the way in just round to Palace in the end, but that's the thing, Greyhound had no idea where he was. So they can't have Urkus pushing in through the connector just in case he's in underpass. They can't really have the remaining players pushing anywhere else because he could have just snuck in and gone jungle instead. So too many angles to check. Greyhound unable to finish it here. Now they do have enough, well, they sort of have enough money. Dick Stacey's got enough to buy himself. Somebody will have to drop for Dexter, maybe a FAMAS. It's not going to be ideal. It should be enough for them to put a fight up here, but this is probably going to be the most crucial round of the game.
I almost want to see like a 3-man push in middle out of Greyhound. Just take that control away from CyberZen, then back away, because CyberZen have yet to go for, I think, any sort of really aggressive rush within like the first 20 seconds of the round. So maybe that's an opportunity for them. I'm not going to be going for it because, I mean, they're smarter than I am, so I can't judge them for that. But Sterling still going to have an angle in middle.
It's patience from the T side. And they do have a little bit more mid-aggression, as you said, but I think that may be due to the fact that their utility is definitely not in the best state. Malta may have a bit of company coming up soon, but the fact is the push from Urkus could give them a lot of information at the same time with TB waiting. It may just hand the initial frag away. I'm hoping there's a flashbang or something coming. It looks like he's just going to try and dry peek, but after being spotted, the risk not worth the reward. In the meantime, we do see the Palace push. The timing not quite working out for Malta as he fades away, but he will survive. And actually, there goes Savage. He's the man who's always been the pain in their backside. Instead, now the rotation can come in. They've pushed all the way through the apartments. The T's somewhat hesitant as they probably know there's going to be multiple players waiting on this site. In fact, at the moment, there's 4. However, if TB can get this kill, they could try and swap back, but Dexter goes big. A second kill for him. Dick Stacy trying to spray wildly with the UMP, but it may not matter as he's got so much support. Still, though, the T's fight back, but it's more worrying the clock, and they actually nading themselves at this point. They've got completely bogged down, and HZ is now left to finish this, and there we go. Nice little player cam to show the victory from Greyhound. It's been a long-fought fight, as they had a 16-14 win, a 16-14 loss, and then a 16-12 victory to take them through to the playoff stage.
No celebrations, though, as you're seeing. There's some fist bumps, but I think that's more of a sigh of relief, considering how that series went, how close it came down to, and I think a little bit of worry in their eyes of realizing we have to play MVP tomorrow. I mean, obviously, they made it through into the playoffs, yes, but they're playing an even more difficult team. But shout out to Cyberzen. Thing is, you could never count them out, whether they have pistols, whether they have Glocks, whether they have the most odd buy in the world, or an auto sniper coming in from Savage. It was great to see them play. I was happy to see it, and Tom, I hope you enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Either way, we are going to be handing it off to the analyst desk to, again, try and break that one down.
I think there's a lot to break down on that one, just because it was Greyhound proving that they can make it work. Cyberzen didn't manage to topple them there. And to start with, guys, the first person I want to shout out to here is Sterling, right? Sterling, the young gun coming in here. He was on Legacy Esports before. He was on Chiefs. He had a bit of a rough ride through the Australian scene. He gets the big call up to Greyhound. And he proves it when it bloody matters most.
He's delivering when it matters the most.
Yeah.
I think they said it well on the desk, actually, on the casting desk. It was a sign of relief from Greyhound. They were afraid to lose this one. They were not necessarily playing to win. Obviously, they were. But sometimes when you go into a game like this where there's so much on stake, you are a little bit afraid of doing what you normally do. You don't take the necessary peak. You don't go into the duel sort of with the same confidence as you do online or when you do when there's not so much pressure on. And I think that's what played a puzzle into this matchup. It was a marathon, as you said as well. It was close. It was a hard fight fought, so to speak, and it shouldn't necessarily have been. You know, has this been an online match, I would have no doubt that Graham would have won this 2-0. And
the comfort zone.
The comfort zone, you know, it would have been convincing. But as you said, Sterling, in the end, they made it work, and he definitely played a part in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, James, he had been called up, and amongst many, you know, when you have an opportunity to perform, he by the way, bear in mind, if you look at the pure stats, we talk about Dexter and Urcast. Sterling has also been, you know, performing out of his mind recently, at least. But of course, it's mostly domestic competition. It's on land. It's online as well, most of the games. On the other hand, we're talking about Cyberzen. Sure, I mean, they gave us a show, let's be honest about it. It was fun to watch. Some of the rounds were definitely entertaining, but Bottle, what a guy. That guy's aim is sharp as hell. His individual decision-making, really...
You can make a frag movie, by the way, alone, just from this Cyberzen performance.
It was almost like aimbotting at one point in time. And of course, we also saw like Savage come out, you know, show that he still has what it takes. He's been playing forever. Everyone had their moments. In the end, it was Mirage. It could have gone either way, right? But there were a couple of rounds where Cyberzen, I think, kind of slipped up. I think they lost one anti-eco, a couple of anti-ecos here and there. And again, Greyhound, they finally found their cojones. They went for some aggressive peaks, for example. The last round, we had a play from Underpass. I think Dexter, again, he did show up this game. He pushed an Underpass, got 2 kills. They kind of sealed the deal for them. So Greyhound finally digging in deep, mustering the strength, mustering the willpower, and closing it out. And they're going to need much more of that going into their matchup against MVP PK.
Well, guess who we've got for an interview? We get Big Dick Stacy down on the sideline with Stunner.
That's right, I do have Mr. Richard Stacy here. Over 86 rounds of Counter-Strike played consecutively. You couldn't miss a beat. Mr. Stacy, first and foremost, why was this such a struggle from at least the outside looking in?
I think like with our team, we deal with like pressure differently, and I feel like certain mistakes that we make under pressure just has a domino effect, and then our rounds spiral out of control, economy gets lost, and then yeah, that's just what happens, and it makes the games harder than they should be. But I'm just glad we did it, and we've got to focus up for these coming games. I think the pressure's a bit off as well. For some reason, I think like elimination games gets under our skin a bit, and but yeah, we're good.
It's funny you should say upcoming games because you actually do have MVP now, and they've been kind of doing their own thing over there, rightfully so. Do you think you'll stack up a little bit better against them?
Yeah, I think we're a bit more familiar with MVP. We've versed them a couple more times. Like that was the first time we versed Cyberzen, and with MVP, I think the way they play is a bit easier for us compared to a random like a Cyberzen kind of thing. Not taking away from Cyberzen, they're insane, but it's just I think MVP is more of a fundamentally good team, and it makes it a bit more predictable. So I think that'll be a better, more cleaner game to watch than that one.
And the last question I have for you, this man, I got to get us back into the game shortly. What exactly does a Dick Stacy sticker look like in the game? Because there's a lot of different looking stickers, and I can only imagine what yours might look like.
I'm gonna have to wait for it to get released, man. But I think if you use your imagination, you can find out what it is. I sent the worst one in first, and I got no emails back, so we should be good, boys. We should be good.
Yeah, that's right, the boys. Let's go ahead and send it back to the boys on the desk. Take off, Richard.
It's going to be something like this, I'm pretty sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Dick Stacy, for giving us a little brief insight into that. Now, a couple of points I want to touch on, right? We know CyberZen, you can't predict that. It's some nutty level of Counter-Strike, makes it harder for any team. But the pressure getting to them in an elimination match, you're a man that knows about pressure, Pimp. How much does it really mean?
It means a lot, especially when you're playing major qualifiers. I have a pretty good example, actually, and that was against our resident Australian guy, Chet, and the team Renegades back when I was playing for Dignitas. I think we faced them in a qualifier match for the Cluj-Napoca Major, DreamHack, that one.
Oh, yes.
And we were by far the better team back then, sorry to say. We were by far the favorites. We should have won that 2-0 any given day. It ended up being a match that went to 3 maps, and we won 16-14 on the 3rd map. We were making so many uncharacteristic mistakes that we normally never did back then, simply because the pressure from a miner is so strong, it's so different. They know how much is on stake, they know how much money they potentially can make from the stickers, they can write themselves into Counter-Strike history, having those stickers in the game as well. So much is going on, so I definitely follow that argument for them, that they were probably not playing their best, and that's also why I said when we see them tomorrow against MVP, it's probably going to be a complete different Greyhound.
Yeah, and just looking at the brackets right here, we're Renegades with VG Gaming. VG Gaming, by the way, they just mounted a massive comeback to take down Gosu Gaming, which is a little disappointing. I really wanted to see those guys play, but hey, you know what? If you can't close out a game where you were like, I think like 15 to like 7 or something ridiculous, I'm sorry, you don't deserve. You got to go back home, right? And that's unfortunate, but they're a very young team. They're going to come back hopefully stronger and better. I was very impressed with the way they played, but now we have VG Gaming playing against Renegades. Let's be honest, Renegades have looked the best so far. They've played like, we spoke about, for a team like Renegades coming to this tournament, they'll be like, hey, you know what? They might be feeling the pressure. They won't be giving the full 100%, but even if they're on cruise control right now, they're looking very confident. And I think it's going to be very hard for VG Gaming. On the other hand, like you said, Pimp, this next matchup against the MVP PK, yes, MVP PK are easier, like Dick Stacy just said. It's easier for them to read and understand the sort of CS they played. But I think this MVP are, in my opinion, when they play at their peak and with the experience these guys have, these are like ex-world champions in 1.6, right? When they have that level of CS which they're playing at, it can be a little rough for Greyhound.
I expect Greyhound to be better tomorrow, though. The pressure is off now. They can deserve, or they can afford, to lose a game tomorrow and still have a best of 3 in the lower bracket playoff area, so to make up for that mistake. So Greyhound with no pressure on them tomorrow, so to speak. That's going to be a great matchup, James.
Yes, well, they spoke about pressure. That closes us out for the Asia Minor here for today. It's time for us to see exactly what's going to happen over in the Americas region. That's what's coming up next, so stick with us. Don't go anywhere. These games will be coming thick and fast, a lot like Dick Stacy's sticker.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
The Acer Predator pre-show is among us, and so is the Spodek, just outside of our reach and right out front of us right now. Actually, it's a little bit farther away from here. My name is Trey Stunnis-Saranthus. Welcome back for another day of the America's Minors here, live and uncut from the Intel Extreme Masters entirety of what is the minor system. And of course, I do have some lovely gentlemen here. They've had some time off. They've had some time to reflect on their entire lives. So it'll be really interesting to see what they come in here with today. We do have Natu and Sponge. You look troubled, Chad.
Yeah, no, we spent a lot of time watching that last series that felt like it was never going to end. Honestly, this is how much people have missed on the B stream for our region's game. We're already on map number 2. That's crazy, how far ahead we are.
16-14, one where in which Team 1 came back from the depths and brought that one all the way back from the grave. You don't always see them run it back that far, but my goodness, it went the full distance.
Another day in paradise for United.
That speaks wonders to E United and probably where their mental side of things is at right now, as opposed to Team 1, who we were saying in the green room barely strung any rounds together at all.
Well, you want to talk about their mental status. I mean, honestly, if we continue to look at that best of 3, we did say it's in the second map, and they're on Inferno. It's currently 8-2 in favor of Team 1. It's a rough ride over there for E United fans across the world, but perhaps you can all come together and help to, I guess, rejoice and maybe rejuvenate them and bring them all under one roof, sort of like we have here. The roofs of the brackets. Let's take a look and see how it's all unfolded thus far. Mr. Natu, I believe you have a lockdown on Group A.
I definitely do. NRG does as well. I mean, they went cruising through that one 16-8 in their initial map against Imperial, a 2-0 lead against victory against Bravado, puts them into the playoffs straight away. So now we're gonna have Imperial and INTZ fighting it out for that spot to play against Bravado on who gets to get into the playoffs.
That's right. We also have a Group B. Little did you know, Chad Sponge Burchill has been studying this bracket. He's been preparing for this. My goodness, I prepared to say that word a couple times, too.
Well,
go ahead, Chad.
Here's the fun fact about this group. Furia Esport, for me, over the entirety of all the minors watched so far, have been the most impressive team. Valiant, sure, we had in the EU minors step up on an individual status, but Furia have done it both individually and with a really unique approach. And that has definitely opened my eyes to some youngsters from Brazil who beat Envy yesterday, who we really didn't have a lot of data on since Carrigan had joined the team, since he has come on in to kind of revamp this project, at least for the minor process. And that was some really big victories right there because they were come from behind games, and that's not what you usually see from younger players.
Yes, I think what's really cool is the fact that they were able to turn around. I mean, the first game, you could see the struggles, you could see the jitters coming in there, and then as a best of 3 rolled in, I personally said that you would imagine that now is the point in time where players that Envy has should have the kind of experience to just, outplay these Furia guys, but they didn't really care for that opinion at all.
And of course, NV was one of the teams we looked at coming into this one. They did stack up against Furia yesterday. Chad, we actually all rode on the bus together, and without giving away any details, kind of what was your takeaway from being a former pro to hearing how the conversation was going as a team?
Yeah, it just sounded like a lot of the decisions that Fury were making as a team was catching Envious off guard, and that's fair enough, because if you look at the box of the current meta, which is where Carrigan and the team that he's now in-game leading of Envious would be playing, then yes, they definitely were playing, but it wasn't to the sense of they were just doing dumb things that didn't make sense. They were doing things that were either just, it's like an off step, it's a weird timing, or it's a decision to stack a bomb site, it's an interesting take on a strategy, and those little nuances are difficult to read and adapt to in a game.
Well, you know what else isn't adapt to?
No.
Because I don't. But I do know that we do have some very special guests that have been joining us and have been keeping track of this Furia lineup we just outlined to you that took on Envious yesterday, took them all the way to the ringer. It was that of Neymar. In fact, it was Neymar da Silva Santos Jr. You might know him as Neymar Jr. He plays for Paris Saint-Germain. He knows a little thing or two about football, but perhaps the real conversation to be had here is about mainstream crossover, and now we've got this massive Supreme Major going on. And Neymar's sitting there watching the whole thing.
The minors, mind you, right? That's pretty impressive right there to have some. But it's been very vocal that he has been a fan of Counter-Strike.
Correct.
Definitely with the MIBR, the SK guys. You've seen him with photos with them down there in South America. So it's no surprise. Well, it is a surprise to see him supporting a team, especially in the minors, but it's fantastic that he's bringing notoriety to our game.
and with an astonishing salary of 36.8 million euros. Also, the 10th most followed user on Instagram. That's for a different time, though. That's a totally different conversation and one that you can begin to wrap your head around. We're going to go into a break. You can think about everything I just said and a little bit more, because when we come back, we've got our first best of 3 of the day. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It's time for this show, and it's time for you to stand up and yell, because destiny will determine what is going to be the outcome of this matchup. My name is Trey Saranthus. Welcome back, everybody. We do have the America's Minor right on our plate right now. Get your forks out. It's time to eat. That's right. Sit up in your chair and get ready for what is sure to be an all-Brazilian affair here, squaring off in the lovely city of Katowice, Poland. And, well, some guys that are going to help me make sense of the entire thing are going to be Chad and Mr. Yona.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Thank you. There we go. We did it.
Where are the streamers? I thought we organized it for this occasion.
I think it's a little, like, when you say streamers, you might confuse people this day and age.
Oh, like confetti.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Sorry, I'm old.
Yes, it happens. Yeah. How about Imperial?
Wait, how old are you again?
Easy for ints.
29.
INTZ, I mean.
They have requested that we refer to them as INTZ.
Yes.
Okay, it's difficult while casting to say INTZ every time that you're going to say the team name, just so everybody at home knows. But we can give it a crack here on the desk.
Yes, we can. We can actually be very appropriate with it. We do have INTZ and Imperial squaring off in a best of 3 here for well, a day of eliminations. These teams have their backs against the wall, and they're starting off early on in the bracket. So already they've got their backs against that wall, and they're going to have to start looking outward.
These guys actually have a bit of history against each other, right? Because they are Brazilian squads. They've had players who have played with each other throughout. You've obviously got like Yale, Destiny, SHZ, these kind of guys. They've been in different rosters with one another over the last couple of years. But the boys from Imperial.
There you go.
Yeah, what did I say?
No, that's good.
Oh, I thought I said the wrong team name.
That's what I wanted. That's what we needed. We needed
Imperial with Showtime and the likes of ZQKS. You may remember more often than not because they played towards the upper echelons a couple of years ago within the Brazilian scene. The other names have been lingering around the bottom. But what impressed me the most about these guys yesterday was they were happy to play NRG on a map like Nuke.
Yeah, that's a choice to make, right? First of all, I mean, the difference between these two teams is the fact that INTZ has that experience playing in the North American scene now as a unit, whereas you have individuals on the Imperial lineup that have played up there as well, but they are still obviously fighting in that local scene. So that's something to take into note.
Well, the local scene doesn't exactly just stop within this locality. In fact, we do have a former, I don't know how to runner-up to the major. Is that major championship? We do have one of those lingering amongst that of INTZ, the other side of this bout. And that's going to be KNG that I'm talking about. Now, we can talk about all the negatives, all that, but that's not really what we're here to kind of weigh in on, because the guy has proven that he does have a raw skill and a raw potential within the game. It's just a matter of finding the team and making the team work around and mesh within.
Yeah, I think the real problem for him individually is just, I feel like he's burned some bridges, right? It seems to be the case, honestly. So it's going to be tough for him to try and come back into it and really find himself on the where he could be potentially if you just look at him as a player.
Well, there's no doubt about this entire roster. The skill, we saw it against Bravado yesterday on their CT sides. Individually, they were getting a lot of multi-frags and locking it down on that side of train. But when it came to, I guess, the finesse of the T sides, the fact that you need to, I don't know, have some strategies going on and cohesion, it didn't look like they had that in the same way. So I'm going to be interested to see where the maps end up.
Well, why don't we just check it out, Chad? You know what? I actually have a special treat just for you. Oh. It's a map veto. My goodness, you can already imagine that Imperial has already banned out Train, which leaves us quite a few back on the board.
Nuke has to be gone from INTZ. They don't play it. Now this allows Imperial to make a choice. Overpass is a map that there's not a lot of record on for Imperial, and the same can be said for INTZ, who have quite a low record. So, yeah, this is a weird choice. It must have been they've prepped it for this matchup specifically. Inferno from INTZ, for them in their map pool, that's not one they have a massive win percentage on. If you head over to HRTV.org and check out the way they have the little map stats, it's not looking too good for INTZ on that choice, but they've picked it for a reason, I suppose.
You would imagine so, right? I mean, the case is usually come into this kind of tournaments, the new year, right? We're just on the cusp, basically getting into the competitive mindset once again. So you'd think that they put a lot of hours into maps that are weaker within the statistics right now.
It's crazy though, like how we've seen in this minor, there hasn't been, we've obviously learned the second day, but there hasn't been as much Dust 2 as what we saw within that CIS minor. I thought that maybe lots of teams were bringing that back. Maybe it's just a CIS special.
And one team that maybe we even just, dare I say, mention and talk about bring it back, Chad, you know, not to, I hate to say it, but the truth is that E United is down 13-2 going into the second half, facing elimination over on the B stream.
Oh,
that is a rough reality over there for E United fans all across the world. Nice. But fans of Brazilian Counter-Strike, mainly you two, who do you have winning this one?
I actually think that this is going to be a three-mapper. I think it can go either way. But I actually think that there'll be more preparation done by the likes of Imperial as opposed to INTZ. Purely the Phelps change coming in actually is going to affect them quite a lot. Pound for pound skill-wise, I think they're relatively even, but I think Imperial, from a strat perspective, are going to be better prepared and should be taking this one.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of room for Imperial to take this one just from a tactical perspective, honestly. I mean, INTZ has been a little lackluster, so definitely potential there.
Well, it is that time. It is time for us to live on 3. In case you don't know what that means, you should open another tab, check it out, and maybe come back to us, because the next two definitely weren't alive when that term came into usage. It's going to be Harry and Hugo, and they're ready to take us into this action here on the first map of this best of 3. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, thank you very much. We do have a bit of a Brazilian derby. These two teams are going to be going head-to-head, and of course, one of these teams will be heading home. So it's all to play for, Hugo, but I am curious. I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup. What way do you see this one going?
I think Imperial can upset, if you want to call it an upset. I think I agree with the sentiment on the desk with Chad that they are going to come into this one prepared, right? They had a rough opening game. They get 8 rounds against NRG, you know, without a doubt the top team in the Americas minor. And, you know, you can't look too deep into that game at the end of the day, whereas INTZ, They played a team that I would say is in somewhat level ground, out of being Bravado, and they also struggled there. So I'd like to think Imperial have done their homework coming into this game. We have a lot of experience in this team, despite maybe not some of the more recent names that we would see on the INTZ guys. But let's find out, Harry. Let's not question this anymore as we jump into the first map of this best-of-3 elimination match. Now, it is going to be the pick of Imperial as well. Overpass coming through. The Betway odds favouring INTZ, but only by a smidgen.
Yeah, and this is where the map choice for me gets very, very interesting. Overpass is a map that, both these teams have played a little bit, but neither one of them have found all too much success on as of late. Imperial, I don't even think they've won this map yet, so now would certainly be the time to add that stat to your team. And you can see Imperial starting off over here at mid. Cello, the rest of the gang, they've got aggressive down at long, and that has netted them the early man advantage. Imperial, despite having 4 players here at this portion of the map, weren't able to trade that back. And INTZ, they know they've got away with a bit of a blessing. They know they've got away with this one for free, and they will be rotating everyone away, taking the man advantage in their stride. So Imperial now trying to play back into this round of man down to at least salvage the smoke. And now look to try and go for this B play.
Oh, but these CTs, they don't want to give it away for free. We've got them challenging somewhat, almost like they wanted to push back up the pit. Now that smoke's gone down on Cat, and this rotation's been forced from TZT up on the A site, but it won't be enough because that bomb's just been dropped by Zand. Showtime not able to cover his teammate on the plant, and a messy pissed around from Imperial. A desperation play into that B bomb site, and when you're already down a couple of players and you send in a flank up on A, that's only going to make your defenses, or I guess attacking forces, weaker on that lower site. I like the call from INTZ to back off after that kill on long as well. They don't overcommit, they don't overstep. Once they get that first man advantage, those 3 players, well, they definitely could have gotten a little bit more out of that. It would have been somewhat scrappy, and there's definitely the chance that you come out of that engagement unfavorably. So INTZ, they get a kill and they instantly fall back. As a result, we're going to have them taking the pist around here on the map pick of Imperial. And a quick pause, as I imagine things have gone skew with, but we shouldn't expect anything too crazy from Imperial in this round. It's likely just going to be that Glock buy, nothing too much, as we wait for rifles in the third.
Yeah, now obviously for you and me, we got to see these guys play just yesterday. INTZ lost that opening game versus Bravado. Imperial, we also saw them get ruined by NRG over on Nuke. Now, I don't think, you can argue that, and I think you can definitely make the argument NRG favourites to win the entire minor. I think that's something that maybe, most people would agree on. But Imperial actually had a pretty decent showing, and that was over on Nuke. So, a good map for NRG. Now, admittedly, that's been one that Imperial have been working on, but that's pretty impressive what I saw out of the Imperial guys. I do think they play very regimented CS for the most part. Feels like they're a lot less reliant on these individual stars to step up.
And that was one of the problems, I think, when we saw them versus NRG, right? Like, even if you try and execute a really nice strategy, if you're running into some of the best players in North America and they're just getting 3 kills off of a USP, there's just not much you can do, Harry, when people are that good. So, this is probably a game that is more on their level. And already off to a bit of a slower start, but that's to be expected with losing the pistol. We do have those AKs coming in round number 3 here for Imperial. There's now INTZ still running that bonus round, still with SMG in play, but not too much of a worry for the time being. I am very much interested to see what Imperial can bring into this map. As you said, not one that they play religiously, but that's why I'd like to think that they've been doing some work behind the scenes, saving it for an important matchup like this, an elimination game from the minor. They don't want to go out on day number 2 of the Americas. Again, we have this long push from INTZ. 2 players gone in deep very early on. Our Showtime's on the other side, but we're going to just see INTZ escort a man here, Cello, then back off, because already with no player spotted up towards A, it's likely that Imperial have control down towards this lower site, so we'll see some rotations come out from the CTs.
Ooh. That's Cello on this aggressive play down at long, getting mopped up, and they lose that information, man. So now the question for INTZ becomes, what are they going to do in response to this? They're sitting a man down. They've used most of their utility already in the opening 40 seconds or so of this round. Still have that Molotov on KNG, and if this push comes in towards a B-bomb site, that's going to prove to be very valuable indeed. He's sat over here. Tucked away right now, not peeking on out. Imperial slowly but surely creeping forward, and you can see now that Molotov goes out towards a short position. It's not going to find anyone as Imperial are already up and past it. But yes, Yell and KNG fighting a couple between them. Destiny's in with another. And actually, this round's fallen apart for Imperial. Things were looking good after they found Cello early on. Now it does just fall to DZT. Oh, they light up for him though. And DZT, the savior, 4 kills in that round. As somehow he clutches that out. That was a, what, a 1v4 from him?
Whatever it was ridiculous, Harry, and definitely shouldn't have gone that way. It seemed like INTZ definitely got stuck in that rut of going, oh, you know, we should just trade this kill, and constantly re-peeking to try and fight this final player. Great work from him, though, lining up the 2 final kills as well, and last bullet in the mag finds that final blow. And dear, oh dear, what a round to lose. INTZ now forcing things up. They've got the AWP, they've got 2 CZs as well, far from a great buy, and KNG already getting forced back. So no early pick coming from this solo org. As Imperial, well, they did win that round. They took it with 4 casualties. So, I mean, look at their buy, Harry. It's barely any better. Especially in terms of that utility being pretty weak on 2 of these players. A very slow default from Imperial. They don't know exactly what INTZ are pulling into this round other than the fact they're forcing. So just waiting to see if we see any more CT aggression. And I don't blame them with the way INTZ have been already showcasing this on long. With 2 pushes down so far in just 3 rounds played. Connect control is going to be gathered by Imperial as they clear out this portion, and Destiny's pushed up on B short. This allows for the A rotation because he's got so much info down towards B, knowing that both Monster and Short are clear. Gives his teammates plenty of time to rotate back down, but Imperial might wrap around. Now the thing is, they could sneak right past him, and if he doesn't move from this position, he might have no info.
Yeah, he's just shy of spotting these players crossing, as you say. Unless they head towards short, he's not going to see it. So Destiny, just shy of getting all the info in the world. This B play looking to come in once again from the Imperial side. They get the site for free. There's KNG though. Secures the opener from the heavens, and now INTZ, they do look interested in what this B-bomb site has in store. Time it ticking on it down, but Destiny in with another. It's ZQKS to go down. As this man continues to aggress in, it's Yell actually to find himself another. He drops all the players down towards Monster. Destiny in with 2, INTZ. That is going to be a 3rd round for them, keeping 4 players alive. Money runs out over on the side of Imperial, so a chance for INTZ to chain together a couple of their own. Of course, the winner of this going on to face Bravado, which, if you are in the INTZ camp, you're looking to get revenge for that opening day game where we saw them get 12-16 by the South African team over on Trade. Certainly not the debut that the Brazilian squad would have liked.
Not at all, but always a chance to bounce back from that again with so many rounds being played. That's a long demo. There's probably mistakes to highlight there. Nice nade though. KNG and Zan both getting tagged down very early on. These force by wars continuing, Harry, and I think we're going to see a lot of these in this matchup. Pistols with a couple of lone rifles for Imperial. Again, this long aggression, but this time only from a solo man. Now, the danger here is if Cello goes down, that's going to gift a gun over to Imperial, and they've not got many of those. Couple of scavengers they are. As we see them start to progress slowly up towards this A site. Now, they could go past Cello here, who's not watching up towards the long toilets, currently still watching down towards the fountain, but it's all about the timing. Do they even check this position? DZT's walked out unaware, and he's going to be making noise as well, so Cello should realize this at some point, but he's just not taking a look at them. Instead, he's going back towards short, doubling through, and I think INTZ could get misinformation from this. Cello's cleared out A, he thinks, And as a result, we're having all these A players rotate down towards the lower site, apart from a solo man. But in the meantime, Imperial have their entire team up in the short area.
And Cello's probably thinking, where are they? I've gone so far and no one's peeked me, no one's watching this. When's the penny going to drop? When are they going to realize? And, you know, now you imagine it does. KNG's going to hear these footsteps. Cello beginning this rotation round is going to be a little bit red-faced, as he has let Imperial slip on in to this bomb site. Now Zan able to open up. Ooh, second as well. Showtime trying to deal with him with that CZ up close, and it does not pan out. Cello now giving up his position on this flank, but that does not matter. As DZT and Tifa going to get pressured.
Whoa.
Zand on 3. And INTZ will be securing the 4th. They keep it clean, all 5 players staying alive, but the bomb plant for Imperial, far more than maybe they should have got away with in that round.
Yeah, this is 2 rounds in a row for INTZ where they've played weird positions with really no information and heavily gambled their rotations off the back of that, right? We saw Destiny up on short, giving away Monster, and of course, luckily, Imperial creep into B. And now we have the same story with Cello up on A long, and they creep into short. So, you know, you can't always account for that. This is very unlucky for INTZ, but they're gonna be aware of these gamble stacks and these rotations, and maybe not going off with the best of info. 4-1 either way. The rounds have been won. The retakes have been fantastic so far for the CT side, but pistols now in for the Imperial guys with no armor behind it, just Eagles. You'd imagine it would be a fairly clean round, but we'll see what these guys can show with these hand cannons. Wow, not much to start. KNG's on the boost, so he finds DZT, and we are going to have Tifa creep into this B-bomb site, but... Oh, what a shot!
What can you do against that if you're Destiny? Rest of the team trying to take control of the toilet. Zand has been looking good with the org, but ZQK is going to be there to pick him up and deal with the point man for INTZ. Does feel like it's going to be out of the frying pan into the fire, though, for ZQK, as he now has to go blow for blow with KNG, who just sits pretty with this AWP over on SWAT. He's going to feel very comfortable at these longer ranges. There is still the smoke on ZQK. So he could look to nullify the AWP that's currently posted up over in Bank, instead of opting to use it at the stairs. Tifa in with 1, but will he get the read that Cello's already posted up, looking to avenge his fallen brethren? Indeed, he will not. Cello able to stand the test of time inside of that A-bomb site. That will be INTZ in with a 5th. Slow start from Showtime. Still yet to field a kill here for the Imperial T side. And that was sort of the same story in their matchup yesterday versus NRG.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of rifle rounds though, so let's remain aware of that. It has been a bit of a force by bonanza for the Imperial guys, back and forth. And taking into account they went 2-0 down before they even had that first rifle round, which they did pick up, but it's been a slow start without a doubt. 5-1 here to the CTs. Remember, this is the map pick of Imperial as well, so we do expect to see something here on this T side, but they've been getting it very, very unfortunate in the post plants. Now, more players up towards A for INTZ than usual, an aggressive stance on long, and still a double connector play as well. This allows for them to give up B as Destiny watches from the CT spawn, and they can play retake, which is fine. Not the most common, but we've already seen these retakes on B be successful for INTZ in the past, so can't inherently count them out of this. And it's definitely a bit of a different setup, which could catch out Imperial. Now, they do have the utility, and they seem to be being very methodical with clearing out, checking all these close angles and watching for aggressive CTs, as we have seen many of them. Yell on the secondary AWP, and they're going to have to get past this position, but that's the bomb spotted already. Second kill, can't come through it. Shiz on the trade, pulls it back to the 4-on-4, but KNG keeps the advantage here up on that A site.
Once more, by the way, important to note, Cello is pushed all the way down through long. He's got a lot of information from this, and even the opportunity to wrap onto Showtime. Now, KNG is going to beat him to that kill. The issue is, across the map for Imperial, they lose players left and right, and that leaves DZT. He's not aware that Cello's gone aggressive down through long. And that's INTZ finding a sick. They keep on, as you say, being allowed to secure these very aggressive footholds, not ones that we frequently see players in over and over again. You know, long aggression, usually something that we see broken out you know, here and there to try and mix things up, to try and pressure somewhere else on the map. It's not often that we see players commit to that every single round.
Yeah, and it's seeming like Imperial just can't keep on top of the fact that INTZ keep on switching up these setups, right? Going from, you know, heavy B plays to heavy A plays and seemingly always losing that man advantage. Now it's again low money here for the Imperial Esports camp as they've got to go just for pistols, some utility. Wait for that loss bonus to kick in, but it is coming in big, at least for now. It's nice to see this AWP as well and Yell. Obviously the exit orbital from Luminosity, so a couple of strong AWP players in the INTZ camp. Going to be a difficult game for Imperial to fight back against that. But Yell dropped that. We'll be going back to the AUG as KNG sits solo on the sniper. Let's see what these pistols can do again. Imperial already faster. This time forcing back that AWP without too much of a loss. KNG will get back towards the site and Zan going to be by him as well, but they don't have to worry about long just yet because these Ts are still rushing up to the toilets.
Just these pistols. That smoke down keeps them at bay for the time being, but now we are going to get to see that Imperial march. Ooh. Uh-oh, Zan sprays down 3. Very good control with the AUG. Oh, he's not done. He's not done. He wants the ace. He's hungry for it. He's hungry for frags. The issue is, Shuz has let him sneak by. Zan just misses the timing there. Lucky right now, and Shuz will deny the ace. But still, only one man remaining. INTZ, they're peeking into this. They're giving him the fight, so they're just hunting him down. They're going to move 7-1 up.
Interesting scoring for a Brazil game as well. But a strong start nonetheless for INTZ, 7-1, and now we have the rifles back out for Imperial as well. Great round from Zan. That was some impressive spray control with the AUG. I mean, you called it early on in the game. You said this guy's been looking good with that gun, and I think I have to agree with that, Harry. He's 16-4. So a damn strong start to this map. 16-5 rather. 200 ADR, but we are early days, and that's very hard to keep on through an entire matchup. Now, a faster play for Imperial. They're going down towards that lower site once again. We do have the fast short control taken from this T side. The bomb and monster as well. It seems like Imperial want to go for the immediate execute. ZQKS looking for the AWP pickup on short as well, but there's no one facing him. INTZ not giving a pick away, playing very contained within the bomb site. Now, Destiny could get caught out here on the barrels. And Showtime seems to be aware of the possibility. Still yet to field a frag. And 4 players here for the CT side if you count that player in heaven as well. This is a very strong defense from the likes of INTZ.
Ooh, Shuz on the double entry. Cello waiting for this rotation, but he's bought a lot of time. This has really cut this push in half, and even more than that, it's dropped the bomb over at short. Yal's gone rotating in through the connector, and Zan's up in the heaven. Not through connector, rather. Instead, actually opting a group up down at Graffiti, ZQK and DZT. They've got a lot of work to do now. They do have that Incendiary still over on DZT, and ZQKS going to go ahead and put them back into a 2-on-2 now. They're able to get this Molotov up into the heavens. Maybe something could come of this round, but as it doesn't fall there, this now becomes a tricky one indeed. ZQK not quite able to find anything yet. Now going to try and go blow for blow with Cello. Will be given the one-on-one as the reposition from Zan comes in, but there's only 10 seconds. Zan knows he has that clock running down. ZQK baits the peak, and he's going to clutch it in the 1v2. My word. This man, reason that, you know, you and I have spoke about him so much over on the side of Imperial, at least, you know, in the game that we cast the other day, one of the things that we do speak about is the experience he brings to this team, right? He's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, very calm and calculated in the clutch as well. That's something you need for this Imperial side. INTZ have been off to such a strong start, but that could be the round that gets Imperial back into things, gives them a bit of confidence. But again, it seems like when these Imperial win these rounds, it's by the skin of their teeth. It's saving no money, no guns. And as a result, it's very hard to keep up this T side without getting reset when you don't have the weaponry behind it. Khalil on DZT, lacking utility on 3 players, even head armor. So, I mean, you know, it's great that Imperial won the round, but it's so hard to keep that going. And if they get put down to $1,400 on the loss bonus here and now, this half could be a sweep.
Yeah, and we saw Zan there, you know, taking the AWP, bit unusual. I'm glad to see him back on what his AUG, iconic weapon with him. I've now dubbed it the Zandax because, you know, it puts you to sleep and it cuts you in half. So that's what he's been doing with it right now, and he's been feeling fantastic. Let's see if he can continue that form, as this is an important buy for either side. Economic reset is within view for either team, and this becomes important because for Imperial, that could be a way of very much getting back into this game. Suddenly, you know, you win this round, INTZ, maybe they float the buy in the next, or maybe they go for it regardless. You set yourself up nicely to have the best chance of chaining a couple together. You imagine if you go 4-7, that's already a decent T side for Imperial.
Imperial going back to the slower style, though. It seems like this hasn't been the best of them in the past. Kenji's up in the toilets as well. He's side by side with Zan. This has been a killer A-hold from them. Still that triple B, but Imperial have crept out through this connector. Now the smokes are down for the time being, which gives Imperial a little control towards short, but as they start to fade, this is where INTZ need to make a move, either back or forward. They'll choose back. Zan stays in the same position. They'll run by him. They also make a lot of noise. That's the issue, because with 30 seconds left, this is very likely going to be telegraphed. You can see Zan has so much info. Once they start throwing in these smokes, he's going to be able to come in through the backline, and they've just gained no map control. They have no information. Zan picking off the backline. 18 seconds left up. There's just to take him down on long, but the information is still in the hands of INTZ. They know it's an A play, so that rotate's coming through, but a crucial entry from Showtime may have just saved the day.
Bomb plan not quite able to be denied through the smoke, and yeah, 3-on-3 in this retake, holding so close. There's a man here at Yell, able to spot him, delete Showtime as he tries to be patient, tries to bide his time, and now this does fall onto Tifa. And shows the issue they're going to have Cello A on this wrap, but also B, the fact that he's got so much utility left on him. Uh-oh, Shiz walks to his demise, and now that's Tifa attempting a 1v3 over towards long. You do not fancy his odds, and with good reason. INTZ straight back and in with an 8th round.
Really nice retaking from INTZ. That's been the best part of the CT side for them, without a doubt. It's seeming like all on the same page. We even see that hold from Cello. He's so ready for the push around the flank because they've lost control of information regarding one of those two players. So Cello assumes he's flanking back round, and the two players on the site can deal with the man on long. Of course, it was Showtime to even get Imperial into that round to begin with, because without that time left, KNG could have easily denied the bomb, but a big entry from the player who's been having a slow start. However, he gets shut down shortly after. Molotov even denies Imperial early map control here, and it's again INTZ throwing in another crazy stack. 4 players down on this lower site. This has been so unpredictable for Imperial. Got this AWP here as well from KNG. Not seen him in this position before. Zan playing solo A, but who else would you want? Given the performance that he's having. KNG's on a good position as well, but they will be creeping right past him, going through towards his short spot. That's the bomb dropped as well. Massive opening kill here for INTZ. A lot of info off the back of it, and this quad stack is only going to stay as they continue to find kills and mop up these Imperial players.
I mean, this is looking just grim. You wouldn't expect this was a force buy from Imperial. They've been laid waste to once more. This bomb outside of B is really not in a great spot for DZT to try and retrieve. Players hunting him down. INTZ, they just look so confident. They're not even waiting to give him a chance to set up. Not even letting him get a foot in the door there, Hugo. They already rammed their way through it. I don't know, I was trying to think, the battering ram, what's that big old thing that like...
I think you got it right there, yeah.
Yeah, I think I nailed it actually, didn't I?
Yeah. Believe in yourself, Harry.
Well, believe in yourself. Maybe that's the word of advice you should be throwing in the way of Imperial right now. Currently sitting with just 2 rounds to their name.
I think they only need more than belief at this point. This has been a stellar CT side from INTZ so far on the map pick of Imperial as well. If this continues, then we're going to have a quick series and a 3-map prediction. Zand is just absolutely tearing them apart again.
He's actually too good with the ult.
Yeah.
And on the back of him, on the back of him, we're just going to nerf it into the ground.
He's 21-7 right now. 21.
That is just mind-blowing. That's the thing, he looks so poised while he's using it.
It's just the transfer, it's the spray control, and like you can say, oh yeah, okay, the spray's not as hard as the AK or the M4, but to consistently be able to go left, right, left and get 3 kills every time is unreal. 4 in that round on the anti-eco. It was only pistols after all, but here's the buy. One of the last ones that will be coming in for Imperial this half. Nice nades early on. They do try and keep KNG back, but he's just so hungry for these early kills. INTZ have been full of them. Does he realize it's a close man who has crossed? Probably not, but he's going to get away before Showtime gets a chance to find that frag. Now KNG repositioning back on long, even making that jump up to the flower beds. Yell's in the connector as well, and they've already died from this position before. Now even if they come out from lower, he's got Zan to watch his back, so it's not a huge worry right now, but Zan's been taken apart. Now Yell needs to step up, pins it from 2 angles. Showtime gets a kill, and Imperial now a 5-on-3, their best situation they've had in a while.
Yeah, they actually sit reasonably comfortably here. They have control over the wards mid. KNG, the only man who really stands between them and this portion of the map. And he goes slow peeking into Showtime, who just holds that angle, waiting for INTZ to make a mistake. And indeed they do. Chell is rotated up into A, but you can see Imperial, they're not moving. They know that INTZ, they can still very much frag their way back into the Tran if given the opportunity. So they're going to take things slow in their approach. ZQKS just catches a very fortunate timing there. I was going to say, he's up here on his own. He's going to give away this one-on-one. If he goes down, then maybe there's a chance for INTZ. But he gets very fortunate that that smoke was dropped. And now for Destiny, he's just going to try and hold on to this AWP. But you imagine they're not going to let him get away with it. You can already see ZQKS is down here inside of this B-bomb site.
I mean, he could look to do as much damage as he wants. The money's not going to be a problem here for the CT side. That being said, 15 HP. Does not want to take a fight if he doesn't have to. But every kill really does count, especially when Imperial need at least 3 guns surviving if they want to make a profit on this round. That flank is coming through as well with 2 players and a third up on long to cut off his position there. If he goes connector, and he will save his gun, and that seems to be the case. So a 3rd round taken from Imperial, definitely a slow map so far, but if they can salvage this to 5 on the half, this is definitely doable once they move over to their CT side. That being said, they've got no clear outlier performing out of his mind. Shiz has had a good game. ZQK has had that 1 clutch round on B. Other than that, it's not really come out too well for Imperial, whereas you look at INTZ, you've got Zand absolutely popping off. And I'm hesitant to say that this won't continue at this rate. 10-3, another reset round attempted from INTZ as they look to break the money for the last round of the half.
We do finally get to see a bit more AWPing action from Imperial as well, and that's something I'm excited about. Finally have someone to go toe-to-toe versus these scoped rifles over on INTZ. This boost at the B-bomb site. Cello, the man who's up there right now, this could catch Imperial off guard if they're not careful.
Oh, there it is. Cello finding the opening kill. DZT, no idea what hit him as he opens the door and gets absolutely blindsided. Now another round with INTZ on the man advantage. Imperial going to back off of this B site. Although I say that, it's actually only ZQKS trying to put pressure on A. The rest rotating that bomb round. Now ZQKS has utility. The question is, does he want to try and sell the fake, or does he want to go and commit to the B play with his team? As they group up outside of Monster, 30 seconds left up. ZQKS does come down after all, but we still have a triple setup here for INTZ. 25 seconds on the clock. The smoke down, cuts off the Molotov, keeps Destiny alive, and that nade down Monster is going to do so much damage to 3 of these players. Now Destiny can line up a couple, but he can't see them through the smoke, but he would be able to deny the bomb plant. He's behind them, they have no idea. There's the bomb dropped, and that's the round done. 11 rounds to INTZ, 3 for Imperial, and the last round of the half as Imperial have no money.
what a dominant CT side this has been from INTZ. I did not anticipate that this squad would come into today firing on all cylinders, looking so fired up. But, you know, elimination is on the line, right? For these guys, I don't think you can argue that they weren't. I think everyone expected to see more from them, right? You look at some of the names in this squad. You've got Yell. He was obviously one of the stars back of that Luminosity roster back in not too long ago now. Was actually playing with Showtime. Got Cello in there as well. He was another hard hitter from that same Luminosity squad. Then KNG, obviously. Probably one of the most well-known players within Brazil. Maybe not for the right reasons, but still has a lot of talent on him and has looked to go back on some of that.
Major finalist.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You don't get that easily. So yeah, definitely not wanting to be knocked out here in day 2 of the Americas Minor. And INTZ look like they've come to play, as you say, Harry. 2 rifles on Imperial, 3 pistols. Fast long play already coming through for Imperial. With only Zand on the other side, he's going to be back towards that toilets. Now, there is that AWP the way on back on the A site, but Zand is going to be completely cut off and alone here. They do have a flash for this position. They definitely should use it, but Showtime going to dry peek, and he'll get the kill anyway, so it won't matter. 4 HP left to him. But at least that's the AUG scavenge picked up now by another player on this T side. It's going to bolster their weaponry just that little bit more. KNG missing his shot. But Yell has a good position to finish off Showtime. He's already low. He's down on a pistol, however, because of that tag. Yell finding the kill, and now the long push going to come in. Again, it's another 20-second push for Imperial. They're running out of time.
Oh, indeed they are. This smoke being down is going to cause them so many problems, and they realize they have to go through it. The issue there is Yell. He's going to find that quick double, looking for a little bit more, and they do manage to shut him up at the very least, but that bomb plant's been denied, and KNG, he's done it. Cello just has to tuck and run. INTZ 12-3 as they provided dominant CT side half. They were looking asleep yesterday, but they've certainly shown up today. Everyone stepping into their own, but most notably, obviously, has to be Zand over on that AUG. He looked unreal. Are we going to see that continue heading into the second half, or will we see Imperial recover? Find out after the break. not looking all too easy for Imperial over on their T side. Moving into their CT side half, we need to see some sort of recovery if they want to stand any chance here in this first map. To say the pistol round feels like a necessity is an understatement. DZT going to turn his attention over in towards mid early on. You can see INTZ. Interesting thing to note, very heavy utility purchase here between Yell and Destiny. And most notably to me is going to be that Molotov over on Yell. Not the most common feature in pistol rounds. Going to look to try and maybe keep that into the post plant. You can use it to try and deny the defuse. Ooh, sending in first, and oh, that's all the utility gone. Destiny falls, and he was the man with it. So the smoke will be retrieved at the very least, meaning that they do still have 2 smokes in this A side take.
The thing is that bomb got spotted, but these rotations are taking so damn long for Imperial. They barely pushed off of the B site right now as INTZ bring the bomb towards long. Instead, though, double back. And this rotate down the connector, this is going to be the big change because Zand is already here and he might be able to catch out Tifa, opening up the B site. Great shot from Tifa, though. It might just keep Imperial in this round.
Certainly looks like INTZ walking his way. Oh. Believe it. And worried that there might be a man hiding in the connector. There is not. Their real trouble's only just beginning as they try and take short. 2 players residing here, but they've been able to deal with the first. That was KNG to open things up. Oh, it's a pretend one again. Back towards A we go. We're just going to keep on faking. INTZ feeling good. Charging in towards this A bomb site. ZQK has already rotated in. He's tapping down range. Yell there to pick it up. Bomb goes down, and this leaves Showtime. 2 of his ex-teammates left standing, and he's got to try and find something. They delete him, and now we're into the one-on-one at KNG. Inside the bomb site, shuts down Shiz, and INTZ find themselves the pistol round 13-3. You're saying, start as you mean to go on. Couldn't ring more true now for this INTZ T side.
Yeah, great call to keep rotating back and forth, but it was that kill, that one position where INTZ checked back connector, and not only, and sorry, that actually forced Tifa to go forward as he assumed they were rotating back up to A early, and that gave them another kill to him when he had a great position to actually lock down connector. So caught out of an unfavorable angle because of the time INTZ took to rotate down those stairs. But that little bit of luck combined with the nice calling from INTZ to just double back and continually hit the lesser stacked bomb site of the 2. And great call as well to make the bomb go first on long when they initially pushed, because it showed the bomb, it forced that connect to rotate and allowed them to kill the player down on B. But this round is just pistols for Imperial and not much else. But the damage has already come through, and Destiny and Cello are tagged up, plus Zand going down. But with 2 players left up for Imperial on USPs, it's not going to be the biggest of worries. Should have INTZ able to deal with this one without too many more casualties, if any. Because if you look at Yell, he's already up on that A bomb site right now, so these B players are waiting for him to clear out behind enemy lines. KNG even spotting a man trying to get into the connector. There's 2 of them here now. This long rotate from Yell is going to slow down the round. As he spots him on the site, that can call for the push to rotate back up towards A, and the bomb will do exactly that. So he's locked off the only point of rotation here for Imperial, considering KNG's already in the connector. And, ooh, they'll go for a boost. I like it, but the more time it takes, the more Yell realizes the potential.
He's realized that very well, and yeah, I mean, now Fetch is just attempting to hold on to the MAC-10, which really, yeah, it doesn't feel like much.
It isn't much.
Still, that 1 kill he gets, that's $600. That's just $600. INTZ 14-3. I was hoping maybe we could have seen a couple more kills go his way, but for Shiz, I mean, you know, I say it's just $600. It does allow the AWP to come out now if they would like. They've decided against it, though, opting just for 5 rifles in this round.
Maybe expecting that INTZ will somewhat run a bonus and a faster approach for what could be, you know, near the end of the game, 14-3, and not wanting to have the AWP stacked on the wrong bomb site only for it to, you know, get negated in the retake. That being said, I would have loved to see an AWP here in this round. Especially with KNG pulling in his first as well on the T side. We're actually going for a full spawn boost. Classic. Hey. We haven't seen this for a while, and you might be able to catch someone as well, but the train, oh, absolutely cock-blocked.
Oh, he gets the tap. Stop going back. You got saved by a train the first time around. That's not going to happen again. Oh, Do we need the trade on Overpass? That's the question.
No.
Not really.
No.
No other map has anything like it. What's next? A car that goes down banana?
That's just Freiburg in 2015, right? Absolutely running through people. Or maybe 2014.
Yeah, Well, yeah, well.
14-3 here.
Glossing over that. DZT.
Ooh.
He will look to shut down Yell over towards long, and that will be INTZ repelled from this portion of the map. They suddenly don't look too keen on it. Shiz and it's Showtime. Also known as Shiz Time down towards this B-bomb site. Looking to try and hold things back, and the rotation in from Tita. Or Tifa, rather. There will be this three-man hold here. So INTZ walking into the more stacked of these two bomb sites. A fast rotation available from ZQKS into the heavens. All these B-bomb site players have to do is hold the fort, and Destiny coming in with a team kill couldn't be more poorly timed. And that leaves KNG in this 1-on-4, but this isn't happening. 7 seconds left. He's just looking to try and hold on to the AWP, and even then it feels like a bit of a miracle if he gets away with that.
Oh, they're coming for him as well. Got to be very careful, but they were just retrieving guns back on that short position. So big upgrade round from Imperial. They get all those AKs moved forward as well. So 14-4. The road to recovery begins here, Harry. We just saw Team 1 pull a comeback against United after, well, at one point it was 11-0, and then I think it was a 12-3 half, and they lost at 16-14. So it's definitely doable. We've already seen it before today in the Americas Minor. And then I think, as far as I'm aware, Team 1 went on to win the next map. I looked at like 14-2, so I can't imagine that went wrong for them. Either way, INTZ do not want this to happen. They don't want to give away the comeback, so it's going to be a fast approach up through the short water. Tifa's there, Shiz as well. They're getting aggressive on the CT side, and there's one trade, but it's after a couple of kills. Luckily, enough damage has been done to both Tifa and Showtime, and this AWP has been picked back up by Xand, who's having a great game. That being said, he's been slow in the second half. Actually, this is a really good call from INTZ. Go deep into the monster. Imperial have backed off, but they've regressed up on that A site. Now, they have a long rotation, but this boost might be able to catch out a couple of players.
Oh, well, it certainly caught out Cello. That just leaves Yell and Xand. They do have the Molotovs, so that's going to allow them to get this bomb down at the very least. You can get and throw that over at Graffiti, and that stops these players from pushing on in. But you can see Xand with the bomb on his back. The issue with this position is if he gets caught and that bomb gets dropped, this round is over.
Oh, he just gets it to the site. Yeah, we're going to go for the peak to try and cover the plant as well. They won't reboost because they've got that flank in play. It's going to be on DZT to really open up this round, but he might be making a lot of noise, and it's down to question whether Yell heard that or not. Xand going to try and get aggressive here. And here's the flank that we've been waiting for. DZT clears out a lot of the sites, so they should worry about this close pit position. Yell's killed the flanker. DZT dead. And now it's Xand to step up as well. He's found the first. Tifa's coming in from his close as well. Yell's found the player in upper, but he hasn't taken the kill, and his teammates dropped as well. But the bomb, it's ticking away. They need to get on this defuse now, and Yell's going to miss another shot. He can't follow up, and the defuse is there for Imperial just in the last couple of seconds. 5 rounds taken by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, really grinding these wins out are Imperial. They're looking to try and grind their way back into this game. There's no money for INTZ here, so a real chance for Imperial to do exactly that, right? You imagine they pick up this 6th round, a bit of a partial investment from INTZ. The one thing I have been a fan of is how they've been playing here down towards this B1. So we see them taking a very active approach and changing things out. That round they employed the boost round prior. Some more passive play with Tifa doing that jump early on to try and get the information. This time, once again, it's 3 players down at B, bolstering this portion of the map, allowing ZQK and DZT. Yeah, I was gonna, well, they were peeking out through mid a moment ago, but now they've actually taken very, very passive positions inside of this bomb site. So only time will tell if that becomes maybe a bit of a vulnerability. They're going to have to play very reactively to this play. I mean, these rotations could take a while to come in. Now, thankfully, you do have the utility on ZQKS and DZT to buy you time. Ooh. Yell is just getting teased at this point. Ooh. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with the suspense.
As soon as that toilet smoke fades, we might see INTZ just rush this bomb site. 3 players here, though, for Imperial. Molotov going through. Yell now going to go for it. ZQK does get that kill on Long. Follow up, 2 headshots on this AWP. Great shot so far, but how much more can he get? INTZ still have a couple of pistols left up, but 20 seconds, it's looking like a done deal unless someone can go crazy, and right now they're getting torn to shreds by this AWP. Tifa jumps in for a double at the end of the round, and it will be 6 for Imperial. Flawless, so a chance for them to actually build up some money for a change. We didn't see much of that in their T side. Constantly getting reset, constantly on eco. Or force buy. And now at least they've got some bank to play with, meaning INTZ will be buying up here.
What you'll note is that in comparison to how he often CT's approach at Vast, Imperial taking a very passive approach on both bomb sites. You know, the 3 guys down in B that round just holding, playing passively. Now, you know, maybe aware they're going to be up against just a partial investment. Because now we can see DZT this time around taking a very active stance in probing mid. Takes that early peek and doesn't spot anything on the back of it. And for Imperial, that somewhat reassures them that this 3-man hold down at the B bomb site is the right call, and they've boosted Showtime up. You can see very far from the top is Watchtower. The only issue is Shuz has been knocked out from underneath them, and their little flimsy house of cards down towards that B bomb site has crumbled down around them. And now just DZT and ZQK are standing. I'm not sure they're even going to bother going for this.
Definitely not anymore. The worst part about that boost is Showtime. Once he was up the top, the T's had already passed into the monster tunnel. So he looks at Long and he goes, "Oh, it's empty, it's fine." And his teammate therefore runs back towards Graffiti with his knife out, assuming, "Oh, there's no one here." But by that point, INTZ had actually already pushed past the monster position. They're already in the tunnels, Harry, and emerged into that B site with 3 kills in a couple of seconds. It's INTZ finally getting their 15th round. It was a slow crawl back at the start of the half from Imperial, but it seems like this flame has been snuffed out before it could start a forest fire. And even the orb gets dropped as well. Insult to injury, salt in the wound, call it whatever you like. It's 15 rounds coming in clutch for the INTZ boys. Luckily enough, Imperial, who did take that flawless anti-eco in the previous, do still have money for another attempt at a buy.
That's a pretty gut-wrenching way to lose a round if you are Imperial. You know, they do such a good job of keeping that previous one clean. You know, you build the money up, things are looking good. You're grinding out a couple of these wins over on your CT side. And then, you know, they've been so conditioned to believe in the INTZ have been taking, you know, they've been taking these rounds so slowly. Very rarely had we seen that dedicated aggression. Normally all these plays very, very telegraphed. This round, actually, DZT out through mid. KNG is certainly not ready for that. In response to this, you can see INTZ looking to try and pressure one of these bomb sites quickly. And they've picked up ZQKS. Now looking to try and challenge DZT. Well, I know he's on his own. And they have managed to secure the trade at the very least. DZT's done a good job, though, of at least managing one there. I feel like that's really more than he should have bargained for. Now, though, for ZQK, the man at the helm of this team, he's just got to sit back and watch as these 3 younger guns try and keep him in it. Only issue they're going to find is they've already lost Tifa, and now just Shuz and Showtime standing. Is it Shuz time, or is this going to be INTZ securing map 1?
Well, Shuz is too far away from the action. This bomb's up short right now, but as I say that, we can see Zand progressing down through monsters, so they may consider a rotation here unless Zand tries to just solo clear out this bomb site to play for the info and let the rest of his teammates approach this 2-on-2. Showtime already falling down towards this lower site as well, and that couldn't be worse timed because this is when the bomb goes back up towards A. Now Zand going to try and look for a free entry kill here, but he does lose the battle. That'll only convince Showtime to stick around, and it's not going to be the right call. This bomb's doubling back up on A, and the plant can come through. So with a Molotov and 2 flashes, INTZ can play the post plant. A bit of a tongue twister, but 2-on-2 nonetheless.
Yeah, that Molotov is the thing that creates so many problems for Imperial. And they were gifted a little bit of extra time for these rotations to come in, thanks to INTZ faking out the bomb plant. Destiny now left in the 1v2, and crucially, it's Cello, the man with the molly. Full inside of the site. Destiny holding close, and he tries to take the fight on a Showtime. Defusor come in. Imperial still have fight left in them. A 7th round here as they manage to stay afloat.
It seems like they can only win these rounds by the skin of their teeth. They're always coming down to the 1v1s. And yeah, okay, they've been winning them somewhat consistently, but it's not going to mean anything in the long run when you can't build up an economy. You're already down 15-7. This is asking for a lot for Imperial to actually still bring this game back despite that 1-round win. And definitely sloppy post-plant set from INTZ. You could see Cello watching, Destiny watching the flank, but with Cello being exposed to short while also being in position to only watch the A site, maybe a lapse in communication there for INTZ. This boost is up again. KNG blocked by the train, and the jump came in earlier, but it won't come through again. Oh. The question is, how long do you hold this before you just go, screw it, let's rush B?
I mean, I guess this is our case study in that. Oh!
Yeah, give that up.
It's always disappointing when you don't, when you see it doesn't land.
Yeah. Well, look at this stack up on B right now, though. Imperial with 4 players in position. We've got only DZT utility list up towards A, so he's going to call for a rotate. ZQKS moving back up through the CT spawn. Imperial getting forced to use utility down on B as nades are thrown in.
Yeah, but the molly over at Barrel's missed. Now, that one didn't, but you've wasted a decent bit clearing out this one portion. If you had the extra Molotov, you could have used one of those either in the post plant. You could have tried to force one of these players. At Showtime, for example, this could have been a great spot for them to have found it. Opening kill by forcing this fight, especially as he drops that close smoke. They now have a very good idea that there's a man holding close to the monster on the other side of it. Oh.
Flash through the molly, doing damage. Sand runs right through it with the spray down from Shiz. 2 kills, might even find a 3rd, and yes, he does. Cello alone, running through the Molotov to his death. Shiz on 8 HP, won't make a difference. 4 kills on that B site. No flashbangs, though, for the INTZ guys. You already talked about the utility being fairly low. Well, they didn't invest in any of those, so it does come back to haunt them when they actually go for the execute. First tactical pause being called from the INTZ guys, not wanting this game to get too far away from them, but we're seeing signs of life on the CT side of Imperial. The question is, how many more rounds will they get, or will it be snuffed out? Probably not here with the full eco coming through from the likes of INTZ, but in the upcoming one, they're still going to have that loss bonus.
Still, this T side really isn't looking too easy for INTZ. INTZ caught sleeping in these last few rounds. Just pistols over on this T side. That's all they've got to fight in this one, as you pointed out. So a real shot for Imperial to grind back into this game. They're doing a fantastic job of that right now. You do feel like the one issue they've got is they've left themselves no room for error. And as we saw from that round, if you recall, when they tried to boost Showtime up down in that B bomb site, all it takes is one small mistake and you've given this first map away. QK will get mopped up, but that's what DZT's job is. And everybody falls, Imperial in 9th. This is the round that INTZ were focusing on. This was the reason for that tactical pause. This is where we get to see the fruits of that play into a round. So I'm curious to see what the plan is here.
Yeah, they haven't got the best buy, things considered. No AWP really in these last few buy rounds on the T side, but enough to get the job done. Let's see what they choose to, how they choose to approach this one, because it definitely is getting out of control, right? It's only 9-15, as you say, 1 round can make all the difference. I mean, it will just literally win the map for INTZ, but yeah, this is only 3 or 4 buy rounds away from actually being in overtime, and Imperial have been coming up clutch in these buy rounds, so definitely not over yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't let the score deceive you. Slow default from INTZ early on in the round, waiting for this CT aggression that is not coming in currently. We have 3 players up on that A site for Imperial, but going no further than the toilets. Destiny will be able to clear out this connector, so INTZ slowly but surely gaining more map control and therefore information. They might put some pressure on long, but ZQKS is here with the AUG as well. We even had this AWP down on B. ZQKS giving up early with that one, but they are closing the distance, and if they flash in, he could be in a world of hurt.
Oh, ZQKS immediately halting this A play. No trades either, and with 3 players grouped up along, Yell could be in a world of hurt. Indeed he is. Able to contend and deal with him. Destiny desperately trying to catch these players crossing back into the bomb site. Takes a bit of a leap of faith, and Destiny will be rewarded. They must know that there's another man over towards this portion of the map, and that's DZT giving up the fight, giving up the man advantage, and also giving away this A bomb site. Showtime and Shez left standing, but these two, they've been a bit of a dynamic duo in these clutch situations for Imperial. They've been good at getting it done. As this dynamic duo, they've got to try and do it again, but this time, no. 16-9, INTZ finally able to close out Overpass.
Yeah, looking to get it done eventually, right? As you say, it just takes one round at the end of the day and no room for error for that CT side. We're going to be heading over to the second map, though. It's INTZ's pick coming up next, so join us after the break for exactly that.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Sorry, guys, I was just reading the simulation here, and it would look like a 16-9 was the outcome of that game. Yes, that's right, INTZ taking it into their hands early on here as we look to put the first map in the books of the first best of 3 of this day, for us, at least in the Americas Minor. It's been a long one for some, but for us, it might be a little short, and I'm not making a short joke at you, Chad.
We don't have Blair here, so there's no need for any of those.
Not necessary at all. Speaking of not being Blair, I do have Sponge and Natu. Now, these guys, you look a little uncomfortable down there. I don't know.
Do I?
A little bit. You look like you were having a moment, perhaps.
He's got his shoes off.
Oh, in that case.
He's having a good time.
Make yourself at home.
There's no pants on, but I wanted to, it's all good.
Yeah, now that you say that. Anyway, before things get a little more out of control around here, we begin to talk about and make some sense of the Brazilian affair that we just had. A Brazilian bout, and one where in which no MMA was involved, but we did have just a little bit of a scrappy one, boys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's something we discussed in the green room. It's a little worrisome that this was the map pick for Imperial, right? I mean, you would have expected, considering the fact that there was not a lot of numbers on the board in the statistics for this map for them, that they'd be putting a lot of hours into it. But I don't think the evidence is really there for that.
No, and I said that I thought they were going to be the better team in this because of the preparation and the strategy. It actually looked like the preparation and the strategy was the issue, not the fact it wasn't there, that they were overthinking a lot of situations. You remember around where they did the triple boost to get on the sandbag to see they're overthinking. They're trying to put parts of into the game that aren't necessary, especially within the early stages.
Right.
T-pistol, a lot of utility came into it. They didn't even find a kill. So maybe that situation, while thinking too strat heavy, while going up against a team and a player like Zand, who was just absolutely destroying them across the board in that first half, is not the way to go about it.
And the weird part about this is right, both of these teams coming from Brazil, both of these teams having their own individual backgrounds and stories coming into it. Certainly these teams have some sort of rivalry, if you will. Certainly there's some inner team, and maybe not inner team, but outward stuff going on here between these two teams in terms of play styles, tactics, this, that, and the other. But I don't necessarily think that we've seen the biggest cases of that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect them to know the play styles,
tendencies,
exactly, and things like that. So, like Chad was saying, I don't think necessarily when you're playing INTZ, you should be doing too complicated things because you're going to be put against a team that is, very much all over the place. There's a lot of just walking into the bomb site, trying to make it really just like a super simple hit into the bomb site, meaning that if you're trying to do complicated things, you'll probably end up tripping in those situations.
You want to talk about doing the super simple things, keeping it to the fundamentals, where we actually got a glimpse of some of that. I mean, we do have a clip we can load up here. Chad, you can begin to walk us through what some of these stacks started to look like from the INTZ side.
Yeah, the casters touched on it, but there was lots of 4B stacks coming in from INTZ, and I like this because once you set a default roundup, you can actually lean heavy B for early execute. Zan just has to play for information like he's doing in posture with normal utility. But you can see here this setup. Destiny's going to cover one side of Monster Tunnel while KNG has the other. So as soon as Destiny gets this kill, we'll flick to KNG's POV, and you can see a player is going to step up from the other side of Monster. He misses the shot, but these guys have each other covered. Now we go to short. It's Yell and Cello playing off each other. They shut down those guys pushing into sewer, and at that point, the attack's completely stifled. They did this a lot of times. They did it postured forward. They did it quite passively, but this is a fantastic adaptation because once you set the precedent of playing aggressive towards A, they have to take time with their defaults, being very meticulous, clearing bathrooms, pushing you back from angles, and you can just stack and hedge your bets towards B because if they do rush, you got 4 people on the scene.
Yeah, and things you saw from Imperial in that game too was rounds where they actually managed to get themselves into the B bomb side with like equal numbers, with like a 3-on-3 situation where the next kill is very, really key. You'd see situations where one of the Imperial players would just walk through like a smoke or make a play that didn't really have any rationale behind it, and then they'll lose a member, and obviously the situation is very hard to win at that point in time in a 2-on-3. So that just showcases too the fact that they don't really play higher echelon and Counter-Strike all too much.
Yes, and the echelons are going to be shifting. As we start to talk about Inferno, we do have just a few seconds to go over this, and then in that case, I'm going to let you kind of guide us into it, Chad.
I think this is going to be closer. The positive signs are SHZ had a good map for Imperial, and he is the highest rated player for these guys on Inferno, so he hopefully can carry that through. A bit of a worrisome sign is Showtime's coming in that third slot, and he had a very quiet first game. So hopefully they can turn it around, give us more of a competitive affair, because I think a 16-9 scoreline in the first half isn't really indicative of the scoreline. I thought it was more of a drubbing. I thought INTZ just smashed them out of the server.
Right. Natu, you got anything you can send us off with?
I mean, INTZ just looks like a different level in the big picture. It took a little bit too long for them to close it out, but I feel like this is going to be a short and sweet 2-0.
Well, it could be just that, and time will tell, and we got all the time in the world. So what we're going to do is hand it over to the commentators, who are Hugo and Harry. Brighton is Larry. It's ready to get into Inferno, and let's see what they can do over on their end.
Wow, yeah, those throws, I don't know if they're getting better and better or worse and worse. It's one extreme. They're moving in a direction, I just don't know which.
Up and down, eloquent as ever, Trace. But yeah, this should be an interesting second map. I think one of the more interesting points is in terms of this Veto, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier on. That being, Overpass being Imperial's pick, never been a map they've really had too much success on, whereas INTZ picking Inferno, and that being a map that Imperial have had a lot of success on, INTZ not so much. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see this bounce back and go to a third. That being said, we need the individuals to step up, and while Shiz was, as mentioned on the desk, the other guys weren't really rallying behind him. So let's see as we head into this pistol round. Fast mid-play from INTZ to start things off. Heavy boiler presence as well, but it's already been shut down in mid from the Imperial guys. DZT and Shiz absolutely popping off. KNG is going to try and recover this round, but it's a 1-on-4. It's surely undoable.
Well, I mean, you say that. He's certainly got the ball rolling, Hugo. The question becomes, ZQ, KS, and Tifa, do they have what it takes to stop this man before he picks up momentum? He's going to try and hit this B-bomb side. Tifa, well, he's already here, and that looks to cause some problems for KNG. Doesn't seem all too aware, but Tifa missed shot, and still a minute left. Plenty of time for KNG to work with. He's tagged up the first man. They try and double peek into him. Oh, no. Uh-oh, KNG on to win this out in what was a 1 versus 4. ZQKS brought down to just 10 HP. And KNG will manage to get that bomb down. Now into the 1v1, and he's going to reposition over towards Ruins. Being very proactive in clearing this portion of the map, making sure that ZQKS can't come from this position. And as he's narrowed it down, he knows he's inside the site, but the shot lands, and ZQKS winning that round with just 10 HP to his name, couldn't afford to take a single bullet. Defuse is found, and that will be Imperial salvaging that pistol round.
I mean, so many unnecessary gunfights in that round, but unfortunately for KNG, he's not going to be able to finish it off. He gets a lot of damage, brings down very close, but yeah, Imperial salvaging what was really an effort made by Shiz with 3 kills in middle. The fact that it comes down to the 1v1 is incredible anyway, but either way, KNG going to be able to buy up an AK into this round after all that money. So single AK, everyone else on the pistols, by and large, an eco for INTZ, as we see Imperial with a chance to double down, take their second. Now, we did see that slight comeback on the second map, on the first map rather, in their CT side. So for them to start CT Inferno, that's definitely a good sign. Obviously, them getting the pick of the half because it was INTZ's map pick. Now, 1 gun being gifted, but only an MP9. KNG already tagged. He can give this weapon over to Destiny if he does eventually go down, who does also have armor. But past that, things are going to get very difficult here for this T side. Gives up with the pressure in the apartments, and it seems like these Ts want to go back towards the B site. 2-2 set up for Imperial, so A would probably be the better call, but they don't know that just yet.
Showtime. On the other side, there's a lot of armorless players on the other side here, but he gets picked up right away. And now, pressure's really on for ZQKS, was the hero. Well, actually, no, it's Tifa rather, and they just mosey on into him, but still able to pick it up, still maintaining this man advantage. And now, we get to see ZQKS, as I was trying to hype up just moments ago. He was the hero in the round prior, and now he's really got to try and step up and be it once again. He does have Shiz to work with, and KNG maybe gets a bit overzealous, gives that peek up down at the banana. Smoke still up on it, Shiz, so a chance, but this 2-man stack. Are they going to read this? Once they found the first man, will they anticipate that the other player is there? They certainly don't. Yell emerges now, and uh-oh, time ticking down, and he's going to find it with the Deagle. INTZ stealing around straight back. They were keen to get that force buy in. Money is plentiful over on this T side with just 2 players investing into that round. And Imperial certainly not the start they wanted. They find the pistol by the skin of their teeth, and then they instantly lose it on their anti-eco.
Yeah, that was a really nice attempt there from Imperial on that B site. That's the issue. When they had Showtime up on the sandbags, Tifa was setting up a flashbang from Coffins, waiting for Showtime's contact. But I don't know where the flashbang went. It blinded 0 of the 4 players up Banana for INTZ. So Showtime, he was really fed to the wolves there. And they were starving, so round taken now by the T's puts it down to that 1-1 with a force buy in for Imperial, but it's really not a great one. The Eagles, lone UMP and nice nades already do put Tifa down to 40 HP. He's got to boost his teammate up. Call for another rotate as well. ZQKS coming in from the CT spawn. Now, INTZ do have top B control. They don't necessarily have to commit straight off the bat, though. It does look like this wants to be their end goal, walking into the 3-man setup of Imperial. This is typically how force by wars continue. But we'll see if Imperial can find success with so many rifles on the opposing team's side. There's the spawn. ZQKS almost walking to his death. The Molotov is there. Yell. Got to be surviving as the smoke puts it out here. And INTZ, they're just going to double back.
Yeah, they spot a lot of resistance over at B. They know that maybe they've pulled a couple of rotations away from this A bomb site as well. Now, they haven't, but they made the right decision. There's only 2 players here. One of those is DZT with that UMP. He's up on the balcony right now, and it's a bit surprising for Destiny, but the trade found, and Shurs, 2 quick kills with the Deagle. Maybe something's possible here for Imperial, but they walk to their deaths as KNG looking to try and solidify this second round for INTZ. He has been in stellar form on this map, but Tifa beheads him. Doesn't even break a sweat, and now this leaves him in the 1v1 versus Yell. Can only take one, can't take one bullet rather from this Krieg. He's dead in 1 shot, so Yell able to swing wide and cement a second round for INTZ, and just like that, it will be Imperial having to take the eco here.
Yeah, fully broken after that force buy, so no money to play with. This is going to be quite a worrying start to the map, considering they won pistol round, right? Seemed like this could have all gone their way, but they're going to be down 3-1 before they even have the guns in their hands. On the map pick of INTZ as well, facing elimination here in Group A, Harry. Definitely a troublesome time for the Imperial boys, but let's look to the future. For now, they're just rushing down middle, full pistols, so really nothing invested here. And as a result, they won't find too much either. KNG with 2, make that 3, and a full house for INTZ. 3-1 as we expected, but here's the buy for Imperial. Here's their chance to get back on the CT side with a round.
Yeah, all is not lost if you are Imperial. Their main focus has been on this buy. Important to note, no kit purchased up over on this CT side, and we have seen these bombs having the tendency to go down. This time around, they're believing that with the rifles, with the utility, with everything in play, they won't let this bomb reach a bomb site. Admire the confidence, but only time will tell if that's the case. Really trying to save every penny on this CT side, put it into utility. DZT boosted up, does spot that first man at the boiler, and there's ZQKS gracing the scoreboard. Destiny in with the refrag, looking for a little bit more. Ishaz now takes up the position. Oh, this fallen teammate, Destiny. My word, just deletes him. Blink of an eye, ZQKS left alone at A. Down in the pit, he's got a lot of work to do. He's already been able to pick up 1. How many more players can he find? He's on 3 right now as they feed the beast. This was looking like it should have been an INTZ round all day long, and now ZQKS has called all of that into question.
Yeah, it's turned on the head here. INTZ split up as well, 1 player per site. So Zan going to double back, try and join his teammate. Now, they have made the right call to commit towards A, considering it is just this solo man in the pit, but he's on for the ace already. 3 kills to his name. The wrap coming through round long. Now, this opens up the possibility of the B split with 30 seconds left. INTZ unlikely going to go for this. They might catch the push round arch, though, and Yell's found the frag. So this has only opened up the A site further now, as there's no pressure coming from the backline for now. The issue is this scope down this angle. ZQKS could line him up. He's going to find one, yell it with the instant trade, and that plant is definitely going to be down in time. 1v1 here. Tifa's already close by.
Oh. Tifa's got this. And Yell caught looking over towards Library. Doesn't have the read as to where Tifa is. So 4 kills from ZQKS to salvage that round. And now a second cemented for Imperial. I tell you what, I do like the Org meta. It feels like, you know, we've really seen some great clips from it. It has been the new rifle of choice. What do you think of the idea over on the CT side of running the A1S along with the Org? Because that's something that we've seen a couple of teams now do. I think Big are one of the first ones to try and adopt that idea.
What do you mean with the idea of running the A1S with the Org?
Well, because... oh, choking a little bit there, my word. Trying to get that explanation out. Yeah, I mean... Because, you know, I don't know, like... obviously, like, the Org is a slightly better A4 in a lot of ways. So you can take the silenced and then run it alongside, use them situationally, depending.
I don't... Yeah, A1S is just bad. Like, it's just worse than the A4 in more ways than not. Like, if you like it, that's great. You know, if you play better with it, play with it. But it is objectively worse, right, in terms of having the clip size and everything. Like, you get the silence benefit, but in Counter-Strike, the benefit of the A1S, the benefit of the silencer isn't enough to really justify the clip size, I don't think. I don't see really many reasons to run the A1S over the A4, but, you know, it's like personal, right? It's whatever you want to play with, the same reason you would buy an Org over an M4, whatever you feel better with. So maybe the placebo effect of you playing with the A1S makes you play better, that's fine. Go for it. For now, though, fast B play from INTZ. 4 players here, 1 man holding onto that mid-rotate, so very dependent on these Ts getting their entry kills. Ramp through the CT spawn, but no smokes here on this B site to stop it, apart from that one on Showtime. Luckily still intact. Will go down. The flash is missed, and Tifa is actually going to blind them with a missed flash. He comes through the smoke with Showtime, and 3 kills. The bomb dropped. Only 1 man here. There may be challenge to cut off rotations, but it's too little, too late. 4 men on this B site for Imperial.
I mean, they've got the bomb. They could just sit on it like a mother hen with her eggs. They're not going to let INTZ pluck those away from them, and this will be a 3rd round for Imperial. Since getting these rifles in hand, they've looked very strong on this CT side. INTZ really yet to show off all too much. And you think about some of these rounds, right? They've been looking good. They found all the openers. They've been getting kills here and there. I mean, obviously, you know, with the exception of that round there. But Imperial have always had all these great individual efforts. To keep them in it. KNG, back on the op, was able to hold it forward from the round prior. Volley down towards the bottom of mid, and that does prevent the early peak. Yell's already gone up and past it and rejoins up with Destiny here at the top of middle. They're going to try and make mid control a focus early on here. INTZ may be indicative of the A play. The flash is now raining in. ZQKS trapped in the corner, and that Molotov will flush him forward, but that doesn't matter because Shiz holds his own. KNG, and with the response, just him and Cello remaining. They are trying to deal with the man in the pit. And in through long, ZQKS arrives, shutting down the man out on the balcony. Just KNG left standing, and while he has looked good in this matchup, a 1v4 required from him here. Oh. Tifa's just playing with his food, keeping his attention fixated on this portion of the map. KNG able to reposition, reads into that as something's up. Here's the footsteps over towards short. It gets triple peaked, and there's just no winning that if you are KNG.
Yeah, not much you can do, especially with that flanking play as well. Tactical pause from INTZ. First one we've seen this map. They only needed one in the previous. was pretty dominant if you remember back to that strong first half from them. Eventually getting a bit close, but nothing to worry about at the end. This, however, now in the lead for Imperial, a bit of a different situation. We did wonder if with these map picks they could be trading and we could end up on that third. Very likely possibility, but a rifle round will not be on the cards here for INTZ. It's pistols coming up. Imperial, though, individually, definitely looking better than they did in the previous, right? We had just Shiz shining, and now he definitely is, but he's got the supporting cast alongside him. Tifa's doing well. ZQKS has had his rounds. I'm excited to see this AWP once again. ZQKS looks down middle, but it's a fast second mid play, so they've gotten up very close. He's had to back off up on long. DZT, aggression up on the balcony. He'll drop the bomb as well. It's going to be Shiz going down, but not the end of the world here for Imperial, who still retain a man advantage.
No clue how DZT wins that fight there. What a massive kill to find that. Gonna be heavy man advantage maintained, crucially Showtime and the gang. Already pushed through the bottom of Banana, leaving Yell and KNG in a horrible spot, because if they try and rotate back, if they try and hit this B bomb site in the belief that this is gonna be the easier of the two, they will be sadly mistaken. That's the bomb dropped, and this round now is all but said and done. Imperial should be picking up a fifth. For Yell, really does just become about, can he find any damage to this CT side economy? Okay, there's one. Will he be ready for Showtime, who's currently in his little hidey hole? He's going to hear the footsteps of his old teammate, Yell. It does feel weird seeing these two in the server against one another. You know, they're on the same team for like 2 whole years. And now seeing them go head to head, well, doesn't feel entirely right, but they're both taking it in their stride. Imperial sitting up 5-3.
And nice to see them have a little less fear as well, even in these kind of rounds. I know they are anti-ecos, but DZT, you know, getting aggressive, trying to show INTZ they're not fearful of them, despite being down a map, facing elimination. Keeping up the pressure, at least on the CT side, that is important on Inferno. Now 5-3, the buy round back in for INTZ. Double AWP, Showtime going to be donning that as well now. We don't have a T side or B this, so nades going over. Unfortunately, no one on top of the balcony, but that's a nice setup nonetheless for Imperial. Shows their depth on this map. Do you know they like to play a bit of Inferno from time to time? I might have to play back on this A site as well. ZQKS has already dropped KNG. INTZ, they've taken top B control. They have a lot of map control, but Imperial are fine with giving that away now, having the man advantage and having fallen back. Very, very passive with this AWP up on the library, released outside it. If INTZ are looking to execute back towards the B side, 2 smokes to play with, that's just going to be enough. What can Showtime and Tifa do on the defense?
That's a big question, and now we get to see the answer. Showtime almost spotting players through the gap in that smoke. Timing not quite there for him, but this gives Tifa the chance to get something done, but he falls off the boost. He's a bit heavy-footed, and that will be his demise as he hops on down. Zand able to drop the man holding close, but Showtime, he's just denied that bomb plant, lands the wallbang. Don't play into this round all too much, but it has bought time for rotations and kept this man advantage up in favor of Imperial. Just Destiny and Cello remain. Destiny needs to help his buddy out because Cello, despite being tagged down low, is good for 2, but it's just not happening. DZT and Shiz able to get the job done. Imperial will move on to a 6th as this CT side looks very, very convincing.
Yeah, far more so. They didn't seem too worried about giving up that bomb plant either in the 5-on-4, playing for the retake. It definitely helps them. Not only Showtime gets that kill to allow for more time for a rotate and also take back that man advantage once they lost the CT spawn push. But Imperial, they definitely need to make the decision there a little more so, right? This push out through the smoke from Tifa, if you're going to go for that, you would typically want some support from Coffins that still hadn't been covered by utility. So either go for it or don't. Don't half-ass it. Now KNG is on this AWP on the T side. No armor behind it. Very susceptible to nades. Still 2 orbs kept up for Imperial, who did start this bit of a streak on the CT side. The nades going over, hitting Destiny down to 58 now. They've got to be very aware of those nades coming over. It's not the first time we've seen that from Imperial. Now flash to B allows Tifa to peek. But he'll find nothing. INTZ do love these slow defaults, but now with the utility starting to cut off long, the idea of taking A shield is a tantalizing one. Yell going to decide to push up alongside Destiny coming through the boiler. Once that Molotov fades, Imperial are forced back. You have this double balcony setup as well, and this is, while a bit cheesy, could really catch out these Ints guys if they hit the A side, but right now it's looking like a B split through the CT spawn with a bomb going up through Banana. Not much utility left up for this Imperial side, 2 smokes and a molly, but same story for both.
That flash is perfect. Tifa peeks on the back of it. ZQKS take a bow as he sets his teammate up perfectly. Now Destiny's done what he can to pull INTZ back into this, but there's ZQKS slamming down the gauntlet over towards Long. Zand in the 1v3, and it's just not happening. Imperial are 7th. And that there, ZQKS and Tifa doing a great job of playing off of one another over towards Long. Tifa, really, if anything, was unfortunate to only get away with 1 kill there. That flashbang lands perfectly. I think it was the timing of Destiny out from the apartments over at short. Just catching him off guard, but you saw the rest of the team able to follow through nicely. Another tactical timeout called in for INTZ. It is back to the drawing board. Issue is they don't really have much to go off of. It's not that they can really say that much has worked anywhere. One thing I think it is important mentioning is they have been able to get that bomb down over at B a hell of a lot. Maybe we just see them go back to another faster B play here in what will be a partial investment, looking for the buy in the next round. Obviously the one advantage to going 6 rounds down in a row is you do accrue quite the loss bonus. Does act like a bit of a helping hand, and it will indeed be that fast B play that we called for. They're already up past these Molotovs, and Imperial in with that nice nade, do a bit of chip damage onto Destiny. Now it falls to the 2 players in the bomb site to actually finish off these players that the utility tagged down.
Oh, Zan peeking though, and he was already spotted in that pit. Destiny's trying to come up from the back of ruins, but he's been spotted with the AWP, already posted on the angle. This bomb's still under the control of Imperial. It's KNG now left alone, but he's found one. Doesn't expect the second player at the back of the site. And the pistols find damage, but damage is not enough. That being said, still a good eco regardless. But this buy has to be something. They have to follow up that kind of round with a win, because otherwise Imperial are going to do exactly what INTZ did to them on the CT of Overpass, stomp them. As mentioned earlier, you know, we did see INTZ slightly struggle on the T side earlier on. Definitely looking like a better CT team so far. And so that might be in somewhat a reason as to why they picked this map. But you need a little bit more to get done on this first half. Can't be relying on a 12-3 comeback, and right now some aggression down Banana getting punished. KNG ready for it. A fast entry. We're seeing the pace very much kicked up for Ints, and this is what I love to see. I've questioned a lot of these slower default rounds, but now they're getting in the face of Imperial. It seems to be working out. 2 kills to their name. DZT caught in that smoke. Oh, ducking below the bullets. Really matrixing his way to success.
Ooh. Oh no, he's gonna wait, he's gonna take it. Oh, ZQKS has been so good over here at this A-bomb site. The seasoned veteran of Imperial, showing that he can teach an old dog new tricks. 3 kills for him in this round, and now repositioning down into the pit. But INTZ switching things up, now trying to take control of CT. While this doesn't mean they're not going to run into the AWP as ZQKS down in the pit, their problems might be just beginning. They're walking into the more stacked site. You've got a man pushing down Banana. That's DZT. maybe that could prove to be a bit of a blessing, though, for INTZ. Should's just hidden at this portion of the map. They know that the potential to wrap through CT was there. And now the penny should drop for Imperial. DZT, he's cleared all the way up to this A bomb site. Completely swapping sides. Bit of an identity crisis for him. Shuz, all he's got to do is deny this plant, and he might even go ahead and do more than that. 9th round secured as Shuz locks down that B bomb site.
Yeah, very aware for the wrap and nice position. Good off angle to hold down B while his teammate had so much control towards Banana. So this really is a stomp, Harry, in this second map. Not really, like, while we said, okay, this is a better map for Imperial than it is for, you know, INTZ in terms of at least history and playbook, but not this dominant is a scoreline that I expected. 9-3 up on the CT side for Imperial. If the INTZ want a chance to pull a comeback, they really do need more rounds on this T side, just a couple, to relieve some of that pressure, give them a buffer. And the nades landing over won't connect. Destiny is late to climb up into the apartments. If there's one AK up on Cello as well, but that's here. Seemingly like a fast A play here for the INTZ boys, and Imperial playing close on the balcony. We've got DZT getting flashed in, great flashbang, fully blinded. Oh, the entire team. Cello eventually trades, but it's not without its cost. 2 casualties before that kill comes through, and there's no push even yet because the Molotov is down in the apartments, cutting off that bomb retrieval.
And I'm going to be honest, you know, for you and me, I don't know about you, but I've actually really enjoyed watching this Imperial lineup. I think they play some very solid CS. You can see on the map that they feel a bit more comfortable on, like Inferno. We have these flashbangs. We have players playing off of one another. You think about some of the issues with some of the up-and-coming Brazilian teams that we've seen of days gone by, and that's maybe been, you know, their problems is they've, you know, maybe more fallen back on their very good mechanical skill, lacked some of that tactical depth, and that's what I'm liking about this Imperial lineup right now. On top of that, ZQKS, the man with all the experience, also the IGL of this team. He also shows that he can just go toe-to-toe with the best of them, even while making some fantastic mid-round calls. This round now, though, smoke falls at the CT, and Cello, through the smoke, does delete. Old mate Showtime. Uh-oh, bomb drop. Never mind, it's all over. Cello can't seem to catch a break. So close, yet so far, all at the same time.
Oh, he even gets a kill as well at the end of the round. One of the 3 guns that Imperial had surviving has been stripped away, but again, it doesn't really matter. It's 10-3, Harry. This is a dominant scoreline. They may not have a huge amount of money left in the bank, but it's really not going to make much difference at all. Keeping up the dominance are Imperial in this second map of the series. It seems like INTZ are running out of fuel. They've got to fill back up, Harry. Show us what they're made of in these last couple of rounds. AWP for KNG. Zand, who was the key of the previous map for INTZ, is sitting on 3 kills right now. Polar opposite to the previous map. Well, he was bordering 30, so talk about a slow down. Not just him, though, the entire team behind him. Fast play up towards this B site, potentially. We've got Destiny setting up utility towards A, but we've already seen how many nades have been flying over onto this balcony, so Destiny has to be very, very careful. Now, INTZ have been kept out of Banana by this utility usage, and they will begin to rotate right back after showing early presence. Actually setting up the flashbang to allow these guys to peek up on long early on. It's a heavy short setup. Nice Molotov, catches out one, but it's ZQKS. He's always been so good on this hub so far this map. Again, getting that trade kill, pulling it back into a 4-on-4, and he's looking for a little bit more, but Yell does decapitate him.
Oh, aggression now. Banana might catch Zand off guard, and indeed it does. That there is the lurker dealt with, and in the blink of an eye, it's KNG left standing. He's going to try and take this peek in the mid. Showtime, will he be ready for it? Doesn't matter right now as that flash. What's KNG off the angle? The issue is he's put a lot of emphasis on winning out this fight, and he is able to do so. Had he not got that, time would have been the real problem, but Tifa already posted up on the angle, ready to get that trade over towards long. Imperial, an 11th round, since moving into a map that looks to be a more comfortable one for this squad. They've been damn near unstoppable.
Yeah, what a complete switch around. What a total flip of this map as we head into this second half. Very nearly, of course. One more round left up. And not the best of buys for INTZ either. They've got the AKs, but not much behind it. No utility. Couple of nade buys coming through for the team here, but at this point, there's nothing to suggest that INTZ can really get this fourth round on the T side. It's been a complete shutdown every corner they go. And the man who you screen now, ZQKS, he's been one of the large reasons for that with this AWP. Yell has tried his best on this T side, but not been enough to bail out the Brazilians. Again, this triple short setup, flash through the smoke for INTZ as they look to take control of middle, but that's never really been the point of contention. That's never really been an issue for them. It's getting further than that because ZQKS is on the other side and he's locking down targets left and right.
Oh, they've hit the wall that is ZQKS once again. This time KG is able to punch a hole right through him, but not before he's plucked away too from the offensive INTZ squad. Destiny didn't actually spot Tifa work his way into that little corner there. Now Showtime over in CT as well. And you can see Imperial, they've hedged their bets. They've got all 4 players over here towards A. Not going to be an easy task for INTZ. But if there are any 3 players you'd want, this would be them with how they've been playing right now, especially KNG. He's up in the apartments. He's looking to try and find the opener. And as he goes pushing in, it's actually Destiny and KNG to get the job done. They lose KNG before that bomb goes down. Destiny's going to get followed up onto. Showtime in with a quick double, and now it's Cello hidden away down in the pit. There's no gun for him to retrieve, so a CZ and a dream. Bomb is planted for him. That smoke that rains into it misses its mark somewhat. Issue they're going to have, Tifa can clear this bomb site, spots all the close angles, calls it there's no one there. They're starting to narrow down the options, but Cello wins that initial fight. And now into the one-on-one. Showtime just tapping the bomb over the top, and Cello's going to take his head off. INTZ salvage a 4th round at the end of the first half. Will that be enough to give them the chance to get back into things in their CT side? Find out after the break. A bit of a rebrand here as they change their name to INTZZZ, falling asleep over in their T-side half. Can we see The Brazilian squad that currently sits 1-0 up in this series recover in the second, or will Imperial close out their map pick and take us through to Mirage, the decider? For those of you who are just joining us, let's not forget, the loser of this, they're going home. They're gone. And already, the frag's going to be going the way of Imperial down here in mid. DZT in with a quick double, and that's trouble for INTZ. KNG off the angle. Tifa catches him crossing back, and Cello, that was your chance to find the equalizer, pick up the man in the apartments. Whiffing those shots is now giving Imperial a real shot in this round, especially with this rotation of Yell. This B bomb site's open, and Imperial, they're going to get it for free. If they go now, and they're not, they've slowed down. They do have the smoke on Showtime for the cross if they do decide to go for it, but now they've hesitated. This is where it's easy to get in your own head if you are Imperial.
They just threw the smoke down on B. That's forced a rotation of KNG, but that means there's only 2 players here on A, and they've just removed one of them. Yell's half-tagged with no armor either, and DZT is on a tear. 4th kill of the round. This is the start that Imperial needed on the second half. They did not want to let INTZ get back into things on their map pick, on their CT side. And boy, if they shut that down.
KNG has been the only real bastion of hope for INTZ. Still, 1v4 is a very tall order indeed, especially with this flank from Shuz. Now, this could give him a way back into it. The issue is he can't find any of these fights. All the 2 players inside of the site had to do is not peek into him. And they've done exactly that. Shuz's flank will pay off. And Imperial finding the pistol around here should be fresh in your mind though, Hugo. In the first half, they were able to find that pistol. Then they lost their anti-eco in the second. They're going to be given another shot here to try for the conversion. Ooh, and interestingly enough, INTZ, they've gone for the force buy over on the CT side. So is this going to be something that catches Imperial off guard?
I mean, surely not at this scoreline. It doesn't sound like a crazy surprise. You are getting absolutely beaten on your map pick, so you'd like to think Imperial will be somewhat aware of it, but lots of SMGs mean they are susceptible to losing to these CZs. So dangerous at close range. Oh, the nade though, Zan getting picked apart early on, opens up this B site for contention. There's only KNG here, fast AK play, and DZT's taking them down. That might just be the round. It is Inferno after all. These 3 CTs on the wrong side of the map. With that plant down, it's going to solidify 13 here for Imperial.
Yeah, now Destiny, Cello, and Yell, they're at least able to hold on to the armor, the pistols, the scout over on Yell. Maybe look to do something with it in the next. But that is the downside to this force buy. You do just have to take a round on the chin. And really, you know, unless something goes very, very wrong, these CZs are able to create opportunities where really they shouldn't. That should be a 14th round for Imperial, almost guaranteed, especially as they mop up these players. They go hunting. They don't want to let them get away with this force buy. Oh, sorry, with saving these force bought weapons. And you understand why.
Yeah, nothing surviving.
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody dies. DZT. Bells are ringing out. Not Christmas time, but maybe for Imperial, they're just happy that they've been gifted this map, potentially.
Yeah, not to take it away from them at all. They looked very, very strong on that CT side. We had a lot of star performances from the likes of, you know, ZQKS, of course, DZT, Shiz. These players have really come in clutch. I mean, everyone's had their moments. The kill distribution is pretty damn close after all. And KNG, he's had a great game, but it's not going to be enough here. Lots of nades down Banana in middle, but finding, wow, absolutely nothing. Showtime gets away almost scot-free. And with that, INTZ get no kills, so they just rotate back towards A, try and set up fully here. But even then, you're getting desperate to ask for anything with these USPs. Imperial just going for a slower default round as well, playing things very methodically, not wanting to throw away any chance of losing this map, and I respect that. DZT locking down the mid push, and these CTs are just running to their death. So 4 kills for DZT. He keeps up the strong second half.
And this is kind of, what we were touching on from Imperial. They play a much more regimented style. They play some actually, I think, very good CS. You see them setting each other up with flashbangs. They're being very methodical in how they approach this. It feels like it's a lot less based around individual players popping off. And, you know, then whenever it does, at least normally you can attribute it down towards teamwork. You think about the rounds that INTZ have got, well, they've had to be, you know, there was KNG in that 1v4 that got denied by ZQKS. He's had so many multi-kill rounds where he just had to step up on his own, create all the opportunities himself. Meanwhile, you know, on the polar opposite side of things, in a lot of these rounds, if we see someone step up and get 3 kills, normally it's on the back of, you know, ZQKS setting up a flashbang for his teammates, or, you know, the B players. I think that was Tifa and co playing off of one of each other very nicely. And yeah, I do think, considering how little they tend to play Overpass, they even did a pretty good job there. So really looking to make a statement here on this map. Zan, back with his trusty AUG, he really does love this weapon. You know, we saw him fall completely quiet back on the T side of Overpass and here on their T side of Inferno. Now that he's got the AUG back in hand, he's a happy camper, and that will be 3 kills for him in this round. ZQKS and Shuz left standing, but these two have been tried and tested in so many clutch situations for Imperial, and it always seems to come up, at least be it a close round. They're looking to make it more than that, though. Double AWP in this retake. No armor for KNG or Yells. Aim punch is going to play into this, but ZQKS has given up his position down here on Banana. There's no kit in play. ZQKS, good for one. He thinks he's got the bomb diffuser, but he has not. And Yell's going to get that defuse with seconds to spare. A 5th round for INTZ. Those double AWPs don't come back to punish them in the retake. It comes down to the wire, but it will be a 5th.
Yeah, it was very much the timing of that peek in CT when the one player sat on coffins, looked away at the wall to wait for a flashbang. Now, if he was holding that angle and gets that immediate kill, which he probably would have gotten, that round is probably won by Imperial. But he looks away for a potential flashbang, gets caught shot in the side, and then, well, the AWPs are no longer a problem. That defuse is stuck and INTZ win a round. So not over till it's over, but still, you know, similarly to Overpass, however, on the flip side of things, it is very much dominant right now. It's hard for you to expect a comeback. Not much to show for it so far. Still this double AWP here for INTZ. No armor on Yell. Smoke execute here for Imperial. Apartments actually is under the control of INTZ, who do find a couple of early kills, taking down both Tifa and ZQKS. Now this might force a rotation of the bomb, but really it doesn't really matter because it's a 5-on-3. No portion of this map is weak right now. INTZ just standard setup as they find 2 opening kills.
Throws that flash over, and you see he sets his players up in the apartments. Shuz and DZT trying to do work. They know where the last man is at this short position, but Cello plays them like a fiddle. INTZ 6-14. Clearly showing that they do have problems residing over on these T sides. But the CT side halves have looked very good from them, so maybe a chance to build back into this game. There's still a buy available for Imperial.
The big difference is for INTZ is they're starting this comeback when they are against 14 rather than 15. That was when we started seeing Imperial getting rounds, when INTZ had 15, and it's just so hard to bank on actually anything being won there because there's no chance for you to get a reset if you lose one. There's no room for error at all, and not that there's a huge amount here for the CT side. But at least they do have somewhat of a buffer. Not to say that this comeback is at all realistic yet, but baby steps, Harry. One at a time. Deep banana control is taken here, though, and the aggression into the apartments succeeding for Tifa. Issue is no one here for INTZ there. Stacked up double on short with KNG cutting down long. Also doubling back between the apartments, so 2 positions to watch for him. And in the meantime, INTZ still hold the bottom of B, but with them running out of utility, they will give it up early, leaving just this 1 AWP here as Zan rotates safely to join his teammates. Now the execute comes through from Imperial, and they're bursting those apartments.
KNG keeping a watchful eye on the apartments. Destiny beats him to that first kill. those smokes going to dissipate down in the pit. KNG now given free reign. He knows that these tenants up in the apartments, they're late on their rent payments, and he's looking to try and deal with them. Had the bomb drop just moments ago. Zan and KNG doing all the work in the world. 4 players have come rotating in for INTZ, and that will be a 7th round confirmed. KNG having a stellar game, and now that we've got Zand over on this CT side, he is looking more comfortable, and we do have someone who can maybe look to step up alongside KNG.
Yeah, definitely makes all the difference. Zan nearly doubling his kills in this half alone, and we were only 4 or 5 rounds in. So definitely the comeback that we needed. However, it's a long way away, Harry. It's very hard to bank on. Luckily for now, it's a chance for INTZ to get some more money in their bank accounts because our Imperial don't have anything to play with. It's going to be another pistol round.
Well, a bit of a main, sorry, this is the mainstream. Yeah. A bit of a B stream update for you. Now over there we have Envy versus Team 1. We just saw Team 1 manage to pick up Trey. Now that was their map pick. They secured the victory there 16-8. Dust 2 is the next map. Obviously that's the map pick of Envy. And it's Envious sitting 4-0 up right now in that matchup. That one's looking like it could go the distance as well. Overpass is the decider there. We'll endeavor to keep you updated, but now focusing on the game at hand. Imperial finally at the woes of a weakened economy. KNG down through Banana, but this man not in search of potassium. He's looking for something a little bit more. I know, I was going to say fleshy, but that just feels weird. You don't hunt men. That's the quote. I've got his name. It's Frank. There you go.
However, you can sell arms for 400k in New York.
Can?
Harry was doing some research.
Arm and a leg, actually, worth 1.2 million in insurance compensation.
Harry, no one is paying you $1 million to buy your limbs. I can assure you that, as much as you try and hassle me.
I felt like I couldn't even give you them for free.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of limbs in middle here as KNG peeks out wide.
How much
4
is
kills.
a skull worth? Because KNG's got 4 of them.
Most of them pretty crippled, though, pretty destroyed. Nice work from ZQKS. He throws the AWP out the map. He knows with 40 seconds left, they're going to be chasing him down.
Such a little gremlin.
Yeah, I know.
Really is just the... such a little... I mean, obviously, they wouldn't have been able to save the AWP anyway. There's no one nearby, but he didn't know that. And it's just little things like that, just to cripple the economy of INTZ that much more. For Imperial, they know that if they can get a few of these rounds close, you can erode that money gradually for this CT side, then eventually hope to get them to breaking point. The issue they're going to have is, I mean, KNG has just been on fire. He was the only guy showing up on the T side. I was questioning if that form would continue moving into their CT side half. Obviously, what this means is they have that potential to run the double AWP between KNG and Yell. That was interesting when this team was assembled. And it's been paying dividends for INTZ right now.
Nearing 30 kills, and INTZ have 8 rounds to their name. That just shows what individual efforts KNG is going to. It's actually the secondary AWP here and Yell that picks up the opening kill. Thief getting picked off on the A side of things as the pressure comes down to Banana. Bomb here as well. We may even have this boost up. In fact, that is the case. Zan in position. Cello going to have to throw the smoke as the push comes through. The Molotov in front of it as they run right by. There's a man in that smoke, but both these CTs are unable to find the kill. One's blind and one's above. DZT gets behind enemy lines, but they haven't seen this guy on the top, so Zan is going to be able to get himself one as DZT smokes himself off in the ruins and comes right back out with a flashbang. 2 kills. He does get traded by the AWP of KNG, but it's a man down for Imperial, but a bomb plant nonetheless.
And they're hoping that's enough to make up for it. Shiz and ZQKS, it's always these two in the clutch. What do they have in store for us? That smoke falls and that will hold back any chance of them spotting players on the cross. Time, though, starts to become the real problem here for INTZ. They have to pick up the pace. They have to get on this bomb. Tapping on it, that was KNG. But time's gone. Time is well and truly gone. They're on the bomb. Might get picked up. Destiny's trying to stick it, but no, he gets discovered. Imperial 15-8. INTZ leaving that one a little bit late.
Yeah, it seemed like they had no idea that both players were ruins for some reason. I'm not sure I'm not sure why really, with the fact that these T's were spamming through smokes. INTZ, not committed to getting the bomb at all, and just rather waiting for T's to peak when they have no need to.
I do wonder though. I mean, there were a few moments in that round where like maybe there was some communication issues with INTZ.
Definitely.
You think about DZT pushing through that smoke in CT. That was actually spotted by the man that was holding it and up on the boost. Obviously, as we saw transpire, the man there, I believe it was Zan, had no clue that there was anyone in CT. Now, they got very fortunate in the fact that DZT pushed into the ruins and smoked himself off. But then, as we saw, he flashed himself back through, picked up both kills, and seemed like only one half of the B bomb site knew that he was there. DZT once more on the entry. He's opened up the B bomb site, and now it falls to INTZ in this retake once more. The issue is they couldn't get it done in a 3v2. Now a 4v4. The odds feeling stacked against them here.
And both orbs still in play as well. Unless they get players peeking into them, they might have a tough time. But Yell offers... Well, Showtime offers himself up, and Yell will take the kill. So a 4-on-3 now taken. Another advantage traded back by DZT with a big wide peak. He was low, but he still gets himself 2 kills before the trade is there. And ZQKS has cut off the flank down Banana. This is falling apart here for INTZ, and it feels like Mirage is ever so close. 16 rounds to the 8 of INTZ as we head over to that third map. Not being able to get it done on their map pick, we do have both teams trading. As I mentioned, Mirage being that third one on the series. This game is not done. We'll head over to a break rather, and we'll be joining you back in just a few minutes for that third and final map of this series, seeing who will be eliminated.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Now, I don't know if you saw that rocket ship crashing right into Earth there, but that was actually the momentum of INTZ, just stopping dead in its tracks. We did see Inferno going the way of Imperial. After an 11-4 first half, it was a pretty superior showing. And, well, I guess we're here to talk about that. So, where do we begin, Natu and Sponge?
I would start off by saying, like, you saw INTZ, so just having to start on T side. I'm playing T side on a map like Inferno, where it's a lot about creating crowns, a lot about getting map control, and then trying to make some good executes afterwards. Once you've gained that, once you maybe create like an upper hand. But instead, we saw a lot of situations where they just put themselves in a meat grinder, basically. Getting in that transitioning positioning where they were supposed to already go, but then they just kind of halted, and then one guy with a pop flash would be able to get like 2K and pretty much round over, right?
Hesitation catching up.
Yeah, that's just kind of the name of the game for these guys. They're just not finding their tracks on the T sides.
Some of the factors that probably played into that was, if you look at the first map, Overpass, Zand had the highest rating in the whole server. He had the most, he was absolute dominant force. And then you flick on over to Inferno, he's gone from the highest rated player to the lowest rated player in the server. So that's someone cooling off significantly. Also, both pistols, KNG almost pulled off that miracle within the first pistol round when he had the 1v1. Player was very low. I don't think he realized that because he would have played that situation much differently. But if he had won that, then I can see them spiraling more rounds early because the economy wouldn't have been built up at such an early point. The fact that they won the force buy, reset them, they took some ecos, got their economy up, just set up that brick wall. That's the contrasting fact of both these first maps. Both teams have set up brick walls the first halves and just shut these squads out.
Exactly. That momentum started to roll just a little bit too far this time for INTZ to bounce back. And I guess the bounce back that they're going to have to do will now be the third map of this series, where we find ourselves going a little bit of Mirage. So I suppose now that we have an even playing field yet again, guys, what should we expect here?
I think if we take that point that was just made into consideration, that both teams on the CT side are able to have strong showings, but on the T side it looks a little bit lackluster, a lot weaker. A map like Mirage is now an open playing field. Overpass and Inferno both allow the CT lockdown, where now this is going to not be more about gamble stacking, but more about individuals and their positions on the CT side. One player isn't just going to be able to get multi-kills in the same way. There needs to be more teamwork, more cohesion in that regard for them to be able to have a strong CT half, and the T sides can be more free-flowing, right? It's not so much about getting the map control. You can get it for free, or you can get it a lot quicker. So I think this is going to be a faster-paced game than the last two, but I thought after the first map that INTZ outclassed Imperial. Now it's been the shoes on the other foot. So this is quite an interesting matchup. I'm not sure where Mirage is going to land, because this is the most even playing field map we have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map right now that everyone's at least decent on, basically, because this and like Cash are the most two pogged maps in the world, basically. So individually speaking, everyone's going to be mega comfortable on them. I feel like, yeah, like you said, like T sides have been lackluster. So for me, it's mostly about which of the two teams is capable of identifying what the CT side likes to do. Is it going to be a lot of playing heavy middle, pushing there, being aggressive? Is it going to be stacking Bob sides, and then making decisions based off of that, basically trying to play the CT in that sense?
I think some of the factors which have stood out for me is that when it is in the lower buy situations, especially in the early stages, or when it comes down to the grittier 3v3s, INTZ looks better, right? Because their individuals are hitting harder shots, right? I think their individuals have stood up more so than that on Imperial across the board. Like, we've had flashy moments from almost everybody on INTZ, whereas the same cannot be said for Imperial, at least in my mind. So if this is a brawly game and it's very close economic-wise, that's where I think INTZ really has the edge.
Well, we talk about momentum in these games, and of course this is an elimination game, and of course an elimination map at that. We're not just at the match anymore. We're now down to one map between these two teams. Real quickly, guys, who do you think this one's going to?
Look, I'm going to stick with INTZ. I just think on a map like this that's so free-flowing that a player like Zand will come back to life, and KNG just showed why he is a fantastic player on that map of Inferno just there. So I think they've got the skill to push them through Mirage.
They should. The caveat is that it's a national rivalry kind of thing. Players know each other. They know the tendencies and so on. So that's that could be the curveball. But I do feel that INTZ should have this one.
Well, here's the other curveball I have for you over on the other stream. Let me give you a quick update of what is Team 1 versus Envious over there in the decider for Group B. Currently, it's going to be Team 1 leading this one, and, well, it's not going to be as close as unfair as you would think. It is 8-6 as they start to look towards that second half over on Dust 2, but we're now going to be looking at Mirage, because that's where the action's going down here on the A stream with the A team, and I got two players, or should I say casters, that are ready to get it down and dirty. It's going to be Hugo and Harry. These guys are ready. They just had some dinner. Let's talk to them about that, chat.
Well, I didn't eat Trace, you know, I get fueled by Counter-Strike. That is what keeps me going, and we got a lot more of that where that comes from. So, third map of this series. Harry, you're looking full, you're looking ready to go. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great, and I'm ready to head on in to map number 3. I just had some vegetable paella. It was.
Can't even say the goddamn word.
I like to think I can. Although maybe not. I don't know. I'm not good with pronunciation. But one thing I like to think I'm not awful at is saying words sometimes, which is pronunciations. Never mind. Imperial over here towards his P-bomb site. They're setting up for this play early on. KNG is here, and he's someone that the analysts highlighted I think could show up in this series alongside the likes of Zan. Let's see if he lives up to the hype that's been generated around him, as he does manage to grace the scoreboard early. The two players that we mentioned showing up in this pistol round. Now Zan has been dispatched off KNG, trying to do what he can, and ooh, it's an awkward fight inside the bomb site, but Showtime finally able to win that out, and now Tifa topples Yell. Suddenly it's Cello and Destiny in a 2-on-2.
This bomb still out on the bench. Tifa's dropped Destiny. It's Cello trying to watch his cross, trying to stop that bomb from getting down on the site, but Showtime's coming for the repeat. Wide face from him, and Tifa's going to be able to double up. It's 4 kills in the pistol round for Tifa. Not a man who's had these multi-kills in the pistol before. We've had seemingly someone new every single time, but stepping up to the mark for Imperial, taking their pistol round under their hand. And now this T-side starting things off strongly as well, so INTZ now left with the decision to force buy. Whether or not they want to go for that, we will see. It seems like a full eco for them, as they want to get the third round buy nice and early on and get rid of that bonus round.
Now, one thing I'm curious, as we head into what should be a clean round for Imperial, this is one where we really can't afford to talk about stuff. Just going to be this A execution. And I'm curious, Hugo, because, we heard the desk. They both said they think INTZ takes this series now 2-1. What way do you see this going? Because I'm going to disagree with the two analysts. I think Imperial will pick this up. They've impressed me thus far.
I mean, it depends who steps up, I think, majorly so, right? We had Zan being a crucial piece on that first map, and he was a large reason as to why the CT side was so dominant for INTZ. Now, if he's lacking here, and if we don't have someone like KNG to fill his place, I feel like, yeah, there's a very good chance Imperial could find that win, because while there's not been, the same exceptional outlier on these games for Imperial, they've all just seemingly been doing their part. And that's great, obviously having a little more team than there's no I in team, Harry.
There is no No. There's no I in team. I'll give you that. But yeah, I mean, that was a very nice way of dodging the question.
Yeah.
But now I have to ask you, where does your money lie in this matchup, Hugo? Imperial or INTZ? Are you going to side with the analyst desk or with me, your longest, oldest friend?
I definitely think a Brazilian team will win this map, Harry. It's looking likely.
Brilliant. Right, we can always rely on you.
Absolutely not.
Well, let's see. At least now you know you're not going to be wrong. There's always that. Then again, someone who's never wrong is also maybe never right.
No, I'll be right. A Brazilian team will win this game.
Yeah, right. Look, here's Yell. He's looking all right, and he's all left as he sits side of the apartments right now. Ooh, he's lucky. He's lucky as Yell. The smoke going to extinguish that Molotov, and going to continue the luck. Finds another man in through the smoke. He's on 3 kills, by the way. Not that you would know it, because he hasn't seen anyone yet. Finally sees his first man as he picks up his 4th kill in that round, and that will be INTZ. Finding a rifle round early on here.
Yeah, pretty dominant one up in the apartments. The Orgs again reigning supreme. It's like Overpass all over again. Getting that early buy was definitely worth it. Is now Imperial. I mean, look at their cash. You can't see it just yet, but it's pretty poor. They've got 2 AKs, 2 pistols, and a Galil. For what could be a reset round from them, however. That being said, with this buy not looking too likely, KNG straight away, AWP into middle. The Molotov to cut off a window smoke if it were to come down, and he's going to be late peeking this one. Actually not peeking at all. So late, he's left. Cello's taken 1 through the smoke in middle. And INTZ at least kicking things off for the man advantage. Double nade to window, but KNG, as noted, had already fallen out.
Oh, that was actually a triple nade. They really put a lot in that one portion of the map. But yeah, you're bang on. They've already rotated the man out of that position. Cello's not too keen on the idea of getting caught out. Showtime and DZT, they have to trade off of one another. And, oh, perfect flash. Tifa throws that one in. And this is what I've been loving about Imperial. Every peek you see these guys take, it is accompanied by a flashbang. Now this is where I do get upset, because then you've got the individual talent over on the side of INTZ, clawing them back into this round. Ooh, Destiny just gonna miss that timing. Up and down like a bungee. Destiny drop, Tifa finds him, and now 2-on-3. They don't have to commit to this A-bomb. It's like the man who could cause some problems is Yell.
He's cutting off this rotating with one player low as well. This is going to be easy for Yell. Both kills, catches out the high HP player first as well, which is the most important part. 2 rounds now for INTZ as they bounce back and put it onto the eco here for the likes of Imperial. And these CT sides haven't been the stronger of the two for INTZ in the past, so for them to start here in the third map is definitely going to be leaning in their favor in a big way. Even though I wouldn't say Mirage is necessarily a heavily CT-sided map anymore, it's pretty equal. It does come down to the matchup more often than not. And this has been pretty back and forth, pretty damn close. Seeming like a fast A burst with these pistols though. Bomb plant is the intention.
It is the intention, but will they get away with it? The issue they're going to have is Destiny here, but DZT plugging in those numbers. Bomb goes down, goal achieved. KNG with 4 though, padding stats, building confidence, and he's certainly not the man who's ever been known to be too shy of confidence. It's a bit of a worrying start for Imperial as they have been feeding the beast over on the side of INTZ. By on the horizon, at least, for the Imperial side, and rifles out across the board. Interesting to note, not going to be electing to grab an AWP. Haven't been all too keen on really showing that, though. I mean, we saw ZQK pick it up every now and again, Showtime as well. But they have shown they are just a team that can run this 5 rifle setup, and they feel very comfortable with that.
I mean, if you look at it as well, Overpass, they had no money the entire game, so rarely able to pull it up, across the entire map. T-side, Inferno, not really a necessity, and the CT side, they had the double AWP from time to time, as you say, but yeah, fine with the rifles, no issue. If they get a free one, I'm sure they'll take it. They've got a couple of kills at least. DZT won't be ready for the man behind him in the boost. But it will at least mean Imperial do have the man advantage and a lot of information to play with as well. A is looking uncovered. The question mark is Destiny down on ramp. Yell losing his battle. Showtime is on a tear. He's taking the AWP. Now Destiny can still cut off this bomb, but it's playing extremely patient in the spawn.
Oh no, they've somehow got back into this round. Oh, that's B. That's a site secured. Showtime's got it. This rotation coming in from Destiny, but he's only got 19 HP. Showtime already posted up on the angle. Now, he's 1 shot away from death as well. Oh, timing. That's when I'd be throwing in the report. ZQKS is able to get the trade. You always hate that. You hold an angle for literally 30 seconds. You haven't moved. You haven't even touched your keyboard. Haven't even thought about it. And then it creeps into your head. Okay, maybe he's coming somewhere else. And then the second you unscope, oh. Well, never mind. Thing for me, the difference between these two teams is Imperial. I think they're going to be a much more consistent force than this INTZ roster, right? We see them, they flash each other, they set each other up in positions, and that allows you to be consistent, right? Because you're playing off of one another. INTZ, it does feel like they rely on individuals a hell of a lot more, and while that's been working right now, because it is a very skilled roster with a lot of talent on it, you do wonder how consistent that can be. In this round, ZQKS has already been dealt with. It's a 4-on-4 with Imperial. Still 2 players over here at ramp. Looking like they maybe want to try and go for this A-split, because you do have DZT up in top mid, Showtime in the apartment, so you can look to wrap Brown in through lower tunnels, try and take control of mid with DZT. That does look to be the case, but CT's been left open and Cello is there.
Yeah, just waiting, but he's so low, he might have to wait for that bomb plant. INTZ could spring this trap from the spawn with 3 players in position, but the issue is so much of the other map left open, this connector could be crawled. Could even get a boost in window potentially up from the short position, but Now INTZ starting to double back, not convinced that this is an A play after all. DZT does come through from the window, but there is Zand in CT to watch out for that cross, watch out for that wrap. And it may be needed. 35 seconds, this bomb coming out of the palace now, and DZT spotted, but oh my god, KNG just through the wall. He finds both.
What do you even do against that? What do you even do against KNG? I mean, this is where it's been falling apart for Imperial. They're able to do wondrous things in the beginning and mid-round. It's when it gets down to that slog at the end, when your utility has run out, that we see them go for some rather questionable decisions. You think about round prior as well. They were sitting in a 4v2, right? They're able to win that out, but you saw two individual peaks come into play as split at either bomb site, allowed INTZ to pull it back into a 2-on-2. Similarly here, they have control of the bomb site. They try and push in towards CT, and for a team that, you know, I certainly keep on praising about playing off of each other so well. And, you know, even Chad mentioned that briefly on the desk. It does feel so odd that right at the end, that's when it almost seems to crumble for this Imperial side. Now they've gone with this force buy in this round. I believe they were down on the double eco anyway. They've made a decision to go for the buy. Question now becomes, what can they get done with it?
Such a heavy B setup here for INTZ. They're very prepared for the idea of a forced B rush. So far not looking like the play though. Mid control going to be taken and two players out the underpass as well. Could always come back to that late B play up through Cap, but no one in the apartments, it definitely doesn't hint towards that. One man in the palace will be able to take the pressure off while they push up into this A bomb site, and the boost coming through as well. Now they're going to play this delayed, not immediately go through, and knowing that with INTZ giving up this much mid control, there's no way they're not watching window from somewhere, and that is CT spawn with Destiny in play. So this can be a nice catch later in the round that might surprise these INTZ guys as now this push comes through. No utility for the CT spawn though. That Molotov will cut off the point of the cross, and actually KNG, he should have just seen a player go there. He actually didn't, but that bomb going to go down regardless, close on the site. With a player in Palace as well, this is a very good situation from Imperial, but they don't have the weaponry to contend. So first man already getting picked off. This boost still here in the form of Showtime. Now we're going to have this retake.
Oh. Showtime dispatch from ZQKS follows, and this does just leave DZT now Shurs in the 1-on-5. Not going to happen. INTZ a 5th round confirmed. A bit of a B stream update for you, Hugo. I know you're a big fan of them. Obviously over there we have Team 1 versus Envy. Map 1 going the way of Team 1, and that was their map pick over on Train. Dust 2, the map that we're in right now, is all tied up 9-9. If you recall earlier when we spoke about it, Envy was sitting 6-1 up. So Team 1 doing a great job of grinding back into that matchup, similar to what we saw earlier in their game versus United, showing that they can go blow for blow with some of these teams and grind them down over time, not just reliant on these fast little upset games. Imperial setting up for the B play, flash on ZQKS, and oh. Collateral for Yell. Okay, they're going to keep walking into him. And the thing is, it's a bit of a bait and switch, because now they're not ready for Zan in this position. This round's over. These B players are absolute stars. INTZ, a 6th round confirmed. 5 players stay up. Nothing to get too excited about there. It is only the eco for the side of Imperial. You weren't really expecting much. Now they have this buy coming in at the very least.
And no AWP behind it though, and that has been a big problem. I mean, last round being a great example, but KNG 12-3, Yell 9-3. These guys have really been locking down both mid and the B site. I mean, KNG pretty much all around the map, no matter where he goes. I've mainly been towards that A site though, but for now, he's back towards B with Yell. KNG peering down the ramp with Destiny close by. Tifa's tagged up early by that AWP in the B site, but Imperial not dedicated so far. They are out into middle though. And this close ramp position from Shiz could get caught out. Destiny wants to go peering in. This is not going to be advantageous because his legs show first, but it doesn't make a difference when he hits that kind of shot. Just getting picked apart. Now man advantage for INTZ as Imperial look to double back towards middle, try and take control towards his connector. Split into the A site. It is smoked off for now, which gives them the room to play with, and no one on short to stop them either, so INTZ will be very aware of this, but what is that mid-jump? What is this position from Zan? He's just jumped out into middle. He finds himself a 1-for-1. Very dangerous, but somehow it works out. KNG even kills Showtime coming through the smoke, and now it's a 2-on-4.
And this is fast falling apart for Imperial. Let's not forget, this is an elimination map. Currently, both these teams sat 1-on-1 in the series as they traded map picks. Tifa cracked open the B bomb site, and this is forced a rotation from INTZ, but the bomb is on the back of this man at ramp. And INTZ, they actually realize, okay, maybe all is not as it seems. We don't know where this last man is, but no, they do now decide to commit to B. That one flash thrown in by Tifa is enough to change their mind. The issue with this is you've given up that 3v1 at that B bomb site. Now when the bomb goes down, the penny's going to drop very, very quickly that it's not B. Should at least. Hello?
Guys.
Hello?
There we go. Cello's worked it out. Oh, God, I can't imagine what the comms are going to be like right now.
What? There was just no beeping. What were they? He's plotted a silent bomb. DZT actually given plenty of time, and now might be able to make something happen. INTZ, this cannot be your undoing. Oh no, DZT. He's baited out that first shot, just toying with Cello. There's no time at this point. What a disastrous round. INTZ gonna lose it on the back of time.
And the orb. Oh, it almost goes flying up Cat. Oh, that could have been an even worse loss for INTZ, but yeah, that is going to tilt you if nothing else does. They were sat at that B site for a good 10 seconds with no bomb noise, like on the site, not close by, not a little bit further away. Yeah, they were on the site.
They were
and the worst part is this comes after that bomb timer update sound where you hear different sounds for different sites. So all players should be knowing that at this point. It's been a few months, so yeah, that's a yikes.
I don't know how, I mean, there you go. Just goes, I mean, it happens to the best of us. It happens to the very best of us. That's what we can know at least. You know, if you ever play an MM, you've had to apologize to a teammate. Oh, sorry, I thought it was this bomb site. Yeah, just quote this game. You can cite, remember the 10th round between Imperial and INTZ, elimination point at the minor.
I know you're never going to forget that now, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to have that one ready, written down on a notepad, my list of excuses.
So you've been playing with Tom a lot. Cello's not got a gun. That's definitely not purpose. They have the money for it. Does he realize? Surely, I mean, he has to realize he's in connector. He's only on a USP. That's a big mistake. And Destiny's dead as well. That gun, irretrievable, too deep down on the ramp. Cello's still not got a weapon to play with. There's none dropped by. So this, I mean, talk about mistake. Back-to-back for INTZ. They are crumbling at the helm. It's just to find another opener. Cello, the only man here. Hello. He's got a USP, though, so he's not going to be able to do a thing. And I don't even know what to make of this game anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what's gone so wrong for INTZ in these last few rounds. Charlie's like, I knew I left it around here somewhere. He's back in CT having a little rummage.
I'd love to see if Spawn had one. Oh, he's just found one, yeah.
Hey,
but
he's got an AUG.
That could be from the body on triple anyway. We don't know. Regardless, not a mistake you want to be making.
Could be a lot worse. It could have hung around the wrong bomb site for 20 seconds and lost the round. Down in CT, Cello. Let's see if his little scavenged AUG is able to get anything done. Yell's up on short. He'll at least be able to find this shot, you imagine, and that's Tifa eliminated. Cello, good for one. Yell. Oh, a real chance here. 1v2 as he was able to land that shot. The wall bang on to Showtime. What a roller coaster this would be if INTZ are able to claw their way back in to a 1v, well, it was a 1v3 clutch, now turn 1v2. Yell over in CT, that bomb half ticked. He does have a kit, but if he doesn't find something soon, likely you just see him opt to back off and save. That said, this fight with Shiz could go his way, but it does not. Imperial picking up a 5th round. INTZ maybe considering taking a pause at this point in time.
Those were Shiz's first 3 kills as well, and if we look at how he's been playing, he was fantastic back on Inferno, the previous map. So for Shiz finding, his first 3 kills, maybe a bit of a confidence booster, a chance for him to start off, and now with only 1 round behind, we could see Imperial start to break into this game, take that lead back. Here and now, in fact, they can draw it up and break the money of INTZ. Looking like an A execute already. This bomb sat outside of the ramp. These early mid players as well, having rotated after doing damage to KNG, softening up one of the targets who is in towards that jungle room. But very passive on the A side for INTZ. We know how good their retaking has been this series, both on Inferno and Overpass, so looking for them to do a little bit of the same here on Mirage. And they may have to do so as these smokes get set up over the A site.
Yeah, push coming in. Destiny going to get smoked off from CT. Imperial leading this charge into the bomb site. And they're going to be allowed to get this bomb down. INTZ now rotating players over. 5v5 in the post plant. Imperial, they've had plenty of time to work with. You can even see Showtime. He started this rotation round the bomb. Not plotted for mid perfectly, but it is plotted for connector. He can definitely make a case of watching it from there or from the stairs. Also just a surprise factor of this man rerouting in through mid. Destiny able to open up. ZQKS straight back with a response, and now Shiz up in the palace. Gonna go and find one more. Destiny's on this bomb, and he's sticking it. Doesn't have a kit, and he's tagged down low. Surely there's no way he finds this, and there is not. This round's over. Imperial gonna be tying things up 6-6. Somehow, things really have started to fall apart for INTZ.
Yeah, so those last couple of rounds coming back to bite them, it's definitely tilted them to some extent here. These have been some serious mistakes. And you cannot afford to make them when your elimination is on the line. Talking of which, in the decider match over in Group B on the B stream right now, it is MV versus Team 1. Second map, 12-10 for Team 1 after picking up the first on train. That being their map pick, so they're leading. They're looking to 2-0 MV, knock Karrigan out of this tournament, along with the other MV boys. In this case, though, the ramp push coming in from the flank. Tifa, is he going to be ready for it? No, smoke is down a little bit too late. They fire through it. Cello going to drop that player, and now guns can be retrieved in the spawn, but the B site's been lost, and DZT is cutting off rotations.
Or rather, getting cut down by rotations. It's Zan to retrieve him, and now bomb plant is ZQKS and Showtime. Standing tall, they have to try and stand even taller in this 2-on-4. KNG's over it short, has to wait for that smoke to fade, and Cello will land the short jumps. Now he's here to help out the AWP on INTZ. Ooh. KNG picks up the trade, missed shot, both players missing it all. KNG, quick double. INTZ straight back in with a round. Defuse will be found in the nick of time. Onplat maybe salvages something for Imperial here, but it's not looking great. Can you imagine it will just be the partial investment in round 14 so that they can get a proper one into the last of the half?
I get a lot of this is just off the back of KNG's star individual performance. He is joined by Zan this time at 14-6, but he's 17-5. This man really doesn't want to get eliminated right here, right now, and he is doing his best to keep INTZ in this game. 7-6. Imperial decide to buy up in second round, last round of the half. They want to try and challenge for 8. The issue is it could certainly result in them going down 9-6 if this one does not go well, and right now it's a close setup on ramp. No idea for Imperial.
Smoke falls down here at the Rampicello, just taking a little peek on over. Oh, issue they might have is there's no one watching mid, and that means this push has been allowed to come up through connector. No one's actually ready for it. KNG, his attention's having to be split between this connector flank and the ramp. He gets flashed off, and there's one. We've mentioned how it's really been his star form that's kept INTZ in this series. Going to try and continue it now, joined by Zan, the other man who has been making a difference for INTZ. Flash rains in, Zan gets legged, but he's lucky to survive. Made onto ZQ, KS. Yell's not moving all too much, and maybe INTZ considering this save. Now that Zan's been found, you really don't imagine they're able to find much here. KNG, missed shot, needs support from Yell, and he's sat down in the connector now, just going to look to hold on to the AWP. It will be 7-7, all tied up. As Imperial able to add another onto their talent.
He will get away with the AWP, at least that's not going to be finished off. He doesn't run far, knowing that he could easily get sprayed down the hallway, as predicted. But AWP is taken into the last round of the half. So that force buy-ish kind of working out for Imperial in the sense that now they're not going to go down 9-2-6 in this one. They are going to equal it up for the last round, and this may even be theirs as well. You can see the limitations definitely clear on INTZ's buy. No kits aside from on the saving player. Close again towards Rap. INT do want to challenge this again, and it will work out this time. Destiny getting that first kill, but immediately traded. Luckily enough, Cello's up here by the balcony. So QKS has to remain aware of this position, and Yell's actually firing off from the jungle. 2 kills. The quick shot to DZT leaves Tifa in the hot seat. 1-on-3 here, but he does have the bomb in his back.
And a bullet in the face. INTZ 8-7 as they narrowly managed to win out the half. This one is still very much anyone's game. Find out which one of these teams will be continuing and who is heading home after the break. Second half about to be underway between these two teams. We saw INTZ narrowly edge this out with a 1-round advantage heading in to their T side of Mirage. Of course, this is the third map. The third map, not Thirst, in an elimination best-of-3 series between these two teams. They traded map picks. We saw the day kickstart with a bit of Overpass going the way of INTZ. Imperial then able to decimate on Inferno, and here it's been an even match, just as we thought it would be. This round, the tension's going to be over towards mid, where Shiz and Showtime shut down absolutely everyone. And Shiz, my word, where has this come from? 3 kills as he gets the hat-trick, leaving KNG, the man that we've spoke about so much, in the hot seat for INTZ once again.
He may have been good, Harry, but this is one step too far, I think. Bomb still dropped, and he's waiting for some aggression that will never come in. All this does is give time for that wrap from Tifa to come in through the spawn. Kenji looking to finally make his presence known. And there's the spot. He finds the dink. Oh, it's the spam of the Glock, though. Never known for its accuracy at range. And this flank about to finish off his fate. 3-2. Oh, I think they're trying to go for the knife. Oh, no one's peeking on the site. This allows Tifa to get into position for this knife kill. And KNG is going to get blindsided. It's actually going to be the shot to the head. But either way, it's a round. 8-8 here, as Imperial do pick up that second pistol.
And that's something they've been very, very good at, Imperial. They were able to take both pistol rounds back on Inferno. Now they've taken both pistol rounds here on Mirage as well. Obviously, we already saw the way that Inferno went with those pistol round victories. Maybe we can look to attribute their success to that once again. If they manage to find something here in this round. They had trouble converting these back in the previous map. This time, though, it is just a full eco from INTZ, so you hope that that's not going to be a reoccurring problem.
The only problem here for INTZ is that they've got no guns, so looking like a quick A burst. Showtime playing close with the SMG as well, should be able to mop this up pretty easily. No smoke towards that spawn leaves ZQK very open to dropping the bomb as well when they go for the plant. Waiting for this mid-wrap to come through from KNG as well. It's all down to the timing. Shiz is going to be making contact towards the connector, and if he turns around to face the Palace, that's when KNG could get this backstab in and try and take him down from behind. But the push is through. Zan has found the opener. KNG does surprise Shiz on the backline. This is a Glock round, ladies and gents. So this definitely should not be falling apart like this. Imperial need someone to step up now. The flashbang is perfect as ZQKS getting pushed back to 20 HP. That allows this bomb plant to at least be attempted. But Tifa does not want it to go much further than that. The plant is in, but so are the kills.
This is problematic to say the very least. KNG in with his second, and now Tifa and ZQKS both brought down so low earlier on in this round for KNG. This just becomes like shooting fish in a barrel, and he feels right at home. A 9th round for INTZ. What is going on in this series?
Well, we said it was a problem with INTZ not having money in that round.
That was just Glocks.
That was 1 PT50 and 4 Glocks, Harry. I just kicked a bottle on the
floor.
floor.
You're getting so blown away by this. You're throwing stuff around the offices, Hugo. You can't just break things. I know it upsets you when things don't go how they should in Counter-Strike. That doesn't mean you get to throw a monitor across the room.
Oh dear, what is happening? 9-8. INTZ now the ones with rifles after winning that eco. And it's a forced buy from Imperial. They have a chance to try and keep this game alive, but I'm out of words. I don't know what's happening. We had some tilting rounds for INTZ in the first half, but hey, it goes both ways right now.
DCT's been spotted over here in the ladder room. Obviously, the winner of this has to continue to play versus Bravado. So they can't afford to keep on making these sorts of mistakes. Mid-control does get secured by INTZ off of the bat. posting Yell up in the apartments and now doubling back through T-spawn. This is going to culminate in the A play. Yell can look to route in through the lower tunnels. Deny some of these rotations, has support from KNG there. They're going to get out into the A-bomb site for free, and KNG's doing a downright fantastic job of maintaining control of this mid portion of the map. Will be the round for INTZ unless something goes very, very wrong. And with how this series has gone, I'm still not writing that off.
Anything is possible, Harry, even the impossible, as we're learning. 3 pistols saving here for Imperial. A flawless round from INTZ. That is going to be a huge bit of money going forward for them. If they keep everyone alive, that is, because look at this chase already starting to come through. They want to drop everyone they can from Imperial. Now, the contact's been made up on Cat, so KNG can flank lower, and they may not be ready for it. Oh, so much damage to 2 of these players. No conversion to the frag just yet. He's got a teammate joining him as well, making sure these guns cannot be scavenged and flashing himself in. Zan's going to get aggressive. The double flash as well. He's watching the wrong side. 180 back, but KNG is there to pick up the pieces. Both of those players getting dropped, and that is a good trade. 2 for 1. Not bad at all for INTZ. Another strong round with 3 kills from KNG. He's on 25. He's been the MVP of this series without a doubt.
Oh, most definitely. I think it's hard to argue otherwise, right? Because you look over at Imperial, and sure, when they were able to pick up that win back on Inferno, you did have players popping up. You had great rounds from ZQKS, for example. Great rounds from DZT as well. He was great on the entries, but that's the thing. It was much more of a team effort. For INTZ, it very much has just been KNG. Even this round, he's literally saved it. They lose 2 players over a mid, and then KNG kills all but 1. This is a pretty apt metaphor for how this game has been thus far. KNG on 29. Now, the most kills that we've seen in the European minor, in any of the minor circuits was in the EU minors. No, it was Valde dropping 40 frags in regulation. I feel like actually it was 43, now that I've said it out loud.
Either way, quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah, certainly more than is necessary. I'm curious if we can see KNG beat that.
Yeah, this game would have to go the full distance if that were to be the case, but these two previous games have been very back and forth.
Okay, yeah, Valde dropped 40. So let's see, can KNG go above and beyond that? Obviously, the kill record's held by Config still. Valde wasn't able to challenge for that, but KNG is trying to give them a run for their money.
Oh, I like this setup in mid as well. Shiz is making contact, and they do not check the top of middle. Rare to see that happen. They're watching towards the window, and he finds 2. The drop from the window as well. ZQKS surprises Yell. KNG this time will get caught up in the apartment, so Imperial coming up trumps in this round. No deaths yet. And Zan running back. He's had enough for this one. Has got time to go back and try and grab the bomb, try and do something with this round, but it's going to rely on some pretty impressive kills. I don't think Imperial want to give him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a leash back on this bomb either, so Imperial looking like they will secure this 9th round. Sad. Just looking to save. The one man who might throw that into question is Showtime. Really doesn't want to go down after the timer ticks away. And Imperial, they are hunting for him. They know the implications of taking this gun away after the time. Nope, they're going to get it. 11-9, INTZ, the lead they had is starting to dwindle. Tactical pause called in. Losing 1 round of that instantly in with the tactical pause. They know that they can't afford to let Imperial build back in this game. You think about this thus far, and their CT sides have been the real take-home point, the real backbone for Imperial. Issue I think you're going to have is INTZ, they can just point KNG in a direction and he can find openers for them. Obviously this time we saw him at just them bested by Tifa up in the apartments. But it's not often that Imperial have been able to get the drop on KNG. This time around setting up down towards the ramp.
Fast play out, TechUKS, big kill to start things off. There's even a smoke under the balcony. I like that from Showtime because it gives the illusion that someone is hiding from the Molotov underneath it. It's going to be Shiz running through onto his death. And INTZ, a man down, they still have not cleared out this man at the back of the site, but he got a kill earlier. They should be somewhat aware, and KNG seems to be, but the shot missed from Showtime opens things up again for INTZ. 3-on-3, Destiny even deep in the jungle as well. Only position they've got to care about for the time being is a connector, and TZT walking with his back turned into Destiny, who had already crossed. Man up now for the T side, and this rotation could not come through the window room, so Tifa's got to be very careful as he flanks round the spawn. This bomb is not even out of ramp, and I like the call from INTZ. Just chill for the moment, hold close, wait to see if Imperial push back in. And if not, it's a very good chance Imperial, if they don't spot anyone, they can rotate back towards B, but they'll go out for a little bit more and to their own death. Not expecting INTZ to still be in the site potentially, as we see 12 rounds taken by this T side. A big money crunching round as well. They break the cash again of Imperial, who are down to 3K.
So here's something I'm interested in seeing, right? We know that the kill record still held by Convict, 47. Now, the kill record specifically just for this minor circuit has been 40, as we said, set by Val there. The old player used to hold the record was Henny, who, if you recall, was an old teammate and friend of KNG's. Obviously a teammate rather, that he was able to go on and play second with at the major.
INTZ have used a lot of these timeouts, but Imperial have yet to touch one. I definitely think that's an oversight from this team. You can see them being very, very, talkative, at least, over on the side of INTZ, trying to work out exactly what their problems are. That was Yeldy guy in the middle, just trying to work out how to approach these potentially last few rounds, because INTZ are starting to get ahead of the curve. 4 rounds away from knocking out Imperial here in this elimination match. And then the day has only just started. They've got to go on to face Bravado after that. They execute here with the smokes, and the only question mark is this palace position from Imperial. If they push inside, which is empty for now, Zan is going to be coming in late, but these guys could easily catch him off guard. Well, guess not.
TechUKS, yeah, you were hoping that transpired to a bit more. Now, Showtime will be given a chance. Ooh, they've just missed one another. This could be big, though. This is great for Imperial. Showtime has been afforded the opportunity not just to take one man, it's how much more can he find after that. There's the knife. Now he's got an AK, but Destiny's quick to trade him. He's not a fan of you knifing his teammate, Showtime.
That might make all the difference in the long run, because it's going to give them the money to bring in the AWP pretty soon, and that's been something they haven't been running as much on the CT side. Also, knowing KNG is on his as well is a big factor considering the performance he's having. But this round looks to be as done as can be. 13 rounds on the horizon for INTZ, just DZT to try and get something done with this pistol. But they're already chasing him down. They want the frag. Oh, nice bait. He's got them close in with the Zeus, but Destiny is so ready for it. 13 rounds taken, 3 on Destiny in that one as well. And this is it, one of the last chances for Imperial to keep this game alive.
Well, a bit of a B-stream update as we prepare to head in to these closing few rounds. Tactical pause called in for INTZ. And it's important to note, by the way, that's all their tactical timeouts used. So they don't have any more of them up the old sleeve. And here's the B-stream update, Hugo. I know you're a big fan of it. Team 1 versus Envy. We mentioned how that one got a bit down to the wire. obviously Team 1 sitting 1-0 up in the map pool after picking up a 16-8 victory on Trade. Dust 2 is tied up 9-9 last time we checked in on it. It's currently in overtime at 16-16. That's on the back of a massive performance from Cutler, top of the board for Envy. Carrion coming in just behind, Nifty and Drone sitting bottom of the board right now. Certainly not what you want to see. But Team 1, any Brazilian fans out there, of which I imagine there are quite a few watching this game, it's been on the back of Bit, IDK and Maluki, the three somewhat usual suspects that we've expected to see showing up within that team. So that sounds like an interesting game. I'm going to keep you updated and see if that does go through to a third map. Let's now focus on this one. That tactical pause draws to a close. INTZ setting up over here towards ramp. Deterred by that early Molotov, haven't gone for the peak.
Oh, did they do it again, Harry? Did they forget to buy a gun?
Okay, like once in a game is fine. Twice, that's a little bit much. Because I feel like, you know, I don't know, you know, you're under pressure.
No, there's no, they had the money.
Yeah, I don't think you can make an excuse.
No excuse.
Oh well, let's see if they can get it done regardless, because arguably that's an even bigger ball dropped on the side of Imperial if they let them pick this up with just that Glock in play. 2 players fallen already at this bomb site. Rotation coming in from ZQKS. This is a very sloppy counter-strike towards the end of this match.
I'd like to think at this point it's not a mistake and that they're, you know, sending out the entry fragger first, expecting he's going to die picking up the gun. But it's so hard to, like, I don't know that, right? And they've already done it before.
Okay, yeah, so
and the round they did it before was definitely a mistake. That was
because he even ran back, and he ran back to spawn,
Yeah.
desperately looking for a gun. Now this time, okay, yeah, maybe you can say, and this time it does make more sense. There's money for the buy in the next round for INTZ, so actually maybe this one is a smarter move from this T-side. But as you say, I mean, we don't know. We can only guess. Maybe we're giving them too much credit, maybe we're giving them not enough. But KNG and Yell, these men certainly deserve some. ZQKS left in a 1v4. There is no hope for him in this round, surely.
He's ready for the wrap as well. There's one coming all the way from the B side. Now this will cut off his opportunity to save if he does go for it. So he is pretty much pincered into this spawn right now. Little does he know it, he's got a very low chance of getting out of this position because player already in the window, one in the market and one in the site. They know exactly where he is, caught between a rock and a hard place, but that shot missed. Will sign his death warrant. Zan gets the kill at the end of the round, and it's going to be a 14th for INTZ. 2 more left for them to get forward into the next matchup versus Bravado, and there's no money for Imperial. What do you do here? Eco, play for overtime when you're at 9:15? Or try and force buy and keep the dream alive. I think the eco is the best call to make, but honestly, there's no bad decision. This is a very rough position to try and play for OT from, but they will do their very best to get to that. Giving away 15 here to the T side and then attempting a 6th round comeback off the back of their buy.
One man who it feels like we need to see have a return to form, or maybe even arguably 2, is you think back to Inferno. DZT over on the T side was a spectacle. The amount of times he was able to find openers, find advantages for Imperial. And then on their CT side, ZQKS was really the man stepping up. Now, here on Mirage, definitely not having as strong a time of things. And it does feel a bit like that's what we're lacking. We're lacking the AWPing prowess to go blow for blow with KNG. Now, that's no easy feat. He's definitely having an unreal game. But for Imperial, you don't have that point, man. You don't have that star power right now. DZT, speak of the devil and he shall appear. He's mopped up 2. Shiz is in with another, and we're into a 2-on-2 that never should have been. A chance for Imperial to upset in such a crucial round. Zand might have just stripped that availability from them, though, as he deals with the man that was wrapping in through T-Spawn. And now Tifa, all that remains.
He has gone for this long flank, but the issue is, wherever they go, they're going to be on the bomb site before he can stop them, assuming they just grab this bomb. Yep, there it is, taken for free. The A site is theirs. 30 seconds left, but the plant will come in without a problem. It gives them ample time to set up for the post plants. Now this wrap is good, but with only a P250, range will be the biggest factor. Oh, wait, is Zand going to stay here? Because he could get shot in the back. I think it's just been heard. Yell's just communicated it. Now they know it's down on the ramp, and Zand has turned back around. He's found the kill. But if that noise wasn't made, he was very open to getting shot in the back, giving a 1v1 possibly. It was very much winnable, but not going to be a problem. 15 rounds taken for INTZ. One more needed, Harry. They've been grinding out this second half, and it has all come up. There's...
Yes, since moving on to this T side, INTZ have just been unstoppable. And I think a lot of it does just come on the back of you. Your availability now, suddenly you don't have to rely on the enemy running into KNG. He can be the one to run into the enemy, which is always a good feeling. You imagine that's quite an easy one to IGL. Oh, Cello. Oh, this is not great over in the top of mid. She's going to spray down too, and he's slightly helped out. As Cello team kills, down goes Zand up in Palace in the blink of an eye. This round, it all falls onto Yell. 1v5 required, and that's not going to happen. So a 10th for Imperial. They're looking to try and grind back into this game. And the money has somewhat gone into an awkward spot for INTZ. They can still buy here. And the AWP's been purchased up, thrown over from Zand. Or Yell, rather.
INTZ's taking his towards B. We've really not seen the B side have too much action this map, especially not in this T side. It's been A round after A round for INTZ. Slower play to mid for this one, but they do have two players at the top to burst out when need be. There's AWP deep in the B apartments here for Imperial, and that's the only man here. Very reliant on him if we go for that retake on A that has been just all too often. But with Zand up here in the Palace, it does definitely hint towards that late A play that INTZ have just been continually doing round after round. 4 players essentially committed to this site as well for Imperial means that they are somewhat aware of this. I'd love to see a switch up, and now would be the perfect time to pull it out when Imperial are back in with guns. This bomb, though, wrapping into the T-spawn. Connector's been gained from this T side. Now we're going to see this split.
Molotov into the connector has perfect timing to delay this push. But as you said, INTZ is just back to this A play. They've been finding so much success at this portion of the map, and they say if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Well, maybe this play has finally been cracked by Imperial. Uh-oh, Tifa doesn't check close left, and that'll be his demise. This man advantage that Imperial had now given up. The bomb is going to go down in amongst those smokes. Nades raining left and right. Into this 3-on-3. Bomb planted for mid, and Yell finding that frag on a DZT. That could be the deciding factor for INTZ in this round. Not only has he clawed back the man advantage, but now we can just watch the bomb. ZQKS has to try and get the job done, and he can't. INTZ 16-10 as they take this series 2-1, and they send Imperial home. That will be INTZ picking up this series, meaning now they go on to face Bravado in just a little bit.
And look at the passion on those guys as well. Very, very fierce post-match, looking extremely energetic and ready to go into that game against Bravado. It does mean, of course, they're going to be a little bit worn out / warmed up. It depends. I think it affects every team differently, but these guys look ready to go back onto another best-of-3, which will, of course, be versus the South Africans. Not going to be an easy game by any means, but I'm sure it will be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited now for the duel of Sonic versus KNG, and a lot of the questions to me are, can KNG keep this form up, right? That's a lot of pressure to put on one guy, and, you know, he's just had to do that 3 maps straight. But before we get to that game with Bravado, we're going to give this one back to Trace and the gang over on the desk.
Thank you very much, Harold. That's right. It does appear as though we have crowned a victor in this best of 3 on the backs of KNG, dropping 34 frags with 12 deaths and over 180 AR. You couldn't have scripted that any better. He definitely came out to play here on Mirage, but it did look like it wasn't the easiest of times for these guys.
He's a level above of everybody else in that server for those 3 maps, really, wasn't he? It just shows the class of this guy and the fact that he has played in a major grand final before, but the fact that they had to do it in such a fashion. Mirage was gritty like we thought. There was lots of post-plant situations, lots of clutches, lots of mistakes. But all in all, I do think that the better team obviously won in this situation.
100%. I mean, I think that last round was pretty kind of defining of the little mistakes that happen on the side of Imperial. You have a player in connector, 15 seconds on the clock, the bomb hasn't been planted, it's pretty evident what's going to happen. The guy in connector decides to walk up, he dies, and then the bomb gets planted straight after, and things just fall apart. You know, that little bit of patience in those type of situations when it's getting down to the last few seconds of a round. It just seems to be happening time and time again.
And you know, Chad, it's funny. You say a guy that's on a level of his own. We actually have a prime example of it. We can load the clips in right now and let them play out as they will. Chad, I think this was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, there was 2 pivot rounds in this game. There was the DZT 1v3 in the first half, and then there was this, it looks like almost a full Glock eco. Flash comes over from Yell. They're able to push out, grab the opening kill with the P250. You don't see KNG get the first kill, but he's actually lurking through mid, grabs the M4, and is able to push quickly into jungle. Now we can look at the rest of his team, get onto the bomb site. It's a 4v3 situation, but they don't have much to work with. Bomb goes down, but then kills come in from CT spawn. Luckily enough, they get it down in time because that allows KNG to be really pivotal. He's grabbed that M4, he's moved to window, he kills a player rotating through who wouldn't be expecting him to be in this forward of a position, and now that the bomb he knows is not planted for him, he has to take more of an aggressive duel. They have to cross that position to get behind the triple box, and KNG, knowing that they're probably low on HP, called from the teammates, is happy to just stand and deliver. Him and Zand in that round contributed to get a big pivot round right there for the side of, I forget their name, INTZ.
Yeah.
It was almost perfect. We almost nailed it.
It was almost easy for INTZ, but it just exactly wasn't. A guy that was boistering quite a few numbers here in this series, would have been at least a 1.08 rating per HLTV.org, but definitely a man that was not quiet. In fact, he was yelling. We're going to hear what he's got to say right now.
Thank you, Stunner. That's right. I've got Yale with me now. A tough victory. Went right to the wire, went to 3 maps, but you guys managed to get it done. Just tell me a little bit how you're feeling after that, because we saw you on the reactions. You guys were super pumped up after. It must have meant a lot.
Yeah, we were feeling like really happy. Last game against Bravado, we should have taken it, but I personally played so bad, even calling. And we're so happy. We want to face them again and show that we can beat them.
Okay. So you've recently joined the roster, right? You're one of the new recruits onto it. How much practice did you guys manage to get ahead of this event?
We actually did a boot camp in Katowice for 10 days. I mean, it's not a lot of time for a new roster, but I think we did pretty good for this 10 days, so yeah.
Now the Brazilian scene is looking very strong, but right there to the wire, you had KNG dragging you guys, kicking and screaming, right? Monstrous performance coming out from him. What have you guys got to kind of get yourselves ready? Because you haven't got long before you play Bravado in a best of 3. What's the mentality like? What's the game plan going into it?
I think we're going to have like 10 minutes to decide what we're going to play and what we know about them. And I think we just have 10 minutes to figure it out what we're going to do. And of course, KNG is a monster. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on top 20 this year. I mean, I'm speechless because, I don't know, he's just too good.
Well, he certainly proved too good that time. You said just a second ago when we were talking that obviously you expected to beat Bravado last time. What's going to be the big difference maker here?
I think we needed time to get used to the tournament and stuff like this. And after 4 maps, I think we're kind of, ready for playing the big stage and playing against a team like Bravado. So I think we're gonna do it we're gonna do good this BO3.
Okay, man, well, good luck. I'll let you use that little bit of vital time you've got to get ready for it. INTZ are ready, but the question is Bravado ready? We're gonna be finding out soon.
That's right, and quite some bold statements there from Yell, but I don't know which one we want to talk about first. However, yes, they do have a short amount of time before they're taking on the Avocados in a best-of-3.
I think it's a big point that he didn't really even touch on that match a lot, right? That he's just already looking forward to the next game. And I don't mean looking forward to it like, it's the next thing he wants to do. It's the next thing that he has to do, right? So he's got his priorities sorted. The fact of the matter is when they did play against Bravado in that opening game, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, it was a 16-12 game, and he did underperform quite significantly.
Chad, you have gotten ahead of yourself.
Sorry.
And you're getting ahead of yourself, too. In fact, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, we've got another game coming your way, the last one of the night, the last best-of-3 of the evening, and you don't want to be anywhere but here to watch it. So come back with us.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it on!
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, the Vodafone pre-match starts right about now, and I'm going to have to entice all of you in chat to go ahead and hit me with a big play faster. Don't even put the hashtag in there. Just say play faster. Spaces or no spaces, it's all going to come together. Because right now, we need to play as fast as possible to get into our next best of 3, and it's going to be that of Bravado and INTZ. You might have forecasted some avocados in the chat, but I don't think you could have forecasted the Chad on the desk alongside a Natu.
Can someone explain to me the avocado situation?
It rhymes with bravado. It's a very, very simple concept at that. But you know, it's funny. You talk about avocados. I'm talking about bravados. And that's what we're going to take a look at first. We do have Elusa, Detrony, JT, Fady, and Sonic. Natu, my goodness, welcome, my friend.
Thank you, thank you. It's good to be here, by the way.
Look, looking at this roster right here, they've had plenty of time to prepare for the team who is going to have a depleted tank. They're going to look for weaknesses that they've just seen in the games that have been displayed. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see them pick Inferno, because that's what they just got beaten down on. And INTZ, as I'm speaking about, you guys just saw them. If you're just tuning in, massive performance from KNG right there on your screen to get them through a 3-map banger over Countryman Imperial.
Which is crazy, right? Already, there's some interesting parts to these storylines, but the one crazy thing that stuck out to me is Yell said he's going to be a top 20 player this year. I would love to see it personally. Don't know that it's going to happen. Only time will tell in that regard, but that all needs to start here. They need to battle their way through this minor. And ultimately, I'm going to give you a quick update over on the other stream. They went to 3 maps. It's now 2-0 for the side of Envy, and they're just fighting for a lifeline on that side. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Natu?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this matchup, Bravado is the one that's going to be more disciplined. They're going to be the one that's more constructed unit, and INTZ is going to be that KNG show needs to come and roll and have a bit of an encore if they're going to stand a chance here in this best of 3.
It can't rest completely on him in this regard. This is something where they're going to have to step up. Then again, Bravado, having had this little bit of time, having had the opportunity to kind of watch and catch up, what was the best of 3 we just watched? Is that going to play in their pocket, Chad?
Yeah, I think they will pick Inferno. I think that makes the most sense because it was a weakness right there. We know INTZ have to ban Nuke. Yeah. I'm just curious what is going to be the pick right now for the guys from Bravado. I don't think they'll pick Train again. Yeah, sorry. Bravado was Inferno. Yeah. I don't know what the pick for INTZ is going to be. I don't think they'll pick Train again is what I mean,
whatever they feel hot on. Mirage, yeah, apparently. I mean, they're playing okay on Overpass
as well.
It's
more brawly,
so.
right?
Yeah, definitely is.
Going to the Train yards, boys?
Train could be the 3rd. I think that both teams would be happy if that one was to crop up again. Yep, makes the most sense. I think that what we saw from INTZ on their T sides was poor. They didn't really have a lot going on. So a map like Inferno, they can get locked out. But the skill ceiling of some of these players on Bravado is yet to be completely shown.
Right, and I guess that skill shielding is shielding. Shielding. It's kind of, you know, somewhat.
Shillings.
Like my other name. Anyway, look, guys, we need to cut all the corners here. We need to get away from all the stops. I need to ask you who's winning this first map.
Bravado, they're going to have a bit more juice in the tank. These guys from INTZ are going to be gassed out.
Actually, I believe that it could actually help INTZ that they're just coming out hot from a game that they managed to win, depending on how much emotionally or how much energy they were using in that game. But in the big picture, it should be the Avocados taking it.
Could be the avocados. We will see. I personally love an avocado on the sandwich. It does make for a very healthy additive to it. And also, who likes a dry sandwich? The most ridiculous thing I've ever thought of or heard of in my life. Anyway, like two dry sandwiches being slapped together will be our commentary crew. It's going to be Harry and Hugo. They're going to be jumping into Inferno. So let's see what they got for us.
Two dry sandwiches slapping together. What a graphic description there from Trace.
At least I know what he dreams about at night now. It gives me a bit more insight into his mind. He's looking very threatening over there on the other side of the room, but stay on your side, Trace. Stay behind that desk. We got our wall here.
He's a whole room away, and that is many meters. Many meters. Well, spam this avocado, Hugo, to help Bravado. I think that's probably where the meme comes. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But the things rhyme, and normally that's how it goes, something along those lines.
You're dead on.
Well, let's see that if this is going to help the South African squad. Obviously, we saw them play Inferno already versus NRG. They're only able to muster 8 rounds there. But as we saw for INTZ, they took a bit of a beating on this map earlier on. Just around about an hour ago from their Brazilian brethren, whom they just sent home. Bravado looking like they want to try and go for this B play. They've had a chance to watch and study how INTZ approached this in the previous map.
Bombs up on B here. It looks like they might go for this split through the CT spawn unless Fady is just trying to sell this fake. And if he checks this corner, KNG completely alone. The smoke is down. Fady finds the entry. Here's the wrap coming through. Yell's attention is diverted, leaving only one player committed to the B site, but they'll run right past him, and he might be able to double down. Dink to 36. Sand will fall on the site, and if Yell can find this kill, then the retake is well and truly on.
Ooh. JT. Gonna get bested, and now Elusive, suddenly left in this 1-on-3. Already a 1v3 rather, that Bravado should have given up, and now it does fall to the lonesome Elusive, but he's living up to his name, and he's proven to be a difficult man to track down. Oh, okay. Oh, short, right, yep, no, this is fine, this is all good. Elusive just allowed to duck and weave and dodge, and take these fights, isolates all the engagements. They are on the bomb. And with just enough time, INTZ able to hold on to that. Oh, panic averted for the Brazilian squad as they almost threw that away.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Why was no one watching the site? They had 2 players up covering that bomb defusal, but I have no answer for you. I have no answer. That's still a round taken, but very, very close, as you said. Both players getting tagged down at the end there as well, but they will get that defuse in time. So Bravado going for the force buy on one player here, getting that AK. I mean, JT spent all his money to drop it over, and Fady's gone for full utility. So that's interesting enough to see him go for all the nades here. You typically want that on someone else to flashbang him into position, set him up, rather than him be setting up the pistols or himself. See that AK down bottom of mid right now. Only one player on B. Yell's already picked it apart. So Fady is gone, and much of the chance of Bravado winning this round is out the window as well. No armor on anyone here to pick up that AK, so JT will just grab it. Try and work that B site. Yell's already fallen back after seeing that 1 AK, and the rest of Bravado peering up through middle. We again have KNG here, but this time he's got support, so he can afford to peek out and take the frags, 2 of them to his name. This round is looking well and truly done unless JT can find something on B, but even at this point, you're asking for a lot.
Yeah, far too much, especially for a man who just has his AK, no armor. They get a pressure him, and KNG, nice shot. 4 kills for him in that round. We've already seen he was looking to be the real force of nature behind this INTZ roster just moments ago. coming close, but not quite being able to beat out the most kills we've seen thus far in one of these minor circuit games. He's got another best of 3 to try and do it now, though, and if history repeats itself, we might need to see another big performance from KNG. One of the big questions for the guys over on the desk was, can he keep this going? And that was where it was interesting to see the difference in opinion between Chad and Nati, right? Nati saying that he thinks that INTZ are going to come into this feeling warmed up, feeling ready as a result of that previous game, while Chad obviously siding with the idea that they're going to be burnt out. Already sitting 2-0 in the series, so they're looking to try and get off to a good start here, continue building up that momentum that we saw them have in the previous matchup. This time they're able to take control of the top of mid. KNG down here at the base of Banana is very aggressive, and this has freed up Zan to rotate away. He's actually going to make the decision to come back and rejoins up with KNG. This leaves only 3 players on this A bomb site, and all this information, it's usually fairly common to see that 4th man rotate round into A. INTZ deciding against it, and this is something that might come back to haunt them. Destiny from down in the pit, not quite able to stand his ground, and that leaves Zand and KNG in a 2v3 retake.
Do have the kit though, and KNG's got a molly to try and force a player out into the open. The issue is this position up in library. Detroni's watching him from the flank from CT, but it's going to be the long wrap coming from KNG. Early peek and not necessarily necessary from Detroni. We'll leave now INTZ in a 2-on-2 coming back into the site, the time being the biggest issue. And Molotov not going to force JT out into the open. Who will win his duel? It's KNG in the 1-on-1 now after getting the trade and elusive, not giving him the fight, but there it is. Peeks out wide, there was still time on the bomb. And there's going to be the defuse. Bravado offering themselves up on a platter there to KNG in that round. There are times you definitely don't need to peek out wide and take those gunfights, and Bravado are learning that the hard way. They're going to be going down 3-0 in this first map. And potentially a 4th here with having no real money to play with. Actually, I say that, they get the bump on, of course, so it's 3,700, allowing 4 AKs to come across this team. The issue is utility.
KNG is such a force to be reckoned with. That was really a round that I'd written off for INTZ. Then I took a look at who was still up, Zand and KNG, and I'm like, okay, now maybe there's still a chance here. And now, I mean, yeah, you mentioned Bravado. They have this buy as a result of the bomb going down, but it isn't perfect. Sort of the ideal amount of utility to try and tangle with this B bomb site, but a lot of that relies on you taking control of the top of Banana. And that's why they will be lacking the utility. Fady. Quick double from him. Sonic, in the meantime, picks up another man at this A bomb site, and that just leaves Destiny and KNG standing at 2v4. But Bravado, they've made the wrong call. They leave B anticipating that maybe there's a second man over at this side, and that's KNG now striking down 2. They can't give another round up to this man. Sonic is the one who should really be able to lock this down, pushing in from CT. KNG seems aware of this idea. Repositioning into the graveyard, they're going to hear that scope, so it will be communicated. Sonic. Parkour's over the top of him, KNG will go down. Sonic, fastest man alive, as Bravado pick up their first.
That AWP is saved as well. You can see some smiles on the Bravado faces as they take their first rifle round. A little bit scary there with KNG being able to drop the bomb, but luckily enough we had that teamwork from Bravado. In the 2-on-1, we had the player on short actually shooting to bait KNG to peek forward, allowing Sonic to climb up on top of that bike and, well, do the dirty from above. So Bravado now finding their first round off the back of a very scary round with minimal utility. And now it's going to be INTZ. They're the ones stuck with far from a full buy. 3 pistols. Perfect kind of round for Bravado to springboard themselves into this lead on the T side of the first map. Just being their pick in this series. Nice nades going over, doing some damage to these T's up in the top of Banana. Elusive, he's in the apartments, and oh no, they're not watching the back, they're not watching the boiler flank, and so he gets away with one. Cello's going to try and back off only to get wallbanged a little bit, but he will eventually escape. Now Bravado with a pick, looking convinced to take this A site. But as I say that, still unsure. The bomb's up and towards top mid, and it's going back in through B where Fade's already gained control. Now Bravado can just back off through Banana after keeping these CTs within the site, or they can go for another one of these CT wraps that we saw in the pistol. Yell's still got a smoke to slow down this B play as well, but 44 seconds on the clock, there's enough time to wait that out if you are Bravado.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay, at least he's only going to manage that one kill. The trade is found from Fady as he reappears from inside that smoke. 20 seconds here, though, and KNG's already rotated around. He has been such a difficult man to deal with, clutching and almost clutching rounds left and right once more. This one comes down to the wire. He's done so much damage. KNG, no one's been able to stop this man this evening. Not quite able to deny the bomb plant. Lands a bit of damage on the spray transfer, but now he just has to sit back and watch as Zand and Cello attempt to continue his legacy, finish off the damage that he started. He's brought down two of these players so low, and there's Zand in with the first. Cello will pick up the trade, and Elusive on just 18 points of health. Hidden away, Cello knows he has to pick up the pace, but that Molotov's perfect. It forces him out of the open, and Cello wins the fight. Defuse looking to come on in, and he's got it just by the skin of his teeth.
It's going to be close, but yeah, it should be a fourth round. It should be that reset, and just in time. Even the AWP getting saved in Banana as well, so massive clutch from Cello. And that's such an unfortunate round to lose if you're Bravado. You finally get your first T-side round, and an instant reset coming through. It's on their map pick as well, so it was this push that made all the difference, right? It seemed like JT definitely wasn't ready, looking at his teammate's monitor, maybe looking at the map. Not ready for a smoke push, considering his teammate was close by, but a huge push that opens up not only getting a kill, but also getting the information that the bomb was hitting B, and that's when we saw KNG rotate and do the work. So fast B play here with the pistols, and oh dear, Detroni finds 2 kills, albeit one of them being his teammate. Cello, he's going to be here close with the M4 as well, and smoke down to stop this rush from continuing. They decide to boost up instead, but Bravado, they're not being hunted from any flank in middle. They're still stuck within the Banana, flash through the smoke. No real guns to be retrieved.
For Bravado here, I mean, they put a bit of stake into this round. Obviously, they go for this partial investment. So they were hoping to get something done from it. Cello here, and you can already see KNG rotating around. His timing is perfect, and this is on the back of that information that Destiny's gained over in T Apartments. Oh, Yell gone through, and he's able to win them both. Now just Detroni left standing. KNG bails out Yell from his rotation. INTZ a 5-1 lead.
I think they definitely are looking warmed up. Like, as you would assume after just playing a 3-map best-of-3 with some long games as well. But like, look at some of the sprays and the shots that INTZ are hitting. Now, not to say Bravado can't hit these, but yeah, not just come off the back of 100 rounds of Counter-Strike or near enough. 5-1 start to INTZ, and now it is just an eco coming out from Bravado. They got a bit of behind it. Obviously, that lost bonus looking nice and dandy on this T side, but they're still waiting for the full rifle round in the follow-up. It's AWP from KNG as well, and as you mentioned, he has just been off to a stunning start on this map. I mean, they just finished off on Inferno. It's a bit of a familiar territory for KNG. 11-3 on him. Destiny's closing the apartments. He's got to watch that doorway once the smoke fades because the push is coming through. That's the information. The flash actually blinds the first man out. Destiny, how is he still alive? He swapped to the pistol and pushed within the house. It's Cello to try and catch him from the back, and he does save his teammate. Zan even finishing off the man in the back of the apartments, and that was just a complete clean sweep from INTZ. No deaths.
Which is really saying something when Destiny comes face to face with 4 players up in the apartments, is able to find 2, and then it's just like, he just hops in the smoke with them. He just hides under the same veil that they're all under. So it's very confusing, very ridiculous round. INTZ up 6-1. They are tearing Bravado apart. Important to note, though, they did not have a very good T side on this map. So they really need as many CT side rounds as they can muster.
Oh, starting off fantastically. Cello in this round, he almost doubles down. 1-for-1 going to favor the T side, so finally Bravado in a somewhat strong position, but let's see what they can do with it first and foremost. We've got to rotate off of B, so only one man going to be here for the time being. That is Zand, and in fact the weakest weapon on the team as well. Not exactly the best case, but look at this push. Bravado going to go towards A regardless, so this early rotation from INTZ was going to pay off so importantly. Going to be setting up smokes towards his long side as Yell cuts off the apartments. This negates Elusive's position, at least for now, but he makes it clear with the Molotov going in. Destiny again looking for a similar position, and he's going to get mollied off a little bit as well. So now we have that art trap coming through towards A. Detroni finding the entry kill, and this triple A setup needs to come into play for Yell. He's finally dropped one, he's cornered the other, but the push-up short is going to catch him off guard. 2-on-2 here. KNG hitting the wall bang, and he's not going to let them pass.
Oh, he tries to throw the nade in, doesn't anticipate that re-peek from Elusive, and now just Zand left in the hot seat. Oh, no, he's on the left side. Elusive's already crossed, and Zand has no idea. That could be his downfall. Making his presence known, and that will be Zand backing off. So the second round cemented for Bravado.
And there as well, we talked about earlier, they're making a lot of mistakes in fighting in these post plants. I like the setup there. Elusive was hiding in pit, and the second the player on the site makes contact with that last man pushing in, Elusive's going to white peek that and get the kill. So while it doesn't come into play, at least Bravado have learned from their mistakes and not taking the early fights and rather playing coordinated. And it will result in them getting their first round despite KNG's best efforts.
Yeah, KNG is channeled into some other level right now, though. I mean, even landing that wall bang, it feels like in every one of these situations, he's able to have the perfect read. Ooh. Double AWP carried forward. Well, one of the AWPs was, the second purchased up. And this leaves both teams' economy at breaking point, so outcome of this round becomes a very important one, especially for the likes of Bravado, as it could give them a major means of getting respectable scoreline early. The issue they're going to have is Yell already opening things up down here at the banana. JT dropped, man advantage gained, and now in response to this, Bravado looking to try and answer with something out into middle. The issue is you go running into KNG at this portion of the map, and in the blink of an eye, it's Elusive, a 1v4 required. He does spot two players over here at short, but all that's done is ring the dinner bell.
Yeah, and if he goes peeking on here, there's just too many CTs. I think this might spell the end. Shot missed, but Molotov will force him forward, and yeah, one kill, but no more than that. KNG with a triple in that round. It seems like every round that INTZ win, he is playing a massive part of it. 15-4, just 9 rounds in. 7-2 is the score, and the money again gone here for the Bravado camp. Out of luck and out of pocket as they're left to 2K per player, so got to be another one of these hard eco rounds with minimal investment. And this is a great start for INTZ. I mean, coming into this third map, or this first map rather, this being Bravado's pick as well. Obviously a map that INTZ struggled on closing out earlier. When I say even closing out, really getting in. They got 9 rounds.
Oh, uncharacteristic miss from KNG. No, doesn't look like it matters because Zand and Destiny are able to mop things up quickly. 8-2 in favor of INTZ. 5 available to Bravado, but unless they figure out a way of getting back into this game quickly, this could shape up to be a very fast first map indeed.
Yeah, it's just in the back of my mind, I have that T-side from INTZ that we saw earlier where they got 4 rounds. And so, you know, Bravado, this may not be an easy half, but if they can get 5, 6 this is still very doable, and I don't want to count them out until I've really seen how, you know, this first map goes. Or more specifically, the second half. Nice flash that forces Yell off the top. Bravado ready for that position. They're deep in the apartments as well, but so is Destiny, looking to challenge. Timingless, he changes weapon, and luckily KNG's behind him because he finds both kills to the one of Elusive. Yell got to back off to the site, and Bravado, they were going to execute B, but that smoke may be a problem.
Yell. And Zan, a real force to be reckoned with inside of B. INTZ up 9-2. And yeah, you do mention how the T side, not only did it look weak, but Bravado, they have a very good CT side on this map. You think about it, that's one of the reasons why they picked it. On top of that, you know, they saw INTZ get manhandled on their T side, so Bravado probably with a very good idea as to how they want to approach this. You imagine that's going to be the main focus, but you can't rely on it so much that 2 rounds becomes enough. One thing I do like about this team is that they're very open when they play their CT side on this map. Is usually the way in which we've seen them approach it is they set Sonic up over on Banana with the AWP, and then they play the other 4 players over inside of that A-bomb site, and that can be very tricky to deal with. Now maybe they've changed that in response to a couple of things. Maybe they noted from how INTZ approached their T side in that matchup just earlier on versus Imperial on this map. So I'm excited to see if, you know, that's something that maybe we notice.
Depends how many rounds we see on the CT side, that's the question, because right now, yeah, we know that INTZ have a weak T side, but it might not matter if this carries on in the way it does. 13-2 could be the half, in theory. At that point, it's spy rounds out the window for Bravado, so we need a response. However, it won't be here. Just pistols in this round. INTZ looking to climb their way to double digits. We had the smoke double flash on JT. Likely going to be an apartments burst. We could just see these pistols dive into the pit. Lots of teams have been running the old optic setup, which is to throw that wall of smokes in the pit on A and dive out the apartments, and then just wait for the smokes to fade in pit, and then allowing you to either cross to the site or take those gunfights depending on your weaponry. But they don't have the right amount of utility for that. An early smoke to the top of B from Sonic, and now JT going to be setting up his.
One smoke and 2 flashbangs, all they have to make this play work. And 3 players grouped up here on short. 4th inside of the bomb site. And there's KNG with the opener as they try and trade him. He's helped out greatly by Cello. This round draws to a close, and 5 players surviving for INTZ. Money very much built up here over on this CT side. We at least have rifles back out for Bravado, and this is where you imagine you're going to see the fruits of that tactical pause called in the round prior. This would have been the focal point of that conversation, so maybe this is where we see a change of pace, change of direction for this Bravado squad. They've got all the utility they could possibly need, so keep your eye on where that ends up. Initial flurry and towards the top of Banana to try and ward off presence at this side of the map, but Elusive able to open up. Destiny just getting away in the nick of time. Regardless, though, man advantage gained here for the South African squad.
INTZ have not been fearful of giving this team a lot of room to play, a lot of control, but it's not really resulted in any rounds for Bravado. They've been given top B time and time again. We've not really seen any executes there for a while. And A has just been locked down by KNG in the past, pre or post plant. He's still here for now with York being the only man to defend this site as INTZ rotate Destiny round, and oh, this could be the perfect read. Bravado have even set up with the bomb and Banana. INTZ, they're just playing with the food at this point, aren't they? Smoke towards the spawn, flashes over, Destiny's blind, but we do have this boost in play as the push comes through.
3 players here, that's the big issue for Bravado. They have to find something, and they are finally able to deal with Cello in the back of this bomb site, but ooh, into the Molotovs, and hops down at his demise. stuck between a rock and a hot place. Now just Destiny and KNG, but KNG still left standing. You really do believe this man has been so good in the clutch and has the read. There could be a man up there, checks it, misses the shot, actually going to nutmeg Elusive. The Trony picking up both kills from the banana, and a third round cemented now for Bravado. I don't know what's, I mean, KNG, he's always been, you know, a pretty standout guy within the teams he's in, but here, he really is showing up, and that experience that he has really showing its value to this INTZ squad.
I definitely say that LAN experience is like a big factor of that as well, right? Far more than the other guys on his team. Nade into middle, Smoke to cut off the early push from Bravado, yet to come through though. Again, they've been given top B. This time, we are going to see Zand try and challenge it. Doing a lot of damage with his utility to JT as well, but no conversion for the kill. Meantime, KNG's picked up a man in the apartments. This has been a difficult position for Bravado to gain control of. That's one of the few areas that INTZ have been contesting pretty much every single round with a man on the balcony. So Elusive, the top fragger for Bravado, dropped early on. Alongside JT being low and in banana with the bomb, this is not looking like the best of starts for Bravado. They almost walked into a near MTB bomb site, but now that rotate's coming back on in the form of Zand. And back to basics, back to B. Sonic tries to fake out the other side of the map, but they're aggressive on short and they know it's not a push.
Oh, and now combine that with Yell and Zand shutting down these initial two players. Things go bad to worse here for Bravado, but Sonic's good for one. That's the bomb dropped, unfortunately for him, and now Sonic, the man that we so often talk about, was left in that impossible clutch, not able to win it out. INTZ 11-3. And that'll be the reset onto Bravado's economy into the last round of this first half, really shaping up to be a good one for INTZ. They're just going to have these pistols and a little bit of armor to work with, Hugo. They do have utility purchased up, but it's not anything to write home about. Full belt over on JT. Elusive and Fady, a tiny bit to work with. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh! Someone put a stop to INTZ, because right now Bravado definitely can't. 12-3 as this first half goes very much in favor of the Brazilian squad. Can they keep this just crushing momentum going? Find out after the break. Well, we've seen a real Brazilians here from the INTZ squad. One man in particular springs to mind, and that is KNG, who has just been a real driving force. But Yell, Cello, Zan, these guys all finding their footing. Fielding a very good scoreline right now as they head into their T-side pistol round. Looking to try and put their woes of the weak T-side last time around behind them. It's Cello and Fady going blow for blow over here at long as INTZ, they're able to take a bit of a foothold here in the top of mid. One man on that B-bomb site right now is Sonic. He's going to